Whoa, boss, what kind of hobby is this? At the base gate, Suzubai had just opened Lu Zhao's car door when he saw someone sitting in the passenger seat. Lei Xianyu, who had been lazily kicking a stone nearby, walked over with a teasing smile. Don't tell me you brought back a pretty girl. He stopped mid-sentence, his face freezing in shock. A corpse? Xiangyang untied something from his leg and came over with a smirk. What do you mean, a pretty corpse? But when his eyes fell on the passenger seat, his smile vanished. It really was a pretty corpse. A woman. Her face was delicate like a doll's. No rotten wounds, no exposed flesh, no blood or broken skin. There wasn't a single hole or tear on her body. Except for her unnaturally pale face, she looked more human than they did. But still, it was clear she wasn't human. Lu Xiao stood by the car, quietly wiping the blood and dust from his clothes. To enter the base, he had to pass a red-line safety scan. Too many bacteria on his body could trigger an alarm and cause trouble. So cleaning up was best. Noticing their stunned expressions, Lu Zhao's lips curved slightly. He raised an eyebrow with amusement and flicked a piece of rotten flesh off his boot. What? Never seen a zombie before? They all nodded blankly. We've seen plenty of zombies, but never one that looks this good. She sat quietly in the passenger seat, wearing a seatbelt, her big eyes blinking softly as if she could understand them. Lu Xiao glanced down at his clothes, decided he was clean enough, and walked toward them, eyes glinting with interest. Want to see something even more interesting? He tilted his chin toward the pretty corpse. Come on, say hello to them. Xiaomei the zombie. The group stared at her as if watching a strange creature. A flash of humiliation crossed Xiaomei's pale face. But under Lu Zhao's sharp gaze, she could only move her lips and make a sound. Kaka. The unique voice of a zombie. Whoa, boss, she really understands human speech. Suzubai said in shock. Lu Xiao gave a short reply. Then he bent down and unfastened the seatbelt around Xiaomei. Come out. Slowly, Xiaomei moved her stiff body and stepped out of the car. Everyone gasped in amazement. No way, Lu Xiao, where did you find her? Xiangyang could only sigh helplessly. A year ago, she had been just an intern at an ordinary design company, living a simple 9-to-5 life. But a few days later, everything changed completely. First, the news reported that hundreds of cows at a foreign dairy farm had mysteriously died overnight, and soon after, the farmer's whole family also perished. Yet 2 days later, the same family appeared in town again, attacking people. Soon, similar incidents spread everywhere, and the same thing began happening in Xiangyang's area. Coincidentally, she had just been fired for rejecting her supervisor's advances and was staying home, feeling lost. After a few days, her neighborhood was sealed off. Words like virus, zombie, and mutation started appearing frequently in the news and online. Later, new terms began to surface, words like awakening and ability users. These strange things filled Xiangyang with confusion and fear. One afternoon, her neighbor suddenly knocked on her door. Lost in thought, she opened it without thinking. What she saw next left her completely stunned. The neighbor's eyes bulged, his face twisted in a terrifying expression. Half of his face was covered in blood, and strange cracking sounds came from his mouth. Then, without any reason, he lunged at her and bit Xiangyang's arm hard. A sharp pain shot through her, and her vision went dark as she fell backward. Before she could even think about her lost youth, a strange force pulled her into a space of consciousness. There, she saw a well glowing faintly with a mysterious light. Driven by a strong instinct to survive, Xiangyang crawled to the edge and jumped in. When she woke up, she found herself turned into a conscious little zombie. The little zombie couldn't speak. She felt lost, scared, and bored. During the day, she wandered around, going to malls and supermarkets, collecting supplies and storing them in her space. At night, she always returned home, cleaned herself carefully, and lay on the bed to rest. This dull and lonely life went on for almost a year. Until 2 days ago, she met Lu Xiao at the mall. Lu Xiao was surprised. After all, if you saw a zombie putting on lipstick in a mall, Wouldn't you take a second look? And all because of that lipstick, Xiangyang was taken back to the base by Lu Xiao. When they reached the security checkpoint, Lu Xiao told the guards, "She doesn't need to be tested." The guard replied mechanically, "Everyone entering or leaving the base must be tested. She's a zombie." The guard's eyes widened in shock. "What?" I said, "She's a zombie." As Lu Xiao repeated himself, his phone rang. He stepped aside to answer it, holding a rope in his hand. The other end of the rope was tied to the little zombie's wrist. The guard looked at Xiangyang curiously. Was she really a zombie? How could a zombie look so good? And if she was one, why didn't she attack anyone? Once again, Xiangyang was stared at like an exhibit. She pressed her lips together, then suddenly bared her teeth at the guard. Click. The inspector was so frightened that he fell to the ground. Xiangyang couldn't stop laughing. "Click, click, click, ha ha ha, stop laughing, you look silly," Lu Xiao said as he turned off his phone and walked over. Xiangyang. This annoying human. One day she'd get back at him. When they entered the base, Lu Xiao took Xiangyang to the central laboratory building. Xiangyang's face showed fear. The thing she feared most had finally come. She knew being brought back to the base by this human wouldn't end well. If humans could find a way to defeat the virus through her, she would be sacrificing herself for the country. But she was a zombie. She should be on the opposite side of humans. Even so, Xiangyang couldn't bring herself to attack Lu Xiao. He was a bit dirty, and she didn't want to get her mouth dirty. However, when she saw the rows of precise and complicated medical machines, the little zombie was so scared that tears started falling from her eyes. "Boss, do you think the little zombie knows what you brought her back for?" Suzubai asked, a trace of pity flashing across his face. "Isn't this a bit cruel?" Lu Xiao narrowed his eyes, feeling a strange irritation rise inside him.
"She's a zombie."
Xiangyang looked at the little zombie, whose emotions seemed so rich, and thought aloud. "She's dressed so cleanly, she probably hasn't bitten anyone, right?" Lu Xiao thought for a moment. Probably not. These past 2 days, the little zombie had stayed with him. When she looked at humans, there was no hunger in her eyes. In fact, when she saw something dirty, she looked disgusted. Xiangyang said, "Then it's a bit cruel to send her in there." Lu Xiao sighed helplessly. "I'm not sending her in for dissection. Why are you all so nervous?" Just then, the 4 of them clearly heard the little zombie let out a sigh of relief. Click, so they weren't going to cut her open after all. That scared her half to death. "Lu Xiao, you're a zombie. How can you be afraid of dissection? Can you even feel pain?" 2 minutes later, Maowei walked out of the lab. Lu Xiao handed him the dark yellow crystal core. Maowei examined it carefully under the light. "This crystal looks different from the previous ones." Lu Xiao nodded, remembering the analysis report. He said seriously, "I suspect that second-level zombies have started to appear outside." After the outbreak, whether zombies could evolve became a key research topic at the base. This time, Lu Xiao and Suzubai had split up to confirm if zombies could truly evolve. Using satellite tracking, Lu Xiao found a suspected second-level zombie, defeated it, and brought back its crystal core, along with an unexpected discovery: the little zombie girl. Maowei set down the crystal, adjusted his glasses, and looked at Xiangyang. A spark of curiosity flashed in his eyes. Compared to the second-level zombie, he seemed more interested in this unexpected one. She has human awareness? And emotions? Lu Xiao nodded and glanced at the little zombie girl. "Come on, say hello to Maowei." The little zombie girl puffed up her cheeks and turned her head away angrily. She refused. Seeing her reaction, Lu Xiao wasn't upset. Instead, he chuckled softly and tilted his chin. "See? So expressive." A hint of amusement appeared in Maowei's eyes. "So, you brought her here for me to study?" Lu Xiao hesitated, then nodded. "You mean a full examination?" Maowei asked. "She looks so delicate. Are you sure you can allow that?" Xiangyang blinked, and tears began to fall again. She had tried so hard to control herself and not hurt this man. And now he wanted to dissect her? She felt completely betrayed. Men were all the same. The little zombie girl opened her mouth and let out a sorrowful cry, her wailing echoing through the entire laboratory. Lu Xiao. He looked helplessly at Moe. Do we really have to dissect her? Can't we just take some blood for research first? Moe turned to Xiangyang. Is drawing blood okay? Using tubes like this one, he said, picking up a glass tube from the lab table. About 10 of them. 10 tubes? Each one held about 50 milliliters. That would be 500 milliliters. Might as well drain her completely and put her on display as a dried specimen. The little zombie girl froze for a moment, then started crying again with a wah. Lu Xiao sighed helplessly at her crying. Let's give her a physical exam first, do a scan, and then decide what to do next. Xiangyang obediently lay down in the medical pod. A few female researchers nearby shook their heads. First, it was a pity that such a pretty girl turned out to be a zombie. Second, she was so well-behaved that it made them feel soft-hearted. 10 minutes later, the little zombie girl was pushed out of the pod. Her face was pale, her eyes closed, as if she had passed out. Everyone frowned. It was rare to find such a lively zombie, and she fainted just from an X-ray. Moe walked over seriously. What's going on? Could it be that zombies can't handle X-rays? If that were true, it could open up a new research topic. A female researcher hesitated for 2 seconds before saying, "She's asleep." Everyone. The little zombie girl didn't mean to, but she needed her nap. Ever since she quit her job, she had kept a healthy routine. It was 1 in the afternoon, her usual nap time, and once she lay down, she couldn't get up again.
Lu Xiao didn't know what to say.
Was it possible for zombies to need sleep? Even Moe had never heard of such a thing. He looked at the sleeping Xiangyang, his eyes thoughtful. I have a theory, he said after noticing the others' curious looks. She might be a high-level zombie with a human consciousness. It was like the difference between advanced and primitive civilizations. Primitive civilizations were divided into levels 1, 2, and 3, but advanced ones were not. Xiangyang existed separately from the lower-level zombies. She had a human-like consciousness and was likely a highly evolved zombie who believed she was still human, with intelligence far beyond the ordinary. Moe, the country's youngest and most brilliant professor of anatomy, had been proposing theories about the apocalypse ever since the first zombies appeared. He was also the one who suggested that zombies might evolve, a theory that was soon proven true. Because of this, his words carried great authority. So, you're saying she really is a zombie? Lu Xiao didn't even know what he was disappointed about. His voice grew heavy. Suzubai and the others looked at Xiangyang with regret in their eyes. It was rare to meet someone so interesting. Was she really a zombie? Everyone knew that zombies never had good endings. Seeing their reluctant expressions, Moe smiled teasingly. Can't bear to part with her? Feeling sorry for her already? Xiangyang waved his hand. We're fine, but look at Lu Xiao. He looks heartbroken. After all, they've spent a few days together. Lu Xiao's face darkened immediately. I'm not. I didn't. Moe raised an eyebrow and looked playfully at Xiangyang, who had just woken up on the bed. Hey, little beauty, did you hear that? Lu Xiao doesn't feel sorry for you at all. Lu Xiao stiffened in surprise. When had she woken up? Xiangyang listened blankly, her face expressionless. After crying so hard earlier, she had used up all the moisture in her body, so now she couldn't cry even if she wanted to. She turned her stiff head toward Lu Xiao and opened her mouth sadly. Caw-caw with her slow movements and the deep tone of her voice, she looked like someone who had been deeply hurt and now found life meaningless. Lu Xiao. But Moe changed the topic. It's hard to confirm if she's an advanced zombie. If she could talk, things would be much easier. Lu Xiao narrowed his dark eyes. What do you mean? Moe led them to another room. The view inside was hidden by a sheer curtain. As curiosity filled their faces, Moe pressed a button. Suzubai. Whoa. Lei Xiangyu. Whoa. Xiangyang walked up slowly, hand in his pockets. Can you two calm down? Don't act like you've never seen anything before. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw what was inside the lab and couldn't help blurting out the same word. Through the thick glass, they saw someone inside the isolation room. It was hard to say if he could still be called human. His condition was similar to Xiangyang's. On the surface, he looked normal, no decayed wounds, no sharp teeth, no bulging eyes, but it was clear at a glance that he wasn't an ordinary person. What shocked them most were his ears. Pointed, like an elf's, or perhaps like a fox's. He was sitting in a chair, awkwardly practicing his ability. He used to be a spirit fox keeper. After the virus outbreak, one of the foxes bit him. Luckily, he was awakening his power at that moment, so he became what he is now. Suzubai asked curiously, "An advanced zombie?" Maui shook his head.
No.
Aside from his appearance, he's just like a normal person. The report came in yesterday. He's classified as a mutant virus carrier, or MVC for short. Lu Xiao asked, "How long have you been observing him?" "More than a month." "Any unusual behavior?" Moe adjusted his glasses and shook his head.
None.
He thinks like a human, shows no aggression, and his ability is electricity. During observation, he even helps power the generator every day. Suzubai leaned closer to the glass, staring at the young man inside the isolation room. He muttered softly, "Why do I feel like he's stronger than we are?" "Don't worry about getting bitten. In the world of zombies, you're strong and fearless, protected by special powers and full of buffs. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore." Moe looked at the group and smiled. If we ignore physical limits, that's true. The topic returned to Xiangyang. The difference is that the pretty zombie can't talk. That's an obvious sign. If you keep her at the base, you'll need to observe her for at least 2 months, maybe longer. "Boss, are you really leaving? Just for that pretty zombie?" Since ancient times, heroes have always struggled when it comes to beauty. Well, Lu Xiao can't resist a pretty zombie. A vein popped on Lu Xiao's forehead. "The mission's done. If you're bored, go home. Stop talking nonsense. It's annoying." Suzubai shook his head sadly. 4 of us came out, but only 3 are going back. How does that make sense?" Lu Xiao's face darkened. It sounded like they thought he was going to die out there. He snapped, "Then come with me."
Xiangyang hesitated.
"Do you really have to leave the base?" Lu Xiao looked helplessly at the quiet zombie girl in the passenger seat. Her information was reported as soon as we entered the base. If we stay, they'll either send people to take her away, or she'll have to stay with them away. 2 months. Do you think she'll still be in one piece when I get back? Xiangyang. In one piece. Should I be thanking you for that?
Sunnuntait setai mun shedona kompresed diskoit.
So, are you taking her home? Lu Xiao glared at him like he'd lost his mind. Do I look like I have time to escort a zombie home? Then where are you taking her? Did you get another mission? Lu Xiao pulled out an old-style phone. The large, bold text on the screen was easy for Xiangyang to read. Guard the Huarong 3 warehouses until the 7th team arrives. Signed, Ability Command Center. After Xiangyang finished reading, Lei Xiangyu and Suzubai both turned to look at him at the same time. His face looked terrible. The zombie virus had broken out violently and spread quickly. The person in charge of the East China region managed to protect a few nearby food warehouses in the shortest time possible. But in the past few days, as the zombies began to evolve, the first and second warehouses in Huarong had already fallen. Only the third warehouse was barely holding on. Suzubai grabbed Lu Xiao's arm. Who gave you this mission?
Lu Xiao pulled his hand back.
Who cares who gave it? This place is the closest to Huarong's third warehouse. Suzubai spat angrily, his eyes dark and cold. It's not that we don't want to go, but why give the order to you alone? They know we're close friends. Giving you the mission is the same as giving it to all of us. Lei Xiangyu's eyes also turned cold. They give points to only one person but expect all 4 of us to do the hard work. What a clever plan.
Xiangyang spoke calmly.
Was it Qiyang who gave the order? Qiyang was the deputy commander of the B1 area in East China and also their former classmate. 2 months ago, during summer break, Suzubai had returned home from studying abroad. Xiangyang and Lu Xiao had just started their company, and Lei Xiangyu was on leave from the army. The 4 of them were close friends and finally had time to meet for a drink. They drank until they could barely stand, never imagining that when they woke up, the world would be completely different. Later, Lei Xiangyu received an internal warning. telling his friends to stay home and not go out. Soon after, zombies filled the streets, and each of them discovered they had special abilities. A month later, a nearby city established a base. Lei Xianyu was assigned to the base's ability user defense team, and the others decided to join him. Together, they became a small squad under the East China region's command. Qiyang, their high school classmate, had a past conflict with Liu Xiao. As the young deputy commander of the B1 area, he often made things difficult for them. Just like this time, the task was clearly assigned to 4 people, but only Liu Xiao received the message. The others didn't get it, so their names weren't recorded, and they couldn't earn any points. It was basically a waste of effort. Suzubai angrily opened the car door and sat down hard, his short silver hair trembling with the movement. Lei Xianyu and Xiangyang exchanged a glance and got in as well. Xiangyang looked at Suzubai, who was puffing his cheeks and staring out the window, and smiled as he took a piece of chocolate from his bag and handed it over. Come on, this kind of thing has happened more than once. Why are you still so upset? After the world ended, food became scarce, and treats like chocolate were especially tempting. Suzubai couldn't resist and took it. As he unwrapped it and broke off a piece, he muttered irritably, if the world hadn't ended, someone like Qiyang wouldn't even stand a chance against me. I could have easily outdone him on my own. The car fell silent. It was true. None of them came from ordinary families. Especially Liu Xiao, whose background was the most powerful and also the most secretive. Unfortunately, when the disaster first struck, both of Liu Xiao's parents disappeared, and even his uncle and aunt lost contact. No one knew where they were now. If it weren't for his close friends staying by his side, Liu Xiao might have lost his mind. A piece of chocolate was passed from behind. Liu Xiao glanced at it, about to say he didn't want any, when he noticed the little zombie girl staring at him with bright, eager eyes. Liu Xiao asked, "Do you want the chocolate?" Xiangyang made a small sound in response. She had stored plenty of food in her space, but since staying with Liu Xiao these past few days, she hadn't dared to reveal it. She hadn't eaten well, and it made her quite unhappy. Liu Xiao looked into the rearview mirror. "Give it to her," he said. Suzubai, now distracted, leaned forward and handed the chocolate to Xiangyang. Xiangyang was a polite little zombie girl. She accepted the item, nodded modestly, and made a soft clicking sound to say thank you. Suzubai watched in surprise as she put the chocolate into her mouth. Do zombies even have a sense of taste? No, but she's an exception, isn't she? At first, Xiangyang couldn't taste anything. Later, she often felt hungry, but when she saw people outside, she couldn't bring herself to bite them. She thought they looked dirty. So she only drank the well water stored in her space. After drinking it for a while, she seemed to start tasting a little flavor. Xiangyang squinted her eyes in delight as she crunched on the chocolate, catching Liu Xiao's attention. Do you like chocolate? Yes, Liu Xiao could already understand what the little zombie meant from her tone. Old Xiao, you said she can't talk, but can she write?
Suzubai leaned closer.
If she can write, then we could talk to her normally. Liu Xiao paused. He hadn't tried that yet. Do you have paper and a pen? Suzubai quickly took some from his bag and handed them over. Xiangyang looked at the paper and pen, then slowly turned her head to look out the window. Her fingers were stiff and not flexible enough to hold a pen. Liu Xiao took the items back, looking unsurprised. Looks like she's still illiterate. A few quiet laughs filled the car. Xiangyang grew furious and turned to glare at Liu Xiao. Ka. You're the illiterate one. What age is this? Of course she can write. Her fingers just don't move well, and she's too lazy to try. Ka. And besides, have you ever seen such a pretty illiterate? Ka. You annoying humans, I could just bite you. Suzubai saw the little zombie's angry face. What did she say? Liu Xiao lifted his eyelids slightly. No idea, but it probably wasn't very nice. Ka. Of course it wasn't. I was scolding you. With Xiangyang, the lively little zombie, the ride was no longer boring for the group. The sound of the bus halfway through the trip attracted many zombies, but they were easily left behind. They were heading to Huarong Warehouse number 3, taking the national highway. At the beginning of the outbreak, the highway was packed with vehicles. Since the river ran beneath it, the authorities had cleared the zombies from the road to ensure safe travel for survivors and those with special abilities. The abandoned cars had been burned to ashes, and even though the road had since been repaired, the blackened, damaged fences still showed traces of destruction. The whole city looked like a place in ruin. After leaving the highway, they reached the city center. It had once been the most crowded area, and it was also the first to fall, so countless zombies were trapped there. Even in broad daylight, when the zombies moved slower, the sight of them swarming toward the vehicle made everyone's skin crawl. Suzubai rubbed his palms together, his fingers brushing against a sharp tang sword, which crackled with electricity.
Stop here.
I'll get off. Lu Xiao grunted in response and slowly stopped the car. Suzubai rolled out through the window, swung his sword, and cut down several zombies in one swift motion. Lei Xiangyang wasn't idle either. He pressed a button beside his seat, and the roof of the modified off-road vehicle opened. With a cigarette between his lips, he reached for the machine gun handle and fired several bursts, clearing the zombies blocking their way. It was Xiangyang's first time seeing the team fight together. Curious, she peeked at Xiangyang, who was the only one not moving. Noticing her gaze, Xiangyang shrugged and spread his hands. I don't have any special powers. The little zombie girl gave him a look of mild disdain. What a burden. Xiangyang. At that moment, he finally understood why old Xiao was always so sharp-tongued with her. She really could be a handful. He pouted. Don't look down on me. You don't have any powers either. The little zombie girl raised her eyebrows proudly and made a few cheerful sounds.
Who said she didn't?
She had a huge storage space filled with supplies, enough for a lifetime. Although Xiangyang couldn't understand her words, the confident look on her face was enough to make him admit defeat. Before Xiangyang could feel discouraged, Lu Xiao quietly said, "What are you so proud of? At least he's still human." Xiangyang froze for a moment, then roared angrily at Lu Xiao. Grr. So, what if he's human? Are you looking down on me because I'm a zombie?
Grr.
This annoying human is making little Mei furious. Grr. I'll get you. Xiangyang burst out laughing at how angry Xiangyang had become. Keep showing off. Old Xiao helps me, but not you, haha. Little Mei the zombie felt wronged. She had been a homebody when she was alive and had few friends, and now, as a zombie, no one stood up for her. She slumped sadly in her seat and stopped growling. After Suzubai and Lei Xiangyang cleared the road ahead, they returned to their seats. Suzubai looked curiously at Xiangyang, who seemed heartbroken. What did you guys do to little Mei? Xiangyang was in an unusually good mood. He had no special powers and didn't want to live an ordinary life in the base, so he trained hard. His skills were far better than most people's, and he was allowed to join the team of ability users. Every time he saw his teammates freely using their powers, he would fall silent. Today was no different. He had been watching Suzubai swing his sword and release lightning, feeling a bit envious, when little Mei interrupted his thoughts. Suzubai leaned forward and poked Xiangyang's shoulder. What's wrong?
Who upset you?
Little Mei turned her head stiffly, her sad eyes resting on Lu Xiao for a few seconds. Old Xiao, did you hurt her feelings again? Lu Xiao's face darkened. Why did it sound like he was some kind of heartbreaker? No, she was teasing Xiangyang for not having powers, so I said she's not even human. Hearing that, Xiangyang opened her mouth again with a pitiful growl. Gore, that's exactly what happened.
Suzubai Said.
Old Xiao, that was a bit harsh. How could you say that to little Mei? Gore. Exactly. How could you say that to a girl? Lu Xiao pressed his lips together, saying nothing. He was telling the truth. You should say it like this. Suzubai thought for a moment. Even if you're not human, I still wouldn't dislike you. Dislike?
Xiaomei stiffened in anger.
Kaka. You think I care if you dislike me? Kaka. I live comfortably at home, eat well, sleep well, and enjoy my days just fine. Suzubai asked Lao Xiao. What is she saying? Lu Xiao replied, not sure, but it sounds pretty rude.
Suzubai nodded. Oh.
Kaka. Put me down, I want to go back. Xiangyang patted the car window and looked at Lu Xiao, the little gold chains on her dress jingling. Suzubai asked, she wants to get out? Lu Xiao paused but didn't stop the car. Kaka. Stop the car. Seeing that Xiaomei was opening the window, clearly planning to jump out, Xiangyang smiled. Hey, don't be reckless. If you jump now, you might end up in pieces. Xiangyang insisted on leaving. She didn't want to stay with this group of annoying men any longer. My fault, Lu Xiao suddenly said, turning the steering wheel and glancing at her. We didn't mean to look down on you. Suzubai just has a strange way of expressing himself. Suzubai was speechless. A man who studied abroad, and they said he had no manners? But seeing that Xiaomei was still angry, he lowered his head and apologized. Yes, my fault. I said the wrong thing. No one dislikes you. Xiangyang huffed, stopped moving, and turned away with a proud, elegant air. She was still fuming inside. After all the commotion, they finally reached their destination. Suzubai shook his head and sighed. It's really more fun with Xiaomei around. For once, everyone agreed. But none of them knew that Xiangyang was already planning how to escape. No way was she staying. Once this mission was over, those men would return to the base, and she'd be dragged into experiments. She wasn't that foolish. The Hwarong No. 3 warehouse was located in the suburbs, where the population was not very dense, so the food there had not been contaminated. When Lu Xiao and his team arrived, there were guards on duty, but they were all ordinary people, not ability users. The person in charge came forward to meet Lu Xiao. After confirming their identities, he explained the situation. All the workers in the warehouse had turned into zombies, but they had already been dealt with. A level 2 zombie appeared outside the city. It had some leadership ability and led a group of level 1 zombies to attack yesterday afternoon. Fortunately, we had enough equipment. Lu Xiao nodded and glanced at the large grain silos not far away. Good work. You can withdraw now. The zombies at the intersection of National Highway A have been cleared. If you move quickly, you won't need to get out of the vehicle again. The person in charge nodded. Thank you. He then waved his hand, signaling his team to hurry up. The huge warehouse doors were tightly closed. Lei Xiangyu stood at the entrance with a submachine gun, looking confident and telling his teammates to go inside and have a good meal first. Food was scarce, and one person's points were never enough to feed several people. Whenever they received a task like this, everyone would pack as much as they could, filling their bags until they could barely lift them. Over time, they had all become experts at packing, stuffing their bags so full that not even a pen could fit inside. The warehouse covered more than 1,000 square meters, filled with all kinds of supplies. Lu Xiao knelt on one knee, packing items into his bag. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Xiangyang standing there blankly. With a small smile, he picked up a pink maternity backpack, filled it to the brim, and placed it on Xiaomei's back. The heavy bag almost made Xiaomei lose her balance. She looked at Lu Xiao in disbelief. Gah! Are you really a man? How could you make a girl carry such a heavy bag? Still kneeling and packing, Lu Xiao replied without looking up, there's a lot of chocolate inside. Kao. In that case, it's fine. Xiangyang wandered around with her heavy backpack, and Lu Xiao didn't stop her. The warehouse was tightly surrounded on all sides, so it wasn't easy to leave anyway. While she was walking around, Lu Xiao casually handed her a huge lollipop. Take your time eating it. The little zombie girl looked at the candy with dislike.
Ugh.
Who eats durian flavor? Hearing her complaint, Lu Xiao replaced it with another one. Strawberry flavor. Do you like it? Xiangyang sniffed carefully and caught a faint strawberry scent. It smelled nice. So she took the lollipop, swung her backpack, and wandered off again. Not far away, Xiangyang, who was gathering daily supplies, noticed her. Hey, Lu Xiao, you're treating that little zombie pretty well. Aren't you afraid she'll run off? Lu Xiao just gave a non-committal reply. His sense of smell was sharp. As long as she had the lollipop, he could easily tell where she was. In a way, it was like an invisible leash. Xiangyang licked her lollipop as she strolled around. When she reached the snack section filled with chips and cookies, She couldn't resist touching one of the huge boxes. Instantly, the entire shelf emptied. Startled, she glanced around like a guilty thief to check if Lu Xiao had noticed. Seeing that no one had, she quickly slipped away. Next, she wandered into the daily goods section and, as before, quietly stored everything she liked into her space. It felt just like shopping, and the little zombie was in a great mood. After about half an hour, everyone's backpacks were full, and they gathered at the entrance. Following the scent of the lollipop, Lu Xiao found the little zombie. She was standing in front of a mirror, carefully putting on lipstick. Lu Xiao. This little zombie sure had a thing for lipstick. But the sight was amusing, so Lu Xiao couldn't help taking out his phone and snapping a picture. Startled by the sound of the camera, Xiangyang's hand slipped, and the lipstick went crooked. She looked at the cracked corner of her mouth and glared at Lu Xiao in frustration. Just then, Lei Xiangyu's voice came from the doorway. "Old Xiao, Xiangyang, Xiaomei, come out quickly, someone's here." "Someone coming at this hour?" The group exchanged glances and quickened their pace. As they turned the corner toward the entrance, they saw several people in black uniforms rushing in. The letters DH were printed on their chests. DH stood for the East China Command Headquarters. So these people were from the headquarters. What were they doing here? Lu Xiao and Xiangyang exchanged a look and quietly tightened their grip on the bags in their hands. "Lu Xiao, long time no see." The group of ability users spread out, revealing the man behind them. Well, it was someone they knew. Qiyang had sharp features, a tall and lean build, and a calm, refined air. In ancient times, he would have been considered a true gentleman. But who would have thought that someone like him could secretly make trouble for others? "Well, look who it is, our great Commander Qi. What brings you here?" Suzubai said lazily as he walked up to him. "It's been a while. You've grown quite a bit." Lei Xiangyu and Xiangyang couldn't help but laugh, and even Lu Zhao's eyes showed a faint smile. Qiyang's face darkened at Suzubai's teasing. "Suzubai, you'd better watch your mouth." Suzubai just smiled without replying. It wasn't surprising that Suzubai mocked him. Qiyang was only in his 20s, but to appear more serious and authoritative, he always slicked his hair back with shiny oil, showing off a wide forehead that made him look like a man in his 30s trying too hard to seem successful. Realizing that his anger only made him look foolish in front of them, Qiyang closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and quickly calmed himself. He looked at them coldly and said, "Do you have any idea that this mission is SS level?" As soon as those words were spoken, Lu Xiao and the others turned pale. Protecting the grain warehouse was actually an SS level mission? The Ability User Task Center usually ranked missions as A, B, C, D, S, and SS. The further down the alphabet, the harder the mission. Normally, protecting a grain warehouse was a B-level task. Even Lu Zhao's mission to track a level 2 zombie was only B-level. So why was this warehouse mission rated so high? Xiangyang frowned and asked the question.
Qiyang smiled.
"Haven't you heard about what happened at the Fuho warehouse in the South China region?" Fuho warehouse, like Huarong warehouse, was a massive storage site. Last month, the Ability User Center issued a mission there after discovering mutated fungi. Ability users were sent to investigate. They didn't take it seriously. After finding the fungi, they handled it carelessly and packed it up without caution. On the way back, some of the mutated fungi fell to the ground and were eaten by a dog. That was when animal mutations began. Mutated animals were far more dangerous than zombies. A single zombie dog wiped out the entire team of ability users sent on that mission. Because of that incident, the warehouse protection missions were reclassified. Some remained B-level, while others were raised to SS level. Normally, B-level warehouse protection missions were lenient. Teams often took a few supplies for themselves, and the higher-ups usually turned a blind eye. In the apocalypse, ability users were always the first to face danger. Taking a little extra wasn't a big deal, as long as it wasn't excessive. Also, warehouse protection missions were rarely given to those with spatial abilities, since they could easily empty the warehouse and disappear. For SS-level warehouse protection missions, however, the center created strict new rules. The two most important ones were 1. Ability users were not allowed to enter the warehouse without permission. 2. They were forbidden from taking anything from the warehouse. Anyone who broke these rules would have all their points erased and be expelled from the team. It was clear that Lu Xiao's group had broken the rules. Lu Xiao's face darkened as he glanced at the mission details, then looked coldly at Qiyang. There's no SS-level mission written here. Qiyang walked over with a smile. Isn't there? As he spoke, he closed the mission page and opened his chat with Lu Xiao. Just a few minutes ago, Qiyang had sent a new folder. It looked the same as the one from the mission center, but when you scrolled to the bottom, there was a small line of text. Mission level. SS Suzubai saw this and was so angry he almost lost control. Did you do that on purpose? We had already packed everything when you sent it. Lu Xiao closed the page. So, what exactly do you want? Qiyang looked innocent. What do you mean, what do I want? You're the ones who broke the rules. Suzubai clenched his teeth in anger. He couldn't stand Qiyang's smug face and wanted to punch him.
Xiangyang stayed calm.
It was an accident. But Qiyang didn't think so. He had done it on purpose. He couldn't stand Lu Xiao and wanted to get this whole team kicked out of the ability users group. If they didn't survive outside, even better. Otherwise, with their skills, they would soon rise to the top. Besides, he knew why Lu Xiao, who was clearly talented, chose to stay as the leader of a small, ordinary team. It was because he wanted to use the Ability Center's huge database to find his family. Before the world ended, Qiyang had always been overshadowed by Lu Xiao. He refused to live under him again. He would never let Lu Xiao get what he wanted. Qiyang took a step back, sneering at them. Anyway, you broke the rules. I'll report it truthfully. Just wait for your points to be cleared and for you to be kicked out. Before he could finish, a cold gun barrel pressed against his temple. Xiangyang said, lazy, don't do anything rash.
Susevais chautit, Xiangju.
Only Lu Xiao's eyes stayed dark and unreadable. From behind Qiyang came Lei Xiangyu's deep, cold voice. Qiyang, you're not really against Lu Xiao, are you? You're against me, right? Qiyang clenched his fists tightly, speaking so intensely that he didn't even notice someone approaching. Around him, several ability users had already gathered energy in their hands, waiting for Qiyang's command. Qiyang signaled them to stay calm. If they really started fighting, they might not win. He said coldly, Lei Xiangyu, don't lose your nerve, or you'll never find your sister again. Those words struck Lei Xiangyu deeply. The mention of his sister was his greatest weakness, and Qiyang's words were like touching a tiger's tail. You know I'm looking for my sister. Then why are you doing this? Lei Xiangyu roared, his eyes red with anger and pain. Before the world fell into chaos, Lei Xiangyu had served in the military, but his father, Lei Dingjin, was a businessman, and the Lei family was very wealthy. It was said that merchants often cared more about profit than feelings. Lei Xiangyu's mother came from a well-educated middle-class family. She was kind and gentle, but she was deceived by Lei Dingjin, who already had a wife and daughter. She became pregnant and gave birth to Lei Xiangyu, only for Lei Dingjin to disappear afterward. Heartbroken, she struggled to raise her son alone. Later, Lei Dingjin somehow found out about them and forced both mother and child to return to the Lei family. A few years later, another child, a girl, was born. Not long after, Lei Xiangyu's mother, suffering from deep sadness, passed away, leaving behind her son and daughter. At that time, Lei Xiangyu was still young and had been misled by the Lei family. He didn't realize that his mother's death was caused by his father. Only when he grew older did he understand the truth, why his father had brought them back, and why he had a younger sister. Lei Dingjin's first wife had always been in poor health and had given birth to a daughter with a serious genetic illness. To save that daughter, Lei Dingjin needed organ transplants and blood from a compatible donor. So he targeted Lei Xiangyu's family. Since Lei Xiangyu was his only son, he forced the mother and son to return, and later had another daughter, Lei Xiangyu's sister. That sister had been brought into the world only to serve as a living donor. When Lei Xiangyu was 15, he already knew the truth. Calmly, he told Lei Dingjin that he wanted to train at the military base, because that was the only place Lei Dingjin's money couldn't reach. Lei Tingjin agreed right away, without any suspicion. Later, Lei Xiangyu met Lu Xiao, Su Zibai, and the others. With their help, he took his younger sister and escaped from the Lei family. From then on, the siblings depended on each other. A year ago, when the apocalypse began, the two lost contact. Lei Xiangyu and Lu Xiao then formed a team of people with special abilities. They used the database of the Ability Center to search for his sister, while taking missions outside to try their luck. But Qiyang's actions were cutting off all his chances. Qiyang, I'm warning you, if you really report this, I swear you won't last 3 days. Lei Xiangyu's roar made Qiyang's ears ring. Instead of fear, Qiyang felt a strange excitement. Destroying their hope gave him a twisted sense of satisfaction. He was sure Lei Xiangyu wouldn't dare to act, so he smiled with a hint of arrogance. Go on then, Lei Xiangyu. Do it now, or else. Before he could finish, everyone's old-style communication device suddenly vibrated. It was an alert, a warning from the center. That meant there were at least 1,000 level 1 zombies nearby, or dozens of level 2 ones, or even mutant creatures or plants. Whatever it was, it would be dangerous. The ground began to shake. Outside, a guard with special powers screamed, then was suddenly thrown into the warehouse. A thick branch had pierced through his body, leaving him lifeless. Everyone gasped. A level 3 mutant vine? How could there be vines here? We don't have any wood-type ability users. How can we fight this? Since the apocalypse began, mutant plants had proven even harder to deal with than zombies. They had no hearts and no weaknesses. The only way to fight them was to use special powers to burn or strike the plants with lightning until they turned to ash. If it was only a level 1 or level 2 mutant plant, the ability users could work together to destroy it. But a level 3 vine was different. Its roots were as thick as 3 adults standing arm in arm, and countless small tendrils moved around it. The tendrils were covered in thorns, and when they attacked, they spread out like a storm of arrows. Anyone struck by them would turn into a zombie within seconds. Without a wood-type ability user, it was almost impossible to deal with. Xiangyu, Lu Xiao called in a low voice, his eyes searching for Xiaomei. He didn't even know why he was thinking about her at such a dangerous moment. Maybe it was because Xiaomei was a bit slow and clumsy, and he was worried she might get hurt by accident. And what was Xiangyang doing? She was thinking about how to escape. Now was the perfect time. If she didn't run now, when would she? The situation had changed so suddenly, but everyone still knew what was most important. The gun pressed against someone's temple was finally lowered, and the danger was gone. Qiyang let out a quiet sigh of relief. He gave the group a cold look, then waved his hand to gather all the ability users in the warehouse and lead them outside. Lu Xiao put down his backpack, exchanged a glance with Lei Xiangyu, and followed them out. Xiangyang saw everyone leaving the warehouse. She didn't know whether to follow or stay. The only exit was guarded by 2 ability users. What if they attacked her the moment she showed up? So she found a safe corner to hide in, waiting for the right moment to run without looking back. She took off the heavy baby bag from her back and sighed quietly. That man, he had packed so many things without thinking about how heavy it would be for her. Xiangyang crawled into a half-height shipping container. It was empty inside, and when she lay down, she looked perfectly still, almost like a dried-up figure from afar. Outside, Lu Xiao and Su Zibai gasped when they saw the level 3 mutant vine. The vine had burst through the flat ground, its thick roots reaching straight into the sky, at least as tall as a 3-story building. The small, wriggling vines surrounding them made all the ability users frown with worry. Without a wood-type user, dealing with this would be troublesome. Fortunately, they had a level 2 lightning user and a level 2 fire user. Since lightning and fire were naturally powerful elements, their users were among the best. They might be able to handle the level 3 mutated vines. Besides, the supplies in Huarong Warehouse Number 3 were marked as top priority by the central base, so they had to protect them at all costs. Qiyang narrowed his eyes at Lu Xiao, a faint trace of jealousy flashing in his gaze. He looked at the only 2 level 2 ability users present and ordered through clenched teeth, "What are you waiting for? Get moving. Do you need me to beg you?" Suzubai rolled his eyes and said impatiently, "What's the rush?" Old Xiao and Xiangyu are finding the vine's weak spot. Lu Xiao and Lei Xiangyu squinted, scanning the vines as if with X-ray vision. Level 2 users had far sharper eyesight than Level 1 users. Finally, their gazes locked on the same spot. Lightning and fire gathered in their palms, crackling and sparking. They exchanged a glance and attacked the vines at the same time. The vines were struck by lightning, their outer layer peeling away. Flames followed, burning the bright red inner roots. The vines trembled violently and let out a strange, baby-like cry. Seeing this, Suzubai quickly used his wind ability. Strong gusts blew, spreading the flames wider. Their teamwork was seamless. The other ability users joined in as well. The Earth-type user knelt on one knee, pressing a hand to the ground. Soon, the soil rose into a tall mound. The Water-type user extended a hand, sending a stream of water onto the soil. Mixed in the right ratio, the wet earth became sticky and firm, wrapping around the vines' sharp outer thorns and restricting their movement. Outside the warehouse, the Metal-type user spread his arms, activating his power. All the metal tools inside the warehouse lifted into the air. He exchanged a look with the telekinetic beside him. The telekinetic activated his power, and all the sharp knives, fruit knives, kitchen knives, floated into the air. The wind-powered ability user continued to use his power, lifting the knives higher and forming huge, swirling wind vortices that moved around the vines. The sharp blades kept cutting the vines, making them emit a sharp, piercing sound. The teamwork actually looked quite impressive, if only the zombies hadn't appeared. When the level 3 vine first let out that sound, it had already alerted the zombies 100 meters away. They wore nurse uniforms, white coats, and blue and white striped clothes. It was clear these zombies came from the nearby fallen hospital. Their faces were pale, with a sickly bluish tint, their eyes covered with a cloudy film, bulging and lifeless. Their bodies were dirty, stained with dark red dried blood. Some still had decayed flesh clinging to their faces and shoulders, surrounded by flies, giving off a strong smell of rot. They moved toward the warehouse, neither fast nor slow. Qiyang cursed under his breath, pulled a fire-powered ability user in front of him as a shield, then turned around and took out his old phone to contact headquarters, asking them to send another team to clear out the zombies. Just as he started to speak, someone suddenly crashed into his back, and the phone flew out of his hand. A zombie caught the scent of a living person on the phone and began biting it wildly, even injuring its own fingers without noticing. The phone was completely destroyed. Qiyang closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and turned around to see who had bumped into him. To his shock, the fire-powered ability user was already on the ground, twitching uncontrollably, clearly about to turn into a zombie. The one who had bumped into him was. Qiyang stepped back a few paces, his eyes falling on a zombie with strangely twisted limbs. The zombie moved quickly. Its eyes didn't bulge like those of ordinary zombies, and the thin film over them looked lighter than usual. Several ability users immediately surrounded Xiangyang to protect him. Not far away, Suzubai saw this and shouted, "That's a level 2 zombie. You deal with it first. We'll be done here soon." Hearing this, the ability users around Qiyang started to shift their focus. Qiyang panicked and shouted sharply, "Don't listen to him. I'm the deputy commander. You must protect me." He wasn't entirely wrong. Protecting the commander was part of their duty. But given the situation, and the fact that Qiyang himself had Earth-based powers, why was he so afraid? As the others moved to guard Qiyang, the level 2 zombie began walking toward them. Suzubai couldn't help but curse under his breath. That cowardly fool. How could someone like him be a commander? One day, he'd get himself killed in a swarm of zombies. Lu Xiao noticed what was happening. He pulled back one hand and turned his focus to the level 2 zombie. The moment he stepped away, the vine creature found an opening, slipped into the ground, and began crawling quickly toward the warehouse. Who said plants couldn't think? This level 3 vine had the intelligence of a young child. It understood how important the grain storage was to humans, so it decided to destroy it. Lu Xiao and the others soon realized what the vine was planning. After quickly finishing off the nearby level 1 zombies, he and Lei Xiangyu were about to deal with the level 2 one when they suddenly saw an ability user, frozen in fear, open the warehouse door. "Don't!"
Hey!
Lei Xiangyu and Lu Xiao shouted at the same time. But it was too late. The ability user and the level 2 zombie were both trapped inside. Within seconds, a terrible scream echoed from within. "Open the door," Lei Xiangyu said with a frown. If the level 2 zombie contaminated the supplies, it would be a huge loss. However, the others turned to look at Qiyang. The strength of the level 2 zombie had completely exceeded Xiangyang's expectations, and even he couldn't hide his fear. If the door was opened, what if the zombies rushed straight at her? Lu Xiao and the others definitely wouldn't help her. She gritted her teeth and said, "Don't open the door." Suzubai and the others rolled their eyes and muttered complaints. At that moment, Lu Xiao was still distracted, looking for little Mei's whereabouts. Suzubai also noticed. "Where's little Mei?" Their eyes turned toward the warehouse. Could she still be inside? No matter how chaotic it was outside, Xiangyang was sleeping soundly inside a container, even snoring, until a strong tremor suddenly woke her up. What's going on? She sat up stiffly and slowly crawled out of the container. Without noticing, her pretty dress got caught on a wire, tearing off a piece of fabric. Little Mei stared blankly at her torn dress and pouted. Not happy cracks had already appeared on the warehouse floor, and Xiangyang could barely stand steady. She slowly walked toward the door when she suddenly heard someone outside say, "The vines are looking for a place to hide. Once they recover, they'll come out again. Why don't we take this chance to blow up the warehouse? The supplies inside are already contaminated anyway. Blow it up?" Little Mei was shocked. She hadn't lived enough yet. She couldn't just die like this. As she was about to escape through the window, she suddenly noticed all the supplies in the warehouse. It would be such a waste if they were destroyed. So she waved her hand and quickly stored all the supplies into her space. Turning a corner, she suddenly came face to face with 2 pairs of bulging eyes. Yikes! Xiangyang took a step back. Crack that scared her half to death. The 3 zombies looked at each other, then went about their own business, some searching for humans, some looking for an exit, some collecting things, without bothering one another. In the huge warehouse, Xiangyang managed to store everything into her space in less than 5 minutes. Satisfied, she walked toward a window, only to find 2 tagalongs following right behind her. She looked at the 2 zombies with disgust.
Click.
"Don't follow me." The 2 zombies, as if they couldn't understand her, still trailed behind. Just as Xiangyang climbed onto the window, the main door burst open and several bombs were thrown inside. With a loud boom, the explosion sent Xiangyang flying through the air. The little zombie girl was blown away. She landed on the ground in a messy heap, limbs spread out like a rag doll. Before she could recover, someone suddenly lifted her up. Xiangyang's bright smile appeared before her.
Click.
"Why are you here?" Xiangyang looked at the disheveled little zombie girl and sent a message to Lu Xiao, saying that he had found her. "Lu Xiao asked me to find you earlier. Where have you been?" Xiangyang lay motionless on the ground, her ears still ringing from the explosion. "Couldn't they have warned me first? I almost went deaf." Seeing her dazed expression, Xiangyang sighed helplessly. "Let me help you up. By the way, you don't smell strange, do you? You look kind of heavy. I wonder how much you weigh." The little zombie girl instantly flared up, even more than the bomb had. She jumped up quickly, covered in dirt and soot, and snapped back at him. "Click, click, click. You're the one who smells strange. Click, click. I'm very light." Seeing her full of energy, Xiangyang finally relaxed. "Come on, let's get in the car." Xiangyang didn't move. The warehouse behind her had been blown to pieces, and all the ability users were attacking the vines underground. Wasn't this the perfect chance to escape? Her eyes darted around, thinking fast. Xiangyang's calm voice came from beside her. "Don't bother trying to run." The little zombie girl froze.
Click.
"How did you know?" Xiangyang smiled faintly and handed her an old phone. On the screen was a message. Be careful. She might try to escape. That tone, it was clearly from Lu Xiao. Xiangyang's face darkened, and she let out a small, disdainful hum through her nose. Why were they looking for her? They weren't even the same kind of being. Humans and zombies were completely different. But in the end, Xiangyang still obediently got into the car. The only reason was that Xiangyang had scared her, saying that a large group of powered people were heading their way. If she tried to run, they would definitely catch her, and she might even be taken away for experiments. Little Mei didn't want to become a test subject. She sat in the car with a gloomy sigh. When she noticed some paper and a pen behind the seat, she picked them up and, with stiff fingers, slowly wrote a few crooked words. Hello, my name is Xiangyang. I want to leave. Polite and well-mannered, with even a self-introduction. Xiangyang took the notebook curiously. He was about to comment on how surprising it was that the little zombie could write when he saw the humiliated look on her face, and quickly shut his mouth. When he saw the name on the paper, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Pleasant Goat? Haha, why that name? Why not Beauty Goat instead? Little Mei the zombie and Beauty Goat had actually matched quite well. Xiangyang glared at him angrily and leaned closer, her stiff finger pointing at the last line.
I want to leave.
You want to leave? Xiangyang nodded hard.
Xiangyang loket puslet.
Why do you want to leave so badly? We haven't treated you badly. Xiangyang was stunned. Did that even need explaining? Because they weren't the same kind of being at all. She pointed at herself, then at Xiangyang, making two clicking sounds. Xiangyang surprisingly understood what she meant. He lazily tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. But Lao Xiao told me to keep an eye on you. I can't just let you go. Sensing a hint of hesitation, Xiangyang pitifully wrote on the paper again. I'm a good zombie. I've never hurt anyone. I don't want to be an experiment.
I'm scared.
It took her almost 5 minutes to write that short sentence. Xiangyang read it and fell silent for once. He started the car and drove down the empty road. Xiangyang didn't understand what Xiangyang meant, so she just sat quietly in the back seat. After about 5 minutes of driving, they reached a nearby street. Faintly, a few scattered zombies could be seen wandering aimlessly. With a soft sound of braking, the car slowly stopped by the roadside. Xiangyang looked at the street in confusion, then turned to Xiangyang. Xiangyang took a piece of chocolate from his pocket, tore open the wrapper, took a bite, and said without looking up, "Get out." When there was no movement from the back seat, he glanced at her through the rear-view mirror. Didn't you say you wanted to leave?
Huh?
Really? Happiness came so suddenly that Xiangyang could hardly believe it. Xiangyang glanced at his phone. Since you haven't hurt anyone, sending you to the lab would be too cruel. I'll give you a chance. Go now. I'm about to head BA. Before he could finish, he heard the car door slam shut. Xiangyang? That little zombie girl sure ran fast. No kidding, when freedom comes, even a second of hesitation would be disrespectful to herself. Xiangyang dashed into the alley, not even leaving a trace behind. Xiangyang lowered his head and sent a message to Lu Xiao. I let her go. She looked pretty pitiful. A few minutes later, Lu Xiao replied with an OK sign. Xiangyang drove back to the warehouse, but by then, a huge hole had been blasted open. From beneath the ground, a level 3 vine monster revealed its writhing branches, stirring up clouds of dust. It was the perfect time to attack. At Lu Xiao's deep command, action, all the ability users followed his order and launched their assault on the vines. Meanwhile, Qiyang stood by the ruins, his face dark. As the deputy commander of the East China B1 zone, he had never been content with being second in command. This time, he finally got a good chance for promotion, but he still managed to mess it up. If his father found out, he would definitely call him useless again. Qiyang clenched his fists and looked at Lu Xiao with a fierce expression. If only he were a level 2 ability user too. There are only 5 level 2 ability users in the entire East China base. If he could stand out, he wouldn't just get a deputy position. He glared at a few people with a sinister look, then turned and got into the car. About 10 minutes later, the vine branches stopped moving. They looked like they had been drained of nutrients, becoming dry, stiff, and motionless. Lu Xiao jumped out of the deep pit. He took a knife from his pocket and carefully cut along the veins on top of the vines. From a green liquid, he gently used a branch to extract a small, thumb-sized crystal core. The crystal core can be absorbed. Plant and animal crystal cores contain the most energy. Usually they are sent to the lab for experiments. Lu Xiao calmly put the crystal core into his pocket, ready to report back. The Huaron 3 warehouses were destroyed, and since this was an SS-level mission, he would definitely face punishment. Unsurprisingly, Qiyang would likely blame him for the punishment. This crystal core could just be used to offset that. Xiangyang had just parked the car on the side of the road. Passing by was Qiyang's car. Lu Xiao and the others quickly cleaned the dirt off themselves. Suzubai looked down and brushed the dust off his clothes, then suddenly exclaimed, "Where's Xiaomei? I haven't seen her for a while." Lu Xiao replied calmly, "Xiangyang let her go." Suzubai chuckled, "I didn't expect Xiangyang to be so caring." He then sighed regretfully and exaggeratedly shouted, "Without Xiaomei, there's no more fun." Just as they turned to walk towards Xiangyang's car, Lu Xiao suddenly stopped. Lei Xiangyu also stopped and took out a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it. With a faint cloud of smoke, he looked around with a puzzled expression.
"What's wrong, Lao Xiao?"
Lu Xiao walked to the edge of the ruins. Suzubai and Xiangyang, who were in the car, exchanged glances and then approached Lu Xiao. "What's wrong, boss?" When they reached him, they realized something was off about the ruins. The bombs thrown into the warehouse were newly developed by the base, infused with lightning abilities by the mutants. Naturally, their power was immense. Even the hardest materials would be shattered. Usually, the warehouse contained many supplies, so the explosion should have left more than just this small pile of ruins.
And
why are all these boxes just plain paper without any packaging? Even Suzubai, who was slow to react, noticed this. He carefully examined the debris and then withdrew his hand. He looked puzzled and hesitant. "We've all been inside the warehouse. There should be goods, right?" In this pile of half-human high ruins, there was no colorful packaging, only uniform brown paper boxes. It looked like the warehouse had been emptied, but they had clearly seen before that it was full of items. Lu Xiao, hands in his pockets, asked, "Besides that second-level zombie and the mutant, who else was in the warehouse?" They thought carefully and shook their heads. No one else. Lu Xiao's dark pupils seemed to swirl with thick ink. He hesitated and then asked, "Where did you find Xiaomei's body?" Xiangyang paused, squinting. "At the window. She was blown out when the bomb went off."
Suzubai looked surprised.
That Xiaomei really got lucky. She wasn't turned into a pile of scraps. Xiangyang looked confused. "Brother Xiao, what are you thinking?" Lu Xiao shook his head and tilted his neck to stretch. "Nothing. Let's go." Without the cracking sound of Xiaomei's body, the group felt the journey was long and boring. Suzubai looked out the window, sighing repeatedly. "Xiangyang, why did you let Xiaomei go?" "I never took you for a good person." Xiangyang silently handed him a notebook with Xianyang's writing. The above contains only 2 sentences. One is a self-introduction, and the other states a desire not to become an experiment subject. Suzubai saw the characters, Xiangyang, and reacted the same way as Xiangyang, laughing loudly and saying the same words. He joked, "It seems the boss brought Happy Sheep back to the lab, giving people psychological shadows, and they can't wait to run away." Lu Xiao looked at these characters and snorted. Such a silly name. It suits her well. But boss, what if we really find a way to cure the zombie virus from Xiaomei's body? Wouldn't it be a shame to let her go? Lu Xiao turned the steering wheel calmly. "Things are not as easy as you think. If we could find the solution from her, do you really believe she's a savior? With her silly look, she probably can't even eat a piece of bread hot." Suzubai burst out laughing. Xiangyang helplessly said, "Brother Xiao, your words are so harsh." They chatted and laughed, and soon arrived at the base gate. At this time, the special ability team on outside missions had mostly returned from various corners, so there was a long line at the gate waiting for security checks. As soon as they got out of the car, the ability's eyes focused on them. Look, it's Lu Xiao and the others. Are these the second-level abilities in our area? They really have a presence. I also want to become a second-level ability. Dream on. Ordinary people admire abilities, and abilities of higher rank are equally respected by those below. Lu Xiao and his team attracted a lot of attention, and the crowd automatically made way for them. Lu Xiao had no habit of cutting in line and patiently queued at the back. However, Suzubai stopped moving. Boss. He hesitated, even doubting whether he was seeing things. I think I saw Xiaomei's body. Lu Xiao was discussing with Lei Xiangyu about when to go to the data center, and he snorted at this remark. Are you out of your mind? Suzubai walked straight ahead, wanting to see for himself. Xiangyang also curiously peeked and looked surprised. Brother Xiao, it really looks like little Mei's corpse. Take a look. Boss, come over quickly and see, Suzubai shouted loudly in front. Lu Xiaoyang raised his eyebrows and strode forward. Lei Xiangyu threw away his cigarette, stomped out the butt, and followed to join the crowd. When Lu Xiao arrived, he realized Suzubai hadn't mistaken anyone. The girl in front of him, with a dirty face and looking like she had rolled in mud, was indeed little Mei's corpse. Her small dress was so dirty it was unrecognizable, and one of her shoes was missing. She was being held by the back of her neck, face full of anger and frustration. But what caught everyone's attention was the big gold chain around little Mei's neck. It looked heavy, probably weighing half a kilogram. Bright but tacky, Xiangyang and the others couldn't help but laugh. Lu Xiao raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Hello, sheep. We meet again. Are you missing me? Xiangyang was really unlucky. Her luck had never been this bad before. She was walking on the street when she saw a jewelry store and couldn't resist going inside. Just as she was happily trying on a gold necklace, some supernatural being suddenly appeared out of nowhere, tied her up without a word, and took her here. Little Mei was so scared. She finally escaped from danger, only to be brought back again. She almost cried out of anger. Captain Lu, the team of supernatural beings holding little Mei's corpse greeted Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Suzubai teased and asked Xiangyang what was going on and where she found her. We saw her at the jewelry store while on a mission. Suzubai. Jewelry store? Yes, at that time, the zombie was trying on a necklace. We watched for a long time and found it interesting, so we brought her back to see if we could take her to the lab for experiments. The psychic's answer was straightforward and harsh. Xiaomei's corpse was so scared she froze and didn't dare move. With a snap, tears started to fall again. Suzubai and Xiangyang just forced their smiles back in place. Lu Xiao, however, chuckled softly, his handsome face showing a hint of mockery. I told you. She's not even as good as a warm piece of bread when it comes to eating. Xiangyang looked at Lu Xiao with a sad, tearful expression. Then, with a loud crack, she started crying loudly. What kind of trouble did she get herself into? She was working at the company and got fired, stayed at home, and was bitten by a zombie, put on lipstick, and was then targeted by Lu Xiao. She finally escaped but was caught again, and now she was being mocked openly for not being as good as a warm piece of bread. She definitely didn't eat bread.
Xiaomei's corpse cried painfully.
The psychic holding her by the neck looked a little sympathetic and let go. Xiangyang sat on the ground, clutching the pink maternity bag Lu Xiao carefully picked out for her, and cried loudly, attracting many psychic onlookers. At this moment, Lu Xiao received a call from the psychic center, telling him to hand over the crystal core quickly, or he would face disciplinary action. Lu Xiao frowned slightly, feeling annoyed, and headed toward the base entrance. Suzubai was stunned and quickly asked, Boss, Xiaomei's corpse, are you not going to take care of her? Lu Xiao looked back in confusion. Xiangyang didn't let her go? We're not the ones who found her now, so how can we manage her? That made sense, but... Suzubai looked at Xiaomei's corpse, crying so sadly, and sighed helplessly. Just then, Lei Xiangyu, who was smoking a cigarette, came over. He squinted lazily and nodded at Xiaomei's corpse. Let her go. The psychics, including Xiangyang and Suzubai, looked at Lei Xiangyu with surprise. Su Zibai exaggeratedly scratched his ear. Did I hear that right? Our cold-hearted Captain Lei Xiangyu actually cares about someone? No, about a corpse? Looks like good looks make you popular everywhere. Lei Xiangyu scolded him with a laugh and kicked him. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Zibai felt the kick and said unhappily to Xiangyang, Am I talking nonsense? When has our Captain Lei ever cared about such things?
Xiangyang sruged, indifferent.
Since Lei Xiangyu said so, the psychics decided to let the person go. No, the corpse. This was the first time they allowed a living zombie to leave.
Mai's corpse cried uncontrollably.
When she suddenly learned she was being released, she couldn't believe it. In front of so many psychics, she could leave unharmed? No missing arms or legs. Is this world so friendly to zombies? Or is Mei just too charming, loved by everyone, so they didn't want to kill her or use her for experiments? Lu Xiao immediately saw what Mei was thinking and sneered, squatting in front of her. Hurry up and leave. If you get caught next time, you might really become an experiment. Xiangyang glared angrily at Lu Xiao. This big pig's trotter didn't save her and was now threatening her.
Snap.
She viciously bared her teeth at Lu Xiao. Are you afraid or not? Lu Xiao silently lowered his head, shoulders slightly trembling. Su Zibai and the others were right. Having Mei's corpse around made things more fun. But since Mei said she never bit anyone, Lu Xiao truly couldn't bear to send her to the lab. So let her go. Xiangyang initially thought Lu Xiao was trembling in fear, but then realized he was mocking her. She was instantly furious. She quickly stood up, glared fiercely at Lu Xiao, then turned and left. Su Zibai looked regretfully at the back of the little girl's body. I thought she was going to use a big move. Lu Xiao patted his body and stood up, still smiling faintly. If she could use a big move, she wouldn't have been caught. That's true. Just as Lu Xiao turned to head into the base, his eyes suddenly fell on the pink mother and baby bag on the ground. He picked up the bag, which felt very light, with nothing inside. Xiangyang touched her chin in confusion. I remember you filled it up for happy sheep, right? Lu Xiao nodded thoughtfully. This time, Xiangyang went into full meltdown mode. If she hadn't failed her second science test, Little Beauty would already be driving on the highway.
Xiangyang looked at the map.
From here to her home was over 300 kilometers. At her current fast pace, aside from her beauty sleep at night and her midday rest, it would take at least 3 or 4 days to get there. It's not too long, but not too short either. Anyway, Xiangyang had nothing urgent, so she decided to take her time walking. She definitely wouldn't get caught. Otherwise, like that big pig's trotter said, if she got caught in the lab, crying her eyes out wouldn't help. After planning her route, Xiangyang hummed a little tune and strolled along slowly. Passing by a 5-star hotel, she, inexperienced and naive, couldn't help but slip inside. The hotel lobby was full of corpses, with flies buzzing around now and then. Xiangyang waved her hand in disgust and tiptoed across. The zombies nearby turned to look at her, then, after a few seconds of dull staring, looked away again. Xiangyang entered an unoccupied presidential suite. When she opened the door, it was clean inside. Little Beauty was quite satisfied and made a clicking sound. In the bathroom, she saw her dusty, dirty face in the mirror and was stunned. She stiffly pulled at her lips, showing a disgusted expression. Why was she so dirty? After a few seconds, she couldn't wait to turn on the shower. Surprisingly, it still worked. Next, Xiangyang excitedly filled the bathtub with water, adding essential oils and dried flowers. After a simple rinse, she stepped into the tub. The water was a bit hot, and her whole body turned red from the heat, but she couldn't feel it, so she closed her eyes happily and enjoyed herself. Actually, she didn't have to go back home, since her house didn't have a bathtub. But going outside was always risky. With so many superpower people around, what if one day she wandered outside and got shot in the head? After thinking for a while, Xiangyang reluctantly got out of the bathtub to get dressed and leave. Suddenly, she heard the door handle turn. Hey, this room looks clean. Come quickly. Then, she heard hurried footsteps approaching. Xiangyang's eyes went blank in surprise. How could people be here so fast? She quickly dressed and looked around nervously. She noticed she could escape through the bathroom window, so she climbed out without hesitation. Just then, the group of people entered. "Look, the floor is still wet. It seems like someone was here," one of them said. "Who cares? I'm taking a shower first. I smell terrible," another replied. There were about 5 or 6 people in the group. One young man said he wanted to shower. He looked at the steaming bathtub and couldn't help but take off his shirt and step in. Suddenly, Xiangyang, who was struggling to cling to the wall, heard a loud, sharp scream from inside.
"Ah!"
"It's burning me to death." Xiangyang shivered in fear. She lost her balance and fell straight down from the air. This was the 7th floor. She was falling from the 7th floor. Xiaomei closed her eyes in despair. It was over. She was really going to become Xiaomei's victim this time. With a loud bang, she crashed onto a stretched Lincoln car and bounced slightly. The heavy gold chain around her neck almost knocked her out. Dazed, Xiangyang sat up and looked at her stiff, pale limbs still on the ground. She reached out and pinched herself. There was surprisingly no pain. Xiangyang was surprised and stood up quickly, then jumped a little. As expected of Ah Sang, his body is really strong. Xiangyang looked up at the 7th floor and saw that the group was just looking down. She hurriedly hid inside a shopping mall. During the daytime, the mall was not lit, making it look very dark. The zombies everywhere were making crackling sounds, and the goods inside had already been looted. Originally, Xiangyang planned to walk through the mall. But suddenly she saw a beauty salon. The salon had massage chairs. After hesitating for a moment, Xiangyang decided to go in and get a massage. Her body was too stiff. After falling earlier, she might have hurt herself internally, so she decided to relax her muscles with a massage. Next to the massage chairs was a beauty device. She could do beauty treatments and get a massage at the same time, very relaxing. So Xiangyang happily ran into the shop with a click sound. While the beautician was comfortably massaging with her eyes closed, a shadow suddenly covered her head. Special Ability User HD, B1 number 0320 Lu Xiao. Due to the failure of the Huairong 3 warehouses, grain storage monitoring mission, all points have been reset. Your account points balance. Su Zhe saw how dark Lu Xiao's eyes were and also gritted his teeth in anger, cursing. "Darn Qiyang. All the blame for the mission failure is on you, boss. Now, let's go find Qiyang and settle the score. Report everything about him giving us trouble before. I don't believe. There's no use looking for Qiyang." The punishment this time was directly issued by the central authority, Xiangyang said, looking at the reckless Su Zhe with some headache. "So, there must be something in the warehouse that we don't know about this time." Lu Xiao turned around and went back to the laboratory building. "I'll go ask." The others exchanged helpless glances and followed him upstairs. Moe seemed unsurprised by their arrival. "Xiangyang is right. Your task isn't just to guard the warehouse. The Huairong 3 warehouses detected a mutated regenerative bacteria. This bacteria is rare and valuable. When injected into a person, it can almost regenerate lost limbs. The person who gave the order is probably the commander of East China. As I know, his daughter went missing a year ago during the apocalypse. When she was found, she had lost an arm and an eye. And this shows the power of the high-level leaders in the base. They can give orders just to help their daughters regenerate lost limbs and eyes. Failing the mission and resetting points is not a small punishment. The group got into a vehicle. As it drove through busy streets, shopping malls, hospitals, schools, and large supermarkets, everything looked no different from before the apocalypse. After about half an hour, they arrived at a tall iron gate, over 10 meters high, even taller than prison gates. But who would have thought that behind this gate, it wasn't prisoners being kept, but people from another world? People are divided into different classes, and so is power and status. Before the apocalypse, some people were above others. After the apocalypse, the same is true, even in the base. Behind this iron gate live ordinary people, but not ordinary at all. The houses here are narrow, but the environment isn't particularly dirty or messy. The arrival of Lu Xiao and the others was like a noble arriving from the outside world, attracting many onlookers. They walked down the street, the sound of their military boots hitting the ground clear and loud. A small boy, about 4 or 5 years old, suddenly appeared from an alley. His collar was white from frequent washing, and he carried a strong smell of disinfectant. He excitedly ran up to Lu Xiao, his eyes shining brightly. "Uncle," seeing the boy, Su Zaibai smiled and quickly picked him up. "Xiaoyu, did you miss me?" Xiaoyu happily hugged Su Zaibai's neck and nodded vigorously. "Yes, I missed you so much." "Did you miss me too, uncle?" Su Zaibai exaggeratedly shouted. "Of course. I dream about Xiaoyu every night." Watching their close interaction, Xiangyang chuckled from the side. "So sweet and sticky. People who don't know might think you're father and son." Su Zaibai didn't mind and said, "If I had such a cute son, I'd be so happy I couldn't stop." Then, they entered a residential building. The space inside was even smaller, and the air still carried a faint smell of disinfectant. At the door, Xiaoyu broke free from Su Zaibai's arms and knocked loudly.
Mom. Mom.
"Uncle and the others are here." A woman opened the door after hearing the noise. It was expected that this house was home to a family of 3 or 4. However, in fact, there were more than 10 people living inside. Since the base was established, everyone had to undergo a blood and genetic test. During this process, geneticists discovered that some survivors, even if not bitten, could be indirectly affected by trace amounts of zombie virus in the air. People who were highly sensitive to the virus could even cause mutations just by smelling zombie blood from a distance. Although such individuals were rare, the base paid close attention to them, so an additional test was added: virus detection and control. This virus check was very strict, and those who didn't pass had to stay in the monitored area of the base. People who narrowly escaped death outside thought they would be safe once they entered the base, but they didn't expect to be placed in the quarantine area due to their weak physical condition. The narrow space in the quarantine area made it almost unbearable for them. The huge difference in living conditions made many want to leave the base. The base agreed to this. However, once they left, they could never step back inside the base again. Most of those who left had not yet reached a safe place when they smelled the zombie virus in the air and felt unwell, which led to them being attacked by zombies. Out of 20 people who went out, only 1 or 2 survived. Because of this, most people gave up on leaving. This room, only about 100 square meters, housed more than 10 people. It was bought by Lu Xiao using points. After Lu Xiao's parents mysteriously disappeared, many of the old acquaintances in the Lu family who had health issues moved into the quarantine area. So this room was bought for them. They all knew each other, which was better than living with strangers. A woman happily brought in a few glasses of water. "Since you haven't had time to change your clothes, is the situation outside very serious? We saw on TV that there are now second-level zombies." Another woman in the living room sighed along with her. "The situation is so serious, and we still don't know when the vaccine will be ready." Several men came out of the room, including Lu Zhao's cousin and his uncles. Hearing the conversation, they joined in. "It's not as easy as you think. Right now, medical supplies in the base are scarce, and it might take years. The vaccine they mentioned isn't a virus vaccine but a universal anti-epidemic vaccine for everyone in the base. Once developed, the quarantine area will no longer exist, and everyone will be free." Lu Xiao and the others didn't respond. Just then, Xiaoyu suddenly looked at them with curiosity. "Uncle, didn't you bring me any candies?" Xiaoyu's mother heard this and quickly stepped forward, covering Xiaoyu's mouth. She hurriedly apologized. "Children don't understand. He's just talking nonsense." Lu Xiao and the others looked serious. Aunt, I came here just to talk about this matter. My points have been reset to 0. Points reset to 0? Suddenly, the living room falls into silence. The abilities of the mutants are actually quite valuable, especially for second-level mutants like Lu Xiao and Lei Xiangyu. Sometimes, one person can be worth an entire mutant team. Otherwise, they couldn't support such a big family. Usually, every half month or month, Lu Xiao and the others would come to visit, bringing lots of food, drinks, and supplies. But now, with points reset, they came empty-handed. A woman named Ing Ant frowned slightly, looking worried. Did something happen? What about your life? What will you eat? A faint warmth flickered in Lu Xiao's eyes. Xiangyang still has some points to last a while. Ing Ant finally relaxed a little and smiled. That's good, that's good. Then she asked, are you worried about our food and clothing? You don't need to worry. I can just eat the supplies distributed by the base. After the apocalypse, food and medical supplies are the most scarce. The virus outbreak infected the land with blood, causing plants to mutate. The land almost can't grow crops unless in areas untouched by zombies. For the people in the guarded zone, the base naturally distributes food, mostly compressed biscuits. Eating them for a long time makes them hard to swallow. Lu Xiao looked with a hint of apology. It might be a bit tough for you for a while. I'll try to take on some missions soon. Ing Ant nodded silently. Be careful of danger. If it weren't for Lu Xiao, many of us probably wouldn't survive. After leaving the guarded zone, Suzubai was flipping through the main task list in the car. Most of the tasks posted are urgent requests for medical supplies. This task is very difficult and offers a lot of points. A few people have taken it several times, narrowly escaping from the hospital with medical equipment. However, the research team at the base said the equipment was damaged and unusable. They didn't think much and became extra careful when accepting similar tasks later. But they still said the equipment was broken. Although confused, they had to accept it until they found out the equipment was being used normally. This made them very angry. After some investigation, they discovered it was Suzubai's former enemies. At that moment, Suzubai's face fell. He immediately went upstairs and caused a big fuss. Only then did they transfer the points to Lu Xiao's account. After flipping through options, only a few medical equipment tasks remained. Suzubai, with a sour face, asked, are you taking it? Lu Xiao nodded. Yes. Just as Suzubai was about to click to accept, Lu Xiao suddenly said, wait a moment. We need to go out and gather some supplies first. Everyone nodded in agreement. Let's go to Huaxi Mall. They have a warehouse with complete supplies. I want to see if I can find some suitable clothes. Okay. Lu Xiao reached out from the car, and the sensor detected the bracelet, beeping softly. The iron door in front of them slowly opened. Look, she really doesn't seem to be afraid of pain. The girl's cheerful, sharp voice echoed clearly and sharply in the empty underground garage. She looked sweet and pretty, but her behavior was chilling. She was holding long, thin needles, inserting them into Xiangyang, who was tied up and unable to move. Xiangyang looked at the dense needles on her body, making noises of discomfort. She was getting beauty treatments, not doing anything harmful, so why did she end up with this nanny? She was Xiaomei's corpse, not Ziwei. Since Lu Xiao discovered her, Xiaomei hadn't had a good day. Now she was suffering in human torture. Xiaomei's body was both sad and upset, tears falling with a plop. A boy nearby saw this and felt a bit sorry for her. Yue, it's enough. Don't poke her anymore. It seemed that the boy and girl were a couple, both wearing matching outfits. Yue, who was giving injections, lifted her eyelids and looked at her boyfriend. She frowned and smirked with a mocking smile. What's wrong? Seeing her look so pretty, are you feeling sorry? The boy's eyebrows showed a hint of helplessness and impatience. I didn't mean that. Zhang Yue sneered coldly, raising her voice. You didn't mean that? You just think she's pretty. She's a zombie. Don't be so picky about her race. The boy stood up angrily. What are you talking about? I'm just worried she might attract other zombies. Zhang Yue looked coldly at her boyfriend. You think she's like you? Waving your hand can summon a bunch of people. You. Enough, a sharp voice interrupted their argument. It's late, stop fighting. There were 5 people here. Before the apocalypse, they were classmates, all from wealthy families. As for why they appeared in the underground garage, it was simply because they were looking for trouble. Their parents in the base could ensure they had food and clothing, but they wanted to play dangerous adventure games, risking their lives by sneaking out to see the world. Instead of seeing the world, they encountered a group of zombies, almost losing their lives. Now, as they entered the mall, they saw Xiangyang, who was doing beauty treatments. Thinking about what they had been through recently, they couldn't hold back their anger and vented on her with kicks, punches, and even stabbing her with a needle. If Xiangyang could feel pain, she might have fainted long ago. These young people were so vicious. The boy, who was shouting loudly, played with a military knife in his hand, squinting as he looked at Xiangyang. This zombie was completely different from the ones he had seen before, clean and tidy. If it had been before the apocalypse, she would have been a stunning beauty. It's a pity, really. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Time's getting late. Let's go quickly. Xiaomei thought she had escaped from a disaster. Suddenly, she saw Jiang Yue standing in front of her, coldly asking, "What should we do about the zombie?" The boy walked toward the stairs without looking up.
Kill it.
It's also a way to contribute to the country. Hearing this, Xiangyang looked up in disbelief. But suddenly, she was slapped directly in the face. "You wicked fox, why are you so pretty?" Jiang Yue muttered curses softly, her eyes full of hatred and malice. Someone unfamiliar might think they had a huge grudge. Seeing her friends leave and even her boyfriend not waiting for her, Jiang Yue clenched her teeth and pulled out a fruit knife, ready to stab it into Xiaoyang's head. Suddenly, a stone hit her wrist hard, causing the knife to drop with a sharp sound. Jiang Yue cried out in pain and looked cautiously toward the garage door, but it was backlit, so she couldn't see her face clearly. "Who's there?" At this moment, faint sounds of zombies clicking and shuffling came from somewhere in the garage. Judging by the noise, there were quite a few. Jiang Yue glared at Xiaoyang, then quickly picked up the knife and followed her friends. A shadow in the backlight slowly approached Xiaoyang, like a hero descending from heaven to save the day. Xiaoyang's little beauty corpse cried out in shock, then looked up to see Lu Xiao with a half-smile on his face. "Catching mice 3 times a day, you're busier than a cat chasing mice. TSK, such a heavy hand. Look at how badly little beauty is hurt," Suzubai sewed while sighing. Xiangyang looked at Xiaoyang's slightly swollen face with pity in his eyes. "If you had arrived a little later, you might not have seen little beauty anymore." After sewing, Lu Xiao glanced at the aggrieved little beauty and asked, "Why are you here?" A few minutes later, everyone saw some crooked writing on a piece of paper, and they couldn't help but laugh. Ling Yang smiled softly and said, "This is indeed something only a little beauty like her could do." Lu Xiao smoked a cigarette, the red tip hiding his faint smile. Xiangyang pouted, unhappy. "Snap, what's so funny?" The group entered the mall. Xiangyang obediently followed behind them, looking well-behaved. Earlier, they needed someone to watch over them, but now they didn't even need that. They just quietly followed along. Thinking about it, it was quite funny. Most supplies in the mall had been searched through, but they still found some food. Passing by a high-end jewelry store, the little beauty couldn't take her eyes off it again. The big gold chain around her neck had been thrown away by those bad people earlier, and she felt heartbroken. Suzubai saw her longing and turned to walk inside. Actually, he also wanted to get a watch to wear. Xiangyang immediately followed. Lu Xiao threw a cigarette on the ground and stepped on it lazily. Remember the kindness, forget the punishment. A few minutes later, Suzubai happily wore a watch, and Xiangyang was also pleased, looking down at her new necklace. The chain was thin and lighter than the previous one, but it had a big gold pendant, chosen by Suzubai. He said it suited her personality. It was a smiling Maitreya Buddha. As the saying goes, men wear guanyin, women wear Buddha. When she appeared, Ling Yang saw the Buddha pendant on her neck and said meaningfully, "It really suits you." As a zombie, not fighting back when hit, not shouting when scolded, and not biting when bullied by humans, what else could it be but a Buddha? She was practically the Maitreya Buddha of the zombie world. If all zombies were like this, humans wouldn't need to find ways. They would just have to face extinction themselves. After leaving the mall, they got into the car. Suzubai hesitated, looking at Xiangyang in the back seat. "Boss, what should we do with her?" he joked. "Boss, you've already saved little beauty. Why not just have her dedicate herself to you? What is she asking for?" Fortunately, Suzubai was just joking. Lu Xiao just inserted the key, then thought for a moment and got out of the car, gesturing for Xiaomei to come down as well. Xiangyang pretended not to understand his words, watching with a blank face. Lu Xiao almost laughed out of frustration. "Come out, I'll take you home." Xiangyang was surprised and immediately opened the door to get out. Suzubai, sitting in the passenger seat, leaned over and rolled down the window. "Xiao, are you sure you want to take Xiaomei home?" Lu Xiao nodded. "Last time, I passed by a big supermarket near her house. I'll buy some things and bring them back. Can you give me your empty bag?" Suzubai hurriedly took out 2 bags and handed them to him. "Why don't we go together?" Lu Xiao shook his head. "You guys go to the pharmacy and look for Xiaoyu's medicine." After a loud cough, Xiangyang finally remembered they still needed to find Xiaoyu's asthma medicine. The medicine at the base is very expensive. Every time they go out, they bring back medicine for Xiaoyu. "Then, see you at the base." Lu Xiao turned around lazily and waved his hand behind him. He found a nearby car, leaned down, squinting inside. Then he stood up, placing his palm on the window and lightly generating electricity. Cracks like tree branches spread across the glass, which shattered instantly. He bent down and got into the car, while Xiangyang still stood there, stunned. "Let's go," Lu Xiao said softly. He relaxed in the seat, his slender hand resting on the window edge, holding a gun, occasionally firing at approaching zombies. "Aren't you in a hurry to go home?" Xiangyang stepped back, suspiciously watching the man inside the car. Crack, are you that kind?" Lu Xiao sneered, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and placed it in his mouth, sizing up Xiangyang. A faint white smoke drifted from his mouth, carrying a husky, unclear sound. "If you are a little beauty, you should be careful." You said, "What is there to fear about a zombie like me?" Or, "Do you think I would be interested in you? Even if I am not picky, I would still find someone. So rest assured, I won't harm you." With a loud bang, the little beauty clenched her teeth and sat in the passenger seat. She is really a big fool. Even if she is a zombie, so what? With her beauty, she could easily attract many zombies. Lu Xiao unconsciously smiled slightly as he started the car with a cigarette in his mouth. The road ahead is 200 kilometers. If everything goes smoothly, it will take about 2 hours to reach. If not, just like now, a large group of zombies is blocking the way. Lu Xiao opened the car door, nudged his chin, and spat out his cigarette. "Get out and deal with it." Xiangyang sat stiffly in the passenger seat, then looked back. No one there.
Who was that man talking to?
"Go down and handle it." Xiangyang widened her eyes in surprise, looking at Lu Xiao.
"What?"
"She, the little beauty, is supposed to deal with those disgusting zombies? She definitely won't go." A hint of helplessness flashed in Lu Xiao's eyes. Then he got out of the car, pulled Xiangyang out of the passenger seat. He handed her a baseball bat and held a tang sword in his hand. Lu Xiao looked at the approaching zombies, moved closer to Xiangyang, pointed at their heads, and said, "Hit here. They will die completely. Hitting anywhere else won't work." As he spoke, Lu Xiao casually swung his sword, cutting off the heads of a few zombies that lunged at him. Understand. Only then did Xiangyang realize that the big fool was actually teaching her how to kill zombies. But she herself is a zombie. She can run rampant among the zombie horde. Why does she need to learn this? In the next second, Lu Xiao cast a cold glance at her. "Next time you encounter danger, you can escape on your own, whether it's a person or a zombie." Xiangyang was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the man in front of her. The tall, handsome man held a cigarette in one hand and a sword in the other, facing the zombies. His narrow black eyes carried a cold, sharp look. Is he teaching me self-defense skills? I must say, at this moment, Lu Xiao looked incredibly handsome in Xiangyang's eyes, truly stunning. "I hope the next time I see you, you're not just a dried-up corpse," she said.
Xiangyang.
That man really doesn't speak human language. Holding a baseball bat, Xiangyang skillfully and surprisingly agilely weaved through the zombie crowd, taking down all the blocking zombies. Finally, she stepped back successfully. She looked down at her beautiful dress, spotless and clean, and a proud smile appeared on her face. She called out to Lu Xiao. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao leaned against the car, unkindly throwing dirt. You're so powerful, yet you got stabbed like a little girl? Xiangyang frowned, a flash of anger in her eyes. Getting stabbed with a needle was a big obstacle in her heart. She angrily sat in the passenger seat, buried her head, and scribbled a sentence on a piece of paper, then forcefully slapped it onto Lu Zhao's arm. I didn't fight back, because I believe I will become human someday. Xiangyang looked out the window, secretly observing Lu Zhao's expression. This sentence was actually her true feelings. She seemed to accept that she was a zombie, but deep inside, she always felt different from other zombies. She held on to the hope that one day she would wake up and be just like a human. She lowered her eyes, her trembling eyelashes revealing her inner unease and longing. Lu Xiao, while driving to avoid zombies, glanced at the note. Become human? He sneered, casually placing the paper aside. Do you think your son Wukong with 72 transformations? Xiangyang looked steadily at his profile, then softly hummed. Xiaomei doesn't argue with the big pig's trotters. What if that day really comes? After leaving the highway, only a few kilometers remain until they reach their destination. Looking at the familiar streets, Xiangyang still can't believe she was brought back safely by this big pig's trotters. Actually, she isn't completely unharmed. She lost a big gold necklace. A hint of regret shows in her eyes. Just 2 more streets to go before reaching home, and Xiangyang, sitting in the passenger seat, can't help but hum happily. Click, 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 click. Lu Xiao hears the strange singing and looks helpless. Luckily, it's the end of the world, so you see all kinds of strange things. In her lifetime, she even heard zombies singing. A sharp sound comes from around the corner, and Lu Xiao frowns, pressing the brake. The sound of tires rubbing against the ground attracts many zombies nearby. Their dull eyes turn toward the car, and they slowly move closer. Xiangyang looks at Lu Xiao with confusion. Click? What's going on? Lu Xiao tightly grips the steering wheel, squints, then silently picks up a Tang Dao, quickly gets out of the car. He efficiently takes down a few zombies that rush toward him. Then he spots a zombie dog near the corner. The noise was made by the zombie dog. The zombie dog is thin and bony, with most of its fur gone, exposing rotting skin covered in disgusting maggots and swarms of buzzing flies. This is the creature Lu Xiao least wants to deal with. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he decisively gets back into the car, unfastens Xiangyang's seatbelt, opens the passenger door, and signals Xiaomei to get out, while tossing a pink maternity bag onto her lap. Your home isn't far from here. Go back on your own. All these actions happen quickly. Before Xiaomei can react, Lu Xiao steps on the gas and speeds away. Xiaomei stares blankly at the receding car, her face full of disbelief. Just a second ago, the tough man was kindly teaching her self-defense skills, and the next moment, he drove her away along with her bag. The sudden change was too much. Even if she were a zombie, she couldn't accept it. Xiaomei, feeling frustrated, hugged her baby bag and slowly walked down the street. Passing by a zombie dog, when the zombie dog curiously approached her, Xiangyang angrily kicked it. Women, when in a bad mood, tend to kick even passing dogs. Xiangyang fully demonstrated this saying. Near her home, Xiangyang wasn't as happy as she had imagined. In recent days, she had interacted with many people and almost forgot she was no longer human. Once away from the crowd, she was still a zombie. Xiaomei felt an indescribable sadness. She opened the door and was stunned again. The scene inside was a mess. On the sofa, on the floor, on the chairs, full of foul-smelling blood. The blood had dried into dark red patches, giving off a terrible smell. Bloodstains stretched from the living room to her small bedroom door. Xiaomei's lips started trembling uncontrollably. She staggered to her room, reached out with stiff fingers, and slowly pushed the door open. A rotten zombie lunged at her. Fortunately, Xiaomei reacted quickly, stepping back and using the baseball bat given by Lu Xiao to smash the zombie's head. Even so, her body was inevitably splattered with zombie blood and rotten flesh. But at this moment, Xiaomei didn't care about that anymore. She immediately saw that her pink, princess-themed room had turned into a terrifying hell on earth. Blood and decayed flesh covered the bed, walls, and floor everywhere. Her beautiful makeup cabinet with high-definition LED lights was also covered in rotten meat, and the foul smell completely masked the perfume she had collected from famous brands. Even her bed had a body lying on it. No, a corpse. Flies swarmed everywhere, and maggots wriggled around. Xiaomei instantly exploded with anger. She tilted her head back with a cracking sound, then ran to her cabinet. Her perfume bottle was almost broken, and when she opened the drawer, she found her full collection of gold jewelry was missing. Xiangyang stiffly closed the drawer, then opened the lipstick cabinet nearby. The lipstick was still there, but it was covered with creepy maggots that made her scalp crawl. Xiangyang's eyes were empty, her expression numb, as if her soul had been taken away. Having been a zombie for so long, she had never felt like giving up on life before. Her hard-earned world was gone, completely lost. She went out, only to find her house had been robbed, and zombies had invaded her beloved home. Xiangyang sniffled, lost and hopeless, and stepped out of her house. She looked up at the sky with a long sigh, feeling uncertain about her future. Lu Xiao was in a hurry to leave, not because of the zombie dog. Lei Xiangyu sent him a message about a mission, to collect 3 second-level zombie cores. The second-level zombies were located 3 kilometers southeast of Lu Xiao. He planned to handle that first, while Lei Xiangyu and Xiangyang would arrive shortly after. The mission was important, but more than that, Lei Xiangyu had noticed a small supermarket near the mission site, right next to a pharmacy. Since the appearance of space-type abilities, warehouses and pharmacies around the base had been heavily looted. It was rare to find an untouched supermarket or pharmacy, and those were exactly what they needed. However, Lei Xiangyu also warned that Qiyang was heading toward the supermarket, so they had to hurry. If they met him, their efforts might be wasted. Therefore, they needed to speed up to complete the mission. 3 kilometers wasn't far, but the street where Xiaomei's body was found was in the busy city center, crowded with people. The number of zombies was high, and the once lively area had become a nightmare. Driving wasn't a good option, so Lu Xiao decided to abandon his car and move through the buildings. After about 10 minutes, Lu Xiao reached the mission location. He carefully hid in the corner of the wall, peeking out to see a few level 2 zombies standing in front of a group of lower-level zombies, making clicking sounds with their mouths. This scene looked like a warning or a lecture. Suddenly, Lu Xiao thought of Xiangyang. The most lively and vivid moment of the little zombie was when she angrily clicked and chirped. Thinking of this, Lu Xiao slightly turned his head, and some stray hair fell into his eyes, covering his deep, dark eyes. TSK, why did he think of the little zombie? He muttered to himself. The level 2 zombies were very sharp, and Lu Xiao was quickly noticed by them. Then, a swarm of stinky zombies rushed toward Lu Xiao like a tide. Lu Xiao swung his tang sword, chopping off their heads as if cutting chives. Still, endless zombies kept coming. The situation was tricky, and he had to fight quickly. Lu Xiao took a deep breath and thought. He noticed a small fountain nearby. He ran quickly, cut through the fountain's pillar, and then struck the edge of the basin. Water burst out, soaking the ground immediately. Then, Lu Xiao knelt on one knee, supporting himself with one hand on the ground, his eyes cold. Just as the zombies were about to reach him, he suddenly released his lightning power. Lightning flashed in the sky like a big net, covering all the zombies and electrocuting them. Instantly, their skulls split, and limbs flew everywhere. In one strike, he almost took out more than half of the zombies. Even the 2 level 2 zombies were separated at the head and body by the electric shock. Lu Xiao quickly took the crystal cores and ran toward the supermarket and pharmacy without looking back. When he arrived, he didn't see Qiyang, and he secretly let out a breath of relief. But just as he was about to go inside, a helicopter slowly landed at the pharmacy door. Lu Xiao's steps suddenly stopped, and he turned around. Qiyang's ghostly face appeared before him. It was already dark, and half of Qiyang's face was hidden in the shadows, making him look especially sinister. It's been a while since we last met. As he spoke, his face looked serious, but he smiled in a way that was unpleasant. Lu Xiao didn't waste words with him. He simply said, "I'll take some things and leave." However, the other ability users behind Xiangyang stepped forward to surround Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao raised his eyelids coldly.
What?
Does Commander Qi want to fight here? Qiyang had disliked Lu Xiao for a long time. Lu Xiao knew they would eventually clash, but he didn't understand why Qiyang chose today.
Qiyang snieret.
He wouldn't be foolish enough to attack Lu Xiao in front of so many ability users. If it got out, it wouldn't sound good. Fight what? He put his hands in his pockets and spat on the ground, looking a bit sinister. I want everything. Lu Xiao's face darkened. I said I only need a few things. He tried to control his anger and didn't want to fight with Qiyang here. Qiyang half closed his eyes, still angry about a recent failed mission. He had worked hard to join the mission, but it failed. Since Lu Xiao was a second-level ability user, Qiyang suspected he did it on purpose. If that was true, he wouldn't let Lu Xiao get away easily. He knew Lu Xiao and others were looking for medicine. Plus, Lu Xiao's points had reset, and he urgently needed supplies. So, Qiyang had come by helicopter bringing a space-type ability user. Today, he wanted Lu Xiao to watch as he looted the supplies he was about to get. From Xiangyang's expression, it was clear he wouldn't let Lu Xiao easily get inside. So, Lu Xiao clenched his hands, gathering electric current, and the crackling sound caught Xiangyang's attention. Qiyang let out a dismissive laugh and signaled a middle-aged man who had been silent behind him to step forward. The moment the man appeared, Lu Xiao's pupils shrank. A third-level ability user? Lu Xiao was surprised. Had he misjudged the situation? In the next second, Xiangyang's words confirmed his suspicion. Come on, I want to see who is stronger, Captain Lu from the ground team or this bodyguard beside me. Xiangyang sneered. While Lu Xiao was indeed a rare second-level mutant, the person next to him was the only third-level mutant in the entire city. Lu Xiao still wanted to fight, but he was overestimating himself. Xiangyang felt proud inside. Lu Xiao's face darkened. He admitted he probably had no chance to win. But he couldn't just admit defeat like that. He was determined to fight on, especially for the supplies in the supermarket and the medicine he needed. Lu Xiao raised his hand. Sparks of electricity gathered into a bright, fiery ball. This electric ball was as powerful as a bullet and could kill anyone it hit. The electric ball shot toward the man with unstoppable force. But the man didn't dodge at all. He caught the electric ball with his bare hands and casually threw it aside, hitting a nearby billboard. The billboard instantly burst into flames. Qiyang watched the flames reflected in his eyes, amazed and impressed. He muttered to himself, as expected of a newly advanced third-level mutant. If only I could do that too. That would be great. After saying this, his expression changed. The jealousy and envy in his eyes were replaced by mockery and arrogance. Today, I want to see just how pathetic you can get. Pathetic? Qiyang rarely hit the mark, but he was right this time. Lu Xiao was indeed very pathetic. At that moment, when the middle-aged man decided to attack, Lu Xiao was almost unable to fight back. Whether it was the electric ball, the paralysis from the electric current, or other moves, all were easily blocked by the man. And the man didn't use any mutant powers, just his fists, yet he made it impossible for Lu Xiao to fight back. Since the end of the world, this was the first time Lu Xiao truly felt the gap in strength. Enough. Seeing that it was almost over, Qiyang took out a cigarette and called a halt. Lu Xiao is one of his subordinates. It is not the right time to act decisively yet, and even if Lu Xiao dies, Lei Xiangyu and the others will still have difficulties resolving the situation. Lu Xiao gasped for breath, kneeling on one knee. Blood dripped from his nose and mouth, pooling on the ground. He lowered his head, smirking sarcastically, feeling self-deprecating. Failure. He had failed so badly. But Xiao used medicine. He struggled to stand up but instinctively leaned back. At that moment, suddenly, someone appeared out of nowhere and steadied him. Lu Xiao instinctively wanted to pull away, but he saw Xiaomei's doll-like face. It's really a strange coincidence that, in this chaotic post-apocalyptic world, two people who shouldn't have much contact end up meeting again. Xiaomei, who had her home stolen, wandered confusedly through the streets after leaving her house. The air was thick with a strong smell of decay. The streetlights flickered, and she could see slow-moving zombies in the distance. Xiaomei sighed heavily, her steps heavy. She had been searching for an hour, but still hadn't found a good place to stay. It wasn't that she disliked the house, but it was too dirty, like a trash dump. So, she ended up on the street. While aimlessly walking through an alley, she suddenly saw Lu Xiao. It looked like Lu Xiao was heading into a supermarket. Xiangyang, who was nearby, didn't know what he was thinking but decided to follow him. Just a few steps later, a helicopter suddenly appeared in front of her.
Xiaomei was startled.
She quickly dodged behind a corner. Her reaction was instinctive. Fear of crowds and death was her natural response. She was a beautiful Asang after all. What if someone caught her? So she hid behind the corner, peeking cautiously at Lu Xia and the others, feeling nervous but curious. She overheard their conversation. She heard Lu Xiao say, "He only took a little." Her gaze then shifted to the pharmacy next to the supermarket. While on the car, she heard Xiangyang and others mention a child named Xiaoyu who needed medicine.
So,
does Lu Xiao want to get the medicine? Xiangyang blinked her big eyelashes, her eyes fluttering. Although Lu Xiao, that unkind man, always looked down on her, mocked her, and insulted her, still, it couldn't hide the fact that the unkind man saved her from the calm lady. Thinking of this, Xiangyang felt a mix of emotions, discontent with Lu Xia but also gratitude. Remember, Xiaomei is a grateful little ghost. So she decided to do something. While the two were distracted by a fight that attracted many zombies, Xiangyang took the opportunity to sneak to the back door of the pharmacy. Through the locked gap in the back door, she tremblingly reached her hand inside and collected all the medicine into her space. She also raided the nearby supermarket. A small smile appeared on Xiangyang's face. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed a zombie staring directly at her. This startled Xiaomei. Without hesitation, Xiangyang gave him a big shove. "Clack, what are you looking at?" Happy with her loot, Xiangyang happily circled back to the front door. But her smile froze when she saw the unkind man being beaten up by someone. Xiaomei felt a wave of complicated emotions. In her heart, Lu Xiao was undoubtedly strong, proud, even a bit arrogant. Now he was being pushed to the ground and beaten, unable to fight back. Xiaomei felt an inexplicable restlessness inside her. It seemed she was feeling dissatisfied for Lu Xiao. So, when she saw Lu Xiao about to faint, she rushed over without thinking. But as soon as she did, she regretted it. She was just a little ghost. What was she doing rushing over? Was she just a target? Her already cold body grew even colder, and she felt very annoyed. When Lu Xiao touched Xiaomei's ghost, his mind, which had been cloudy, became a little clearer. He didn't narcissistically believe that little beauty corpse was always following him, but thought she had made another foolish mistake. He lowered his voice, speaking calmly, though he wasn't sure if it was to hide his weakness. "Why are you here?" In front of Qiyang and many other ability users, Xiangyang couldn't shout loudly. She just hoped that during this dark and windy night, no one would realize she was a zombie. Lu Xiao also sensed something and casually stepped in front of little beauty corpse. He coughed lightly, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. "Leave quickly, Xiangyang." This was the first time Lu Xiao looked directly at little beauty corpse and called her by name. He stood before her, his gaze deep and focused. His voice was hoarse, like sand rubbing against gravel, but not harsh or forceful, even carrying a hint of gentleness. Little beauty corpse wore a beautiful princess dress, with small golden pendants jingling on it. She looked at the blood on Lu Xiao's lips in confusion, wanting to say something. But Lu Xiao understood her meaning. "I have things to do. You go ahead," he said firmly. Her medicine was hard to find, and he couldn't just give up on it. Xiangyang frowned. She knew Lu Xiao had to go into the pharmacy, and it was unavoidable. But Lu Xiao couldn't beat the middle-aged man. Little beauty corpse clenched her teeth, closed her eyes, and from an angle where Qiyang and the others couldn't see, she pulled Lu Xiao's hand and pressed small pills into his palm. Worried that Lu Xiao wouldn't understand, she kept pushing more pills into his hand until his pupils shrank again, even showing some excitement. His hand clenched into a fist, pressed to his mouth, and he couldn't help coughing a few times, blood streaking his fist. Xiangyang's misty eyes were full of anxiety and worry. Does that man really understand what she means? He didn't say a word. Lu Xiao gently nodded. Only then did Little Beauty Corpse's tightly furrowed brow relax, showing a faint sense of relief. Lu Xiao turned around, looking at Qiyang with a calm expression, blocking Qiyang's curious gaze. Seeing this, Qiyang withdrew his gaze, waved his hand to let the space-based ability user enter the supermarket, and Lu Xiao silently pulled Xiaomei's hand and left this place of conflict. The moment their figures disappeared around the corner, the ability user ran out of the supermarket, puzzled, and whispered something into Qiyang's ear. Qiyang was stunned, then angrily kicked the supermarket door. Is it empty? How could it be empty? His face was full of anger and frustration, as if his plan had been disrupted. The middle-aged man beside him heard this and squinted, looking in the direction where Lu Xiao had left. Lu Xiao pulled Xiangyang and walked 2 streets away. Because Lu Xiao was injured, the smell of blood kept attracting zombies along the way. The strong, foul smell seemed to call them, making them even more frantic. At this moment, Xiaomei's ability was revealed. She held Lu Xiao's sword and swung at the zombies, but her attacks only seemed to water down and flow away. While Xiangyang was at a loss, a black SUV sped toward them like a gust of wind. It stopped suddenly in front of the two. The car door opened, revealing Su Zebai's bright, cheerful smile. Seeing Xiangyang, he was stunned for a few seconds, then quickly reacted, pulling the two into the car, and sped away from the street like a whirlwind. By the way, boss, why are you still with Xiaomei? Didn't you send her home? Su Zebai teased with a smile. Could it be that you can't bear to part with her? Before he finished speaking, he caught a whiff of blood and his face changed. Boss, are you hurt? No one has ever seen Lu Xiao in such a messy state. Usually, Lu Xiao is the one fighting others. No one has ever seen him get beaten. Besides shock, there was also concern and anger. Su Zebai said, Boss, what's going on? Lei Xiangyu asked. Did Qiyang's people do this? Xiangyang said, I have medicine in my bag. Let's treat the wounds first. Su Zebai hurriedly took out a spray. Lu Xiao winced in pain and coldly responded to them. Qiyang has a level 3 ability user with him. Su Zebai was immediately surprised and changed his tone. Level 3. Even Lei Xiangyu, who usually looks calm, showed a hint of surprise, with his eyes flashing. What kind of ability? Xiangyang glanced at the rearview mirror and calmly analyzed. It probably isn't easy for him to show his cards. Lu Xiao nodded in agreement. Yes, during the fight, he didn't use his ability at all. Su Zebai couldn't help but gasp. When did the base get someone like this? While everyone was still shocked about the level 3 ability user, Lu Xiao looked at Xiang. How's the medicine? Xiang was stunned and looked at Lu Xiao in disbelief, a hint of panic in his eyes. Clack, clack, clack? Are you asking me about that in front of so many people? Clack, clack? Can't you ask me alone? Su Zebai's attention shifted to the small corpse. Boss, didn't you send her back? Lu Xiao replied to Su Zebai. Yes, I sent her back, but then we met again. He also responded to the excited small corpse. They're all on our side. Su Zebai asked. If you met her, why bring her back? Xiang exclaimed. Clack, clack. They're on our side? I don't even know them well. Lu Xiao thought for 2 seconds and replied to Su Zebai. It's useful. He then told the small corpse. The more people know, the better for you. Su Zebai asked. What's the use? Listening to the sounds inside the car, Yang's head was overwhelmed. He helplessly said, Xiaobai, don't join in the fun yet. Su Zebai responded with a muffled, oh, and stopped speaking. Lu Xiao continued talking to Xiangyang, promising, we will keep your secret. Xiaomei's corpse lifted her chin proudly and snapped, click. I don't believe it. She had many supplies in her space, and she suspected they might dissect her someday for research. She wasn't naive. Seeing the proud Xiaomei's corpse, Lu Xiao's eyes rarely carried a hint of a smile, softening his usually stern face. Then his expression became more serious. I swear, they will also protect you. Xiaomei's corpse looked at him with confusion. Click. Them? What does that mean? Will I be with them in the future? Lu Xiao usually understood Xiaomei's tone and expressions to figure out what she meant, but this, click, confused him. He then took out a pen and paper. Xiangyang glanced at him with pursed lips and awkwardly wrote a sentence on the paper. Them? Does that mean I will be with you all in the future? Lu Xiao read it and nodded. Yes, join us, become our team member. Xiangyang snorted softly. Why would she agree? Just as she was about to write a reason, Lu Xiao's thin lips parted slightly, and his deep eyes looked at Xiaomei's corpse as if he saw through her. Aren't you still dreaming of being a person? Xiaomei's corpse stopped moving. Her big eyes blinked, and her suppressed emotions suddenly surged. Then, a tear like a pearl unexpectedly fell, landing on the paper with a soft sound. Although Suzubai was confused by their conversation, he couldn't help but ask when he saw Xiaomei's tear. Boss, are you angry with her again? Everyone was moved to tears by Xiaomei's tears. What exactly did the boss say? Lu Xiao glared at him and then continued talking to Xiangyang. Stay close to us. No zombies will dare to attack you, and no one will dare to hurt you. If someone tries, I will be the first to stand in their way. Lu Xiao spoke calmly, without much emotion on his face. The reason he promised Xiaomei that he would protect her is simply because he needs her now. He doesn't deny his current situation, but there's also another reason. The dog man hit the nail on the head, and Xiangyang couldn't help but start crying. She looked at Lu Xiao with teary eyes. Although no zombies would attack her, she still felt scared. Then she wrote a few words on a piece of paper. Which medicine? Lu Xiao's eyes flickered as he named the medicine. Then Xiangyang sniffed and, in front of everyone, took out a bottle of the medicine they needed from her space. And then, Suzubai's eyes widened in shock, and he blurted out, Wow. After seeing Xiaomei's actions through the rearview mirror, Xiangyang was so surprised she almost lost control of the steering wheel. The off-road vehicle made a twisted turn on the road. Lei Xiangyu just took a sip of water and spat it out in surprise. Suddenly, the car fell into a strange silence. A few seconds later, Suzubai, shocked and excited, said, Wow. Boss, is this real? Xiangyang looked confused and surprised. Does Xiaomei have a space? Lei Xiangyu calmly replied, Old Xiao, have you known about this for a while? It has to be said, everyone's reaction pleased Xiaomei, and Xiangyang finally felt a little better inside. A small smile appeared on her face, showing a hint of pride. Fools. The simpletons didn't expect that even a song has a space, right? Lu Xiao picked up the medicine bottle, smelled it, and confirmed it was the medicine Xiaoyu used. Alright, stop asking. From now on, she will be with us. When she enters the base, she will be observed. I will talk to Moe to shorten the observation period. Xiangyang frowned slightly, almost imperceptibly. Getting Moe to agree isn't easy. Lu Xiao nodded calmly. I know. Xiang wanted to say more but was interrupted by Lu Xiao. He looked at Xiangyang and asked, Do you have any food in your space? Xiangyang hesitated and nodded. Lu Xiao then asked casually, Can you store things there? We might need to bring back a few large instruments from the hospital later, but they are quite big. Xiangyang tilted her head in confusion and asked, How big? About the size of a basketball court. A basketball court of instruments? Who would describe it like that? Just as Suzubai was about to laugh and speak, Lei Xiangyu glanced at him. His eyes widened slightly, and he immediately understood something. He quickly looked down as if pretending not to understand. Xiangyang didn't think much, and a hint of disdain flashed across her delicate face. Just a basketball court? She was underestimating herself. Little Beauty waved her big hand and confidently wrote a sentence on the paper. I can fit things from 10 football fields. Although her handwriting was a bit messy and blurry, it was full of pride and confidence, especially the exclamation mark at the end. Now, everyone was completely stunned. It was as if they had been struck by a spell. Currently, the space-type abilities in the base could store only about 100 square meters of supplies, mostly just a few dozen. But even a few dozen square meters was a treasure in the base. And Little Beauty boldly claimed her space could hold 10 football fields. A football field is over 1,000 square meters. The stunned group couldn't help but gasp again. However, they didn't doubt Little Beauty's words at all. She was so innocent and kind, and she didn't bite. Her simple words had already revealed her true ability when Lu Xiao spoke. Why would she lie? Of course, Xiangyang wasn't really naive. She quickly realized what was happening. Lu Xiao was trying to trap her with his words. Realizing this, Little Beauty was furious. She had been so honest and sincere, and now they were trying to probe her. Men are really big pigs. Little Mei's pale face turned red with anger. She angrily pounded on the car window, insisting on getting out. The small gold pendant on her dress jingled as she moved. Click, click, click. A group of mischievous men with bad intentions made noise. Click, click, click. This dangerous human world. Click, click, click. I want to go home. Seeing Little Mei's upset and wronged expression, everyone spoke up. Suzubai hurriedly said, Xiangyang, oh no, Xiangyang, the boss didn't mean anything bad. He's just curious. Don't be angry, Xiangyang added. Don't argue with the old fox. Girls' faces can get wrinkles when they're angry. Lu Xiangyu saw this and quietly said something. From now on, you're one of us. We will protect you. Everyone else supported Lu Xiao, except the instigator, who didn't speak. Suzubai nudged Lu Xiao with his arm, signaling him to speak. Seeing that Little Mei was quite upset, Lu Xiao's lips, which had been pressed tightly, slightly curved into a gentle smile. Sorry. His quick and straightforward apology made Suzubai beside him stare wide-eyed and shout, Oh my goodness! In my lifetime, I never thought I'd see a zombie with a space, and now I see Lu Xiao apologize. That's really rare. His exaggerated, playful attitude not only made Xiangyang, who was driving, laugh but also helped calm some of Xiangyang's anger. Although she hadn't known Lu Xiao for long, Xiangyang realized these people were actually good. They weren't secretly after her space. But Little Mei still felt very upset inside. She sat with a pretty face, nose in the air, not looking at Lu Xiao anymore. Lu Xiao quietly looked at Little Mei's side profile, deep in thought, with a focused and serious gaze. Until the car passed a high-end luxury store, he suddenly called to stop. Everyone looked confused as Lu Xiao got out alone and went into the store. What was he doing going to a store so late at night? Then, Suzubai saw the names of a brand-name bag and jewelry store, as well as a cosmetic shop, on the broken billboard, which made him start to guess. Could the old boss be going to steal lipstick from Xiaomei's shop? Xiangyang looked out the window and unconsciously perked up her ears at this remark. Lipstick? Not just that, maybe also bags, Xiangyang said with a smile on purpose. And maybe jewelry too. At this, Xiangyang couldn't hold back anymore and was eager to get out of the car. She had never been to this place before. However, Suzubai stopped her. Don't get out. What if you accidentally hurt someone?
Xiaomei's corpse hesitated.
That's true. At night, it's so dark you can't tell people from ghosts. What if she bumps into someone and gets hurt? So, Xiaomei's corpse sat back in her seat. About 10 minutes later, Lu Xiao's figure appeared at the mall entrance. Xiangyang saw that Lu Xiao was empty-handed and huffed in annoyance, then looked away. Suzubai found her actions amusing. Then, seemingly seeing something, he excitedly patted Xiaomei's shoulder and pointed outside the window. Look, Lao Xiao. Xiangyang couldn't help but turn her head. At the empty mall entrance, a man was walking under the moonlight. His steps were steady and firm. As he moved, his trench coat fluttered gently, and his boots made soft, rhythmic sounds on the ground. He was tall and mysterious. Moonlight shone behind him, casting a long shadow. He held a sword in one hand and was smoking a cigarette with the other. The moonlight reflected off the sword, giving off a faint glow, and the cigarette's tip flickered red and dark. If you ignored Lu Xiao's bruised face, this scene was quite handsome. After all, Lu Xiao was good-looking. Xiaomei's corpse initially thought Suzubai was telling her to watch Lu Xiao show off, but later realized he was actually pointing to something behind Lu Xiao not far away. That's when Xiaomei's corpse noticed Lu Xiao was holding a thin rope, and on the other end was a shopping cart from a supermarket. And in the shopping cart, Xiaomei's corpse was pressed against the window, watching intently, so much so that she almost forgot to breathe. There were Hermes bags, big gold chains, lipsticks, perfumes, and shoes. Xiaomei's eyes widened in amazement. She stared without blinking as Lu Xiao slowly pushed the shopping cart toward the roadside off-road vehicle. The cart scraped against the ground, making noise that attracted many zombies. He didn't even blink, just swung his sword to cut off their heads. Lu Xiao reached the vehicle, and Yang opened the door for him. Su Bai complained aloud about how Lu Xiao was carrying so many things, but he still took them without hesitation. Lei Xiangyu moved aside to let Lu Xiao get in. The off-road vehicle had been modified, so inside it could only seat a few people and hold a few bags. They placed the shopping cart inside, making the space cramped and crowded. Su Bai looked at all the colorful items and suggested, "Let's organize this and throw away the shopping cart." Lu Xiao, holding a cigarette that he hadn't finished smoking, leaned near the window and muttered a vague, Xiangyang looked at the shiny gold chains and bags, smiling so happily she couldn't close her mouth. The inside of the vehicle was filled with her cheerful chatter. The people inside exchanged glances, each seeing the helplessness in the other's eyes. Xiaomei's corpse was so naive that one day, if sold, she might still have to pay for her own sale. After about an hour of driving, the off-road vehicle reached the highway. This section had been cleaned by several bases working together, so the road was clear and could be driven automatically. Xiangyang's hands finally had a moment to relax. He climbed into the back seat and squeezed next to Su Bai. "Quick, check what's in the bag to eat. I'm starving." Hearing this, Su Bai also felt a bit hungry. The two of them started rummaging through the bag. Suddenly, Su Bai caught a strong smell of meat, and his stomach growled loudly. "Hey, do you guys smell that?" His words suddenly stopped. The steak was cooked perfectly on the outside, with a golden color shining with oil, slightly charred at the edges and emitting a hot, fragrant aroma. At that moment, Su Bai's eyes looked sharp and fierce, like a wolf, as if a little beauty was seeing big gold chains and bags. With a gulp, Su Bai swallowed his saliva and looked at Xiangyang. His trembling voice was full of disbelief. "Miss Xiangyang, is this for me?" Next to him, Xiangyang and Lu Xiao, even Lei Xiangyu, who usually stays quiet, were staring intently at the steak on the plate. How long had it been since they last ate such fresh steak? Not just steak, they rarely ate fresh meat at all. This made everyone crave it so much they almost cried. Xiangyang pursed her lips and nodded coldly, placing the plate in Su Bai's hands as if bestowing a gift, with a commanding look. "Crack, go ahead, you country bumpkins. Little beauty corpse wouldn't favor some and neglect others." Since she gave it to Su Bai, she would also give some to Xiangyang and the others. So she took out several more plates from her space, filled with steak and pasta, steaming hot and full of meat aroma. The smell of steak filled the entire off-road vehicle, strongly stimulating everyone's sense of smell. Su Bai couldn't hold back anymore and took a big bite of the steak. It was still the level of doneness he liked, medium rare. The tender meat, juicy and flavorful, burst in his mouth, making him wish he could swallow his tongue from the deliciousness. It was so tasty. Su Bai was overjoyed, almost crying with happiness. Actually, the meals provided to employees with supernatural abilities at the base were quite good compared to ordinary people, but for young Master Su, who was used to delicacies before the apocalypse, it was hard to swallow. He hadn't eaten such delicious steak in nearly a year, and he ate without lifting his head. Xiangyang ate slowly and gracefully, chewing carefully, even in a good mood to chat with Xiangyang. "Yang, is this steak from your space too? How do you store it?" It is well known that space has a preservation function. However, to store such fresh steaks, they would have to be put into space immediately after cooking. They have never seen anyone in the apocalypse with the mood to fry a steak. It's almost like they want to eat it raw. While tidying up the bags and perfumes in her shopping cart, Xiangyang responded to him. "Click. Yes, I fried it. Click, click, click. I fried it when I was bored at home." The first click was understood by Yang, but the second part was not. He looked at Lu Xiao. Old Xiao, what does Mei Shi mean? Lu Xiao hadn't eaten such delicious steak in a long time. Feeling the spicy black pepper and the tender beef blending perfectly in his mouth, he squinted and casually said, "It probably means she fried it out of boredom at home." Yang doubted, "Really? Do you understand what she's saying?" Lu Xiao guessed, "I guess so." Yang looked at Mei Shi again and repeated Lu Xiao's words. Mei Shi, who was happily admiring a Patek Philippe watch, nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's what it means." Yang was surprised and teased with a smile. "Old Xiao, it seems only you can really understand what Mei Shi is saying." Lu Xiao didn't comment. One plate of steak completely won over their hearts and stomachs. They praised Mei Shi's cooking skills endlessly. Xiangyang knew they were just flattering her, but she couldn't help feeling proud. Knowing they weren't full yet, she took out her homemade green pepper beef stir-fry over rice. This dish was very appetizing. The green peppers were spicy and crispy, and the beef was tender. Compared to steak, this rice bowl suited the appetites of these big men better. After eating the rice bowl, Su Bai took out a bottle of soda from his bag. The others shared it and took a sip, then all of them leaned back, unwilling to move. It was so refreshing, truly very refreshing. Su Bai couldn't help but burp happily. He hadn't eaten such good and filling food in a long time. He wiped his mouth and suddenly remembered something. "Xiangyang, how much did you make?" He was asking Xiangyang how much food she had prepared and stored in the space. Actually, Xiangyang doesn't know exactly how much she has done. When she first became a zombie, she wandered the streets all day. Seeing vegetables and meat abandoned in the fresh market made her feel sad, so she collected them into her space. Then, when she was alone at home, she started learning how to cook. It's a pity that she can't eat the food she makes. It tastes bland to her. Lu Xiao asked thoughtfully. "Then, how do you survive?" Xiangyang's movement stiffened, and suddenly a bottle of water appeared out of nowhere from her space. The label said pure water, but inside was actually well water. The well is her biggest secret, and she must not let Lu Xiao and the others find out. Just drinking water, Su Bai was surprised. He thought she ate some food, but now he realizes she only drinks water. Su Bai looked at her with pity, feeling sorry for her. She makes so much food but can't eat any of it.
11 Xiangyang ignored Su Zai's gaze.
She took a few sips of water, feeling her dry body suddenly filled with fresh energy, full of strength. After eating and drinking enough, it was time to leave the highway. Xiangyang returned to the driver's seat, and the others tidied up the things in the car. They carefully packed jewelry into a bag, perfume into another, along with lipstick, makeup, and shoes. When they got out of the car, Xiaomei was beautifully dressed, while Lu Xiao, Su Bai, Lei Xiangyu, and others each held 2 or 3 bags, all belonging to Xiangyang. It looked a bit funny. Xiangyang got out of the car and turned to see their expressions, then laughed. "You all look like Xiangyang's bodyguards and housekeepers." Xiangyang proudly lifted her chin, ready to agree with Xiangyang, but when she looked up and saw the entrance to the base, her lips pressed tightly, and her eyes showed slight nervousness and unease. Joining was one thing, but after all, she was a zombie. Although Lu Xiao would protect her well. "Don't worry," Lu Xiao's deep, hoarse voice echoed in Xiangyang's ears, bringing a sense of calm and reassurance. Lu Xiao stepped aside, took out an old mobile phone, and made a call. About 20 minutes later, a figure dressed in a white coat appeared at the entrance of the base. Moa, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, came out. The reflection from his glasses added a touch of elegance and wisdom. His gaze only lingered on the corpse of Xiaomei for a few seconds before shifting away. "Where is it?" Lu Xiao played with the item in his hand, staring steadily at Moa. "Did you promise?" Moa helplessly pushed up his glasses. "Of course." After saying that, Lu Xiao threw the item to him. It was a small camera and a few strands of hair. The camera captured the fight between Lu Xiao and the level 3 ability user today. The hair naturally belonged to that ability user. Actually, Lu Xiao had known about the level 3 ability user near Qiyang for a long time, thanks to Moa telling him. So their meeting was not accidental. Moreover, Moe also revealed something to him. According to current medical technology, Level 3 ability users are impossible to exist. Lu Xiao and Lei Xiangyu advanced from Level 1 to Level 2 ability users using rare Level 2 plant-type crystal cores and Level 2 zombie crystal cores. Crystal cores cannot be directly absorbed by the human body. The Base Research Institute needs to extract the energy from the cores, purify it, and then inject it into the ability user's body. The whole process is very complicated and detailed. Even after the injection, there are still great risks. If the ability user is not strong enough or their physical condition does not meet standards, they may react violently during the process and ultimately die from an explosion. Such cases are not rare, so it tests the ability users greatly. They need not only physical strength but also the courage to face death. Lu Xiao was among the first to undergo advanced modification. His success led other ability users to think the process was easy, so they all volunteered for injections. However, less than 20% of those injected survived, and among the survivors, fewer than 1% successfully advanced. In the apocalypse, ability users are humanity's hope and main force. To prevent losing too many, the base strictly controls injections, only allowing them after careful review and approval. This greatly reduces the risk of death. Maui, the director of the Research Institute, controls most of the existing crystal cores in the base. The chief family has a third-level ability user, which is impossible with current medical conditions. Knowing what the chief family is secretly doing, Maui asked Lu Xiao to do something important, to get footage and hair samples from the third-level ability user. If he is right, the chief family is secretly conducting human experiments, and those ability users who disappear without reason. Hearing this, Xiangyang's face instantly changed. So, the dogman was beaten up on purpose? He has the ability to protect himself, so if that's the case, wouldn't I be walking into a trap? Xiangyang's face twisted in frustration. After discussing this, Maui took a bracelet out of his pocket. Should I put it on her? Or, do you want to? Lu Xiao hesitated for 2 seconds and took it. Maui, hands in his pockets, said softly, "This is a bracelet carried by XD users. If she wears it, she can move freely in the base. But I don't recommend leaving her here. If someone finds out, it will be hard to explain." Su Zaibai responded nearby, "What's the point of staying in the base? Xiaomei will be coming with us on missions later." Moe raised an eyebrow. "I thought you guys were captivated by her beauty and couldn't bear to see her wandering the streets," Su Zaibai chuckled. "There's more than just beauty. Do we look that brainless? In this zombie-ridden world, looks are useless." Lu Xiao lowered his head, carefully placing a bracelet on Xiangyang's wrist. A faint woody scent drifted from him. Xiangyang looked at her bracelet and then stopped Lu Xiao. "What's wrong?" Lu Xiao asked softly. Xiangyang gestured with her hand. Lu Xiao hesitated. "Worn around the neck?" Xiangyang nodded. "Just kidding, the bracelet is small. If a mutant with special powers didn't see it and shot her, that would be bad. So, she must wear it in the most obvious place." What little beauty's thoughts are so obvious that everyone can see through? Xiangyang couldn't help but laugh and said, "Putting it around the neck doesn't look good. Not just not good. It looks just like a dog collar." Xiangyang glared at the mischievous Xiangyang and then urged Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao helplessly shook his head but still followed Xiangyang's wishes and helped her hang it on a big gold chain. Xiangyang was very happy. People with special abilities don't need security checks, so Xiangyang moved freely. But Lu Xiao and the others still had to go through security, so they queued up obediently. It was already dark. The mutants returned from outside and lined up for security checks. Holding a pink baby bag and wearing a princess dress, Xiangyang was very eye-catching at the entrance. She was practically a walking spotlight. Especially her gold necklace around her neck, which sparkled so brightly it could blind people. Su Zaibai stood in line, thoughtfully looking in Xiangyang's direction. "Boss, you say little beauty's vulgar and vain, pretentious and afraid of death, but somehow she's still hard to dislike. Normally, just being called vulgar would make others turn away. But not them, they even brought a bag for little beauty. In the past, he only carried bags for others. Now, he was the one being served. Boss, are you spoiling her too much?" Su Bai pointed to the bag in his hand. Several grown men held Hermes bags, which looked a bit out of place. Lu Xiao half closed his eyes, and a fleeting thought of Xiaomei's sad, pleading cry flashed through his mind. He didn't know why he did it at the time. Maybe he was just distracted. After passing through security smoothly, Lu Xiao first handed over the crystal core of the mission, then took Xiangyang back to their place. They lived in a quiet, less populated area on the outskirts of the base. The house was a two-story small apartment, which they had earned the right to live in after nearly a year of points exchange. It had good lighting, and there was a swimming pool in the yard, like a dream home for Xiaomei. The first floor of the apartment had 3 rooms, so Xiangyang had 2 empty rooms to choose from. Out of instinct, Xiangyang chose a room on the second floor, right next to Lu Xiao. When they saw which room Xiangyang picked, a strange look flashed in their eyes. Eh? Is there something wrong with this room? Xiaomei's corpse asked curiously. Su Bai entered the room, pressed a button on the wall, then turned around with a smile to look at Xiangyang. Xiaomei, I have to tell you a fact. This small house was converted from a guest house, and this room is a couple suite. The wall between the rooms can be moved. A couple suite?
And it can move?
Xiaomei's corpse was shocked, clutching her chest and shouting at Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao leaned casually against the wall, a faint smile on his face. Do you think I would do anything to a zombie? I don't have that kind of hobby. In the end, Xiangyang still chose to live next to Lu Xiao, because she really liked that room. Do you know what a couple suite has? A bathtub. Xiangyang just happened to be attracted to the big heart-shaped bathtub. Later, she filled the bathtub with water, added some essential oils, sprinkled a few flower petals, played music in the living room, and poured herself a glass of red wine. She didn't have to worry about the annoying zombie attack. This was so relaxing. Just thinking about it made Xiangyang's breathing become quick and nervous. Indeed, the base was the best place. Outside, there was no such comfort. Since Xiaomei's corpse had chosen a room, the 4 big men placed their Hermes bags on Xiangyang's sofa, then each went back to their rooms to rest. The mission wasn't very difficult, but it was complicated. Everyone felt a little tired. After they left, Xiangyang finally let out a deep breath. She hummed a cheerful tune and happily spun around in her princess dress, her face full of joy and contentment. Unknowingly, Lu Xiao next door was taking a shower, and her loud, noisy voice was filling his ears. Because it was late, Xiangyang didn't stay up long. She tidied up the room, took a quick bath, and went to bed. In her dreams, she remembered her days working at the company, being ordered around all day, serving tea and water, doing everything. She was exhausted every day, with a sore back and shoulders. Back then, she just wanted to lie down and do nothing. But when the apocalypse came, her wish was granted. However, she didn't expect to turn into a zombie. In her dream, Xiangyang cried uncontrollably, feeling very wronged. Suddenly, she heard someone speaking beside her ear. "Why are you crying so badly?" This sentence successfully angered the little zombie and woke her up. Xiangyang suddenly sat up in bed, only to see a room full of men. Men. Su Bai, Lu Xiao, Yang, and Lei Xiangyu, all in her room. For people, not missing anyone. The little zombie was scared and moved back, pulling the blanket up to cover herself from the neck down. Had she finally lost control? Was her true nature about to be revealed? She knew these men were thinking about her space. She has so many supplies in her space. Who wouldn't be jealous? Could it be that little Mei is going to die today? No, I won't accept that. Maybe I should just bite them all to death. Little Mei is finally going to get serious. With these thoughts, Xiang's expression changed unpredictably. Xiangyang's mouth started twitching involuntarily. This little Mei's mind is always full of strange ideas. Su Bai yawned, looking very sleepy. Little Mei, what did you dream about? Why are you crying so loudly? He was sleeping peacefully when suddenly he heard a loud bang from upstairs, followed by heartbreaking crying. He didn't want to get involved at first, but the crying was too unpleasant, so he got up. Su Bai has the best sleep among them and sleeps very deeply. Even he was woken up, so imagine the others. They were worried that little Mei's body might be in trouble. So, the four of them gathered at Xiangyang's door. They knocked a few times but got no answer, so they barged in. After learning what happened, they realized it was her crying that woke everyone up. Little Mei awkwardly smiled at them. Xiangyang asked curiously, "Xiang, what exactly did you dream about?" Xiang quickly got out of bed and ran to the desk, scribbling a sentence. Since he was closest, Xiangyang read the words and said in a strange tone, "I dreamed of my years working like a workaholic." It turns out little Mei dreamed of her days before the apocalypse, working tirelessly like a beast of burden. Xiangyang and the others looked at each other in surprise. Before the apocalypse, their families were well off. Whether studying abroad, serving in the military, or working in their chosen fields after graduation, they all loved what they did. So, they felt very sympathetic toward Xiang's hard work just to make a living. Look at how scared little Mei is. She's crying even in her dreams and has developed psychological shadows. "All right, everyone go back to your rooms," Lu Xiao said. Only then did Xiang notice Lu Xiao's outfit. From just now until now, whether listening to Xiangyang speak or watching Xiangyang write, Lu Xiao has been wearing a black silk pajamas, lazily leaning against the wall. His bangs almost cover his eyes, and only the corners of his eyes are faintly visible. He looks lazy yet charming. This is very different from how serious or sharp he appears during daytime missions. What is going on? How can one person show two completely different sides? Noticing the doubt on Xiaomei's face, Xiangyang gives a mysterious smile but doesn't explain anything. Isn't that more interesting? I have to say, he is full of anticipation for the future. Xiangyang originally thought she could only sleep peacefully in her old princess room. But she overestimated herself. In the base, she sleeps most peacefully. When she wakes up, she even feels her stiff limbs have softened quite a bit. After washing up, she takes out a pretty puffy skirt from her space and hangs it in the wardrobe. She arranges her perfume and bag, then changes into her favorite dress before going downstairs. In the living room, only Suzubai is there, eating instant noodles and watching a DVD he has seen countless times. "Hi, my dear Miss Xiangyang, you finally woke up." Suzubai crosses his legs, drinks some of the base's self-developed nutritional water, and looks quite satisfied. Obviously, he is still hungry. Xiangyang looks around. "Huh, Suzubai, are you asking about Lao Mao and the others? They went on a mission, so it's just me and you at home." "Huh?" Suzubai didn't understand this. He rummages through his bag on the sofa and pulls out a small display screen, handing it to Xiangyang. "From now on, we'll communicate using this." Soon, a sentence appears on the screen. "Why did you stay? Is it to watch over me? Do you not trust me?" Suzubai shakes his head. "I brought you home. What is there not to trust? The old boss and Xiangyang went on a mission. Since Xiangyu had something to do, I stayed at home to rest." Xiangyang nodded, understanding. Seeing the instant noodles on the table, she thought for a moment, took out 2 dishes from her space, one with shredded fish-flavored pork and another with cola chicken wings, and gestured to Suzubai. Suzubai's eyes lit up and he rushed to the table. "I really love you." "Beautiful sheep," Xiangyang frowned. "What do you mean, beautiful sheep?" Lu Xiao and Xiangyang only returned around 4 p.m. As soon as they entered, they smelled a strong aroma of food. They looked at each other and, at the same time, started searching the house for the smell source. Then they saw Suzubai coming out of the kitchen with a plate. Xiangyang took off her coat and placed it on the sofa, joking with a smile. "Looks like we're really in the end times. Our young master Su still knows how to cook." After saying that, Xiangyang, wearing a floral apron, peeked out from behind Suzubai. "Clack, you're back?" Lu Xiao bent down, about to sit on the sofa, but paused when he saw her apron and the bright red spicy chicken feed in her hand. A zombie, like a good wife, wearing an apron and holding food, waiting for them to return. The scene was both funny and strange. Xiangyang sniffed and brightened her eyes. "Looks like we're in for a treat today." Xiangyang placed the dishes on the table and called everyone to eat. Lu Xiao and Xiangyang went upstairs to take a quick shower. They changed into matching black silk pajamas. Xiangyang wore glasses and had a refined, slightly mischievous look. As for Lu Xiao, he exuded a vibe of gloom and decadence, almost like split personalities. They all sat at the table. Suzubai held his chopsticks, clasped his hands, closed his eyes, and looked lost in thought. Amida Buddha, another day has passed. May the Buddha bless me so that my next mission goes smoothly. Xiangyang. Xiangyang and Lu Xiao were used to this. They casually picked up their chopsticks and took a bite of food. The fresh, rich aroma of meat and vegetables blended perfectly. They quickly swallowed and then hurriedly took another bite of rice. Xiangyang finally couldn't help but look at Xiangyang again. It seems we found a treasure. Lu Xiao rarely argued and simply nodded in silence. Xiangyang tilted her chin proudly, making a clicking sound. Of course, her space was so big, with plenty of food and drink. She considered it a treasure. Seeing everyone eating happily, her stomach also started to growl loudly. Then she took out a large bottle of well water from her space. In the puzzled looks of the others, she eagerly drank from it. After drinking 2 large liters of well water, she finally sighed in satisfaction. Suzubai looked at the little beauty with sympathy. Poor her. She worked hard to prepare a big table of dishes, but couldn't even taste a few bites herself. He used the shared chopsticks to pick a piece of meat and put it into Xiangyang's bowl. Eat some. Even if you can't taste much, it's good to satisfy your craving. Xiangyang looked at him with a "you're still pretty nice" expression. She had tried in the kitchen, and she wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but the food didn't taste like anything in her mouth. No salt, no flavor. Sometimes it had a taste, but it was bitter and different from her usual experience of tasting food. But Xiangyang didn't think too much about it. Right now, just being able to survive as XD was enough. She couldn't be greedy anymore. After a while, Lei Xiangyu also returned. As usual, he took off his tank top, which was already barely made of fabric, revealing his well-defined abs. Hey, Suzubai called out loudly. Lazy, there's a girl here. Lei Xiangyu paused and instinctively looked toward the table, his gaze resting on Xiangyang's face. Zombies, in Lei Xiangyu's eyes, have no gender. However, Xiangyang is still a member of their group. So, Lei Xiangyu was silent for a few seconds, then put his clothes back on. He watched as the well-defined abs disappeared, and Xiaomei's corpse regretfully withdrew her gaze. She turned to look at Lu Xiao, who was leaning on a chair with a half-smile, watching her. Very nice. Do you like muscular men? Xiangyang and Suzubai looked at Xiaomei's corpse. It was hard to tell. This delicate-looking Xiaomei corpse actually liked strong, muscular men? Xiangyang pretended to be clueless, scooping some food into her mouth as if she didn't understand. Is everything done? Lei Xiangyu sat down after pulling out a chair. Xiangyang wiped his hands and responded, the supplies and medicine have been sent to Xiaoyu. There shouldn't be any problems for now. Suzubai hesitated and swallowed. Today, someone from the center called me. One sentence made everyone stop what they were doing. Xiangyang looked at Lu Xiao and Lei Xiangyu. Any news? Suzubai shook his head. No. They mentioned points, probably because Qiyang's actions were discovered by the base center, so the old account's points were restored to half. Lu Xiao glanced at his old phone and nodded. It's credited. The atmosphere fell into silence again. At this moment, Lei Xiangyu looked at Xiangyang. Do you have alcohol in your space? I want to trade this for it. Lei Xiangyu placed a bracelet in front of Xiangyang. Suzubai was surprised. Isn't this? This isn't Lei Jiren's bracelet, which is Lei Xiangyu's sister. Xiangyang didn't know this. She happily picked up the bracelet. It didn't show the brand, but the style was very nice. She happily accepted it. Her main reason for accepting was because Lei Xiangyu's attitude toward her made her feel warm. Xiangyang knew that they arranged her identity and protected her for a reason because of her space. Bartering was fine. At least Lei Xiangyu didn't see himself as a walking supermarket. Xiangyang patted her chest. Click. What kind of drink do you want? A trace of gentleness flickered in Lei Xiangyu's cold eyes. In some ways, Jiren and Xiangyang were quite alike. That day, when he told the ability users to let the little zombie girl go, it was because he thought, if Jiren was lucky enough to end up like that girl, he hoped someone would show her the same mercy and save her life. After dinner, Suzubai went to wash the dishes on his own. Lei Xiangyu leaned lazily on the sofa, full and relaxed, when he suddenly remembered something important. The higher-ups gave us a mission. Tomorrow, we need to go to the stadium to rescue a few trapped college students. Suzubai came out after washing the dishes and froze when he heard that. A stadium. College students. Those two words were far from simple. A stadium was circular, easy for zombies to gather in, with narrow exits that made escape difficult. Although they had never taken on such a mission before, they had seen other ability users return from similar ones, pale and shaken. It was always trouble. And as for college students, people said you could recognize them at a glance because their eyes were clear and full of intelligence. Even in such a harsh world, there were still many kind-hearted ones among them, regardless of gender. Troublesome as it was, this was exactly why ability users existed. Xiangyang immediately asked Lei Xiangyu for the exact location of the stadium, so he could check its layout on the computer and plan an escape route. The stadium on Qixing Street, Lei Xiangyu said, then added, the person we're rescuing this time is Hiyun's son, He-Chi, the chief commander of the South China base. Click, click. Groan? Inside the empty stadium, countless zombies dragged their heavy steps, their shoes scraping against the ground with a harsh, grating sound. Their limbs were twisted and stiff, their skin pale and gray, like decayed earth. Their eyes were cloudy, and their mouths were wide open, revealing incomplete, meat-stained teeth. A foul, disgusting smell emanated from their bodies. Yue, stop looking. You probably won't get your phone back, and you might attract zombies, said a shy girl peeking out from a narrow, slanted space. Jiang Yue angrily turned around. Shut up. If you hadn't been so slow and held everyone back, I wouldn't have dropped my phone. The girl looked surprised. No, it wasn't me. A boy beside her spoke heavily. Enough, Yue. It's not Lanchi's fault. You ran too fast, so you dropped your phone. It was better when he didn't speak, but once he did, it made Jiang Yue even angrier. She walked up to them and slapped the girl across the face. After the slap, she looked provocatively at the boy. You're my boyfriend, yet you're helping her talk. So, you two have been together. The girl, Lanchi, blushed deeply and looked humiliated. Her eyes filled with tears as she tried to run to the side, but the narrow space left her nowhere to go. She could only sit sadly on the ground. The boy glanced at Lanchi with pity and felt annoyed and disgusted with Jiang Yue's behavior. Have you had enough trouble already? If Jiang Yue hadn't delayed them by fighting zombies in the parking lot, and if they hadn't been forced to run into the stadium after encountering zombie dogs, they would have already reached the East China base according to their original plan. Jiang Yue suddenly yelled. What do you mean? What am I doing wrong? Am I lying? It's obvious. She caused the delay. The boy retorted angrily. Wasn't it you who delayed us by fighting zombies in the parking lot? Jiang Yue, furious, took a step back and looked at the two silent boys. Could it be that you two think the same way? She sneered in anger. Fine, I didn't expect you to think that way. I really regret coming out with you. A handsome young man with a mischievous smile, playing with a military knife, sneered. Jiang Yue, you're the one who suggested coming out. Now you're saying things like this. Jiang Yue looked at the young man coldly. How can I go out without a phone? The young man didn't care and said, just come and go as you did. Jiang Yue took a deep breath. He-Chi, don't make it sound so easy. He-Chi was casually carving on the wall with his military knife, his voice sharp. I'm not joking. The only phone I had is gone. Now we're on our own. What do you want to do? Jiang Yue looked grimly at the phone lying among the zombie horde. If my dad calls and I don't answer, he'll definitely send someone to find me. He-Chi chuckled. If that's the case, my dad will also send someone to find me. Let's see whose dad gets here first. Relying on family? Jiang Yue didn't speak. Her father was the main commander of South China B2 zone, but He-Chi's father was the overall commander of the entire South China base, covering 2 major regions and 4 smaller zones. She naturally couldn't compare. She couldn't beat He-Chi, and a strange feeling of frustration rose in her heart. If it weren't for the zombies in the parking lot, she wouldn't have wasted time. She might as well have just killed them all then. commander of South China Base, Su Zaibai exclaimed. No. How could Hyun-sun appear in a place like the stadium? Lei Xiangyu shook his head. I didn't ask, but I heard from other teams that Hyun-sun secretly left the South China Base some time ago, probably to come see us in the East China Base. They planned to act tonight, but I refused. Lei Xiangyu's eyes showed a trace of bitter irony. If there was anything more terrifying than zombies, it was zombies at night. Night zombies are more agile than daytime ones. Even those with special abilities try to complete missions during the day. Now they want to act immediately or go into a zombie-filled stadium. Aren't they just sending themselves to die? Su Zaibai also rolled his eyes. He was tired of these rich second-generation kids. Even in the end times, they still acted so spoiled. He thought it was unreasonable to ask them to move at night. They had no sense of humanity at all. However, this is their South China Base's matter. Why are we the ones doing it? Don't they have second-level abilities at their base too? There are 4 bases in total, with 12 second-level ability users. The East China region has 5, South China has 3, West China has 3, and North China has 1. Hyun wanted to send people to the stadium to help. If the first-level ability users didn't trust them, their second-level users would be enough. There was no reason to involve others. Xiangyang took out his laptop from the room and slowly came out. A second-level ability user from South China went missing, and another one died. The last one was out on a mission. Missing, Lu Xiao suddenly spoke.
Xiangyang no dead.
That was this morning. Su Zaibai asked, what about the injured person? He rarely heard of second-level ability users getting hurt. Their physical strength was much stronger than first-level users. Xiangyang looked at the screen and shrugged. Not sure. Lu Xiao nodded and got up from the sofa. If that's the case, everyone should prepare to leave early tomorrow. As they were about to go upstairs, Su Zaibai suddenly called out. Boss, should Xiaomei's clone come with us? Lu Xiao paused and looked back at Xiangyang, who still wore her floral apron. Yes, as an XD user, appearing in public often wouldn't raise suspicion. Xiangyang took off her apron, and Su Zaibai smiled happily at her. Tomorrow, you'll be going on the mission with us. Are you excited and can't sleep? Xiangyang scoffed. What's there to be excited about? She was just thinking that if everyone was out tomorrow, she could happily play alone in the small villa. The next day, at dawn, everyone set out, with Lei Xiangyu driving. On the street, the zombies' movements became visibly slower. Su Zaibai yawned and tilted his head, leaning on Xiangyang's shoulder. Xiangyang was quickly typing on his computer and said, Brother Xiao, there are 3 exits at the stadium and 2 small passages. The 3 main exits are near the front gate, but 1 is blocked. So, we can only use the 2 small passages. When you go, watch out for those 2 spots. Lu Xiao looked back and said okay.
Sebelah Xiangyang loket at Xiangyang with Confrontation.
Aren't you coming in too? Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. Did you forget I don't have special powers anymore? Xiangyang suddenly understood. He had wanted to tease him a little, but he held back. Xiangyang was not afraid of the zombies, so he went in first to check where everyone was, then came back to tell Lu Xiao what he saw inside. Lu Xiao would then act, which was safer. Xiangyang agreed with this plan. These are their faces. Yang, take a look. Xiangyang turned the computer toward him. Suddenly, the little zombie girl froze and looked terrified. She let out a loud scream. The scream from the little zombie girl scared Xiangyang so much that his hand holding the computer trembled. Even Su Zaibai was startled and sat up quickly. What happened? What's going on? Su Zaibai looked around and saw they were still in the car. He patted his chest hard. I said, Xiangyang, what made you scream like that? You almost scared me to death. Xiangyang sniffed and looked upset, pointing at the people on the computer and shouting. Xiangyang looked at her with confusion. Do you know them? Are they your friends? Xiangyang shook her head. Seeing Lu Xiao look over, she pouted and made a frustrated sound. Lu Xiao stared at the screen and suddenly said, Grandma Rong? Xiangyang nodded repeatedly. Yes. That's Grandma Rong. She's the one who stabbed her with a needle. Su Zaibai and Xiangyang also reacted quickly. The people I met the day before yesterday turned out to be He Chi and his group. These young masters, instead of staying safely at the base, keep going out looking for trouble. We've arrived. Xiangyang suddenly stopped the car. But the others sat quietly inside, without moving. Suzubai stroked his chin, looking angry. How could they hurt our little sheep like that? Maybe we shouldn't let Xiangyang go in. They even wanted to save someone who had hurt them. Who could accept that?
Xiangyang nodded.
He still remembered how badly Little Mei's body was hurt from the needles. Besides, Little Mei was still part of their team. Lu Zhao's dark eyes fixed on Xiangyang. Do you want to go down? Xiangyang was surprised. She knew some students in the stadium were under the care of Nurse Rong, so she decided not to get out of the car. She was clever and didn't want to go in. But when Lu Xiao asked her so directly, she hesitated. I hope you go in. It's your first mission, your first group activity. That made sense. Xiangyang looked down at her old phone. When Lu Xiao returned last night, he gave her a new phone. Now, her name and a task from the Ability Users Center were on the screen. She was part of Lu Xiao's team, so she should go down. She pursed her lips, ready to open the car door, but Lu Xiao suddenly held her back. I know what you're thinking. They hurt you because they think you're a zombie. Now, you're my teammate, and that won't happen again. Xiangyang lowered her head and nodded. Her long eyelashes fluttered like a doll's. Lu Xiao sat back in a seat, then was scolded by Suzubai.
Come on, boss.
You're too harsh on Little Mei. Just 2 days ago, she was badly hurt, and now you want her to go save others? What if He-Chi's group has guns and accidentally shoots her? As the son of the South China region's commander, carrying a gun was very possible. Suzubai's words were reasonable. Lu Xiao squinted and picked up the nearby Tang Dao, then got out of the car as well. The stadium was very large. Fortunately, Xiang had shown everyone a map before, so it took less than 10 minutes for Xiang to reach the location. In an empty room besides a few zombies, there was also a phone on the ground. Xiang was confused when Lu Xiao suddenly spoke. They're still in the stadium. Click, click. Why are you here? Are you worried that I, Xiaomei, will take revenge and get rid of them? Lu Xiao shot her a glance, casually cleaned up the zombies in the room, then closed the door. I'm worried they might have hurt you. They could have guns.
Xiaomei's corpse stayed silent.
Lu Xiao picked up the phone on the ground, opened it, then looked around. He-Heng said his son was trapped in the stadium, and the zombies on the ground were wearing the clothes of supernatural beings. It was clear that someone had come here last night, but they all failed and died here. Lu Xiao squatted down and tore off the supernatural badge. If it was them who came last night, it wouldn't have been better anywhere else. Whether before or after the apocalypse, those in power have always been the same. They don't see lives as lives. Xiang stood aside, unable to think of so much. Let's go and look around. Xiaomei's corpse hesitated and looked at him. Click. Are we really going together? Once we open this door, there will be a large number of zombies in the corridor. Does Lu Xiao care about her that much? Is this team leader really so responsible? Should she also consider him? However, Lu Xiao's hand sparked with lightning, and he calmly said, I'll hide behind you later.
Xiaomei's corpse.
He thought the man had changed, but it turns out he hadn't. It's still the same familiar smell, the same familiar way.
Click.
Then I'll open the door. Xiang said this, then pushed the door open. The zombies on both sides suddenly rushed toward her. Clack, 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 clack. The foul smell, dried-out faces, cloudy eyes, and decaying bodies made her feel sick. Even though Xiangyang was fully used to walking among zombies, she couldn't help but hold her breath and feel her heart race. The zombies surrounded Xiangyang, sniffing suspiciously. Strange, they should have already smelled the living person. Why aren't they reacting? Xiangyang raised her baseball bat, hitting one zombie after another. Lu Xiao followed behind her, wielding a sword, taking down zombies one by one. They worked well together. Zombies are endless, so as long as there's a little space, Xiangyang pulled Lu Xiao and ran wildly. They ran from the first floor to the second, and Xiangyang was exhausted, calling out loudly. They entered a room on the second floor when Suzubai suddenly called, asking how things were and if they needed help. We haven't found their location yet. Even if you come in, it won't help, Xiangyang replied. Lu Xiao held his phone and looked at the huge crowd of zombies gathering in the stadium, thinking. Xiangyang thought for a moment and typed a message on her phone. Maybe you should stay here. I'll go find them alone. When I see them, I'll show my ID badge. They probably won't attack me then, right? It seemed like the only option for now. Lu Xiao thought for a moment, placed his sword on the table, and took out a gun, handing it to her. Protect yourself if there's a conflict. Xiangyang snorted softly, showing disdain.
Clack.
How do I protect myself? Mommy Rong and the others are humans, but I'm a little zombie girl. If there's a fight, I can't just kill them all, right? But Lu Xiao's next words shocked the little zombie girl. This time, not only was Xiaomei shocked speechless, but Su Zaibai on the phone was also shouting loudly. Boss, you can't do this. I know you dislike them, but right now we are the messengers of justice. Moreover, Heqi's identity. With a snap, Lu Xiao hung up the phone. His dark eyes quietly stared at Xiangyang. Did you hear everything I said? Xiangyang nodded blankly. Got it, she replied. Lu Xiao nodded, walked to the window, and took out a cigarette from his pocket to light it. He leaned against the wall, with his messy hair brushing his forehead, hiding his deep, dark eyes. He held a cigarette between his long fingers, the red tip flickering faintly, releasing a light smoke that blurred his face. Just like Xiangyang, you can never fully see through Lu Xiao. Holding a gun, she left the room, feeling a bit nervous for some reason. Maybe because the housekeeper's shadow still lingered in her mind. Or perhaps it was because this was her first time going out to complete a mission like a movie hero. The stadium was circular. Xiangyang was on the phone with Xiangyang while checking the empty rooms. Xiangyang, you said the phone was found in the stadium's publicity room, right? Yes, she replied. I know a way to find them. What way? Go to the broadcasting room and point the phone at the microphone. Got it, she said. With a goal in mind, Xiangyang quickened her pace. She saw the location of the broadcasting room on the notice board and ran with her big skirt. Fortunately, the broadcasting room was not far. She went up to the third floor and turned a corner. Inside the broadcasting room, Lu Xiao was just calling to ask about her situation. Xiangyang shouted excitedly on the phone, making Lu Xiao roll his eyes. Calm down. What's going on? Xiangyang thought for a moment, then sent a text message to Lu Xiao. I'm in the broadcasting room. Say something to stop the housekeeper and them from running around. A short, incomplete sentence, but Lu Xiao quickly understood her meaning. The call was still connected, and his deep voice came through. I understand, Xiangyang. His deep voice sounded close to her ear, with a slow, lazy tone at the end. Xiangyang couldn't help but slap her cold face. Why did Lu Xiao call her Xiangyang? Before she could think more, she put the phone aside and started adjusting the radio equipment. Suddenly, with a sharp, harsh sound, the radio finally made noise. At the same time, countless zombies inside the stadium heard the sound and rushed toward the source. Crackling sounds kept going, making listeners feel nervous. The noise lasted a few seconds before stopping. Xiangyang tentatively tapped the microphone, and loud banging sounds came from the stadium. Lu Xiao's voice came from the phone. That's enough, Xiangyang. Hearing this, Xiangyang held the phone close to the microphone. Click. Go ahead and speak. A few seconds later, Lu Xiao's voice echoed through the stadium. Heqi, this is Lu Xiao, ID 0320 from the East China base HD, B1. I've arrived inside the stadium. I will use music to attract all the zombies' attention. During this time, you need to find a way to reach the second-floor equipment room. I will be there to support you. Lu Xiao's voice was calm and steady, with a slightly husky tone, showing no emotion. After he finished, his voice grew softer and deeper. Xiangyang, play a song. Xiangyang was surprised. Play a song?
Which song?
She quickly searched her phone, but Lu Xiao's phone was an old model, only with a few ringtones, no music. Gritting her teeth, she aimed the phone at the microphone and pressed the play button.
So then.
Spring flowers bloom in April, May, and June. Oh, June 6th, watch the grain grow. Xiangyang. Lu Xiao. Suzubai, who was quietly trying to sneak into the stadium entrance, was startled by the sudden singing and jumped onto Lei Xiangyu's back. Even Lei Xiangyu, usually calm, was shaken by the loud voice. "What's that noise?" Suzubai jumped down from Lei Xiangyu's back, shaking his head absent-mindedly. "Just a few hours since we left, and I've been scared twice already. Looks like today's mission isn't going well." Lei Xiangyu shot him a quick look. Jinx! The ringing bell sounded repeatedly. All the zombies in the stadium gathered at the broadcast room door, their clicking sounds almost deafening Xiangyang. She listened to the ringing echoing in her ears, hoping that Grandma Rong and the others could hear what Lu Xiao said and reach their destination safely. When the bell rang, Zhang Yue and He Qi were squatting by the wall, sleeping. They had been trapped for 2 days and a night, and they were all exhausted. When the sound first started, Lan Qi woke up. She quickly patted the boy beside her, woke everyone up, and said urgently, "Quick, listen. The radio. He Qi, this is Lu Xiao from the East China base, HD, B1, number 0320. After hearing this long message, everyone stood up happily. "Great. Someone is coming to rescue us. Look, the zombies have left this place."
Lan Qi smiled happily.
"Then, should we go to the place the radio mentioned?" Zhang Yue looked at her. "Of course. Can't you understand what people are saying?" Feeling her hostility, Lan Qi pursed her lips and stepped aside. Just as they were about to move, the music of spring flowers blooming started playing. Zhang Yue was so startled she stumbled and fell to the ground, landing flat on her back. Suddenly, there were a few light laughs around her. Zhang Yue's anger suddenly exploded in her mind. Her boyfriend, Li Ziyu, immediately came to help her up but was pushed away with a slap. "Get lost." A trace of embarrassment flashed across Li Ziyu's face, but he was used to Zhang Yue's temper. He silently stood to the side. The place where Lu Xiao said to meet was neither close nor far from where they were now. Walking there would take about 10 minutes, but because of the zombie horde nearby and the winding paths, it might take around 20 minutes. Zhang Yue felt annoyed. Why didn't he come to pick us up himself? Why do we have to go there? Her voice made the zombies near the broadcast room stop and look around. Everyone immediately stopped and dared not move. He Qi lowered his head and muttered a curse, then turned to look grimly at Zhang Yue, speaking through clenched teeth. "If you want to die, just say it. Don't drag us down." Zhang Yue clenched her fists tightly, biting her lip and turning her face away. When the zombies were distracted again by the music, they started moving, but some of them still caught the scent and chased after them. Click, click. The zombies' stiff limbs and twisted necks, along with the foul smell, rushed toward them. Zhang Yue and the others looked increasingly frightened. Because she had sprained her ankle in the fall earlier, Zhang Yue was running with difficulty. Li Ziyu saw this, hesitated for a moment, then ran to her side and gently said, "Stay close to me." The fear in Zhang Yue's eyes eased a little. Just as they were about to reach the place Lu Xiao mentioned, suddenly, the music stopped. All the zombies' attention was drawn to the running group. The fresh blood made the zombies bark and growl. At the same time, all the zombies crazily rushed toward them. Zhang Yue was scared. She was truly terrified. This was probably the closest she had ever been to death. But she didn't want to die. Looking ahead, I saw Li Ziyu and the boy who had been following He Qi closely, as well as Lan Qi almost at the door of the room. She clenched her teeth in her mind, angry that Lan Qi, that mean girl, ran so fast. She gritted her teeth and suddenly pulled the boy back.
"Don't blame me.
I just want to stay alive. I'm not wrong." The boy staggered and fell to the ground, his pupils shrinking as he screamed, "Zhang Yue, you." His scream was cut off as zombies from all sides completely overwhelmed him, plunging him into the horde. The zombies bit his limbs, tearing flesh and skin. Blood pooled around his feet, and a foul smell filled the air. His death bought Zhang Yue and the others some time. They managed to reach the door and squeezed through the narrow gap. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door closed, blocking all the zombies outside. This was not only the closest Zhang Yue had come to death, but also the closest any of them had been to the zombies. Zhang Yue was still shaken when she was unexpectedly slapped. It was He-Chi. He-Chi arrived at the room first and saw everything. His face was dark with anger. Jiang Yue. Startled by his fierce gaze, Jiang Yue took a step back. I was just… Li Ziyu's eyes flickered as he tried to smooth things over. Yue was just too scared. Honestly, if someone hadn't helped her, it would have been hard for her and He-Chi to reach the room. Even if He-Chi let go of her, if something happened to Jiang Yue, he wouldn't be in a good position. Just you guys? A voice came from the corner. Only then did everyone notice there were two more people in the room. Su Zaibai and Lei Xiangyu. Jiang Yue seemed to find a target and was furious. Aren't you telepathic? Why didn't you go out to save us? If you hadn't just stood by and watched.
Hey, stop.
Su Zaibai called out unhappily. Stand by and watch? Which eye did you see us standing by and watching? Lanky timidly explained, it was they who used their special powers to clear out the zombies around us. That's why she was able to reach the room so easily. Su Zaibai crossed his arms and sneered at Jiang Yue. Just look out the window and see how many zombies there really are. Do you really think your little eggs can safely get you here? Li Ziyu and Jiang Yue instinctively looked outside. The rotting faces of zombies pressed tightly against the window, and through a small crack, they could clearly see countless heads like ants, almost filling the entire corridor. There are more than a few hundred of them. Jiang Yue felt a lingering fear and got goosebumps. Did they just come into the room through such an environment? Many zombies were on fire, and it seemed, as Lanky said, that the special powers of the mutants had been opening the way for them from the moment they appeared. Seeing Jiang Yue being honest, Su Zaibai smirked mockingly. Even if you didn't drag others down, you could still come in safely. At such moments, everyone just wants to survive. Li Ziyu looked down awkwardly, while Jiang Yue nonchalantly changed the subject. So what now? How do we get out? Why are there so few of us? Su Zaibai almost laughed at the woman's words, but his playful face now looked a bit grim. How many more people do you want? Last night, a group of mutants came, and they all died inside. Hearing this, everyone present fell silent immediately. At this moment, Lei Xiangyu's phone rang. It was Lu Xiao calling. He asked about everyone's situation and then said, Xiangyang's phone might be out of power, so I'll try to make some noise. When the time comes, you take them through channel A2, and Yang will meet you outside. I have a few survivors here, but getting out might be a bit tricky. Lei Xiangyu nodded faintly, and then hung up the phone. Su Zaibai asked, What's going on? Lei Xiangyu said, Xiaomei's phone ran out of power, so the music stopped. Lao Xiao also found a few more survivors. He'll try to make some noise later, so we can leave first.
Su Zaibai frowned.
There are still survivors here? Excuse me, are you Lu Xiao? A timid voice interrupted their conversation. It was the girl who had spoken up for Su Zaibai earlier. What is it? Lan Qi shyly handed a bandage to Lei Xiangyu. I saw that your wound was bleeding. Su Zaibai immediately understood what the girl meant and quietly stepped aside. Lei Xiangyu glanced at the bandage calmly. Thank you, but I don't need it. Jiang Yue crossed her arms and watched Lan Qi's overly sweet behavior, ready to make a sarcastic comment, but Li Ziyu stopped her with a look. In the broadcasting room, Xiangyang noticed the music had stopped and looked down. Oh no, the phone battery was dead. Without the music, the zombies' cries outside became even louder and more frightening. Xiangyang decided to go find Lu Xiao. Seeing the zombies crowding at the door made her scalp tingle, even though she knew they couldn't hurt her. She took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Click, click, click. The zombies rushed in, stumbling around like headless flies. Seizing the chance, Xiangyang ran out. Her little dress got stained with dirt, and she patted it in disgust as she walked back the way she came. When she finally reached the room where Lu Xiao had been, she found it empty. Maybe he went to rescue Madame Rong, she thought, and quickly changed direction. But when she remembered the strict Madame Rong, Xiaomei's face fell. When Xiangyang reached the second floor, she saw a large group of zombies gathered in the hallway. To get through, she would have to walk among them. Xiaomei wrinkled her nose in disgust, pinched it shut, and slowly moved toward the equipment room. When she reached the door of the equipment room and just opened it, she happened to make eye contact with the girl directly. Zombies, Xiangyang was so scared she shivered. At first glance, it was the same person who had pricked her with a needle, Nurse Rong. Ziwei didn't call out, but Nurse Rong did, which was quite funny. Jiang Yue thought the door was locked, so she wasn't prepared. Suddenly seeing a zombie, she screamed uncontrollably and grabbed a nearby iron rod to hit it.
Angang, suzebaye pikpal shrenk.
Lei Xianyu, a second-level psychic, reacted quickly. He raised his hand, and a fireball instantly shot out. Jiang Yue was burned by the sudden fireball and screamed. She instinctively let go of the iron rod, which clanged loudly on the ground. The noise attracted the attention of the zombies at the door. They frantically pressed against it, making chilling crack sounds. Li Ziyu brushed the fireball off his girlfriend and glared at Lei Xiangyu. He loudly asked, "What are you doing?" Su Zibai quickly protected Xiaomei's body behind him. Lei Xiangyu slowly approached and said coldly, "When our team members come in, you start to act." "I want to ask what you are doing." "Team members?" Li Ziyu exclaimed in surprise. "She's a zombie." Lanky stepped back a little, but He-Chi still stood still, just staring fixedly at Xiangyang. Lei Xiangyu looked at him coldly. "She's a carrier." Su Zibai indicated to look at the necklace on Xiaomei's neck. It was a shiny gold chain with a round badge bearing the XD symbol. This clearly indicated that Xiangyang was indeed part of the special group, known as carriers. However, Jiang Yue simply couldn't be convinced by this explanation. But she clearly can't speak, has no warmth on her body, looks so much like a zombie, and what? Su Zibai tilted his head in protest. "Have you ever seen her bite someone? Or hurt anyone? And she looks like a zombie. Actually, I think you look more like a zombie than she does. Look at her clothes are so clean. Have you ever seen such a pretty, clean zombie?" "Exactly. Have you ever seen such a pretty, clean zombie?" Xiangyang was so angry at Su Zibai's words that she felt a surge of excitement, wishing she could also shout and growl like a zombie. But she didn't dare speak because the moment she did, she would only make things more confusing. Both of them were filled with righteous anger and excitement. A fleeting smile crossed Lei Xiangyu's eyes. He spoke calmly. "That's enough." Jiang Yue still wanted to say something, but Li Ziyu held her back. Su Zibai snorted through his nose, then turned to look at the little zombie. "Do you know where Lao Xiao is?" Xiangyang was about to speak but noticed Jiang Yue staring intently at her. She shook her head, indicating she didn't know. Su Zibai scratched his head helplessly. "Lao Xiao said he found a few survivors and probably got trapped with them. He said he's trying to make some noise, but I don't know what plan he's come up with." "Make a plan?" Xiangyang had an idea in her mind. She turned and saw the gun in her hand. Su Zibai asked again, "Xiangyang, where did you get that gun? Did the boss give it to you?" Xiangyang nodded and typed a line on her phone. "Lu Xiao gave it to me for self-defense." "Self-defense? Defense against what?" "Zombies can't even hurt Xiangyang. So, the only possibility was." Su Zibai's gaze fell on Jiang Yue, and he suddenly understood. "It seems the boss still cares about you. By the way, are there many zombies downstairs? Maybe we should fight our way out. Otherwise, we don't know when Lu Xiao will come back." "Fight our way out?" Xiangyang was so surprised her eyes widened. She gestured excitedly with her hands and feet to Su Zibai. The exits on the first-floor corridor were blocked by zombies, not just the entrances, but the entire hallway as well. In this situation, going out would mean death. Even though Lei Xiangyu is a second-level psychic with so many zombies, it would probably take all night to burn them down. Su Zibai could tell from Xiangyang's excited expression what was happening outside. Thinking about it, during the zombie outbreak, the stadium was still hosting a large concert, holding thousands of people. The scene was terrible, with body parts, organs, intestines, and rotten flesh everywhere. Seeing that Su Zibai was no longer considering that idea, Xiangyang quickly typed a message on his phone. "I'll use your phone to broadcast music in the broadcasting room. You can take Mama Rong and leave first. Remember to run quickly. There are many zombies outside." Su Zibai looked at the message with mixed feelings. Some people are human but act inhuman, not caring about lives. Others are not human but never harm others. Both want to survive. One tries to show their worth and use their abilities to give others a chance to escape. Even if they have a gun, they don't think about shooting people when danger comes. The other forcefully drags others down to protect themselves. But thinking about it, since the end of the world began, he had seen everything, almost like he had seen ghosts. Xiangyang looked at Su Zaibai with confusion. Why isn't he speaking? Is the plan not good enough? Su Zaibai nodded and handed his phone to Lei Xiangyu. Lei Xiangyu read it and nodded. All right, then.
Don't worry about Lao Chao.
He should be able to protect himself with the music. When the time comes, I'll stay behind to finish things. Since the plan was set, Xiangyang didn't hesitate and turned to leave. Li Ziyu arrived just in time, so Lei Xiangyu's fireball only burned a piece of clothing about the size of Jiang Yue's fist. Despite that, she was furious inside. Seeing Xiangyang leave, she immediately ran to the window and shouted, "You're saying they're not zombies? Look, zombies aren't even biting her. She's a zombie." Her voice was sharp and high-pitched, and Lei Xiangyu was completely annoyed. Although he usually doesn't talk much, he is not without temper. He hasn't forgotten how Xiaomei was bullied by these people before. I've said enough. Lei Xiangyu's pupils darkened, and his face became cold. His sharp eyes shot fiercely at Jiang Yue. His deep voice was full of anger. I'll say it one last time. Xiangyang is our team member. Jiang Yue was silenced by his fierce gaze, her throat unconsciously moving. Next to her, He-Chi lowered his eyes, softly repeating Xiangyang's name. So, she's not a zombie after all. This time, Xiangyang returned very quickly. Back in the radio room, she quickly cleared out the zombies inside, then picked up the microphone. A familiar, harsh ringing sound followed. The zombies gathered at the corridor entrance became restless again. Xiangyang held Su Zaibai's phone, instinctively opened the ringtone settings. She aimed at the microphone and pressed play. "You are my lover like a rose with your fiery, Xiangyang." In the equipment room, Su Zaibai awkwardly scratched his head, whispering to Lei Xiangyu. "My phone has a song. Why is Happy Sheep still ringing?" Lei Xiangyu stood by the window checking outside. "What other song do you have on your phone?" Su Zaibai thought for a moment.
King Tibetan Plateau, Lake Xianju Chakold.
Better to play this one, so the speakers won't break. Outside, countless zombies heard the music and, like before, crazily rushed toward the source. Lei Xiangyu looked at his watch, then turned and said, "In 3 minutes, we'll leave." Jiang Yue and the others nodded nervously. Okay. When the 3 minutes were up, Lei Xiangyu opened the door, and a large fireball shot out. The zombies in front instantly fell. "Let's go," they hurried out. The zombies in the corridor have decreased a lot, but a few still sensed the living presence and lunged at the group. However, they were all quickly dealt with by Su Zaibai and Lei Xiangyu. Overall, the group managed to reach the exit smoothly. At the exit, there was a car parked, with Yang sitting in the driver's seat. However, the street was filled with zombies attracted by the noise made by the group. The zombies dragged their heavy steps, tilting their heads as they approached. Their cloudy eyes looked terrifying. What do we do now? Zombies surrounded the car, and Jiang Yue started to panic.
How can we get in the car now?
She anxiously looked at Su Zaibai and Lei Xiangyu. Quick, think of a way. Su Zaibai didn't speak. He stood still and released his special power. Visible air currents appeared around him, causing small objects nearby to be blown around by the wind. Gradually, the wind grew louder, and the objects around him got bigger, creating a roaring windstorm. With a loud, fierce sound, Su Zaibai formed a unique tornado barrier around himself. Get in quickly.
Susevais chautit sterni.
The zombies were right in front of them. The group clenched their teeth and turned to run into Su Zaibai's tornado. The wind blades cut sharply across their faces, as if an invisible force was pressing down on them. It didn't feel good, but it kept the zombies away. Su Zaibai protected everyone and reached the car. Yang opened the door, and they all hurried inside. The moment the car doors closed, the tornado barrier disappeared, and gunfire started ringing out. Lei Xiangyu stayed at the door, relieved when He-Chi and the others got into the car. He exchanged a quick look with Su Zaibai, both releasing their powers again, ready to rush back to the stadium. Just then, Lu Xiao led some survivors out.
Boss.
Old Xiao. Lu Xiao responded with a nod, protecting the survivors as he got into the car. After getting in, Lu Xiao looked around. Where is she? Suzubai knew who he was asking about. Probably just came out of the radio room. Lu Xiao frowned slightly. Her phone isn't dead. Why isn't she leaving yet? Jiang Yue quickly interrupted their conversation. Outside, the sound of zombies clicking and shuffling was almost in her ears. Just when she thought it was safe, Jiang Yue couldn't wait to leave this place. Hurry up. If we don't go now, it'll be too late. She really didn't want to stay here any longer. Lu Xiao turned his head and gave her a cold look. That look was full of authority. Jiang Yue felt both scared and a little amazed. Could this be the man who was speaking on the radio? Lu Xiao. It was said that Lu Xiao was the first among the 4 main bases to become a level 2 psychic. She didn't expect him to be so handsome. Jiang Yue instinctively cleared her throat. I am Jiang Chengyuan's daughter. You are Captain Lu, right? Lu Xiao ignored her and continued talking to Suzubai. Suzubai immediately saw what Jiang Yue was thinking. Still dreaming about our boss? Jiang Yue was pretty, but her mind was too cruel. Such a woman was not suitable. Suzubai said, after the music stopped, she found us. I handed her my phone. After Lu Xiao and his team appeared, Xiangyang called Xiangyang to come down.
Xiangyang looked at the time.
It should be almost time. More and more zombies gathered around the car. Jiang Yue felt anxious inside. Lan Qi and Li Ziyu looked worried too. Only He Qi and the others rescued by Lu Xiao seemed calmer. Just then, a zombie's finger forced its way through a narrow crack in the car door, leaving only bits of flesh and bone debris. Jiang Yue's nerves finally broke. She screamed in panic. Drive. I want you to drive faster, Suzubai patiently explained to her. We still have a team member inside. They will be out soon. I don't care who they are.
Drive now.
Just drive. Lei Xiangyu watched her quietly as she lost control. Just as Lu Xiao was about to speak, Xiangyang appeared at the entrance of the stadium. Xiangyang immediately became alert and got ready to start the car. Suzubai placed his hand on the door, ready to open it for Xiangyang at any moment. After receiving the message, Xiangyang ran down right away. From upstairs, she could already see many zombies surrounding the car. She thought Lu Xiao and the others would have left first. After all, she would have been fine staying behind. Those zombies couldn't hurt her. But to her surprise, they had been waiting for her all this time. She couldn't help but feel a little touched. The car began to move slowly, and the door opened slightly. Several decayed zombie hands clung to the edge of the door. Jiang Yue, who was sitting close by, felt her scalp tingle at the sight. Watching the others risk everything for one person filled her with resentment. I'm about to speed up and break through, Xiangyang warned. Suzubai replied, okay, 3 seconds. Xiangyang had already reached the car, but just as Suzubai was pulling her in, Jiang Yue suddenly pushed her away. Lei Xiangyu reached out quickly, but it was too late. The off-road vehicle sped through the sea of zombies, leaving Xiangyang lying wide-eyed among them. What are you doing? Suzubai shouted angrily, his eyes turning red with fury. Lu Xiao was stunned by the sudden turn of events. When he finally came to his senses, he ordered, Xiangyang, stop the car. Xiangyang glanced at the rear-view mirror, frowned, and instead of stopping, he accelerated. Brother Xiao, we can't stop here. Their noise had already drawn more zombies, and there were zombie dogs in the area too. If they stopped again, they might never get out. Jiang Yue looked at her trembling hands in shock. She had thought about doing it, but she couldn't believe she actually had. She slowly lifted her head, eyes red, and looked at her boyfriend.
To you.
Li Ziyu looked complicated and didn't know what to say. Lei Xiangyu saw that Suzubai was shivering quite a bit and gently patted his hand to comfort him. Little Mei's body wouldn't be in danger. Even so, Suzubai still couldn't accept this. He sneered and curled his lips. In just a few hours, I killed 2 people with such cruel methods. What is there to fear, zombies? I wonder if they'll dream about this tonight. Zhang Yue's face turned pale. She had to admit that Suzabai's words hit her hard. Watching the car speed away and disappear, little Mei's face showed great sadness. She slowly got up from the noisy zombie that was groaning. Looking at her pretty dress stained with dirt, her eyes started to turn red. That big pig's hoof really is a pig's hoof. He ran off before even getting in the car. He clearly didn't care about little Mei and the others. They're just a team of little kids, useless. Maybe he used her to save others, then after rescuing, he just left her behind. No, he didn't even recognize her. He didn't recognize the body. Xiaomei wiped away her tears and started crying loudly. She wandered aimlessly on the street again, as she had been doing all year. But for some reason, today the street seemed especially long, and the zombies looked even more annoying. She had only been at the base for a day, had only been a human for a day, but suddenly reality hit her hard again. This huge gap made little Mei fall into depression. She cried for nearly an hour, then took a bottle of well water from her space and drank greedily to rehydrate herself. She then entered a luxury store. She planned to shop wildly to soothe her wounded heart. However, the luxury store was locked. Xiangyang took out a large pair of pliers from her space and tried to pry open the chain on the door. Suddenly, there was a loud crack sound. The pliers dropped to the ground. But the chain didn't budge at all. The sound was... Xiaomei's body stiffened as she looked down in shock. Her right hand was hanging in a twisted position. Darn, did she break her hand trying to pry open someone's lock? Xiangyang sniffed, feeling like crying again. First, she was abandoned after being used, then her hand was broken, and she didn't even get the luxury items she wanted. What a loss. She was completely unlucky. Xiangyang took some gauze from her space and wrapped her right hand like a mummy, then hung it around her neck, looking pitiful. Seeing her disheveled appearance in a mirror at a street shop, Xiangyang decided she should take a shower first. No matter what, she always wanted to look beautiful, right? She looked up and saw the sign for a beauty salon. Xiangyang immediately followed the address. Inside the salon, a few zombies wandered back and forth like lost souls. Xiangyang found them annoying and shot at their heads twice. Only then did she realize she hadn't returned her gun to Lu Xiao. She wouldn't give it back. She remembered that the government strictly controlled guns. If Lu Xiao's gun went missing, he would be punished severely. Let him abandon her. Her resentment towards Lu Xiao could only be expressed through these thoughts. The salon also had electricity, a place to shower, and a bathtub. But the bathtub was filled with foul, bloody water, and Xiangyang didn't even want to look at it. She quickly took a shower, then took out a new dress from her space to wear. After that, she slowly lay down on the beauty bed and turned on the device. But as she closed her eyes, tears involuntarily slipped down her cheeks. Almost 20 minutes later, the device stopped, and her beauty treatment was over. Xiangyang sat up, touching her smooth, tender face.
Sigh, she sighed.
Even after a beauty treatment, she couldn't feel happy. Why was that? She drooped her head and was about to leave when suddenly, she heard a movement outside. Immediately after, the figures of Lu Xiao and Suzubai appeared in Xiaomei's line of sight. Suzubai said, "Happy sheep, we're here to pick you up." Xiangyang waved his keys and looked around, kicking away the zombie that lunged at him. Sure enough, Brother Xiao knows little Mei zombie best and understands that she would come to this place. Xiangyang stood there stunned for a long time, unable to react. Is she hallucinating? She pinched her cheek hard, but felt no pain. It must be a dream. No, wait. Zombies don't feel pain in the first place. Lu Xiao walked over, raised an eyebrow when he saw her right hand, and a playful look flashed in his eyes. What's wrong with your hand? Little Mei zombie looked up and snapped at him fiercely. Mind your own business. Hadn't she already been abandoned? Why come back now? Oh, boss, little Mei zombie is angry. She's upset that we left her behind. Suzubai said happily. Xiangyang sighed helplessly, glancing at him. What are you so happy about? If Xiangyang can't come for her, do you think we can go back? Little Mei zombie was now one of their team members. Suzubai immediately straightened up and looked serious. Xiangyang, we didn't leave you behind, really, I swear. The road was hard to stop on, and there were several survivors in the car. They don't have special abilities, and halfway through, Zhang Changyuan sent a helicopter. We just sent the others away, and came back immediately to find you. Suzubai was telling the truth. Still, Little Mei Zombie felt very wronged. The reason they left her was because they knew zombies couldn't hurt them. Basically, they didn't see her as a person. But she wasn't really a person either. Realizing this, Xiangyang's eyes visibly drooped. Xiangyang frowned and walked over, placing a hand on Suzubai's shoulder. What exactly did you say? Why does Little Mei Zombie look more upset the more she talks? That's right, Little Mei Zombie looked so aggrieved her eyes were practically brimming with tears. Suzubai also wanted to shout out in protest. He thought he explained himself pretty well, both in attitude and reasons, so he didn't see where he went wrong. No wonder the boss said that Xiaomei's corpse was not easy to comfort. He was right. Are you still angry? Lu Xiao asked softly, his voice gentle, as if he were talking to a little girlfriend upset with him. After Suzubai explained, Xiangyang stopped being angry. Now, her emotions were just because she fully realized she was different from normal humans, and she felt simply sad. She shook her head. Click, not angry anymore. That click sound had no anger or blame, only a hint of sadness. Lu Xiao stroked his chin. Then shall we go back together? Xiangyang weakly nodded. Since it was a misunderstanding, they should go back. She still liked the room in the small villa. Click, let's go back. Although it seemed that Happy Sheep wasn't very happy, she was willing to go with them. Suzubai couldn't figure out why. Xiangyang probably guessed a little. The car was parked at the door. After dealing with the zombies outside, they quickly got in. On the way, the atmosphere inside the car was strange. The resentment from Xiaomei's body spread to every corner of the car. Suzubai finally couldn't hold back and nudged Lu Xiao with his arm, signaling him to say something. What exactly was wrong with Xiaomei? Do you think she's sad because she believes she's a zombie? Lu Xiao suddenly said. Xiangyang was startled. Was her reaction that obvious? Her response confirmed Lu Xiao's words.
Suzubai was shocked.
Boss, how do you know? Are you some kind of zombie inside her stomach? Lu Xiao looked at him coldly. More than that. When she puffs out her, but I know whether she's pooping or peeing. Xiangyang and Suzubai. There's no need to describe it like that. Really? Xiangyang, sitting in the front, let out a low, gentle laugh, then spoke clearly, as if her voice was pure water flowing into a well. Happy Sheep, you don't know how much I envy you. As soon as she said this, the car fell into silence. In the end-of-the-world era, ordinary people find it the hardest to endure. Money is worthless, and ability is the key to survival. Many try their best to awaken special powers, hoping to become strong enough to protect their loved ones, friends, and themselves. They want to live peacefully in this chaotic world, even risking their lives for it. You, however, have space abilities, remain calm and rational, and are fearless. You can live very well in this world, so I envy you. If I had a chance, I would try my best to become like you someday because I refuse to be ordinary. Xiangyang's voice is clear and pure, with a slight huskiness. So, what exactly makes up a person? Does it matter if they are zombies or carriers? He has never spoken these words to anyone before, but today, for some reason, he said them out loud. Whenever he is with Lu Xiao and the others, he always wants to be like them. No matter what level of task it is, he wants to join. Seeing Xiangyang calmly walk through the zombie crowd, his first thought was envy. Honestly, Xiangyang's words had a big impact on Xiangyang. The blockage in her mind finally cleared. She leaned forward and gently patted Xiangyang's shoulder to comfort him. Snap. It seems you're also feeling pretty frustrated. Suzubai also patted his brother's shoulder to comfort him. He never expected that Xiangyang, who hides her thoughts the deepest among them, would show such genuine emotion. Why don't you take a bite of Happy Sheep? Maybe you'll turn into beautiful sheep. Xiangyang was stunned for a moment, then thought it might be possible since Little Mei has a special constitution. So, she bravely stretched out her arm like a warrior and closed her eyes. Snap. Go ahead and bite. Lu Xiao almost laughed out loud at these two lively characters and quickly pulled little Mei's arm back. Enough. What are you two thinking? Next to them, Lei Xiangyu also shook his head with a helpless smile. The atmosphere inside the car eased. Suzubai looked at Xiangyang's right hand. What's wrong with your hand? Is it broken? Xiangyang looked down at her hand, wrapped up like a rice dumpling, and pouted. Crack. Yes. How did it get broken? Xiangyang didn't want to say anymore. She couldn't possibly say she broke it trying to pry open someone's door handle. Could she? That would be too embarrassing. Crack. Nothing much. Suzubai couldn't get any useful information from the little corpse, so he turned to Lu Xiao. Boss, why don't you guess again? Lu Xiao rested his chin lazily and lazily lifted his eyelids to look at Xiangyang. Can I say something? Xiangyang was stunned. Say what? Could it be that Lu Xiao also knows she was trying to pry open the store? The little corpse wouldn't believe that. Crack. Go ahead, see what kind of story you can come up with. Lu Xiao's eyes flashed with a faint teasing smile. Do you remember the first place I went after getting out of the car? First place? Suzubai muttered. Wasn't it a luxury store? But the store seemed to be locked. His words suddenly stopped, and he hesitated to continue. Could it be that you broke the lock? Suzubai took a deep breath, looking at Xiangyang with disbelief, then at her hand. I said, why was there a big iron clamp on the ground? So you tried to pry open the lock with a big iron clamp, but ended up breaking your hand. The secret of the corpse's behavior was exposed in one sentence, and the little corpse was furious and embarrassed. Crack. Don't say any more. Suddenly, everyone in the car burst into laughter. This is too funny. How could a zombie do such a thing? Laughter and teasing aside, they still cared for their team members. Especially since this mission wouldn't have gone so smoothly without the little corpse. At Lu Xiangyu's signal, Xiangyang stopped the car by the roadside. In Xiangyang's puzzled gaze, everyone got out of the car. Luo Xiao stood at the entrance of a luxury store, his hand on the iron lock. His body radiated powerful energy as lightning-like abilities surged around him. With a loud bang, sparks flew everywhere. The chain broke and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Lei Xiangyu, with his back to Luo Xiao, raised both hands and formed small fireballs, quickly clearing the surrounding zombies. The store door opened, revealing a display of luxury bags, perfumes, and watches. They were neatly arranged in glass cabinets, spotless and untouched. At this moment, Xiaomei, who was already fully aware of what they were doing, excitedly pressed her face against the car window and cheered. Happy sheep, you're ready, right? Suzubai called out with a teasing smile. Xiangyang was still confused about what he meant, but in the next second, she saw Suzubai use his wind powers to sweep all the luxury items inside the store into a whirlwind. The items spun in a tornado shape, slowly approaching Xiangyang. She widened her eyes and reached out to touch the tornado. The moment she did, all the luxury goods vanished into thin air, absorbed into her space. Now, she had a full load of treasures. That evening at dinner, the points from the mission rewards were credited. Each person received 3,000 points, including Xiangyang. A first-level psychic could earn 1 to 2,000 points per mission. 3,000 points was quite impressive. Xiangyang cooked dinner, while Luo Xiao and the others helped out. Seeing this, Xiangyang was very pleased, so she waved her hand and took out many ingredients from her space. Finally, the dishes on the table included braised pork ribs with radish, braised fish fillets, sweet and sour pork, shredded chicken, and spicy beef slices. Looking around, the table was full of meat dishes. Suzubai was munching on ribs, his eyes happily closed. With happy sheep here, dinner is just about grabbing food. This rhyme was quite fitting. Xiangyang nodded in rare agreement, saying, Xiaobai is right. Luo Xiao finished his shower and came down to eat. He took a bite of the ribs and said lightly, somewhat bland. This sentence almost caused an uproar, but everyone knew he was joking. The group was eating while watching the news on TV. Xiangyang sat on the sofa, drinking water and watching the news. After the apocalypse, the signal for information wires was blocked, and the TV only had one channel, news from the 4 main bases. The broadcast covered events inside the bases, important notices, and occasionally played gossip and entertainment to give people a brief break during these chaotic and dangerous times. The broadcast also reported the latest outside world news, including stories about zombie dogs and plant mutations. Recently, there was talk of starting a new live broadcast channel, but the details were unclear. Director Yin Qiu from the North China-based Research Institute plans to gather all the special people known as carriers for blood tests. He believes that hope for humanity might lie with these carriers. When the news came out, Xiaomei immediately became anxious. Gather all the carriers for blood tests? If she is a carrier, wouldn't the test reveal her true nature? The group eating also paused their actions. Suzubai said, "Is Happy Sheep also going? If she goes, she might give us away." Xiangyang said, "They only mention the North China base, not our East China base." "This is a big task." Lei Xiangyu looked at Lu Xiao. "Maybe we should call and ask." Lu Xiao nodded. That was his thought too. He got up and went outside to call Ma Wei to ask about the situation in North China. Yin Qiu has long had this idea. It's mainly because many psychics have been disappearing recently. He's eager to make some progress. Plus, the only level 2 psychic in North China had an incident recently, being attacked by a carnivorous plant and losing an arm. As for us in East China, we haven't heard about gathering carriers for blood tests yet. If Yin Qiu has new findings from recollecting blood samples, we might hear soon. Hearing this, Ma Wei chuckled softly. "What's wrong? Are you worried about your zombie girlfriend?" The words, "zombie girlfriend," made Lu Zhao's face turn dark. "Yes, it's because of her. Today was her first time doing a mission with us, and tonight, she heard this news." She was very panicked. Lu Xiao turned around and looked at Xiaomei corpse and Suzubai inside the house, both of them excitedly gesturing and acting like they were performing a play. A clear voice from Mo Wei came through the phone. "Don't worry. Even if we do tests, it will take at least a month." Lu Xiao thought quickly and asked, "And after that month? After a month?" Mo Wei paused. "Lu Xiao, it seems you really have no confidence in Xiaomei corpse." Lu Xiao frowned. "What do you mean?" But Mo Wei hung up the call. Inside the house, Xiaomei corpse and Suzubai both blinked their titanium alloy eyes at Lu Xiao. What did they say? Lu Xiao thought for a moment and left 2 words. "No rush." Xiaomei corpse wanted to ask more, but Suzubai sighed in relief and sat back down to eat. The problem probably isn't big. The next day was a day off. Superpower users' days off are not fixed. Usually, after completing their assigned tasks, they get 1 or 2 days to rest, at most 3 days. However, after Lu Xiao went out in the morning and returned, he said, "We have a day or 2 off now. The day after tomorrow, I need to go to the North China region." At this moment, Xiangyang was playing a 2-player game on the TV with Suzubai. Their game made the small house lively. Seeing how excited they were, Yan held back and sat in the living room watching them, occasionally giving tactical advice. When the game music signaled the level was completed, Suzubai put down the game console. "North China? What mission?" Xiangyang adjusted his glasses. "Related to the North China Research Institute." Lu Xiao snapped his fingers at him. "Yes, North China has already started gathering carriers. Besides Yin Qiu, another person is involved, his fellow disciple Jang Shangshan. Since the end of the world, Jang Shangshan has been missing. A few months ago, someone found him, but then he went out to look for supplies and disappeared again. Now there are some clues. Director Yin Qiu said this person is very important and asked us to bring him back safely. Once again, it's a rescue mission." Suzubai couldn't help but yawn. He reached out and asked for a bag of chips, munching on them loudly. "What clues? Where is he?" "North China Genetic Research Institute." Hearing these words, Suzubai froze and shivered. Xiangyang clicked his tongue twice. How did Jang Shangshan end up in that dangerous place? Describing it as a dangerous zone is not an exaggeration. The North China Genetic Research Institute is located in the suburbs southeast of the North China base. It's about 100 kilometers from the base, and even farther from the East China base, more than 1,300 kilometers away. The place is called a dangerous zone because, early in the apocalypse, after a zombie virus outbreak, The animals used for experiments and the staff involved experienced irreversible genetic mutations. This caused the researchers inside to also become infected and mutated, especially the mutated rat swarm inside. The base's broadcast once reported on the situation at the North China Institute. It was just a short video clip, but enough to cause panic. Su Zaibai was more concerned about something else. How many points will we get for this mission? Lu Xiao looked at him calmly. 20,000. 20,000 points. There are 5 of us, so each person gets 4,000. That's not much. So, stingy? Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. 2,000 points per person? Su Zaibai suddenly sat up from the sofa, scattering his chips everywhere, and exclaimed, 2,000 points per person? That's a lot. Lu Xiao took a bottle of mineral water from the fridge and took a sip.
This is money for our lives. Of course it's a lot.
Honestly, no one wants to go to the North China Research Institute, that dangerous place. The death rate for those with special abilities is over 50%. If someone dies, it's okay, but it's worse if they live on as neither fully human nor fully ghost. So, cherish these 2 days of rest, Xiangyang said as he stood up, seeming ready to leave. Su Zaibai immediately stopped him. Where are you going? Xiangyang put his hands in his pockets. I'm going to visit my foster father. After he spoke, Lei Xiangyu also came out of his room in a tank top, looking like he was about to go out too. Lazy, where are you headed? To the arena. Su Zaibai nodded and looked at Lu Xiao. Boss, you probably won't go out again, right? Lu Xiao finished his water and looked for something to eat in the fridge, replying, I'll go to the management area this afternoon. Su Zaibai nodded and looked at Xiaomei's corpse. What are we doing this afternoon? Xiangyang looked confused. As a zombie, what can she do? She wouldn't just stay quietly in the small Western-style building. Could she be going out to be a target for others? Boss, take me and Happy Sheep along. We have nothing to do anyway. Sure, that works. We can also visit Mawei. Xiangyang was very sensitive to the name Mawei. Su Zaibai asked, what are we going there for? Boss, are you planning to use Xiaomei's body for experiments after you're done with her? Xiangyang looked shocked. Lu Xiao was speechless. Just get the paperwork done. It will be easier to pass through. Plus, she might not only be working with us on missions in the future. What do you mean? You'll find out when we go. Feeling nervous, Xiaomei's corpse didn't even want to cook lunch at noon. So, Lu Xiao and Su Zaibai could only eat instant noodles face to face. Last night they had a big feast, but today it was just instant noodles, such a big difference. After dinner, Su Zaibai said he was feeling dizzy from carbon and wanted to take a short nap. Since Lu Xiao had woken up early today, they decided to rest for an hour before leaving. Hearing this, Xiaomei turned around and hurried upstairs. The two looked at each other with confusion, but didn't ask further. An hour later, Su Zaibai rubbed his head, sleepy-eyed, appearing in the living room. Lu Xiao was packing things into his bag to take to Xiaoyu and the others, working smoothly. You're awake? Let's go, Su Zaibai mumbled. Xiaoyangyang isn't up yet. Lu Xiao continued packing without looking up. She's coming downstairs. A rustling sound of footsteps followed. Su Zaibai casually looked up, and his expression immediately froze. Boss Xiaomei's. Her. His tone was strange. How? Lu Xiao looked up, but before he could speak, he saw Xiaoyangyang's appearance. Her look could be described as very cute, dressed like a cartoon character. Usually, Xiaomei wears a princess dress, swinging her big skirt as she moves, with her naturally curly hair casually draped behind her. Today, Xiaomei was dressed the same way.
But
what's all over your skirt? Lu Xiao looked hesitant to speak. After spending an hour carefully dressing up, only to hear such a comment, Xiaoyangyang's face didn't look very happy. Click. Look at that big gold pendant. Can't you see it? Two humans who don't appreciate beauty. At this moment, Su Zaibai's face was slightly red, as if holding back laughter. Xiaomei swung her skirt, showing off the big gold pendant, spinning around in front of the two. The crisp sound was like a beat. Click? Do you look good? Both understood what the click meant. Su Zaibai laughed so hard his eyes almost teared up, nodding vigorously. Yes, it looks amazing. His tone was exaggerated, praising Xiaomei enthusiastically. I've never seen such a fancy, beautiful little dress. Lu Xiao raised an eyebrow, teasingly. It looks good. Xiaomei was very happy now, proud, and clicked her heels. She sewed her favorite big gold pendant onto her dress, making it shiny. She liked it very much. Are you sure you want to wear this outfit outside? Lu Xiao asked with a smile. Xiaomei nodded without hesitation, feeling strangely confident about her look. The East China base is built on a mountain, making it one of the earliest and largest bases. The mountains stretch in waves, like a natural barrier protecting the base. The buildings are arranged neatly, with a modern and high-tech look. Because the area is large, the group found a place to live in the suburbs. On the way, Xiaomei looked around curiously, like visiting a big courtyard for the first time. She was still amazed because she had only seen it at night before and was overwhelmed by her new role as Lu Zhao's team member. Why does everyone have a symbol on their arm? She asked. Wow, she pointed at a passerby. What's that on their head? It looks so strange. Xiaomei looked up at the tall buildings, full of wonder, feeling a bit punky. Su Zaibai listened to the constant click sounds and didn't find them annoying. He didn't understand what Xiaomei was saying, but he responded to almost everything. Sometimes his answers didn't quite match what she said. That guy looks pretty handsome. Is he your type? Su Zaibai teased. Look at this, she pointed at a billboard. It says, "Welcome to the end of the world paradise." Su Zaibai rolled his eyes and said, Huh, end of the world paradise? There's no paradise in the end times. Then he excitedly pointed at a beauty salon on the street. Xiangyang, you like beauty salons, right? This one looks good. I'll take you there next time. Lu Xiao raised his eyelids and looked at someone and a corpse in the rearview mirror, then glanced at the sign for the security zone and calmly reminded. We're almost there. Upon hearing this, Little Mei's body immediately shrank back, just like when they first saw her. She sat quietly and obediently in the wheelchair. Her whole body seemed to say, I'm well behaved, I won't bite. Lu Xiao smiled slightly, his dark eyes narrowing. They stopped the car at the gate of the detention area. Xiangyang took a deep breath, feeling nervous, and got out of the car. Lu Xiao noticed her panic and spoke clearly. Don't worry. As expected, once outside, the guards in the detention area looked at Xiangyang with strange expressions. They didn't seem suspicious, just curious. Little Mei pouted and showed them her badge. The guards' expressions changed immediately.
Go inside, they said.
They smoothly entered the detention area. Little Mei looked around, confused about the buildings inside. Why did the detention area look like a slum? They handed over supplies to Xiao Yu and the others, then quickly came out. Su Zaibai then started to answer Little Mei's questions, explaining that everyone living in the detention area was someone who didn't pass virus checks. Especially the residents of Wallan City at the start of the apocalypse. Wallan City, being the most populated and crowded area, is right next to the river. The water there is heavily polluted. Even if residents haven't been infected, most of them probably didn't pass the virus check. Hearing the name Wallan, Little Mei was surprisingly stunned for a moment, a strange light flashing in her eyes. But the other two didn't notice. By the way, Happy Sheep, I haven't heard you talk about your parents. Did you lose contact with them, or? Su Zaibai asked carefully, without any particular meaning. Since Little Mei had become part of their team, Lei Zisher often checked the psychic center for news about his sister. If Little Mei had lost contact with her parents, maybe they could help find them together. Little Mei hesitated, her mind filled with unforgettable, painful memories.
She shook her head.
Seeing this, Su Zaibai didn't ask further. It takes about half an hour to travel from the guard area to the research institute at the base center. When Xiaomei's body was taken out of the vehicle, she was once again looked at and observed like a rare animal. Is this a person? Why does she look like a doll? A passerby asked curiously and with admiration. Her skin is so pale and scary. Could she be a zombie? Someone hesitated. Zombie? The crowd started talking loudly. How could there be zombies in the base? That's impossible. I heard there are special people in the base, carriers of some kind. Maybe she's one of them. Hearing the word, zombie, Xiaomei's body was still worried, but since Xiaomei and Lu Xiao looked calm, she pushed her worries aside. After entering the building, they checked the nameplate, confirmed their identities, and then went upstairs. Everyone in the laboratory was busy. When they saw Xiaomei, some even greeted her happily. "Happy sheep, you're here?" the technician said warmly. Xiaomei's body. She had already been here once, so why did it seem like they knew her very well? "Come with me. The director is still in the laboratory," a gentle female researcher said. They followed her into Mawei's office. Sitting on the sofa, Xiaomei's body was shocked and widened her eyes.
Director, susebay nadie.
Otherwise, how could he easily give you an identity? What if you bite someone? The whole base could be in trouble. Hearing this, Suzubai suddenly felt something was off. How could Mawei be so confident that Xiaomei's body wouldn't bite anyone? He turned to Lu Xiao. "Boss, does Mawei think Xiaomei's body won't?" Suzubai only said half of his sentence, confused, and Xiangyang misunderstood immediately. She shifted her little bottom and looked like she wanted to speak but hesitated. "Lu Xiao, sometimes you really can't blame him for being blunt. Don't worry. Human bodies and zombies are different. He won't be interested in you." Xiaomei's body relaxed, and she patted her chest, feeling very scared. "Lu Xiao." He then turned to answer Su Zebai's question. "Probably about an 80% chance." Xiaomei's body looked confused and leaned over. "Clack, what are you talking about?" Before they could answer, Mawei pushed the door open. Although he came quickly, he took off his gloves slowly and calmly. "Are you going to North China Laboratory the day after tomorrow?" "Lu Xiao, you know about that too?" Mawei nodded. "There's some things I need you to bring back for me." "What things?" Mawei turned around and picked up a piece of paper from the table. "I've written everything on it." Su Zebei took the paper and looked annoyed. "So well prepared." Mawei smiled politely. "There are many good things at the North China Genetic Research Institute. If I can take them out, I will. It's for the hope of humanity."
Susebay es nered.
"You're just useful to yourself. Don't act so noble." Mawei took out a form from the drawer to give to Xiangyang. Seeing her outfit, he paused slightly and showed a faint, subtle smile. "Fill out this form, including where you've lived since you were a child and what you did during the virus outbreak." Xiangyang clicked her tongue and sat down to fill out the form carefully. Then Mawei and Lu Xiao talked about gathering the carriers at the North China base to retest their blood. Yesterday, all the directors gathered for a meeting. They might call the base carriers together in about a month, following North China's example, to check their blood. He raised his eyebrows and signaled Lu Xiao with a teasing smile. "Then you and Xiaomei can run away together for a while, and come back after the fuss is over." The phrase, "run away together," made Lu Xiao feel quite speechless. "Aren't you about 80% sure she's not a zombie?" This sentence caught Xiaomei's and Su Zebai's attention. "Clack clack, really?" Seeing the happy expression on little Mei's face, Mawei chuckled and shook his head. "You really can see through everything," Lu Xiao said. "That's why you agreed so easily to make her a nameplate." Mawei nodded. "Yes, I've been studying her genetic blood report recently. Her gene and blood virus levels almost match the zombie virus threshold, but..." He paused. "But the values change every day." Lu Xiao asked, "What does that mean?" "It means the zombie virus in her body is decreasing, but sometimes it increases again." Su Zebei asked curiously, "So, is it decreasing or increasing?" Mawei shook his head. "It's not fixed," Su Zebei asked. "What does that mean?" Lu Xiao narrowed his eyes, his voice a little hoarse. "When does it increase? And how long does it last?" Mawei replied. "At night. It doesn't last long, only a few minutes. If this trend continues, the zombie virus in her body might completely disappear one day." "How long will that take?" "Half a year, maybe a year. If something unexpected happens and the threshold of the zombie virus in little Mei's body rises, it could take even longer. But overall, there's a good chance little Mei can return to being human again." That's why Mawei is about 80% confident. Xiangyang finished filling out the form and obediently handed it to Mawei, like a student waiting for the teacher to grade her paper. Mawei adjusted his glasses and looked at her form. Little Mei's handwriting was messy and seemed difficult to write. He quickly glanced over it and muttered to himself, "Nothing unusual here." He closed the form and looked back at little Mei, feeling like she might be hiding something. Otherwise, given her current condition, she would be a huge miracle in human history. Faced with Mawei's puzzled look, Xiangyang shyly avoided his gaze. They definitely need to hide some things, especially the mutated regrowth bacteria in the space. This person didn't even tell Lu Xiao, so how could she tell Mawei? Regarding this mutated regenerative bacteria, Xiangyang only discovered it after a long time. It was probably mixed in when they collected supplies from Huayong's 3 warehouses earlier. The small mushroom floated quietly on the water's surface, giving off a pleasant fragrance. Moreover, the water soaked with the small mushroom was very thirst-quenching, so Xiaomei's corpse was kept as a tea bag. That's enough, Mawei said, standing up. Next is the second matter. He looked at Xiangyang. Go meet your fellow survivors. There are about 9 carriers in the entire East China base. Including Xiaomei's corpse, that makes 10. Apart from Xiaomei's corpse, the other 9 are also part of the special ability team and go on missions with them. Today is the day when carriers come to the lab for regular health checks, so everyone is here. In the basement lab, a few strange-looking people were drawing blood. One of them Xiangyang had seen before in the vehicle. Mawei pushed open the door. Director. You're here, Director. Director, can you please draw less blood this time? Last time, I became quite anemic. They all joked and greeted each other. Then their eyes all focused on Xiangyang. Director, could this be another carrier? Mawei nodded and pushed Xiaomei's corpse forward. Yes, she's like you. Maybe you'll do missions together in the future. Get to know each other. The carriers looked at Xiaomei's corpse with curiosity. Xiaomei's corpse looked very nervous and shy, glancing timidly at Lu Xiao and the others. Lu Xiao snorted softly. Usually, she acted like a boss in the small mansion. If someone accidentally dirted her dress, she would scold them loudly. Why is she so obedient now, like a little grandson? It seems she's still bossy at home. They are teammates, but sometimes they are also each other's executioners. This seemingly harmless Xiangyang might, one day, turn against him, and he might just escape unscathed. Soon, under Mawei's deliberate guidance, Xiaomei collected contact information for all the carriers. Outside the research building, Xiaomei looked at the pile of personal data in his hand and sighed thoughtfully. He thought his life as a beauty-loving Asang was almost over, never expecting he could someday be incorporated into the system. It's truly a miracle. Time passes quickly. On the streets and in the residence buildings inside the base, lights have started to turn on one after another. During the day, the city inside the base looks no different from outside. Taller buildings, strange-shaped structures, and dense power lines. But once the lights are on, the contrast becomes clear. Under the illumination, the base buildings look like giant steel beasts rising from a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Their outer walls are patched together from tarnished metal plates, with sharp lines, cold shells, and every tiny scratch tells of the harshness of the end times. Every few meters, there is an alarm system surrounded by a blue sensing ring. The soft blue light adds a touch of sci-fi to the cold architecture. Lu Xiao drove the car to a restaurant entrance. Several people got out, and naturally, Xiaomei attracted another round of attention. The restaurant's decor is almost the same as that of a restaurant in his previous life. The only difference is the many sensing devices inside, used to check the survivor tags. People without tags find it almost impossible to move freely inside the base. Lu Xiao is well known in the base. News about his team has been reported many times, serving as a source of hope for those inside the walls. Suzubai found a place to sit and casually recited a few dishes. Garlic oysters, blanched lettuce, braised shrimp, and steamed crabs. After a few seconds, he looked at Lu Xiao. Do you want anything else? Lu Xiao shot him a glance. What do you think? Suzubai forced a polite smile. Later, Xiaomei finally understood why Lu Xiao looked like that. The reason was that the food at the base restaurant was extremely expensive. After the apocalypse, uninfected pork, beef, and lamb were sold at sky-high prices, making it hard for ordinary people to afford. Seafood was even more exaggerated. The oysters, shrimp, and crabs that Suzubai ordered cost as much as a Rolex watch on his wrist.
Xiaomei, she was amazed.
With so much seafood in her space, if she sold it, she could become rich. People around them looked at Suburbs with envy. They didn't have enough points to eat such good food. Soon, a few dishes were served. The restaurant's flavors were different from Xiaomei's cooking style. The seasoning was light, but it was still good. There were 5 crabs in total. Suburbs instinctively gave 1 crab to Xiangyang's bowl. When he saw Xiaomei's sad look, he slapped his forehead and put the crab back into his own bowl. Ugh, I forgot you can't eat things. Xiangyang looked at the small crab and swallowed hard. She loved eating crabs, steamed with just the original flavor, fresh and delicious. Lu Xiao peeled the crabs and shrimp, placing the shells in front of Xiaomei. Seeing the confused looks from Suburbs and Xiangyang, he softly spoke with a gentle smile, showing sympathy. Lick it to satisfy your craving.
Xiaomei, she was shocked.
That's so insulting to a corpse. Suburbs was eating shrimp and couldn't help but cough and laugh. While everyone was focused on their meal, a voice suddenly appeared at the door. This is a famous restaurant in East China. It doesn't look like much. Yue, don't say that. It's true. It's so ordinary, can I say so? Xiangyang looked up and saw a familiar face. It was that familiar woman. She was unforgettable. Not only did she hurt her, but she also pushed her into a horde of zombies. Xiaomei was furious and gritted her teeth, but she couldn't do anything. She could only keep drinking water quickly to suppress her anger. Jiang Yue saw several people as soon as she entered the restaurant, her eyes brightening immediately, and she quickly walked over. Captain Lu, you're here too? What a coincidence. After leaving the stadium, Zhang Changyuan sent a helicopter to bring Jiang Yue back to South China, but she insisted on staying in East China for a while, probably just to be close to Lu Xiao. It's undeniable that since meeting Lu Xiao, she has developed different feelings. Jiang Yue's cheerful smile made Li Ziyu look uncomfortable. Before the apocalypse, they were lovers, but everything changed after. When her boyfriend showed a different face, Jiang Yue didn't care at all. Before the apocalypse, Li Ziyu's family was quite wealthy, but after, they were all infected by zombies. Now, he is the only one left, just a dependent, someone she could easily abandon. Out of politeness, Lu Xiao nodded slightly, with a cold attitude. Seeing Lu Xiao nod, Jiang Yue immediately misunderstood. She pretended to look around at the seats. She said, Captain Lu, there are no seats in the main hall. Can I sit here? Besides Li Ziyu, 2 other ability users came in with Jiang Yue, probably to protect her safety. There weren't many seats in the hall, but sitting separately was fine. Jiang Yue's intentions were obvious at a glance. Suburbs sneered and leaned back in his chair. Jiang Yue was clearly ruthless, but always pretended to be innocent to impress others. There are no seats in the main hall, but there are private rooms. Jiang Yue's face stiffened, and she shot him a cold look. Her gaze then fell on Xiangyang, with a look of disgust in her eyes. She didn't expect this woman to still be alive, haunting her. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Xiao got up and went to the restroom. When Lu Xiao left, Jiang Yue's true nature became even harder to hide. She lifted her chin arrogantly and said, If you're done eating, move aside. Realizing Jiang Yue was talking to her, Xiaomei looked at her empty bowl and pouted. Humph. She wouldn't move. She pushed herself into the pile of zombies with her front foot, but how did she manage to act so confidently with her back foot? Jiang Yue saw that she ignored her and smirked maliciously. I don't know why Captain Lu is sitting with you. You obviously crawled out of that disgusting zombie pile, and maybe you even smell like decay. Xiaomei's corpse was stunned and angry at Jiang Yue's mean words. What does she mean, despising her for crawling out of the zombie pile? Who was it that pushed her down? Suburbs' face also changed when he heard this. How dare she bully Xiaomei in front of him? Just as Xiaomei's corpse was about to snap and lash out, Lu Xiao returned to his seat. So, Suburbs watched helplessly as Xiaomei's hand under the table pinched his leg hard. Immediately, a big tearful wave filled her eyes. That fierce, snarling look just now seemed to disappear. Suburbs was stunned. I thought zombies didn't feel pain? No, wait. How can Xiaomei cry just like that? Lu Xiao's movements paused slightly as he looked at Xiangyang. What's wrong? Then, Xiaomei's corpse immediately staged a dramatic scene, tears starting to fall first. Like Lin Daiyu, her breathing was a little uneven, her eyes filled with tears that slid down her cheeks, and she looked at Lu Xiao with a sad, helpless expression. Such a delicate doll-like appearance. Who could bear to see her like this? Lu Xiao looked coldly at Jiang Yue, his voice low and hoarse. What did you do to her? Jiang Yue didn't expect Xiangyang to act like this. She was anxious, pointing at Xiangyang. This woman. I didn't do anything to her.
She.
Jiang Yue was so angry she couldn't even speak properly. Seeing Xiaomei's distressed, tearful eyes that didn't seem to be acting, Lu Xiao said coldly, Miss Jiang, Xiangyang is a member of our team and protected by the base. If you do anything to her again, I will hold you accountable. Jiang Yue looked angry, but did not speak again. Lu Xiao looked at Suzubai. Eat well, and then leave. When they returned to the small villa, Qiyang and Lei Xiangyu had already come back. Lei Xiangyu seemed to have just arrived and hadn't had time to change clothes. His vest was soaked with sweat, sticking tightly to his skin, and his biceps lines were very clear. Even Qiyang, who usually didn't care much for muscular men, couldn't look away. Qiyang immediately noticed Xiaomei's red eyes and asked with raised eyebrows, Are you crying? As soon as he said that, Xiaomei quickly looked away, feeling embarrassed. Lu Xiao looked at her with a half-smile, but didn't say anything. The remaining day of rest quickly passed. That evening, Xiang took out some papers at the dinner table and handed them to everyone. They were the internal maps of the North China Genetic Research Institute. Xiang pointed to a spot on the map. We leave tomorrow. We'll rest in the car tonight, then go in the day after tomorrow. I will wait outside to support you. When you go in, remember to wear gas masks, and half an hour before entering, drink the antidote. Hearing this, Suzubai couldn't help but interrupt, gas masks and antidotes again. How much poison gas is inside? Xiang adjusted his glasses and looked at him. You've heard about the marshy area in the north, right? 6 months after the zombie outbreak, the swampy area in the northern forest was heavily polluted. The toxic gas spread to the northern city, and overnight, corpses were everywhere, making people's scalps tingle. There used to be some marshy soil in the North China Research Institute, not a large area, but the poison gas seeped out for about 100 cubic meters, so we should be careful. Everyone nodded. Xiang drew a circle on the map with a pen. North Chinese people told me that Jiang Shangshan's last location was in this area. So, these laboratories should be watched carefully. As far as I know, these labs contain man-eating vines, zombie snakes, and a few level 2 zombies. If you haven't found Jiang Shangshan in this area, I guess he might have entered the underground labs, where supplies are stored. There are 3 underground labs in total, located in Zone B, Zone C1 and Zone C2. We don't yet know what the underground labs look like or what is happening inside, but they are probably more dangerous than we imagine. I will send a drone to check the situation in advance. When the time comes, I will need someone to help me open the door. He looked up at everyone and asked, Who wants to go with the drone? Suzubai's abilities are weaker than Lu Xiao and Lei Xiangyu, so leading the team alone is risky. Lei Xiangyu leaned lazily against the chair, muscles tense. I'll go. Lao Xiao stays up top to watch over and protect both of them. Xiaomei and Suzubai exchanged annoyed glances. Suzubai said, Am I so weak that I need protection? Xiangyang scoffed. Huh? I dominate the zombie world. I fear nothing but ghosts. Do I still need protection? Lu Xiao ignored their reactions and nodded in agreement. Okay. He nodded and started packing up the things on the table. Everyone, rest early today. We leave early tomorrow morning. At dawn the next day, the small house let out a loud, harsh cry. Startled, Xiangyang immediately jumped up like a spring. She opened the door, and she and Suzubai looked at each other, both disheveled. Downstairs, Xiangyang, Lu Xiao, and Lei Xiangyu had already finished dressing. Xiangyang checked his watch and said loudly, You too, wash up quickly and get ready to leave in half an hour. They yawned and both turned to go into the house. Half an hour later, 1 person and 1 zombie were on the car, both yawning. Lu Xiao. What did you two do last night? Su Bai and Xiangyang looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time, indicating they did nothing. Lu Xiao glanced at Xiangyang. I did hear some TV sounds coming from someone's room. Xiangyang's expression stiffened. Could it really be heard? Is the room not soundproof? Last night, she watched a TV drama on a DVD, Handsome Uncle and Pretty Sister-in-Law. The plot was really over the top, so she kept watching episode after episode, losing track of time. Just as Xiangyang was about to speak, Su Bai, with a shy smile, spoke up. Yesterday, I watched a TV show. It was so dramatic, I lost track of time. Xiangyang looked at Su Bai in surprise. What a coincidence. She leaned in closer. What show did you watch? Su Bai replied, A Handsome Uncle and Pretty Sister-in-Law, Lu Xiao. Hearing the title, Xiangyang was so excited she couldn't hold back.
Wow.
That's what I watched too, Su Bai hesitated. Could it be that you watched the same show? Xiangyang nodded vigorously. What a coincidence, like fate opening the door for her. Both of them then eagerly discussed the plot. Su Bai. In the second episode, I guessed the story from the beginning, but I didn't expect that the child would.
Xiangyang. Wow.
Me too, and the main character's mom, they were sneaking around under everyone's nose and no one noticed. I was really impressed. Xiangyang. Exactly, the long journey became less boring because of their lively chat. After crossing a street filled with zombies and then getting on the highway, they entered North China territory. When they arrived near the North China base, Lu Xiao called the base manager. Then they continued their trip. As night fell, they were about 200 kilometers from the North China Genetic Research Institute. They found a safe spot to park and spent the night in the car. Fortunately, Xiaomei's body had enough space, and they had plenty of food. The next day, Xiangyang took a shortcut with his car. He covered over 200 kilometers in just an hour and a half. Around 7 a.m., the car slowly stopped at the entrance of North China Genetic Research Institute. A few people drank antidotes, put on masks, and waited for the medicine to take effect. The research institute is located in the countryside. The surrounding trees have been cut down, leaving only some stumps, so the view is very clear. At the entrance, many zombies gathered. They looked up at the second-floor windows of the institute, where faintly, you could see the moving mutated plants inside. Half an hour later, everyone instinctively picked up their weapons and got out of the car. This was Xiangyang's second mission. Because it was more difficult this time, she didn't wear her favorite little dress. Instead, she wore a cool black armor, looking very impressive. Su Bai was so jealous he said he wanted one too. So Xiangyang also made him a similar outfit. The two of them looked like a black and white duo as they entered the research institute. According to the plan, Xiangyang would go first to open the door on the first floor. The first floor was full of zombies but no other living creatures, so it wouldn't hurt the little zombie girl. After Xiangyang opened the door, a strong smell of rotten flesh and medicine hit her face. The little zombie girl almost couldn't keep her eyes open from the stench. The noise startled the zombies in the hall. They clattered and rushed toward the sound, but when they reached the little zombie girl, they stopped and tilted their heads, eyes wide, sniffing around curiously. Even though she had experienced this many times, the little zombie girl still found it hard to get used to. After all, these ugly, evil zombies with their big faces pressed right against her face were quite shocking. Holding her breath for a few seconds, the zombies gradually moved away. Xiang looked back at Lu Xiao. Seeing his approving gaze, she then headed straight for the monitoring room. There was a broadcast in the monitoring room. Xiangyang turned on the microphone to attract the zombies' attention, while Lu Xiao and the others crossed the hall and headed straight for the second floor. The surveillance room is located in the corner of the first-floor lobby. Xiangyang wandered around for a long time, and several researchers kept staring at her intently. She was so scared she thought she had transformed from a zombie into a human. After successfully reaching the surveillance room, Xiangyang found the broadcasting equipment. A familiar, harsh buzzing sound came from the radio, and then music started playing throughout the building. "I'll send you away, far away," Xiangyang happily listened to the song on the radio. Based on her experience at the stadium last time, She had downloaded the song the night before. The music echoed through the building, and a horde of zombies gathered and surged forward. Xiangyang ran against the zombie crowd in the original direction. At that moment, a zombie suddenly blocked her way. Xiangyang immediately stopped. The zombie stood with its backlit figure nearby. She couldn't see its face clearly, only feeling a strange, eerie sensation. Slowly, Xiangyang approached the zombie. Just as she was about to see its face clearly, a sudden thud sound came from behind, and a knife pierced through the zombie's neck. Lu Zhao's face was cold and stern. "What are you standing there for?" He quickly pulled out the knife, stepped forward, grabbed Xiangyang's wrist, and turned to leave. She was pulled along, stumbling forward. In the end, she couldn't help but look back. Sure enough, there was a zombie on the ground. Half of its face was deeply bitten, bones visible, its neck broken, and its head was twisted in an awkward position on its shoulder. Blood was everywhere, bright and shocking. The scene was horrifying. Xiangyang immediately turned her head back, but then she sensed something was wrong. No, wait, blood? Why was the zombie's blood so red? Usually, zombie blood is brownish red, sometimes even dark black. Could it be that the creature just now is a person? Xiangyang's expression grew serious, as if facing a great danger. Lu Xiao sighed helplessly. In such an environment with this situation, even a little girl like Mei could get distracted. He was truly impressed. But then he thought, she's already a zombie herself, so she's not afraid of death. However, she isn't a real zombie. After going up to the second floor, Lu Xiao lowered his voice and warned, "We are about to enter the laboratory. Stay focused." Xiangyang suppressed her doubts and nodded, seeing that the others looked serious, indicating she understood. Lei Xiangyu headed straight for the second-floor potion laboratory, which is near the north side of the map and also the entrance to the basement. Lu Xiao took the opposite direction, heading toward the central area with Su Zibai, and Xiangyang followed Su Zibai. The black and white double killers exchanged a look, both filled with a fierce intent. Lu Xiao watched their backs silently, hoping these two troublemakers wouldn't get into any trouble. There are fewer zombies on the second floor than in the main hall. It looks empty, but Xiangyang always feels something is wrong, though she can't quite explain what. Music from the broadcast attracts all nearby creatures, including a few zombie mice and zombie cats and dogs. Taking advantage of this, Su Zibai and Xiangyang entered a laboratory. The lab has transparent partitions, so a quick peek inside reveals the situation, making searches fast. Each room takes only a short time. However, the building is large, and after half an hour, about half the rooms still haven't been checked. The call device on the waist buzzes twice, and Xiangyang's voice comes through. "How's it going? Is everything smooth?" Lei Xianyu replies, "I've finished patrolling Area D. No sign of Jiang Shangshan. In 5 minutes, I plan to enter the underground lab. You can send the drone in." The device buzzes again and Lu Xiao speaks. "I found Jiang Shangshan's white coat with bloodstains on it. I'm going to check the third floor." Xiangyang nods and asks, "How about you, Xiaomei?" Su Zibai is flipping through items on a table, glancing at the small zombie corpse beside him. "Nothing new so far, just like Xiangyang." Xiangyang's voice pauses, then asks, "I mean you and Xiaomei. Are you in any danger?" Su Zibai coughs lightly, feeling a bit annoyed, and replies, "What do you mean?" "The music has attracted all the zombies away. What danger could we be in?" Xiangyang chuckled softly. "That's hard to say. Even among zombies, there are deaf ones. What if a second-level deaf zombie appears? I wonder what you would do." As he spoke, the walkie-talkie fell silent. The silence was almost eerie.
Xiangyang looked confused.
Xiaobai, zzz. Su Zibai, Xiangyang, you big mouth. At the end of the corridor, a second-level zombie stood. He was much larger than a normal person, like a giant. His skin was torn and broken all over, his posture twisted, covered in torn flesh and goo, making him look disgusting. The radio was playing loudly above his head, but he was unaffected. The little zombie girl nearby was so shocked she couldn't make a sound. Xiangyang asked, "Xiaobai, what's happening on your side?" Lu Xiao said, "Xiaobai, which area are you in?" "I'm coming over." Su Zibai lowered his head, and said something. "No need, I can handle it. You all keep going." They couldn't let him delay the mission alone. This second-level zombie seemed to be the deaf zombie Xiangyang mentioned. Not only deaf, but also blind. He couldn't hear or see, but he could smell. He caught the scent of fresh blood, then spun his head 180 degrees to lock onto Su Zeibai's position, and charged at him like he hadn't eaten in years. Even though Su Zeibai was prepared, he was still startled and almost forgot to use his powers. He had never fought such a fierce second-level zombie alone before. The strong wind blocked the zombie's fierce attack, like an invisible shield. Su Zeibai struggled to defend himself. He had planned to pull out a gun from his pocket, but he underestimated how powerful the second-level zombie was, completely different from a first-level. He clenched his teeth, and within seconds, blood was already spilling from his mouth. The wind cut like a blade across the zombie's body, but these superficial wounds couldn't do much harm. Even though this level 2 zombie had lost both arms, it still opened its bloodthirsty mouth and kept charging forward. Su Zeibai clenched his teeth and shouted, "Xiangyang, help me quickly!" Xiangyang was also stunned by this sudden scene. After regaining her senses, she quickly drew her knife and stabbed at the zombie. Bright red blood splattered onto Su Zeibai, looking quite frightening. Su Zeibai turned away in disgust.
Xiaomei.
Cut off its head, the head, Xiangyang suddenly understood. She grabbed her knife with both hands and fiercely stabbed into the zombie's neck. With a loud splat, she pulled out the knife, and the zombie's head fell to the ground. Su Zeibai closed his eyes briefly, slowly retracted his supernatural power, and finally let out a sigh of relief. The whole process took only about 10 minutes but nearly exhausted all his strength. Su Zeibai sat heavily in his wheelchair and let out a long breath. "Luckily I have you, Xiangyang. Otherwise I'd be done for." Xiangyang, dressed in a sleek black armor, looked heroic. She disdainfully wiped her knife with a tissue from the table, a slight proud smile on her face. Click. Honestly, if it weren't for me, could it have been solved so quickly? Hearing no response, Xiangyang looked up, only to see Su Zeibai staring at her intently. Click. What are you looking at? Su Zeibai swallowed hard and forced a smile that was even more awkward than crying. Xiangyang, don't look back, but people often like to do the opposite. Without hesitation, Xiangyang immediately turned around. Then a level 2 zombie was standing almost face-to-face with her, only about 10 centimeters apart. Click. Xiaomei's corpse was so scared it started to scream wildly. At the same time, Su Zeibai leapt up from his seat, grabbed the knife Xiangyang was holding, and stabbed at the zombie. The knife plunged fiercely into the zombie's eye, but it didn't stop its movements. Su Zeibai, already exhausted, turned and ran, not forgetting to take Xiaomei's corpse with him. At this moment, Lei Xiangyu had already entered the basement, while Lu Xiao went upstairs to the 3rd floor. This means only he and Xiaomei's body were on the 2nd floor. Su Zeibai moved quickly through the various labs on the 2nd floor, startling the other zombies. Some of them, no longer making sounds, chased after the two of them. So, Su Zeibai had to fight off zombies while dodging. In this way, the two of them accidentally ran into a warehouse. After closing the warehouse door to block all the zombies, Su Zeibai sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Xiangyang was also out of breath and, honestly, since the end of the world, she had never run so clumsily. What she couldn't understand even more was why Su Zeibai was pulling her to run away. She hoarsely asked, "What? Why are you pulling me?" Su Zeibai suddenly realized that Happy Sheep was also a zombie and he exclaimed, "Sorry, I thought you were human." Xiangyang's chest heaved heavily and she clenched her fists, ready to hit Su Zeibai. Suddenly, the communicator crackled with Lu Xiao's voice. "Xiaobai, have you finished?" "Yes." Lu Xiao responded with a nod, but his tone was serious. "Everyone be careful. There are other things in the research building." "What kind of things?" Before Su Zeibai finished asking, he heard a roar from the communicator. It didn't sound like a typical zombie growl, but more like some animal's roar. The North China Genetic Research Institute is called a dangerous place, partly because many things inside are unknown. And the unknown things are usually the most dangerous. Suzabai's tone was urgent. Old Xiao, Lei Xiangyu said, don't worry about him. You keep going. Suzabai nodded, and then stood up. Xiangyang, I think Xiao's sheep and I are in a warehouse now, but there's no mark on the map showing this location. After a few seconds, Xiangyang's voice came through. Do you remember what instruments were in the outside laboratory, or did you see any English words on the wall? At that moment, they were only focused on escaping and didn't pay attention to much else. Suzabai pressed the call button on his waist. Didn't see. Xiangyang suddenly tugged on his sleeve. Suzabai looked down and said, wait a moment, Xiaomei has something to say. He then tilted his chin at Xiangyang. Go ahead. Xiangyang looked at him silently, making 2 clicking sounds. Suzabai rubbed his nose and cleared his throat. All day long, they kept treating Xiaomei's body as if it were a real person. Xiaomei said she saw dissection tools and a medical bed on the table in the outside laboratory. Xiangyang nodded and looked at the map. Then you should be in the gene sample lab on the 2nd floor, Area F, but there's no mark for storage room on the map. Xiangyang paused. Congratulations, you've opened a hidden surprise box. Suzabai looked at the storage room. What should we do now? Go out and follow the original plan? We still haven't searched a few labs. At this moment, the sound of zombie growls outside was gone, so it wasn't hard to leave. No need. Stay in the storage room. I'll come over right away. It was Lu Xiao. Xiangyu, leave the underground lab quickly and go to Xiaobai's place. Hurry, Lei Xiangyu. I've already arrived. Wait, what is that thing? Darn, a shrill screech sounded, and Suzabai and Xiangyang both covered their ears. Lu Xiao. Xiangyu? Suzabai. Lazy. After about 5 minutes, Lei Xiangyu's panting voice came through the call.
Infine.
I'm coming up now. Wait for me. Darn, what is that thing? After that, there was no more sound from the call. Suzabai and Xiangyang sat on the ground, quietly waiting for their teammate to arrive. Just then, Xiangyang's eyes suddenly fixed on a file bag in the storage room. She curiously picked it up. H056 experiment subject files in the top right corner of the file. There is a small photo of a girl, about 7 years old, with a childish look. Xiangyang suddenly felt a bad premonition. When she opened the report on the next page, her suspicion was confirmed. It was a human experiment. Suzabai looked over and sneered. I didn't expect that a famous genetic research institute in North China would secretly do such things. If the experiment had been approved, the file wouldn't be here in this place. Suzabai then took a file bag from the cabinet and flipped to the last page, which had signatures from top officials approving the experiment. The two of them whispered quietly, and Xiangyang saw a name on the paper that was not unfamiliar. Qi Jianhua, Qiyang's father, and one of the leaders of the 4 major base alliances. I didn't expect the Qi family to be involved.
Suzabai mattered.
There weren't many files in the cabinet. Besides the ones in their hands, there were about 10 more. Xiangyang and Suzabai exchanged glances. Xiangyang stored all the files into her space. The warehouse wasn't very big, about 60 square meters, filled with supplies, canned food, mineral water, toothpaste, everything you could think of. But everything was covered in dust, probably untouched for a long time. Suzabai took off his gloves, opened a can of peaches, and started eating. Not bad, he said, looking at Xiangyang. Xiangyang reached out and covered the cabinet, and all the items were stored away again. After finishing one can, Suzabai reached out and asked Xiangyang for another. After eating 2 cans, Lu Xiao and Lei Xiangyu arrived. Both of them were covered in blood, and Lei Xiangyu was holding a broken drone. Suzabai was surprised. What happened to you guys? Lu Xiao waved his hand and looked at the can of peaches in Suzabai's hand. Xiaomei's corpse very perceptively took out another can and handed it over, also giving Lei Xiangyu a bottle. Lei Xiangyu. Thanks. The two of them quickly ate the canned food without explaining much to Suzabai. Let's go. Shangshan is right here. Suzabai was confused. Where? From the drone, Xiangyang's voice came through. There's a button next to the wall. It's probably blocked by the cabinet. Push the cabinet aside and take a look. Everyone followed the instructions. Sure enough, pushing the cabinet revealed a red button. They pressed it. Suddenly, the wall facing the group split open from the middle. Suzubai was startled. What kind of place is this? Why is there a secret room? It's so hidden. Just as Lu Xiao was about to speak, the warehouse door behind them was suddenly hit forcefully. Suzubai and Xiang shivered in fear. Lai Xiangyu sneered, "Coward." After saying that, there was another strong impact, and the lock on the warehouse seemed to loosen. A faint, blood-red, vertical eye appeared through the crack in the door. Suzubai's throat tightened, and he looked in shock. What is that thing? The wall opened, and Lu Xiao glanced at the crack, calmly urging, "Hurry inside." Lai Xiangyu led the way into the warehouse, with Suzubai and Xiang following behind. At the moment the lock was broken, Lu Xiao pressed the button to close the door. In the last second, Suzubai saw the creature outside the warehouse. It was a mutated giant snake. Its body was as thick as an adult man's waist, with shiny green scales. Its skin looked rotten and wrinkled, covered in scars, making people shiver. Suzubai couldn't help but shiver. After closing the wall door, there was a long, dark corridor ahead, and nothing could be seen. Xiang took out a few flashlights from the space. Suzubai praised, "Good job, happy sheep." Click, no politeness.
Xiangyang, Zaling Xiangyang. Suzubai pressed the communicator on his waist.
There was no response for a long time. Lu Xiao took out his old phone and looked at it. The signal is blocked. Really? Suzubai was surprised. Whether it was an old-fashioned phone or a calling device, both had been modified at the base, and their signal reception was unusually strong. What kind of place could completely block signals like this? Lei Xiangyu led the group at the front and suddenly stopped, raising a finger. Everyone instantly fell silent. The narrow, cramped corridor was so quiet that they could almost hear their own heartbeats. Then, a faint scratching sound came, like mice. Suddenly, a mouse darted out from under Xiaomei's corpse. Crack! Xiaomei jumped in fright, landing on Lu Xiao, who, caught off guard, gave her a quick, gentle lift into a kind of princess carry. Their eyes met, one showing fear, the other calm, with a hint of awkwardness. Suzubai hadn't had time to tease when he heard a faint rustling sound coming from the other end of the corridor behind them. After a 2-second pause, Suzubai's hoarse voice trembled slightly.
Could it be
a mouse swarm? Clearly it was. The dense squeaking made everyone feel chills, and Lu Zhao's expression grew serious. We need to move faster. The group started to run. The corridor seemed endless, and behind them, the mouse swarm was closing in, red-eyed, terrifying, with drooling, sticky saliva dripping from their mouths. Lei Xiangyu stopped and turned around, summoning a huge fireball in his hand. The firelight reflected on the swarm of mice, their countless heads wriggling, making everyone's scalp tingle. Lei Xiangyu threw the fireball forcefully. The mice squealed painfully as they burned, their charred flesh emitting a strong, foul smell. Just as Lu Xiao was about to act, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Stop!" Everyone turned sharply.
It was an old man.
"Come with me." Lu Xiao paused and followed the old man. They turned a corner, and the old man pushed open a door, leading them inside. The mouse swarm rushed past the door in a frenzy and quickly disappeared from sight. The old man signaled for everyone to sit down and tried to comfort them. "Don't worry, I am here. They won't hurt you, them." The old man nodded kindly. Mice are very understanding. Suzubai felt uncomfortable with the old man's gentle expression and silently sat aside. Lu Xiao didn't waste words. "Are you Jang Shangshan?" "Yes." Jang Shangshan nodded and looked at the nameplate on Lu Xiao's chest. "You came to rescue me, right?" "Wait, I'll pack my things and leave immediately." Jang Shangshan is not really old, only in his 50s, but his hair is mostly white and his skin still looks okay. He took a small suitcase from the cabinet and carefully packed his notebook and some medicines. While packing, Xiangyang, feeling bored, started to look around the room. The room is very big. It's more like a lab than a bedroom. There are many instruments and chemicals on the table. There's no bed, only a few thick protective suits on the floor for sleeping. In one corner, there are some empty cans that have grown mold, probably left there for a while. In another corner, a curtain covers a small space, so you can't see inside. Xiangyang stood in front of the curtain and reached out instinctively. "What are you doing?" Shangshan frowned and stopped Xiangyang from acting. Everyone's eyes turned to look. Suburbs quickly explained, "Our team members are just curious, no harm meant." Shangshan squinted and walked over, his gaze full of meaning as he looked at Xiangyang. "You are not human." His words were mostly certain, partly doubtful, but that certainty was enough to make one feel a tightening in the throat. Lu Xiao leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, walking over after hearing this. His narrow black eyes briefly glanced at the nervous little girl. Yes, she's not human. She's a carrier, staying close to Maui. Maui's name had already spread throughout all the bases. Shangshan didn't doubt Lu Xiao's words, but simply looked at him steadily. "I've finished cleaning up. Let's go." Xiangyang let out a small sigh of relief behind Lu Xiao. As they approached the door, she couldn't help but glance back at the corner. Suburbs knew Xiaomei was very curious about the corpse, though he wouldn't admit it. In fact, he was quite curious himself. So he secretly used his wind ability to lift a corner of the curtain. Click, click, click. The curtain moved, startling the zombie inside, which frantically broke free from its chains and screeched loudly. Behind the curtain was a hospital bed. A zombie was tied to it. It looked to be about 10 years old. Its face was pale blue, eyes grayish, mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth with bits of flesh hanging from them. Suburbs and Xiangyang were both shocked. Shangshan turned around with a grim expression, glaring at them. Suburbs raised his hands. "I didn't do anything." Xiangyang instinctively hid behind Lu Xiao. Shangshan looked at Lu Xiao and coldly ordered, "Deal with these two." Xiangyang slowly frowned, his eyes darkening. The tall figure stood in front of Shangshan, giving off a strong sense of pressure. Lu Xiao's pupils slightly contracted, unclear and mysterious. Suburbs shouted, "What do you mean? Are you trying to hurt me?" "Just because I saw you keeping zombies?" Realizing the situation might be more complicated, Suburbs changed his tone. "No, it's not keeping them, comma." He remembered the file bag in the warehouse cabinet, his pupils shrinking. "Are you experimenting on people?" "Darn." Suburbs couldn't help but curse. "That's so disgusting." Xiaomei's corpse huddled behind Lu Xiao, full of righteous anger. Yes, it was just too disgusting. Shangshan was so angry, he was about to explode. "How would you know?" "I'm doing this for the future of humanity. Anyway, they can't enter the base." "Shoot, for the future of humanity." Suburbs didn't give him any face, pointing at the zombie screeching on the bed. "That's still a kid. Do you not feel guilty about doing this? About her? How many people have you harmed?" Shangshan remained silent, glaring coldly at Lu Xiao. "Do you ever hesitate before acting?" Xiangyang sneered. "What do you think?" Shangshan said nothing and kept walking forward. "You will pay the price for this." Shangshan was very familiar with this place. He led Lu Xiao and the others through a different hidden passage, turning left and right. A familiar song played overhead, about 7 hours since they entered. Suburbs said, "Pleasant sheep, how come your device's battery lasts so long?" Xiangyang smirked and raised her eyebrows. She deliberately played a song from her old phone, which had the longest battery life. "How much longer can it last? It probably will stop soon, right?" After Suburbs finished speaking, the music stopped. Everyone paused and looked at him. Shangshan also looked over, confused. Little Mei's zombie teeth gritted fiercely, showing her big mouth. Without noise interference, the zombies rushed toward them wildly. Everyone quickly sped up and used their special powers. They protected Shangshan in the middle, constantly fighting off the zombies. Fireballs and lightning flashed, and sometimes a gust of wind blew the zombies over. Xiangyang checked the map. The nearest exit was blocked. The only remaining way out was the same entrance they came in, but it wouldn't be easy to get through. They might also encounter the giant snake and the rat swarm along the way. "Let's go this way." "I have a plan," Shangshan suddenly said. Following Jiang Shangshan, the group reached the second-floor kitchen, a dark, damp room filled with strange smells. Inside, Jiang Shangshan took a bottle of reagent from his suitcase and poured it on the ground and into the drain. Maybe it was Little Mei's zombie illusion, but she felt Jiang Shangshan looked at her when pouring the reagent. The smell was very strong and sharp. Even with masks on, everyone could smell it and moved away. Lei Xiangyu asked, "What is this?" Before Jiang Shangshan could speak, familiar squeaking sounds came from all around, inside and outside the house.
Mice.
Everyone's faces changed dramatically. "Don't be nervous," Jiang Shangshan comforted them, showing a rare, gentle expression. "I told you, mice can understand people." "So what?" Suzubai sneered, curling his lips. "Can mice solve zombies?" Jiang Shangshan, who already had some disagreements with Suzubai, looked at him coldly. "Sometimes animals are more useful than humans." The mice's noise grew louder, scurrying toward the door, and more mice appeared from the kitchen openings. Xiangyang's hair was standing on end. She and Suzubai were jumping around, trying to avoid the mice like they were performing a ritual. Jiang Shangshan watched their awkwardness with satisfaction, then walked to the door, opened the panel beneath it, and countless mice rushed in again. Lei Xiangyu and Lu Xiao summoned lightning and fireballs to attack the mice at their feet. Suzubai cried out in frustration, "What exactly are you trying to do?" Jiang Shangshan looked at the many dead mice under Lu Xiao's feet. Feeling pity, he clapped his hands. Suddenly, all the mice stopped moving as if they had received an order, standing quietly in place. Even though they were well-behaved, mice are still hard to like, especially these mutated, large mice. At the moment the mice stopped, Xiangyang quickly jumped onto Lu Xiao's back. Lu Xiao looked helpless, but reached out to support the small corpse of Xiaomei. His hand accidentally touched her behind. Xiaomei's corpse instantly turned red and warm. She was upset. She hadn't even touched a man's hand before, and now someone had touched her behind? She wanted to scream to the sky, but because Jiang Shangshan was present, she could only whisper into Lu Xiao's ear. "Hey," implying a teasing or rebellious tone. Lu Xiao. He didn't understand, but he guessed it was a pretty dirty curse. Jiang Shangshan had conducted many experiments, and the mutation of mice was one of his few successful projects. In his eyes, the mice were much more obedient than his subordinates or the high-ranking officials at the base. Unfortunately, animals are animals. They can never replace humans. More and more zombies gathered at the door, pounding loudly to break it open. Jiang Shangshan took a vial of reagent from his pocket and poured it onto a mouse. Then he took a small voice recorder from his suitcase. He pressed a button, and a harsh screeching sound came out. The mice, hearing the noise, started to become restless. One mouse jumped onto another's back, then another, forming a dense, layered wall of mice. While everyone was confused by his actions, Jiang Shangshan opened the back door of the kitchen. Suddenly, the front door was pushed open with a loud bang by the zombies, who flooded inside. "Run!" Lu Xiao shouted sharply. The mouse wall kept the zombies at bay, giving everyone a moment to breathe. The kitchen was located deep inside the research facility, so even after leaving the door, it was still difficult to get completely out. The group kept twisting and turning, dodging zombies and various mutated animals. In this critical moment, Jiang Shangshan surprisingly had time to boast to Suzubai about his experiment with the mutated mice. Suzubai thought he was crazy, and not just a little. Crack! Around a corner, a giant mutated corpse over 2 meters tall blocked their way. Half of its face was deeply bitten to the bone, with rotten flesh hanging from its mouth, swaying as it moved. Lu Xiao drew his long sword and stabbed at it. As a second-level psychic, he could handle this problem, if only the crows flying overhead weren't so annoying. Black crows circled above them, flapping their wings and stirring up a foul, stinky wind. Their red eyes looked cruel and cold as they watched the food below. They occasionally swooped down to attack. Lei Xiangyu kept throwing fireballs, and the flames sizzled as they hit the ground. Suzubai was also busy and flustered, trying to protect Jiang Shangshan while dealing with the zombies. Only Xiangyang seemed calm and unaffected. Lu Xiao. Xiangyang, pass me the knife from your waist. Suze Bai. Happy sheep, watch over Jiang Shangshan. I'll handle these zombies first. Lei Xiangyu. Little beauty, do you have alcohol or explosives? Huiyangyang heard this, pulled out the knife from her waist, and handed it to Lu Xiao. She was also busy watching over Jiang Shangshan's safety while taking alcohol from her space and throwing it into the air. The alcohol bottle was hit by Lei Xiangyu's fireball and shattered with a bang, exploding into flames. The crows nearby were caught in the fire and let out sharp, piercing cries. Lu Xiao, wielding 2 knives, sliced the giant zombie like cutting an apple, though the process was quite disgusting, very disgusting, but at least it was done. Huiyangyang never thought she could be so useful. Seeing the entrance nearby, everyone decided to rush out together. Unexpectedly, a swarm of rats blocked the entrance. Didn't they listen to you? Quickly tell them to move aside. Su Bai held his gun and looked at Jiang Shangshan, urging him urgently. Jiang Shangshan remained silent. Su Bai thought he didn't hear because the gunshot was loud, so he turned his head and repeated. Professor Jiang. Jiang Shangshan lowered his head, looking complicated. Su Bai, impatient and annoyed by Jiang Shangshan's slow attitude, turned around and grabbed his collar. Aren't you saying the rats are intelligent? Tell them to move aside. Jiang Shangshan's clothes were disheveled, and he looked a bit embarrassed, muttering, We can't get out. We can't get out. The entrance was right in front, but they still couldn't escape? Su Bai didn't understand what he was saying and kept shooting at the mutated rats. But there were too many rats, and even after running out of bullets, only a few were killed. Lu Xiao raised his hand and cut off a zombie's neck, then stepped back to Jiang Shangshan's side, speaking in a steady voice. What do you mean by that? He stared deeply and narrowly at Jiang Shangshan, a silent pressure weighing on Jiang Shangshan. At this moment, Jiang Shangshan could only tell the truth. He closed his eyes and spoke in a hoarse voice. These mice are not listening to me for nothing. Every time I need them, I will. Well, what?
Just say it.
Su Bai was getting very annoyed. If Jiang Shangshan had been a good person, he wouldn't be so impatient. Since he found out Jiang Shangshan was secretly doing human experiments, he had been in a bad mood. I give them an uninfected person. Su Bai froze, looking at Jiang Shangshan as if he had seen a ghost. Such shocking words coming from a respected professor?
Son, Su Bai understood.
You called them out in the kitchen, so I need to give them a person. Jiang Shangshan calmly finished his sentence. An unknown anger surged in Su Bai's chest. In the kitchen, we have ways to handle this. You just wanted to show off by calling out the mice, and now you want one of us to sacrifice ourselves for nothing? Jiang Shangshan's face turned awkward from the criticism. At that time, in that situation. Enough. Lu Xiao interrupted their conversation softly. By now, the mice had piled up to the ceiling, reaching an astonishing number. There was no way out, so they had to fight. Su Bai looked at the densely writhing mice, closed his eyes, and summoned a whirlwind around himself, slowly moving toward the swarm. But at this moment, a fierce look flashed in Jiang Shangshan's eyes. He suddenly pushed Su Bai into the mouse swarm. Everyone's pupils shrank in shock. Xiaomei. Xiaomei. Crack. Xiaomei. Lei Xiangyu's eyes turned cold. He punched forward, causing Jiang Shangshan to fall to the ground. Lu Xiao glanced at Xiangyang, who immediately understood his meaning. Xiangyang raised his long sword and swung at the approaching zombies, while Lu Xiao turned around to enter the mouse swarm and rescue Su Bai. Jiang Shangshan fell to the ground, wiped the blood from his mouth, and looked at the others with no emotion in his eyes. These people knew something, yet they dared to question him. His research was beyond what humans could imagine, and only he could save humanity from this cruel end of the world. With a loud bang, black smoke rose from the rat swarm. It sounded like gunfire or an explosion. Black smoke filled the hall of the research center. Suddenly, a figure appeared. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and casual clothes, looking like a relaxed, carefree young man, if he wasn't holding anything. He carried explosives, with bottles and cans tied to them, and threw them into the rat swarm as if tossing trash. Another loud explosion followed. Su Zaibai was helped to his feet by Lu Xiao. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but speak.
Darn, he's got them fooled.
Xiangyang was waiting outside, feeling a bit impatient. Several hours passed, and they lost contact again. He didn't know what was happening inside. Luckily, he finally saw people coming out through his binoculars. But unexpectedly, the rats tripped them up. So he appeared dramatically with explosives and insecticide, like a hero. Xiangyang's explosion was just right. The surrounding zombies, rats, and mutated animals were almost all wiped out. The others took the chance to escape. A large number of rats fell from the sky, limp and landing on the ground. Some even wriggled, making Xiaomei's skin crawl. The ground was covered with countless corpses, making it hard to step. Seeing this, Lu Xiao sheathed his long sword, bent down, and carried a corpse on his shoulder. His movements were smooth and natural. Su Zaibai watched as Lei Xiangyu helped him. Old Lei, I want to do that too. Lei Xiangyu looked at him with disappointment, but still helped him up. Shangshan limped out the door and followed everyone into the car. Xiangyang drove to a nearby safe place, stopped, and took out a medical kit to bandage everyone. Lu Zhao's wounds were mainly on his arms, with torn skin and flesh, mostly from electric shocks and cuts. Lei Xiangyu had burns all over his body, with large patches of skin burned away. Su Zaibai had the most injuries: burns, scalds, cuts, and countless scratches from rats. Ow, gentle. Gentle, Su Zaibai hissed in pain, muttering under his breath. When will I finally become a level 2 psychic? Every mission I go on, I end up with the most injuries, he complained. Shut up. It's good enough that you came out alive, Xiangyang said. He had heard Jiang Shangshan's words before. Protecting Professor Jiang was their duty, but that didn't mean their lives could be casually harmed by these hypocrites. Jiang Shangshan ignored their unfriendly looks. If they died, so be it. There were many psychics. They weren't short of them. He focused his gaze on Xiangyang. Her black armor was burned with many holes, and her face was blackened, but she didn't seem to have serious injuries. Jiang Shangshan looked at her steadily, making her feel uneasy. You can't speak, Jiang Shangshan said. Actually, you shouldn't be able to speak, he added. He squinted. I heard you speak, and there was a cracking sound, just like those zombies. After he finished speaking, the car fell silent. Su Zaibai remembered how this shameless old man had pushed him into the rat swarm. The moment he was scared out of his wits, he probably realized it then. Su Zaibai kept a wary eye on him. So, what do you want? Jiang Shangshan pointed at Xiangyang. She and I are going back to North China. Su Zaibai shouted. No way, don't even think about it. Su Zaibai's eyes turned red. You want to take her back to do your crazy experiments? Jiang Shangshan didn't even lift his eyelids. Everything I do is for humanity to be free sooner. I have the right to command you, he said. In the apocalypse, medical experts held high status, which is why Jiang Shangshan had acted selfishly before. Ving Yang's lips curled into a gentle, scholarly smile, but the amusement didn't reach his eyes. Professor Jiang, as far as I know, you've already been expelled from the research institute. So, what authority do you have? Few people knew about Jiang Shangshan's dismissal from the base's higher-ups. Ving Yang had accidentally learned this by hacking into their information network. Jiang Shangshan had a strong mental state and remained calm even when exposed. He looked grimly at the others. I was expelled, but why do you think my senior brother went out of his way to find me and specifically seek out your team? It was obvious. Jiang Shangshan must be holding something important. If it was related to the virus, then his importance. The others looked serious, finally realizing how foolish it was to expose Xiaomei's corpse in front of Jiang Shangshan. Could Xiaomei's body still be safely returned to the base? Ving Yang had already contacted the North China base and told them that Professor Jiang was safe. They were probably sending people over. In less than an hour, the two sides would meet. At that moment, their faces showed a range of emotions. Jiang Shangshan saw that they understood and thought this was an inevitable outcome. No one wanted to survive in this cruel end of the world. Everyone longed to return to the lively days before the disaster. Sacrifice was unavoidable, so what did human experiments matter? He didn't bother hiding anymore. His gaze on Xiangyang was full of passion and heat, an obsession that made others feel uneasy. A zombie that can think and move like a human and can use guns and knives, yet it ignores her. I've never seen anything like this. It's incredible. If I could dissect and study the antibodies in her body, I am 90% sure I could find an antidote to the zombie virus. Even if I can't develop it, I would do everything I can to make everyone like her, so we wouldn't have to fear the zombies outside the base. Zhang Shangshan's words shocked the corpse, and Xiangyang's body trembled with fear. She couldn't hold back, and tears welled up again. Su Zebai's eyes turned red with anger. Although he had only been with Xiaomei for a few days, he considered her a teammate. How could he tolerate someone being so cruel to his teammate? Just as he was about to speak, he saw Zhang Shangshan, who had been staring dreamily, now looking calmly at Lu Xiao. So, can I take her away? Xiaomei was nervous as she looked at Lu Xiao. Honestly, she trusted him quite a lot. Yes, Lu Xiao replied without hesitation.
What?
Su Zhibai reacted even more strongly than the others. Boss, I call you boss. How can you treat happy sheep like this? She loves wearing those fancy dresses, but she's still one of our team members. Su Zhibai kept talking anxiously. Even Xiangyang felt uneasy. Brother Xiao, maybe you should think about it again? He knew how much Lu Xiao wanted to find the antidote for the zombie virus and reunite with his family. But doing this to Xiaomei was a bit too cruel. Xiaomei stared blankly at Lu Xiao. Big pig's hoof. She really thought he was a big pig's hoof. Ever since she met Lu Xiao, nothing had gone smoothly. She really shouldn't have joined them. Xiaomei was very sad. No matter how much Su Zhibai tried to comfort her, it didn't help. Jiang Shangshan didn't doubt Lu Xiao at all. He was very relaxed, quietly pulling his hand back from the box. He even kindly asked Xiangyang for a bread. Su Zhibai was so angry he wanted to curse. They drove out of the suburbs. They thought the road ahead would be smooth, but then Xiangyang saw something shocking in the rearview mirror. A giant mutant rat, as big as a dog, was rushing toward them. Brother Xiao, this is the mutant rat king. I'm afraid it returned and found many of its fellow mutants dead. Plus, there are no fresh bodies, so it came back to seek revenge. Su Zhibai sneered, this is what you call rats understanding human feelings. They do understand, and now they're coming to seek revenge. If there were more mutants like this everywhere, the base wouldn't be safe. Zhang Shangshan ignored him and told Xiangyang to speed up and shake off the mutant rat king. Xiangyang looked at Lu Xiao. The man's sharp face showed no emotion, and his eyes were completely black. Speed up. Xiangyang pressed the accelerator hard. But no matter how fast the car went, it couldn't match the Rat King's speed. Everyone didn't even know when it caught up. Its ability was truly frightening. Seeing the Rat King almost close enough to reach, Zhang Shangshan didn't want any more accidents. He clenched his teeth and pointed at Su Zhibai, speaking to Lu Xiao. Throw him out. Su Zhibai was furious and cursed. You heartless thing. In his anger, his wound was pulled open painfully, making him grimace. I should have never taken this mission. What kind of stupid task is this? I risked my life to save something with no conscience.
Su Zhibai cursed loudly.
Jiang Shangshan remained unmoved, just staring intently at Lu Xiao. This is a deal between me and the Rat King. Just throw him out, and it's done. You have to trust me. Jiang Shangshan was confident Lu Xiao would listen. After all, he was a genetics professor. Maybe someday he could find an antidote for the zombie virus. Lu Xiao raised his eyelids and looked at Jiang Shangshan. Jiang Shangshan thought he had understood, and a faint smile appeared. But in the next second, his smile froze. He felt a dizzy spinning sensation. Jiang Shangshan was grabbed by the collar and suddenly thrown out of the car, right onto the mutant Rat King. He was shocked and angry, reaching out his hand. You guys. In the next moment, the flattened mutant Rat King crawled out from under Jiang Shangshan. Its shriveled, twisted head puffed up as if it had been inflated, and it bit down on Jiang Shangshan's hand. Jiang Shangshan's eyes turned red with pain as he nervously watched the departing car. Don't think you'll have an easy time. I won't let you go back alive. My box, my box. He endured the sharp pain in his arm as he searched frantically for his box. When he looked up, he saw a hand reaching out from the moving car, holding his box. Shangshan watched helplessly as the beast bit into his arm and leg, one bite after another, until he finally closed his eyes. Xiangyang opened the box and found only some documents and a hard drive. Without the right equipment, he couldn't open the contents of the hard drive. Old Xiao, should we turn this in? Lu Xiao thought for 2 seconds. No, let's go back and see first, Xiangyang nodded. And what about Shangshan? In about an hour, they should meet up with people from North China. Xiangyang glanced in the rearview mirror, a teasing smile on his face. Let's first deal with Xiaomei's body. Su Zibai was lost in thought, still thinking about Lu Xiao throwing Shangshan away, while Xiaomei's body was focused on Lu Xiao's agreement to hand her over. Honestly, their reactions were pretty slow. Lu Xiao thought his actions explained everything until he saw Xiaomei's cold, indifferent eyes. Most people wouldn't bother explaining, but Xiaomei wasn't just an ordinary person. She was just a regular corpse. Today, she had played a big role. Without her, things might have gotten even worse. Even the explosives and spray bottles Qiyang was holding were brought out early by Shi Pengpeng. Lu Xiao made a fist and lightly coughed into his hand. I never thought about dissecting you. Xiaomei's eyes didn't blink. Men's words are often full of lies. You're one of our team members. I can't agree to what he says. Xiaomei snorted coldly through her nose. Lu Xiao, you're very useful. Handing you over to him would be a big loss for us. Xiaomei looked at him with disdain. If she didn't use it, could she still give it away? Men are really practical animals. Lu Xiao. I just wanted to keep him steady and wait for the right moment. Xiaomei's body closed her eyes, ignoring everything, like a turtle reciting scriptures. Lu Xiao lost his temper. Su Zibo suddenly came to his senses, his eyes shining brightly as he clung to Lu Xiao's arm. Boss, is it because Shangshan said he would throw me away that you threw him away? Boss, you're so kind to me. Su Zibo's clingy look made Lu Xiao frown in disgust. In a moment, he saw Xiaomei's body looking very understanding. So that's it, you guys are truly in love. Lu Xiao. An hour later, the people from North China contacted Xiangyang. Both groups arrived at the agreed spot. The North China team was the first to get out of the car and respectfully waited by the off-road vehicle for Shangshan to get out. Lu Xiao got out of the car and said loudly, Shangshan is dead. The North China team immediately changed their faces. Didn't you say you successfully saved Professor Jang? Lu Xiao was about to speak when suddenly, a deep, weathered voice came from the North China vehicle. How did he die? Lu Xiao looked at the dark car window with a calm expression. Revenge from the Mouse King. There was silence inside the car for a long time. Then an old man rolled down the window, revealing a pair of bloodshot, cloudy eyes. This man was Qiyang, Shangshan's senior brother and the initiator of this mission. He quietly stared at Lu Xiao with a hint of intimidation. Where are the things? Lu Xiao picked up the suitcase. Qiyang responded indifferently with a hum, then rolled up the window. The North China team quickly took the suitcase and got into the car. Lu Xiao returned to the off-road vehicle and Su Zibo hurried over. Boss, what did you talk about? Lu Xiao shook his head, looking serious. Qiyang probably isn't so easy to fool. After saying that, he opened his palm, revealing a hard drive about the size of a key. He handed the items to Xiangyang. Don't decode it yet when you go back. Xiangyang nodded and put away the items. On the way back, everyone was very quiet. Little Mei's corpse was no longer angry, so when they stopped to rest, she took out some semi-finished products from her space and cooked hot meals on the spot. The smell of the food made everyone's stomachs growl. Su Zibai was injured the most, so Xiangyang gave him a big chicken leg. Xiangyang, who rescued people, also received a big chicken leg. In the research institute, Xiangyang protected Xiangyang, so he also got a big chicken leg. As for Lu Xiao, he only had 2 chicken wings. By the time they returned to East China, it was already the next morning. The group was exhausted from traveling, covered in dust and tiredness. All they wanted now was a good shower and something to eat. After washing up, They all sat at the table to have breakfast. Although the mission had some unexpected events and everyone was a bit injured, it went more smoothly than expected. Suzubai sipped his delicious lean meat porridge, blew on it gently, and drank it slowly. Lei Xiangyu ate his buns eagerly. The buns were plump and white, filled with flavorful meat and green onions, making him feel very satisfied. Lu Xiao calmly tore open a fried dough stick and dipped it into soy milk, creating a unique flavor. All these foods were made by our little Mei's corpse. Xiangyang ate bread in the car and wasn't hungry, so he started organizing the items they brought back from the research institute, carefully sorting what needed to be handed over. He opened the pink maternity bag, revealing many zombie crystal cores and colorful potions. These were Little Mei's trophies and the main items she was responsible for collecting during this mission. Xiangyang sorted the crystal cores and potions, jokingly saying, Xiaomei said the scene inside was very dangerous and terrifying. How could she collect so many crystal cores in such a scary place? Suzubai swallowed a spoonful of porridge and said, all these were collected earlier. When we met Jiang Shangshan, we didn't even have time to pick up a single crystal core. Crystal cores are not very useful to mutants, unlike in stories where they can be directly absorbed. Usually, they are handed over to the research lab in exchange for points. Xiangyang naturally put the crystal cores he planned to turn into his bag. Lu Xiao saw this and said, don't turn in the crystal cores yet. Let Xiangyang store them in the space. Although unsure of Lu Xiao's intentions, Xiangyang still followed the instruction. Suzubai finished his porridge, wiped his mouth, and lazily slumped in his chair.
Shangshan is dead.
Does that mean our mission is complete? They didn't exactly escape by the skin of their teeth, but it was a close call. If they didn't earn points, it would be a huge loss. If we don't get points, just consider it a training experience, Xiangyang said with a smile, showing he's very relaxed. Training? Suzubai snapped. Do you know what kind of struggle Xiaomei and I went through inside? Xiaomei almost got bitten by a dog. A dog? Xiangyang held a 2-liter bottle of water and nodded firmly upon hearing this. Exactly, zombie dogs really have no sense at all. They bite anyone they see. If she hadn't taken out the dog beating stick, she would have definitely been bitten. The two of them exchanged words, and Xiangyang and Lei Xiangyu couldn't help but smile knowingly. After breakfast, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Lu Xiao was in good spirits and took some medicine to Morvei. Morvei, wearing gloves, dropped a single drop of the medicine onto an instrument for testing. The chemical composition was very pure, much better than what they had produced so far. He nodded with satisfaction and then said, I'll take the medicine back to my office. The points will be credited to your account later. Okay. The news that Lu Xiao's team had successfully escaped from the North China Demon Cave quickly spread throughout the base. All mutants admired them once again. Suzubai proudly waved at them, unable to hide his joy. Xiangyang chuckled. Can you stop showing that expression on your face? If someone outside the base tries to harm you, I wonder where you'll go to cry. Human nature cannot be challenged. Before the apocalypse, society's dark side was unimaginable. After the end, it became a hell on earth where only survival matters. Suzubai scoffed. Do you think they dare? I'm not alone. I have Lao Xiao and Lazy behind me. If they try to kill me, they'll definitely fight back. Oh, and there's Happy Sheep. She'll surely help me get revenge, right? After the incident at the research institute, the black and white duo have formed a strong friendship. Xiangyang looked distracted. Maybe it was just her feeling, but it seemed like some crystal cores stored in her space were missing. Suffering a poke from Suzubai, she quickly nodded without fully hearing what was said.
Snap. Yes.
Xiangyang smiled gently. You're quite supportive. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. The people sitting on the sofa exchanged glances and instantly became alert. Could it be Qiyang found out they had Jiang Shangshan's hard drive and came to find them?
So soon?
Suzubai, closest to the door, went to open it. Outside stood a face she didn't find unfamiliar. Jiang Yue. She carried 2 bags of fresh fruit, looking shy as she stood at the door. She was dressed beautifully in a white floral dress, her long hair tied in a ponytail, looking pure and pretty, different from her previous styles. Her eyes kept glancing inside, as if searching for something. I heard Captain Liu was injured, so I came to visit. I also want to explain what happened at the restaurant last time. It's a misunderstanding. Her voice was soft and gentle, not as sharp as before. The East China base is truly called a paradise after the apocalypse, much more prosperous than South China. Here, mutants hold absolute authority and status, and mutants are everywhere. Therefore, Zhang Yue, who already admired strength, became even more eager to stay here. Additionally, the news about Liu Xiao and his team returning from the North China Demon Cave spread widely, which made her thoughts even more intense. If she could stand beside Liu Xiao, it would greatly satisfy her vanity. Zhang Yue's intentions were so obvious that Su Zibai and the others quickly understood her thoughts and immediately put on a look of curiosity. "Old Xiao, someone is looking for you," he called out casually. At this moment, Liu Xiao had just finished his shower, dressed in a black casual sleepwear, looking charming and relaxed. This version of Liu Xiao was even more attractive. Sure enough, Zhang Yue's eyes widened in amazement. When she saw the person's face, a faint annoyance flickered in Liu Xiao's eyes. It's unclear how Zhang Yue got his phone number, but these days she had been obsessively sending messages, checking in on him constantly. He coldly said, "Miss Zhang, is there something you need?" Seeing his indifferent attitude, a hint of dissatisfaction appeared in Zhang Yue's eyes. She was used to being pampered and couldn't get used to Liu Xiao's attitude. Xiangyang sat beside Su Zibai, munching on sunflower seeds with him. Last time, they played a trick on Mother Rong at the restaurant, and she was happy for days. But she still felt it wasn't enough. Seeing Zhang Yue's face made her so angry her teeth itched. Su Zibai, hearing the grinding sound of her teeth, couldn't help but shiver. So, he patted the little beauty's shoulder. "Go on, happy sheep. Take back your man." Xiangyang's eyes widened and she whispered sharply. "What do you mean, my man?" Su Zibai shot her a glance. "Didn't the boss hold you at the research institute?" "Hold me? Does that mean he's my man now?" Su Zibai replied. "He touched your butt. Don't you want him to take responsibility?" The little beauty's face instantly turned red to her ears. He said, "It was an accident." Su Zibai didn't understand the clack, but it didn't affect his attempt to smooth things over. "Go on. Can't you see that woman is interested in the boss? Break them up and make Mother Rong angry." This sentence truly touched Xiangyang's heart. She pats her cheeks, adjusts her expression, and then runs over barefoot, looking like a young, innocent girl. Zhang Yue has been thinking about talking privately with Liu Xiao, but Liu Xiao seems to be deliberately avoiding her, never giving her the chance. She considers all kinds of plans in her mind, finally grits her teeth, and decides to be bold, standing at the door and openly expressing her feelings. "Captain Liu, She gathers her courage, but before she can finish, she sees Xiangyang appear between them like a ghost. Xiangyang looks at Liu Xiao with a special expression in her eyes, then turns to look at Su Zibai, who is behind her, giving her encouraging looks. Suddenly, she opens her hands wide and rushes straight into Liu Xiao's arms without warning. She looks up, tears in her eyes, making soft crying sounds. Her small appearance seems to show she has suffered a lot of unfairness. Liu Xiao. Honestly, he often can't understand how the brains of little creatures like her are wired. Is she not afraid that he might get impatient and push her away? But when he looks down at her tiny face, her tearful, affectionate eyes, and her white pajamas that make her look delicate and adorable, he simply can't bring himself to push her away. Zhang Yue watches this scene with fiery eyes, teeth clenched so tightly they click, almost breaking her back teeth. She suspected they might have some connection, but she refuses to give up. A woman who looks like a zombie. What's so good about her? Xiangyang, curled in Liu Xiao's arms, smiles brightly at Zhang Yue, full of pride and challenge, as if she has won a battle. This makes Zhang Yue so angry she throws a fruit to the ground and leaves. Her back is full of frustration and resentment. As Zhang Yue leaves, little Xiangyang also leaves Liu Xiao's arms. He sat back on the sofa, acting like he was fine, and started eating sunflower seeds with Su Zibai. Liu Xiao was amused and suspected that Xiaomei corpse was now getting back at him for taking her to the base.
This was just a small side story.
During their chat, their mission points were credited. Exactly 2,000 points each. That afternoon, it seemed like everyone had made plans and disappeared one after another. Su Zaibai took Xiaomei corpse to a famous beauty salon at the base for a makeover. Lei Xiangyu and Lu Xiao went to the data building at the Ability Center to look for their relatives. Xiangyang went to find his foster father. It looked just like what they usually did after finishing a mission. But this time, they clearly noticed more people around their house. No matter where they went, they felt like someone was watching them, as if they were being followed. At dinner that night, they talked about this issue. Lei Xiangyu leaned back with his arms crossed and sneered. It's been a few days. I can't take it anymore. Xiangyang quickly typed on his computer, the light reflecting off his glasses. It's not Yin Qiyu's people. It's him. He turned the computer around.
Fu Yuanqing,
A professor at the North China Research Institute, colleague of Jiang Shangshan. When Lu Xiao heard this name, he lightly tapped his fingers on the table and thought deeply before speaking slowly. Yin Qiyu told Fu Yuanqing about Jiang Shangshan's death. Either Fu Yuanqing doesn't believe Jiang Shangshan is dead, or he's suspicious of us.
so se vaya uned boldly.
What should we do? Are we just going to be watched like this forever? Xiangyang pushed up his glasses. Being watched isn't too bad, but I'm worried that in a few days, they might do something behind our backs during a mission, making it impossible for us to come back. Don't forget, Qiyang is still giving us trouble. Last time at the Huarong Granary, Qiyang has held a grudge against them ever since. These days, whenever he goes to the base cafeteria, a waiter always comes to tell him he can't dine there. He hasn't gotten to enjoy any of his favorite private dishes. A man with such a small mind. Lu Xiao frowned and said, "Wait and see. If we encounter them outside the base, deal with it directly, okay?" Everyone was very cautious about Fu Yuanqing's people, but they never expected that Qiyang would be the first to act. A few days later, Lu Xiao received a mission to escort Jiang Yue back to the South China base. As the daughter of Jiang Chenyuan, the main commander of the South China area, she could have been flown back by helicopter, safe and quick. He thought she would see how Lu Xiao and Xiangyang acted and give up, but he underestimated her determination. Jiang Yue specifically asked Lu Xiao to take her back to South China, to drive her personally, and only he could go, no others allowed. To prevent Lu Xiao from taking advantage, Jiang Yue somehow contacted Qiyang. As a result, Su Zaibai, Lei Xiangyu, and Xiangyang all received separate missions, leaving only Xiaomei alone in the small Western-style building. Xiangyang was happily relaxed on her own. She watched movies, applied face masks, cooked, and enjoyed beauty sleep, her favorite way to relax. On the day Lu Xiao left, the small Western-style building was as usual. The task wasn't difficult, and there was nothing special to say. Lei Xiangyu had already gone on his mission, Su Zaibai was still sleeping in, and Xiangyang was having breakfast in the living room before departure. So, when Lu Xiao was about to leave, he only said a few words to Xiangyang. He put the prepared lunchbox from Xiaomei into Lu Xiao's bag, then they waved goodbye. Lu Xiao took his car keys and left. Meanwhile, Xiaomei was still dreaming peacefully. Unknowingly, their lives were about to change dramatically. When Xiangyang woke up, the small Western-style building was completely empty. She slowly went downstairs, humming a little tune to herself. She opened the fridge, took out her stored well water, took a sip, and then lazily sat on the sofa watching a movie to pass the time. Lu Xiao had just gotten into the car and was driving to the base when he received a call from Jiang Yue. On the other end, her voice was gentle. "Captain Lu, I'm by the roadside. Did you see me?" Lu Xiao nodded, hung up, and parked the car beside the road. Seeing that Jiang Yue was alone, he frowned slightly. As Jiang Chenyuan's daughter, why was there no one accompanying her? Did she trust him that much? Jiang Yue saw a look of doubt on Lu Xiao's face, her eyes flickering, and quickly explained. "I can handle myself. Captain Lu is so capable, you should be able to safely take me back, right?" Lu Xiao responded with a faint nod. East China is not far from South China, only about 40 minutes away. They were on the highway, and since the zombies had been cleared, it was safe. Even if Jiang Yue was difficult to deal with, it would only take an hour at most. She couldn't endure it. However, what surprised Lu Xiao was that since Jiang Yue got into the car, she had been very quiet, unusually quiet. She didn't say a word, just looked at Lu Xiao with a complicated expression. This look was hard to describe. It wasn't the kind of clingy, admiring, or loving look, nor was it full of hatred. It was a look that seemed to want to say something but hesitated, even with a hint of regret. Regret? What exactly was she regretting? Before Lu Xiao could figure it out, once they hit the highway, Jiang Yue couldn't help but speak. Captain Lu, I know you and her aren't really together. That woman is just trying to upset me, I understand. Captain Lu, I am sincere to you. Jiang Yue spoke this from her heart. Since realizing her feelings, she had broken up with Li Ziyu. She believed she was honest and didn't consider herself unfaithful. Lu Xiao gave her a faint glance. And then, Jiang Yue misunderstood his words and happily responded. You know my identity, and I know about your feud with Qiyang. If we get married, I can help you take his place. Lu Xiao remained expressionless and simply said, Go on. Jiang Yue couldn't quite understand Lu Xiao's meaning and felt a bit nervous. Her eyes accidentally caught sight of the helicopter flying overhead. It seemed like she had made a big decision. She clenched her teeth and said, Captain Lu, please pull over. I have something to tell you. Lu Xiao glanced at her. Although Jiang Yue looked anxious and serious, stopping on the highway wasn't a good idea. So he slowed down a little, but didn't stop completely. What's the matter? Jiang Yue swallowed hard and grabbed his arm tightly. Captain Lu, you've saved me several times. You must listen to what I say this time. Fu Yuanqing knows the real reason Professor Zhang died. Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt. Lu Xiao finally stopped the vehicle. He squinted with dark eyes, his voice hoarse. What did you say? Jiang Yue took a deep breath. I said Fu Yuanqing knows the real reason Professor Zhang died. It was you, no, it was you who did it. Her voice was very firm, without any hesitation. Lu Xiao didn't doubt her words. Jiang Yue and Zhang Shangshan had no connection, and he probably didn't even know what Fu Yuanqing looked like. Even if she was lying, she couldn't make up such a name. Lu Xiao admitted directly, it was me, but I was sure no one saw anything. So, how do you know? Jiang Yue's eyes flickered twice, and her gaze was a bit evasive. I heard it from someone. Just then the helicopter slowly landed nearby. Seeing people coming down from it, Jiang Yue looked a little anxious. Captain Lu, as long as you're with me, I have a way to protect you. Lu Xiao's gaze fell on the group of people nearby. At that moment, he finally understood the real purpose of this escort mission. It was all aimed at him. He lowered his head, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and held it at just the right angle, which made his high nose and deep features stand out. Jiang Yue looked at him steadily. Captain Lu, Professor Zhang's situation isn't simple. Behind him are Qiu, Fu Yuanqing, Qiyang, and the leaders of various bases. None of them are easy to deal with. The man's long fingers held a cigarette, the flickering flame of the tip showing his complex mood. At the end of the arched bridge, figures slowly appeared. They wore different badges on their arms, some from East China, some from North China, and others from South China. Almost all the leaders from the 4 major bases were there. Captain Lu, as long as you stay with me, they won't dare to attack you easily. My father can protect you. You can live with me in South China, and we can be together. Before she finished speaking, the car door was roughly opened. A voice called out, Miss Zhang, please come down. Jiang Yue was pulled out of the car and pushed into another vehicle. Lu Xiao also got out, tossing his cigarette on the ground with a hissing sound. He gathered lightning in his hand and looked up to see Qiyang standing in front of him, hands in his pockets, with a half-smile. Lu Xiao, I didn't expect you to be so bold, even daring to kill Professor Zhang, Qiyang said with a hint of mockery. Behind Qiyang stood Fu Yuanqing, looking cold and stern. If Shangshan hadn't sent me a message before he died, I wouldn't have guessed that our famous Captain Lu would do such a thing. Lu Xiao lowered his eyes, calm. I don't understand what you're talking about. Qiyang sneered. When did Team Lu start pretending to be stupid? Meanwhile, Su Bai, Lei Xiangyu, and Xiangyang, who were on a mission, were called away one after another for various questions. An hour later, the group appeared outside an abandoned warehouse at the base. Old Owl, Brother Owl, Lu Xiao entered the warehouse and immediately saw the three people tied up. All three were injured, and few could have caused such wounds. Looking around, he saw that everyone was a level 2 ability user. But he had never seen any of these people before. It seemed Qiyang didn't plan to let them go alive. Lu Zhao's eyes turned fierce, his face covered with a chilling frost, and he asked coldly, "What do you want to do?" Fu Yuanqing smiled, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. "Same question. Where is the hard drive?" "We already said we didn't see any hard drive," Lu Xiao replied calmly, showing no sign of panic. Qiyang rolled his eyes and said impatiently, "Lu Xiao, you can lie to yourself, but do you think we'll believe it? Just hand it over quickly and we'll end this." Ending indeed was the goal. Survive and get out, or die and never return. While everyone was tense and arguing, Lu Zhao's phone and Fu Yuancheng's phone rang at the same time. It was a message from Xiangyang, asking if the electricity at home was out and whether they needed to pay the bill. Qiyang suddenly remembered that there was still someone in Lu Zhao's team. He looked coldly at Lu Xiao and sent a message. "Is the hard drive ready?" The next second, he received a reply. "What hard drive? What are you talking about?" This made Qiyang suspicious. Could it be that Lu Xiao and the others really didn't know about the hard drive? He hesitated and handed his phone to Fu Yuancheng. At this moment, Fu Yuancheng had just finished a call. He waved his hand to let the others free without even looking at the message. Qiyang didn't understand his meaning. After all the effort to get everyone out, he wondered why they were released without asking anything. He lowered his voice, filled with anger. "What exactly do you want to do? Didn't you say the hard drive is very important?" "I'm 80% sure the items are with them." Fu Yuanqing looked at Qiyang with a slightly unfriendly expression. "Why didn't you tell me that Lei Xiangyu is the son of Lei Zhen?" Knowing this relationship, even if they wanted to act, they would have to think carefully. Qiyang closed his eyes and cursed silently. He knew about this, but he never paid much attention. In the past, when he gave others a hard time, Lei Zhen never called him. "Commander Qi, what about them?" Qiyang waved his hand impatiently. "Let it go." Their conversation was not far apart, and the others, who had been suspicious, looked toward Lei Xiangyu after hearing this. Lei Xiangyu felt a strange surge of irritation in his heart. Honestly, he didn't want to owe Lei Zhen any favors. This matter ended like a farce. At home, Xiangyang finally understood Lu Zhao's meaning and quickly sent a message. "Don't worry, I'm in the space." Qiyang was about to open his phone to check when Lu Xiao threw a small electric ball, knocking his phone out of his hand. Ow, his hand immediately puffed up with a bubble. "Lu Xiao, what the hell are you trying to do?" Lu Xiao didn't speak. He picked up the phone from the ground and put it into his pocket. 2 hours later, they returned to the small villa. Xiangyang stood on the balcony with a bandage wrapped around his head, holding a telescope and carefully observing the surroundings. His gaze was focused and alert, not missing any corner. After a while, he noticed that the people who had been watching them around the villa had disappeared. Xiangyang took out many medical supplies from the space and was treating their wounds. The injuries from the research institute hadn't fully healed, and now they had new wounds. Old and new injuries mixed together, and their bodies were bruised and purple, looking quite frightening. Click. Is today's task really so dangerous? Su Bai touched his nose, feeling too embarrassed to say they were hurt by someone with special abilities. "What kind of mission is this?" he asked. "Why is Lei Xiangyu injured, but Lu Xiao isn't? Aren't they both level 2 ability users?" he wondered. Xiaomei kept making noise, and Su Bai helplessly said, "Xiangyang, stop asking." Today's events hit him hard. He thought he was just not as strong as Lu Xiao and Lei Xiangyu, but now he realized there were many stronger people outside. This hurt his pride a lot. Seeing that Su Bai couldn't get any answers, Xiaomei became even more curious and looked at Lu Xiao. "What happened?" she asked. Lu Xiao didn't look happy. He gave a faint glance at Xiaomei. "Stop making noise, or the neighbors will think we're raising a duck at home," he said. "Xiangyang." That one sentence made Xiaomei quiet down. Xiaomei pouted and kept bandaging their wounds. Xiang returned from the balcony to the living room, looking serious. "Everyone has left," he said. This made Suze realize things wouldn't end so easily this time. He shouted loudly and then collapsed onto the sofa like a wet rag. He looked depressed and said, "Qiyang doesn't get along with us, and we didn't get the hard drive. How are we supposed to go on after this?" Xiang sneered. "What else can we do? They keep messing with us during missions. Everyone, be more careful in the future." Lu Xiao stayed silent the whole time, lost in his thoughts. They had just finished talking about this in the morning, and by the afternoon, the team received a new mission. They needed to go to Baineng prison to rescue survivors. The places most unwilling for ability users to go are hospitals, research labs, stadiums, schools, and prisons. Hospitals produce monsters, research labs create creatures, stadiums are full of zombies with few exits, schools have zombies too, and prisons are dangerous as well. The prison walls are tall. Not only do you need to find a way to get in, but also to get out. To prevent prisoners from escaping, many paths inside are dead ends, making it feel like walking through a maze. Lu Xiao and the others are not opposed to this task. As special ability users, saving people is part of their duty. Besides Qiyang always causing trouble, the others at the base are quite nice and the benefits are good. However, they just want to catch their breath. They were beaten in the morning and had to go to the prison in the afternoon. They thought they deserved a rest. In the end, they left the base at the scheduled time. Baineng Prison is located south of the East China base, in the suburbs. It is the largest and most populated prison in the region, holding about 5,000 inmates. When the East China base was first built, they considered this location. But later, because the roads nearby were not developed and the land was not suitable for farming, they abandoned the plan. After the virus outbreak, guards were bitten by prisoners and the virus spread quickly. Soon, a big riot broke out in the prison. When passers-by blocked the main gate to escape, almost no one dared to go inside. The scene inside was terrifying, and everyone knew it. Usually, it takes about an hour to drive there, but along the way, they pass through the main street. The street is full of zombies, like a tide blocking the road. So, they have to take detours, which makes the trip longer. On the long journey, Xiaomei corpse sat quietly in the car. She ignored Suze when he talked to her, as if she was upset with someone. Xiangyang looked at Xiaomei corpse's pout and found it a bit funny. "Are you angry?" Suze was curious. "Why are you angry? Did someone upset you?" Xiaomei corpse snorted and turned her face away, but her eyes kept glancing at Lu Xiao. Before Suze could understand, Xiangyang understood immediately. "Could it be that you're still mad at old Xiao for calling you a duck?" After he said that, the car fell into silence. Suze was surprised. "No way. Are you still holding a grudge about that?" Xiangyang was furious. There was some truth to it, but that wasn't the main reason. According to Suze it seemed like she couldn't get angry about this at all. Why not? She, a beautiful little girl, couldn't stand being called a duck. Lu Xiao drove the car, helplessly glancing in the rearview mirror. "Sorry, I was wrong. Can you forgive me?" His voice was clear and slightly hoarse, like feathers brushing the heart, making her feel numb and tingly. It was like a playful, temperamental little girlfriend. The little girl made a clicking sound, her ears turning red. Seeing this, Suze silently watched Xiangyang and the cricket. "Do you think they look like a couple?" "I've never seen the boss apologize to anyone. He seems to be especially indulgent with her." Xiangyang smiled faintly without speaking. "People say he's very thoughtful, but in his view, Lu Xiao is even more mysterious. No one seems to be able to understand his true feelings." By 2 in the afternoon, they reached near the prison. Outside the prison windows, red sheets fluttered in the wind, with words of help written on them. There were quite a few sheets, about a dozen or so. It seemed many survivors were still inside. On the ground at the entrance, there were torn clothes, fabric pieces, and nameplates. Some supernatural beings probably heard the cries for help and came in, but most likely lost their lives here. Zombies wandered around the entrance. Lu Xiao parked the car nearby. Xiangyang opened his laptop to search for signals nearby, but he found nothing. The prison walls were high, and the signal was cut off. No wonder it took so long for help to arrive. Xiangyang closed his laptop, shrugged, and then bent down to tie a short knife to his leg. He also took a few guns and strapped them on. This time, I'll go with you. Since Xiangyang joined the team, she had never been on a mission with Xiangyang before. Knowing that Xiangyang had no special abilities, Su Bai sincerely patted Xiangyang's shoulder and said, "Brother, I will protect you." Little Mei also mimicked Su Bai by patting Xiangyang's shoulder. Click, click. "I will cover for you too." If Little Mei's proud attitude hadn't been so obvious, Xiangyang might have been moved. He thought he should have been touched. Soon, everyone picked up their weapons and got out of the car. Outside the window, the sky was clear, with clouds stacked so high they blocked the sun, making the sky look a bit gloomy. When they got closer to the prison, it was even darker inside. They initially wanted to see what was inside, but everything was pitch black, and they couldn't see anything. The main gate of the prison was crowded with too many zombies. Even if they managed to get inside, they probably wouldn't get upstairs before being blocked by zombies. So, they turned to the back door. But unexpectedly, the situation there was the same. Zombies densely packed around. Just as Su Bai was about to climb the wall, Xiangyang suddenly entered through the front gate. Luckily, she locked the door to prevent zombies from coming out. Everyone was stunned. Lu Xiao looked down and chuckled softly. Xiangyang also had a smile in his eyes. Su Bai's face turned red as he puffed out his cheeks angrily. This cheerful sheep was too sneaky. He could go in without saying a word. Mostly, it was their own fault for forgetting Little Mei's special identity. Xiangyang looked at everyone with a sneer, then strode inside confidently, and then sent a message in the group chat. "I'll go in first to find their location. Once I find them, you can come in." It was so dark inside that they couldn't see anything with the naked eye, so Xiangyang turned on her flashlight. The beam revealed countless zombie heads moving densely together, creating a terrifying scene. Lingyang quickly replied in the group chat, "Okay, Lord Xiangyang." Su Bai saw this and playfully sent a message as well. Thanks to Lord Xi for risking himself to enter. Even Lei Xiangyu couldn't resist joining in the fun. Thanks, Xiaomei, your classmate. Only Lu Xiao didn't send any message. He leaned against the wall, smoking, his gaze fixed on Xiangyang's avatar. Xiangyang's avatar was a cute, curly-haired doll with big eyes. It was very detailed and adorable. Its calm expression was similar to Xiangyang's real personality, but when it made noise, it sounded a bit unpleasant. "Boss, why are you staring at Xiaomei's avatar?" Su Bai suddenly moved closer to Lu Xiao. He looked at Lu Xiao with a complicated expression. "Boss, I wonder if you've heard everything about what Qiyang and Lei Xiangyu said behind your back. Do you really like Qiyang?" As soon as he said this, Lu Xiao froze. Xiangyang and Lei Xiangyu looked like they had just heard some shocking gossip and quickly gathered around. "No way, boss. Even if you like Qiyang, you can't do that. You know the principle that different paths lead to different outcomes, right? You won't get a good result." Su Bai's words were flying everywhere. "Boss, I was just joking before. When Zhang Yue came to see you, it was also me who asked Xiaomei to interfere with you. We did it just for fun." Lu Xiao slightly tilted his head, his eyes deep and mysterious. "Did you ask her to throw herself into my arms?" Su Bai was startled by Lu Xiao's dark gaze and stammered. "Yes. No, it was him who asked Xiaomei to cause trouble, not who asked her to hug him." Su Bai felt the temperature around him suddenly drop, but he didn't care anymore. The most important thing now was to convince the boss.
"Boss, Happy Sheep is a zombie.
Even if you now have feelings for her, she is still not the same species." Lu Xiao spoke. Moe said she might turn into a human. Su Bai sighed helplessly. "What if she stays like this forever?" "Boss." Lu Xiao was silent. It seemed he had never thought about this problem. What if Little Beauty Corpse has always been like this? Just as Lu Xiao was about to speak, their phones suddenly rang.
Sebelas Xiangyang sent a message.
"Survivors might be on the 8th floor. The road is blocked. There are too many zombies on the 1st floor, so you can't go in." See if you can find a way to get in from the second floor. I am in the broadcasting room, trying to attract zombies with music. Once you get to the second floor, come up via the elevator. The elevator still works. The message was very clear. Xiangyang was trying to help. Qiyang praised. Thank you, Lady Xi. Little Beauty Corpse immediately responded with a proud expression. On the second floor, the high walls of the prison were too tall for them to climb, let alone the second floor. While they were thinking, a rope was thrown from the window of the second floor to the wall. They looked carefully and saw Little Beauty Corpse with a bow knot on her head appear at the window. She grinned and waved at them. Clack, clack, clack. She was coming in from there. Seeing this, Qiyang gave a thumbs up and patted Su Zaibai on the shoulder. Even if Xiangyang is Little Beauty Corpse, so what? Su Zaibai looked conflicted, glancing at Xiangyang and then at Lu Xiao. Well, who wouldn't love such a clever and lively Little Beauty Corpse? She was perfect for their boss. But what if they got together and had a little one? Wouldn't that little one also be a Little Beauty Corpse? A cute little zombie? Qiyang's words pulled Su Zaibai's thoughts far away. The rope was long, about dozens of meters. One end was fixed to the second floor by Little Beauty Corpse, and the other end was tied to a sturdy tree that they found and secured to the trunk. Then, a few people slid down the rope like little monkeys and arrived in front of Xiaomei's corpse. As soon as they landed, Su Zaibai heard singing coming from the prison. Wildflowers by the roadside, don't pick them, Su Zaibai, while untying his ropes, asked. You have many songs. Why are you playing this one? Snap, celebratory. Hee. He was now bruised and hurt all over, feeling uncomfortable with every movement. He couldn't feel happy at all. Xiangyang led the way in front, with the others following behind. They had entered the research institute like this before, now, with one more person. One person pulling for Xiaomei's corpse was very proud. Lu Xiao saw her laughing happily, and his sharp tongue instinctively came out. Stop laughing, you're so ugly, Xiangyang. The zombies were attracted by the music, so they easily entered the elevator. The prison had 8 floors. They reached the 7th floor and came out. The path was blocked by survivors, so they had to take the stairs. The journey was smooth, and they quickly arrived at the staircase on the 7th floor. Many zombies gathered at the stairway. The music was faint here, so the zombies didn't move. As soon as they appeared, the zombies lunged at them. After a quick fight, Xiangyang and Xiangyang squatted down to dig for crystal cores. Xiangyang had gained experience from digging crystal cores before. With a small knife in hand, she twisted and pried, popping the crystal core out of the zombie's head. While they were digging, Lu Xiao looked at the cargo blocking their way. These were supplies used by survivors to block the zombies, so moving them was quite difficult. But they couldn't shout loudly, so they silently started to move the cargo. Halfway through, someone cautiously shined a flashlight downward. Su Zaibai immediately waved to signal. Then, a rustling sound came from above. People are coming. Someone is here to save us. Great. Finally, help has arrived. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Soon after, the supplies were quickly cleared out, and a few people went upstairs. There are 5 survivors, all men. Why are there only you guys left? Xiangyang asked, unable to hide his surprise, even though he saw so many red bedsheets outside the window. All 5 looked pale and thin, with cloudy eyes, as if they had lost all vitality. If Lu Xiao didn't come soon, it would be very hard for these people to keep living. At first, there were quite a few survivors here. Later, as time went on, some tried to rush out, but they all got bitten, so only we are left. He paused and then continued. At the beginning, 2 groups of rescue workers came, but before they reached us, they met misfortune. Since then, no one has come to save us. As he spoke, a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes, and he said self-deprecatingly, maybe because we are criminals, they think it doesn't matter whether they save us or not. Xiangyang frowned slightly. If he remembered correctly, the rescue efforts were managed by Qiyang. If that was true, then Qiyang not sending anyone to help was indeed his style. Anyway, now that we are here, you should eat something first, or you won't have the strength to run later. Su Zaibai handed them chocolates, bread, and water from his bag. Fortunately, these 5 were also on the 8th floor, which was a storage room with plenty of food. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived until now. After gobbling down the food, they quickly stood up. "Let's go." Lu Xiao nodded. Just then, one of the men, as if frightened, pointed at Xiangyang and shouted in terror, "Zombies." He immediately grabbed a gun and aimed it at Xiangyang. Lu Xiao was quick to react, pulling the still unaware Xiaomei behind himself. His pupils darkened slightly as he said, "She is not a zombie. She is our teammate," the man stammered, trembling as he held the gun. No, she is a zombie. Zombies look like that." Suburbs looked at his trembling hand, feeling very nervous and worried he might accidentally pull the trigger.
Don't shoot. Stay calm. She's not a zombie.
"She's a carrier, one of our team members. She's the one who led us to you." None of them had ever been inside the base, so they didn't understand what a carrier meant. No matter how Suburbs explained, the man refused to put down his gun. After all, he had been so scared by the zombies for so long that he was a bit crazy. Xiangyang impatiently kicked the man to the ground. Seizing the chance, Suburbs picked up the gun from the ground. The man was knocked over backward, and also woke up from his panic. He nervously stood with the others, always looking at Xiangyang with some suspicion. This wasn't the first time they faced such a situation, so Xiangyang felt indifferent. But it was still touching that the big guy was protecting her. She looked around carefully, then waved to signal the others to come out. Suburbs whispered to the others behind her.
"See?
She's one of us, and she's very capable. She's even leading the charge now. Have you ever seen a zombie do that?" The 5 of them didn't speak and moved a little further away from Xiangyang, showing they didn't trust Suburbs at all. With her pale skin and exhausted look, if she wasn't a zombie, what else could she be? Seeing their actions, Xiangyang silently thought to herself, "They're still keeping their distance from me? I should be the one keeping my distance from you." They hadn't bathed in a long time and they all smelled bad. She was worried they might pass their smell on to her. Xiaomei pursed her lips, and Lu Xiao immediately understood what she was thinking. Being mistaken for a zombie all the time must be pretty uncomfortable, right? Thinking for a moment, he reached out stiffly and patted Xiangyang's shoulder. It was probably meant as comfort. Xiaomei's mouth twitched in surprise, and she stared at Lu Xiao as if she had seen a ghost. "What are you doing? Are you trying to take advantage of me?" Xiangyang watched everything happen with a smile on his face. Suburbs didn't understand and moved closer. "What are you laughing at? Why do you look so creepy?" They had reached the staircase. Everyone started to stay quiet. Xiangyang stood at the front, with Xiangyang behind him, then Suburbs, followed by 5 survivors, and finally Xiangyang and Lu Xiao. The group slowly went downstairs in this order. Music was still playing, and zombies were crowding around the radio, but no one paid attention to them. When they reached the elevator, the survivors hurriedly pressed the button. Before Lu Xiao and the others could react, they pressed the button for the first floor. "Stop!" Suburbs shouted in panic. "Too many zombies on the first floor. We need to go to the second floor." The survivors were startled. The man pressing the elevator button immediately frantically pressed the button for the second floor. But it was too late. The elevator hadn't been used for over a year and needed repairs, so no matter how fast he pressed, the second floor button didn't respond. The man closed his eyes in despair, muttering, "What do I do? What do I do?" Suburbs said irritably, "I told you upstairs just now, follow the plan." "Why are you acting so quickly?" The man, with red eyes and full of anger, said, "Why didn't you tell us earlier?" "If you had, I wouldn't have pressed it." He started blaming others. Xiangyang, usually calm, was almost laughing from anger. He finally understood why Xiaomei always had so many complaints after completing rescue missions. Because someone just didn't listen. Lu Xiao looked at everyone and calmly gave instructions. "Yang, when the time comes, you lead the team to rush out."
Xiaomei, Yang, you protect them.
"Lazy. After you come out of the elevator, I'll watch the left side. You pay attention to the right." Xiangyang said okay. Xiangyang picked up his gun, loaded it, stretched, and nodded. "What about us? What should we do now?" The 5 people stared at them with intense eyes and said urgently, We also need guns. Su Zaibai rolled his eyes and said impatiently, "There aren't that many guns for you." As he finished speaking, the elevator doors opened with a ding. There weren't many zombies at the elevator entrance, but there were quite a few. The zombies rushing forward were taken down by Lu Xiao. The sound of gunfire alerted the zombies near the broadcast. Fortunately, the broadcast was at the end of the corridor on both sides, so there was some distance before they reached it. If they followed Lu Xiao's plan inside the elevator, their actions would be difficult, but not impossible to break out. However, even so, an accident still happened. One survivor, too scared, snatched Su Zaibai's gun, and another man pushed Xiangyang away when the zombies attacked. Xiangyang, happy sheep, Xiangyang was suddenly pushed hard by someone, stumbling forward and colliding head-on with an approaching zombie. Luckily, it was just a collision, not a hug. The zombie was knocked away like a torn cloth bag, and Xiangyang was bounced onto the ground. She looked confused, even unable to react immediately. "Xiangyang, get up quickly," Xiang shouted urgently. Even though everyone knew Xiangyang wouldn't be in real danger, they couldn't help but feel worried seeing the zombies snarling nearby. Before Xiangyang could recover, Lu Xiao strode over and picked her up as if she were a little chick. "Are you okay?" the man asked with a calm face, but a hint of concern was visible in his eyes. Little beauty zombie shook her head. She was fine physically, but her young mind was deeply hurt. This heartless zombie didn't treat her as a person, and she was still protecting him. Little beauty zombie silently cursed in her heart, but quickly joined the chaos again. At the side, Su Zaibai was also furious and wanted to curse. If his gun hadn't been taken and his attention divided, he would never have allowed Xiaomei's body to be bullied right in front of him. The man who took the gun was now panicked and scared, looking at Su Zaibai with a desperate desire to survive.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
"I want to live. I have family. My wife is waiting at home, and I have a son. He can't be without a father." He trembled as he explained, his hands clinging tightly to the gun, refusing to let go. Su Zaibai skillfully used his powers to kill the zombies that kept coming. Hearing this, he felt a deep sense of irony. Now he knew the man had a wife and son. What was he doing when he was committing crimes? If he remembered correctly, this man was also a criminal. A look of disgust appeared in Su Zaibai's eyes. People like him are just trash. Living doesn't mean anything to them. The man thought holding the gun made him safe. When the zombies charged through Lu Xiao and the others, he was stunned and shocked, frozen as if turned to stone. He raised his gun but didn't know how to use it. He watched helplessly as the zombies bit his neck, and finally, he fell to the ground, dead with his eyes wide open. Su Zaibai stood a little distance away, coldly watching the scene. His face was expressionless, unlike his usual carefree attitude. He slightly turned his head and spoke to the remaining four. "You saw the consequences. I don't want this to happen again. Otherwise, no one will be able to leave alive." The four nodded repeatedly, like frightened quails, not daring to speak, and huddled tightly behind Su Zaibai and Xiangyang. Xiangyang moved smoothly among the zombies and the team. She quickly grabbed a rope and tied it at the gate, isolating the zombies on both sides. She also took a moment to check on the safety of the survivors, which exhausted her. Her actions were effective. The zombies were stopped by the rope and could only struggle in place. However, the zombies behind still charged blindly, causing the front zombies to be cut in half at the waist by the rope. A few zombies with only half their bodies were crawling slowly on the ground, looking like cockroaches, which made people feel very disgusted. This scene was very shocking. Xiaomei saw it and got goosebumps, not to mention the few survivors behind her. A few grown men looked almost overwhelmed. In just a few hours, they had seen the most terrifying scenes of their lives. The ropes kept them separated, giving them a chance to breathe. Lei Xiangyu threw small fireballs at the crawling zombies. The fireballs exploded on the zombies' heads. With a loud bang, a foul smell quickly filled the air. The smell was like rotten meat mixed with burnt hair, making people feel sick. At the same time, the crystal cores inside the zombies' heads popped out and fell to the ground with a cracking sound. Suddenly, a faint light appeared in the dark first floor. Lu Xiao's hands crackled with sparks of electricity. He raised his hand, and everyone understood what he meant immediately. Now was the best time to rush out. However, Xiangyang looked at the many crystal cores on the ground and couldn't move. She looked up and couldn't help but make a clicking sound with her mouth.
Click.
You go ahead first. Xiangyang understood her meaning. Xiaomei, let's go. We don't need these crystal cores anymore. Xiangyang shook her head. The crystal cores she had stored in her space, given to her earlier by Lu Xiao, were almost gone. After reading some novels for a few days, she came to a conclusion. The crystal cores might have been absorbed by her space. So, the crystal cores were very useful to her. Lu Xiao saw her squatting on the ground collecting crystal cores, but didn't say anything. Instead, he led his people away from the prison gate. Looking back at Xiaomei's figure, she was squatting on the ground, wearing a beautiful floral dress that looked like it blended with the zombies around her. She looked lonely and strangely pitiful. Xiangyang didn't think much of it. Her mind was full of collecting crystal cores. After getting everyone into the car, Lu Xiao was about to go back to find Xiangyang when a man couldn't help but ask him what he was going to do. Isn't it already safe for us? Why go back? Su Bai saw that the man asking the question was the one using Happy Sheep as a shield. He frowned and sneered. You're safe now, but our team members are still inside. Seeing Su Bai's disdainful expression, the man grew angry. What team members? That's clearly a zombie. His voice was a bit loud, which sounded especially loud in this quiet and dangerous environment. Nearby, zombie dogs heard him and came over. Fortunately, Lei Xiangyu reacted quickly, throwing a fireball that burned the zombie dogs to ashes. The appearance of the zombie dogs made the men feel scared, and they started shouting to leave. Seeing that Xiangyang and the others didn't move, a man lowered his voice and said harshly, I saw it. That female zombie was making noise. If you don't drive away now, when we get back to the base, I'll tell them you're raising zombies there. After speaking, Xiangyang paused while wiping his gun. The others, who had been alert, looked over, and Su Bai immediately grabbed the man's collar. Say that again. The man wasn't scared by him. To him, these supernatural rescuers were like police before the apocalypse. No matter how angry they were, they wouldn't do anything because of their duty. But unfortunately, the man was too naive. Su Bai had watched someone snatch a gun and get bitten by a zombie without doing anything. How could he be threatened? This time, he didn't need to act himself. Lu Xiao stood in front of the car with Xiaomei's corpse, his cold eyes sweeping over the man's panicked expression.
Sebelah Xiangyang was also surprised.
She hadn't done anything, so why did she always seem to be targeted? Lu Xiao looked down at the man with a commanding gaze, reaching out and grabbing his neck. An invisible current spread from his shoulder to his arm, palm, and finally to his neck. The man shouted loudly, then suddenly fell silent, as if his tongue had been cut out, unable to make a sound. The man who had remained silent from the beginning finally couldn't hold back his fear and confusion. He broke down, clutching his head in despair. Didn't you come to save us? Why are you attacking us? Why? Because reality was no longer the world they once knew. In truth, if everyone had been honest and cooperative, things would have gone smoothly. Xiangyang got into the car and deliberately chose a seat far away from the others. Xiangyang looked at her with a smile, leaving a corner seat for her. Why are you collecting so many crystal cores? You can't eat them or use them. Xiangyang raised her eyebrows and didn't tell him, acting mysteriously. On the way back, Lu Xiao received a call from MOA. They discussed Shangshan. MOA asked on the phone, Is the hard drive they want in your possession? Lu Xiao didn't answer directly. Instead, he leaned lazily against the chair, gazing out the window at the passing scenery, and asked calmly, Why, are you interested in it too? MOA chuckled. Of course. I heard about what happened outside the base. What's inside that hard drive caused Fu Yuancheng and Qiyang to team up against you. If it weren't for Lei Tingzhen, you might not have made it back. Lu Xiao remained silent and changed the subject. How can I make her look like a normal person? Her. MOA almost lost track of his thoughts. Realizing Lu Xiao was talking about the little beauty's corpse, Moe thought carefully. Is her current appearance causing her trouble? Lu Xiao nodded faintly, looking at the little beauty's corpse beside him, who seemed a bit clumsy. Today she almost got shot and killed. Moe chuckled softly. She still encounters such things around you? After a pause, Moe continued. Lu Xiao, I called you today mainly to talk about this matter. Before Xiaomei's body transformed into a human, she was still a zombie. This is undeniable. Zombies need blood, but I don't understand why she doesn't crave it. Still, she must get used to the taste of blood. If one day you accidentally trigger her zombie instincts while on a mission outside, and her virus level gets very close to fully turning her into a zombie, she will never return to being human. So, from now on, you need to help her gradually get used to blood. Even if she loses control later, she won't completely lose her mind and harm her friends. Maui explained all this simply. She needs to be fed blood. This is a big challenge for Lu Xiao. I can guess how Xiangyang will react when he hears about this from Lu Xiao. He'll probably be as shocked as a duck, making a lot of noise. Lu Xiao turned off his phone and stayed silent. He held an unlit cigarette, rubbing it repeatedly. Xiangyang heard his name faintly from Lu Xiao's phone. She reached out and tugged at Lu Xiao's sleeve, her big, bright eyes silently blinking. What's going on?
Why are they talking about me?
Suzubai also heard it and leaned in to listen. Boss, what's wrong with Happy Sheep? Faced with the intense gazes of the two sharp-eyed people, Lu Xiao hesitated for 2 seconds. Then he typed a message in the group chat. She needs to be fed blood. Their phones vibrated. Lei Xiangyu, who was driving, shivered and trembled. Xiangyang's smile froze on his face, looking in disbelief. Suzubai choked on his saliva and coughed uncontrollably. Xiaomei, the zombie, wondered if she was illiterate. She recognized every word, but she couldn't understand the meaning when they were put together. Just moments ago, someone was raising zombies like pets, and now they were talking about feeding blood? Xiaomei looked at Lu Xiao with confusion and shock. What does this mean? She doesn't bite or hurt anyone.
She's a kind-hearted zombie.
Why is she being forced to drink blood?
She's not a vampire.
Lu Xiao spoke clearly. Let's talk when we get back. The off-road vehicle drove through the street, kicking up a cloud of dust. Suddenly, a child's voice came from a resident building's balcony. Uncle! Uncle! Help me! The voice was scared and clear in this quiet, dangerous environment. Lei Xiangyu quickly braked the car. The zombies nearby heard the noise and immediately turned their heads. Their hollow, pale eyes seemed to lock onto a target, all moving toward the car. Suzubai looked out the window. 4 floors, not too high. Boss, I'll climb up and you cover me. Lu Xiao nodded, lowered his gaze, and quickly loaded bullets into his gun. The people in the back seat finally stayed quiet, knowing what to do. Lei Xiangyu got out of the car and fired small fireballs to protect the vehicle and block the zombies rushing forward. Xiangyang and Lu Xiao stuck their guns out the windows, one to cover Lei Xiangyu, the other to protect Suzubai. Meanwhile, Xiangyang had nothing to do, so she decided to get out of the car and go with Suzubai. The person calling for help was a small girl, about 7 or 8 years old, thin and looking a bit malnourished. Suzubai initially planned to climb from the outside to rescue her, but the girl said her mother and younger brother were still inside. The brother was a baby. With a baby involved, that plan seemed too risky. Xiangyang raised her chin proudly upon hearing this. I can go up and carry the baby down, she said confidently. Suzubai nodded, then tied a rope and started climbing. Xiangyang entered through the front door of the building. Suzubai was quick. He reached the balcony on the 4th floor in no time. The girl clung tightly to her mother's clothes, tears in her eyes, standing nearby. Uncle, are you here to save me and my mom? The girl asked softly, a little cautiously. Suzubai smiled charmingly, showing a cute dimple and squinting his eyes. Yes. The girl's eyes lit up. Then can you take us to the base? Of course, Suzubai answered without hesitation. The girl's mother was holding the baby, looking very nervous and tense. Suzubai didn't think much about it. In the apocalypse, everyone he saw always looked anxious and uncertain. I will take you down, but carrying the baby is a bit risky for me. My colleague will come up soon, and she can carry him out through the front door. No, the girl's mother shouted in alarm. Xiaomei was startled and patiently explained. Don't worry, I mean no harm. It's dangerous for me to carry a baby this high. At that moment, Xiangyang appeared. Xiaomei quickly pointed behind them. This is our teammate. She can take the baby down, so don't worry. The girl's mother looked at Xiangyang, surprised. The zombies are slowly coming closer. We can't stay here too long, so the little girl quickly tugged at her mother's clothes. Mom, I want to go to the base. I want to find Dad. The mother froze for a moment, then slowly placed the baby into Xiangyang's arms and said softly, He's sleeping. Don't uncover his blanket. The light outside is too bright. Xiangyang nodded to show she understood. 5 minutes later, Xiangyang came out of the apartment building. Meanwhile, Suburbs had already brought the mother and daughter into the car. Xiangyang, feeling unfamiliar, carried the baby and headed toward the car. Just as she was about to reach the car, she suddenly stopped. In the frightened eyes of the mother, she lifted the baby's blanket. What a face that baby had. Just one look was enough to make people feel chills. His small cheeks were covered with purple bruises, like countless twisted little snakes writhing on his tiny face. His skin was almost transparent, as if it could tear with a single poke. His whole body looked like this, but the most terrifying were his 2 eyes. The eyeballs were a dull gray, all white with no black pupils. The mouth was open wide, dark inside, without any teeth, and the tongue was a dark purple. The fingers looked like black, sharp claws, making people feel scared. Clearly, this was a zombie baby. If Xiangyang hadn't felt the weight in her hand and noticed the strange smell, she wouldn't have realized what it was. This was also the first time she truly saw a zombie baby. Why did you do that? The girl's mother shouted from the car, rushing over and grabbing her child. Her eyes were red and full of blood vessels, and her voice sounded frantic and crazy. Why did you open it? Why? The sound woke the baby in the blanket. The baby waved its tiny, dark hands and made a clicking noise that was very loud and harsh. Everyone in the car was stunned by what they saw. Lu Xiao quickly dealt with a few zombies that rushed toward them, then got out of the car and stood beside Xiangyang. He looked at the girl's mother with a calm expression, his eyes steady like deep water, showing no emotion.
We need to leave now.
Will you come with us or stay? The mother hugged her baby tightly and shook her head quickly. No, I won't go. Although she looked a little crazy and her eyes seemed obsessed and stubborn, she was actually very clear-headed. She knew the virus had infected the baby and that they couldn't get into the base, but she still held on to hope. Sadly, she was discovered. She looked at Xiangyang with anger. It's you. Why did you open the blanket? Why? Xiangyang was stunned and confused. She didn't understand what she had done wrong. Suburbs, feeling sorry for the little lamb, frowned and said angrily, You knew the baby was infected but still wanted to take it in the car. Are you trying to harm someone? Suburbs' words sounded a bit too serious. Maybe she was just a mother who couldn't bear to part with her child. More and more zombies were coming, flooding toward them like a wave. Xiangyang had already gotten out of the car, and his gun was almost smoking. Seeing the pain on the mother's face, Suburbs sighed. Let's go to the base. Don't you have another child? You should make plans for her. The little girl didn't care about the danger and came to her mother's side, full of hope. Mom, let's go to the base to find Dad. It's unclear which words of the girl triggered the woman. She suddenly looked up and glared at the girl, with no warmth in her eyes, even some hatred. Dad abandoned us a long time ago. If you weren't a girl, he wouldn't ignore us. I finally gave him a son, but... The woman kept talking, then suddenly started crying. Her words made everyone present feel shocked, and they all looked at the girl. The girl's face surprisingly showed no expression, as if she was used to the woman's attitude. Seeing more zombies approaching and hearing their growls and screams, they knew they couldn't stay much longer, or the car might not be able to leave. Xiangyang raised his head and called out, Brother Xiao. Lu Xiao nodded and looked at the woman sitting on the ground, speaking calmly. We are leaving. He then took the arm of the little zombie girl and headed toward the car. The girl nearby saw this and quickly followed. The woman was stunned, as if she suddenly snapped out of her pain, and she called out loudly, "Come back. Come here." Her tone was commanding and firm. The girl looked back, quickly grabbed Su Zeibai's hand, and Su Zeibai was surprised but didn't let go. Seeing this, the woman seemed to be shocked and, like she had lost her mind, dropped the zombie baby and rushed forward wildly. She grabbed the girl and shook her hard. "Where are you going? Where do you want to go?"
Jiedi.
The name Jiedi made Su Zeibai's eyes show complex emotions, and the woman's words afterward made everyone feel chills down their spines. "Zhaodi, you need to stay with Mom and your little brother. Your brother can't leave you." As the woman pulled at the little girl, her clothes unintentionally lifted, revealing arms covered in bruises. Su Zeibai looked closely and saw that her arms were full of needle marks. His gaze then shifted to the nearby zombie baby, recalling the message Lu Xiao had posted in the group. "Blood. Zombies need fresh blood."
Could it be? So Zebai froze completely.
Having survived a year in the apocalypse, even with his understanding of human nature, he shook his head repeatedly. This is madness. Too much madness. The mother has gone crazy. Even if she goes to the base, her mind will stay twisted and she won't live well. And the little girl. If she doesn't go to the base, staying with the woman means she won't survive long. Su Zeibai quickly made a decision. He grabbed the little girl and hurried into the car, leaving the woman behind, shouting desperately. Everyone in the car saw what happened, especially those who had just come out of the prison. They were stunned for a long time, unable to react. The apocalypse is more terrifying than they imagined. The living are more frightening than the dead. They remembered their foolish actions when they were first rescued and felt a wave of fear. Especially the man who was stunned by Lu Xiao's electric shock. He even felt lucky to be alive. Lu Xiao saw Xiaomei looking lost and thought she was stunned by what just happened. But actually, Xiaomei's mood was very bad. No, it was terrible. Seeing the woman rush over to snatch the child, and noticing all the strange things during the rescue, she guessed what was happening. Then she quickly realized one thing. Zombies need blood to survive. Just like when her energy channels suddenly opened, Xiangyang even understood this clearly. One day, she might lose control. If she does, it's over. She would become one of those mindless zombies, only wanting to eat flesh. To pull back from the edge of losing control, one must constantly get used to the taste of blood. This way, even if they lose control, they won't completely lose their reason. At this moment, she finally understood what Lu Xiao meant in the group chat. But drinking blood, Xiaomei's corpse clearly disliked the idea. She's not a vampire. She drinks plain water every day. How could she accept this? Moreover, whose blood should she drink? Who would be willing to give her blood? Xiaobai?
Xiangyang?
Or Lu Xiao? Xiaomei turned to look at Lu Xiao, feeling both disgusted and helpless. Her expression was so rich that even the parasitic worm inside her stomach, Lu Xiao, couldn't guess what she was thinking. The little girl's name is Wang Zhaodi, and she is actually 9 years old this year. She has struggled through the apocalypse for a year, and her eyes show a kind of maturity and coldness far beyond her age. Behind her, her mother is shouting loudly, but she seems not to hear. She sits quietly among the other survivors in the prison-like place. Some of them are even wearing prison uniforms, with tattoos clearly visible on their exposed arms. But she shows no fear at all. What is there to fear? Even her own mother can cruelly treat her like a blood bag. She's exhausted all her strength just to stay alive. What is there to be afraid of? Su Zeibai looks at the girl with a hint of sympathy, but Xiangyang shows no expression. He has seen too much of the cruelty of the end times. This girl is probably not as simple as she seems. But no matter what, she is still pitiful. Xiangyang takes out chocolate milk and a lunchbox from her bag and hands them to Wang Zhaodi. She pauses for a few seconds, then smiles. Thank you, sister. Wang Zhaodi opens the lunchbox, which contains scallion egg custard, rice, vegetables, and lean meat. This was made by Xiangyang when she was resting alone in the small building, so Lu Xiao and the others could eat it when they went on missions outside. Xiangyang's space has a natural preservation effect, so the food is still warm. Wang Xiaodi originally just didn't want to refuse her kindness, but her nose was filled with the strong smell of eggs and meat. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva, but she hadn't drunk water for a long time, so her throat was dry. She also couldn't remember the last time she ate meat. She only remembered that after the apocalypse came, her father disappeared, and her weaker younger brother was infected just by smelling the scent of zombies. She couldn't forget her mother's shocked and pained expression when she opened the swaddle. Since then, her mother blamed everything on her and often hit her. She was very sad, but she had no way to change it. Until one day, her mother's attitude suddenly became gentle. Her mother said that her brother was still alive, that he was not a zombie, and that he needed fresh blood. That night, her mother took a syringe and drew her blood. But that syringe was the one she had used when she was a child for a fever. Her mother didn't want to throw it away, so she kept it. In the end, how did it become something almost deadly to her? She couldn't understand. Wang Xiaodi's cracked lips touched the soft, fragrant egg custard. The delicious taste on her tongue made her tears flow uncontrollably. After that, every few days, her mother would draw a few tubes of her blood. Gradually, she became numb to these things. Finally, one day, she saw a car coming from afar. Wang Xiaodi wanted to live, using all her strength to shout, "Uncle." She lowered her head to eat her meal. The car had already driven far down the street, but it felt as if her mother's screams and shouts still echoed in her ears. She shouted out loud, "Xiaodi, are you not taking care of your brother anymore? Xiaodi, do you also want to abandon Mom? Xiaodi, you and your dad are the same, without conscience." The smell of food filled every corner of the car. Even Su Zaibai couldn't help but swallow. Xiangyang's cooking was really good. He was a little greedy and wanted to eat too. But what he wanted even more were the few survivors sitting next to Wang Xiaodi. They had almost not tasted rice for nearly a year. The warehouse in the prison only had compressed biscuits and canned food. They ate biscuits so much that they lost interest, and even their bowel movements looked like biscuits. At this moment, everyone was staring at the little girl's lunchbox without blinking. If it had been before, they might have dared to ask about it. Now they were too scared and too weak to do anything. Nothing special happened on the way back, except passing by a few supermarkets. Xiaomei and Su Zaibai silently pushed open the doors and quickly took everything inside, like bandits. In the past, Xiangyang would have carefully chosen when shopping alone. Now, she understood how harsh the end of the world was, so she didn't pick anymore. She wanted everything. The things in her space weren't useless. They all had a purpose. Back at the base, the group saw the little girl going alone to do a DNA test. Feeling pity, they decided to stay and keep her company. The DNA test was quick, and the results came out in less than half an hour. Soon the results were in. The girl's DNA test did not pass, so she could only stay in the guarded area. The other survivors from the prison passed the test and could go to the base's registration office to settle in. Although these men had committed crimes, they had different jobs before the end of the world. Some were repairmen, some drivers, some software developers, and one was even a doctor. Each of them had a special skill. And without exception, all 4 of their professions were needed at the base. The base's employment office quickly assigned them jobs and housing. They carried their food, supplies, and drinks and confidently walked past Lu Xiao and the others. Everyone greeted their new life with smiles. Is it fair? No, it's not. But isn't that how the world works? Before the end of the world, it was like this. After, it's even more so. Wang Xiaodi was not at fault. She could even be called pitiful. But she not only received no special treatment, she could only live in the guarded area. She quietly stood beside a base guard, holding a set of clean clothes. The guard smiled and greeted Lu Xiao. "Captain Lu, shall I take her over now?" Lu Xiao nodded. Wang Xiaodi obediently said goodbye to everyone, then bent down. "Thank you all for saving me." Su Zaibai sighed, tapped his wristband twice, then spoke to the guard. "I've transferred some points to you. Buy her some things." The guard nodded quickly and said thank you. Even if it was because of Lu Zhao's influence, Wang Zhaodi would be looked after a bit more. And who wouldn't want the points sent over? Xiangyang looked at Wang Zhaodi's calm eyes, just like when he was abandoned as a child. Back then, he was very open-minded, thinking that just being alive was enough. So he asked, "The conditions in the management area aren't great. What will you do if you're so young?" Wang Zhaodi looked up, her clear eyes clouded with a faint gray mist. She said, "Just being alive is good enough."
Xiangyang smiled.
Sure enough, she was just like he was back then. After the results came out, Xiangyang kept busy, fiddling with things in her backpack. When Wang Zhaodi left, she handed her her pink baby bag. She used her eyes to show that there was something inside. Wang Zhaodi smiled, revealing a shallow dimple. "Thank you, sister. Happy sheep. What did you put in Zhaodi's bag?" A few people got into the car. Suzubai asked curiously. "You probably didn't put much, right? If you put too much, it might attract attention," Suzubai added. Xiangyang waved her hand. "Got it. Don't worry. She knows what she's doing." On the way back to the small house, Lu Xiao submitted a task on his device. Soon it was approved, and the points were credited. 3,000. On average, each person has only a few hundred points out of 3,000. Suzubai guessed that the points might be low, but he didn't expect them to be so few. However, he didn't feel like complaining about Qiyang's treatment anymore. Everyone knew that it wasn't just about minor conflicts now. As long as Fu Yuancheng and Qiyang kept searching for the hard drive and couldn't find it, they would remain under constant surveillance. No one knew exactly what was hidden on that hard drive, but it had made everything so complicated. Everyone also understood that future tasks might not go smoothly, but they were prepared. Right now, the most important thing was the matter of Xiaomei's corpse trying blood. When they returned to the small villa, it was already dark, around 6 in the evening. They took a quick shower and then went downstairs to help. Before Xiaomei's corpse moved in, the kitchen was not used. Not because they were lazy, but because fresh vegetables and fruits in the base were very expensive. The large areas of land infected by the apocalypse meant only a few patches could still grow crops. Now, the vegetables in the base were grown by graduate students in medicine, but the harvest was still small. Most of it was used to supply the high-level leaders, and only the leftovers were sold. Pigs, cattle, and sheep were also raised artificially, with low yields. In this situation, cooking a meal was extremely costly. Usually, Lu Xiao could bring back some greens, and Xiangyang would stir-fry vegetables and canned food for a simple meal. Now, with Xiaomei's corpse involved, everyone took the initiative to help. Fresh dishes were served, their tempting colors and aromas filling the air. Everyone stared at the table eagerly, swallowing their saliva at the same time. Xiangyang was still busy in the kitchen. Suzubai glanced over and then said to Lu Xiao, "Boss, I strongly support you being with Xiaomei's corpse." "Really? You can forget what I said before." Lu Xiao slightly smiled, with a look that was neither fully serious nor joking. "Just a few dishes and you've already been won over?" Suzubai nodded painfully, his eyes fixed on the brightly colored dishes on the table, mumbling to himself. "I wish I could eat such delicious food forever. I really hope Xiaomei likes me." Lu Xiao's expression paused slightly. His long fingers clenched unconsciously. "Why do you think Xiangyang likes me?" As soon as Lu Xiao said this, the others immediately looked over. Suzubai was shocked and distressed. "Boss, Xiaomei relies on you so much. Isn't that love?" Lu Xiao's deep, dark eyes showed a rare hint of confusion. "Does she really rely on me that much?" Lu Xiao had never thought that Xiangyang depended on him so much. In his view, Xiangyang was closer to Suzubai, talking about everything. Suzubai opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Xiangyang also shook his head helplessly. "I didn't expect Brother Xiao to be so slow to realize," Suzubai sneered. "Brother Xiao has always been slow in matters of love. Otherwise, that thing wouldn't have happened back then." His voice trailed off. Suddenly, he remembered something, secretly tugged Xiangyang's sleeve, and made frantic gestures.
"Xiangyang,
"Hurry!
help me.
This is going to kill me." Xiangyang silently sighed, pushed up his glasses, and looked toward the kitchen. Why is Xiaomei still busy in the kitchen? Xiaobai, go see what's going on. Su Zaibai clenched his fists and ran away frantically. After he left, the strange, awkward atmosphere in the air gradually disappeared. Just now, Su Zaibai almost let something slip. Actually, Lu Xiao had once experienced a deep, unforgettable love, which almost cost him his life. That love started smoothly. Lu Xiao and the girl came from suitable families, everything was perfect, and everyone approved. But unexpectedly, when Lu Xiao proposed, the girl suddenly said in front of everyone, "We're just friends." Just one sentence, and overnight, Lu Xiao became a joke in the circle. Once, he had a conflict with Qiyang, and Qiyang used that incident to mock Lu Xiao. That time, Lu Xiao got angry and broke Qiyang's leg. After that, no one dared to mention the incident again, not even the woman's name. Su Zaibai stood in the kitchen feeling annoyed and regretful. How did he accidentally bring up that matter? He knew very well how much this hurt the boss. He really is a terrible person. Su Zaibai even wanted to slap his own mouth. Xiangyang saw that Xiaobai entered the kitchen but didn't speak, and her expression kept changing, showing a lot of emotions. So she moved closer. "Clack, what are you thinking about?" Su Zaibai muttered, "I'm thinking about slapping my own mouth." When she heard that, Xiaomei immediately became excited. She didn't understand, but she respected him. She rolled up her sleeves, eager to try. "Clack. I'll help you." Then, her hand swung towards Su Zaibai. Su Zaibai was so scared he trembled and quickly grabbed Xiangyang's hand, nervously saying, "Xiangyang, what are you doing? Clack? Don't you want a spanking?" Looking into Xiaomei's clear big eyes, Su Zaibai suddenly felt lucky. Could it be that the hurt from that old incident made the boss lose interest in human women, so he became interested in Xiaomei? The more he thought about it, the more he believed this might be true. If that's the case. He stroked his chin, pondering while observing Xiaomei. Xiaomei looked amazing, dressed in a fluffy skirt, delicate like a doll, wearing a floral dress, pure and innocent, like a white flower, and also in her last black night outfit, looking very handsome. She has a kind heart, is easy to coax, and has no personality issues. Plus, she can cook well. She also has a special ability and a space of her own. With all these advantages, even if she were a zombie, she would still be very popular. Su Zaibai truly felt like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, more and more satisfied. He even hoped more than before that the two of them would be together. The boss is strong and can protect Little Beauty Corpse, and Little Beauty Corpse can heal the boss. They are truly a perfect match. Su Zaibai's eyes grew brighter as he looked at Xiangyang, who couldn't help but step back. "Click, are you sick?" Su Zaibai quickly grabbed Little Beauty Corpse's shoulder. "Happy sheep, you and the boss must take good care of each other." "Click, what are you talking about?" Su Zaibai explained, "Aren't you interested in the boss?" Suddenly, the air froze for a few seconds. Then, Xiangyang pushed away Su Zaibai with a look of disgust, looking at him as if he were a fool. "Click, who is interested in him?" Su Zaibai felt like a heavy hammer hit the back of his head. He was not willing to give up and asked again, "Don't you like the boss?" Xiangyang's disgusted expression again told him the answer. "Click, I don't like him." Su Zaibai stood there like he was under a spell, stunned for a long time and unable to think clearly. He couldn't believe that Little Beauty Corpse didn't have feelings for the boss he respected. If he didn't like him, why did Little Beauty Corpse always pretend to be jealous and compete for the boss's attention whenever Xiangyang appeared? Why did she rush into the boss's arms last time without hesitation? Could it really just be to annoy Xiangyang? Little Beauty Corpse didn't understand what Su Zaibai was thinking. If she did, she would definitely show what else could it be? Expression. Seeing that Little Beauty Corpse and Little White hadn't come out of the kitchen, Xiangyang found it strange, and went in. When he saw Little White looking as if he had been greatly hurt, he looked at Xiangyang with confusion. "What were you talking about? Why does he look like that?" Xiangyang wiped the last cloth clean and hung it on the cabinet, shrugging her shoulders in response. "Click, how would I know?" "Click, are you crazy?" After saying that, She hummed a little tune happily and left the kitchen. Xiangyang raised his eyebrows, then patted Xiaomei's cheek. "What are you thinking about?" Suzubai saw Xiangyang as if he found someone to talk to, and showed a smile that was even more awkward than crying. "Yangzi," Xiangyang said she doesn't like the boss. Xiangyang's hand paused slightly, and he frowned as he asked, "How do you know that?" Suzubai cleared his throat. "I asked." "How did you ask?" Suzubai briefly repeated his conversation with Xiangyang. "I said, Xiangyang, you must get along well with the boss." Then Xiangyang said she didn't like the boss.
Xiangyang lo get complicated.
He looked at Suzubai with the same silly expression as Xiangyang. He opened his mouth, with a hint of helplessness and amusement in his eyes, and finally sighed, patting Suzubai on the shoulder. "Promise me, don't get involved in their matters from now on, okay?" Suzubai pursed his lips, looking a bit wronged. "I'm just trying to help." Seeing his pitiful look, Xiangyang, who was about to turn and leave, turned back. "You say the boss reacts slowly. Have you ever thought that Xiaomei might also react slowly?" Suzubai looked blankly and asked, "What?" Xiangyang hesitated, then gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence through his teeth. "I mean, Xiaomei also doesn't understand her own feelings." After saying that, Xiangyang couldn't stand this fool asking more questions, so he hurried out the door, reminding him before leaving. "Remember to bring out the bowl." Suzubai picked up the bowl on the table and finally understood what Xiangyang meant. At this moment, Lei Xiangyu was also preparing to go into the kitchen to get a bowl. Seeing Suzubai standing there blankly, holding the bowl like a beggar, he couldn't help but wave his hand in front of his eyes. Suzubai said irritably, "What are you doing?" Lei Xiangyu's voice was low. "Just checking if you're still normal." Suzubai snapped, "I'm perfectly fine." Lei Xiangyu sneered. "You don't seem like a normal person." Suzubai carried a bowl out of the kitchen and walked to the dining table. After handing the bowls to Xiangyang and Lu Xiao, he couldn't help glancing at Xiaomei again. Xiaomei paused while drinking her water. There was again that strange look. She quietly set down her cup, typed a message in the group chat, and made sure to tag Suzubai. "Xiaomei, are you out of your mind? If you're not feeling well, you should see a doctor soon. Otherwise, you might end up acting silly." The 3 exclamation marks clearly showed Xiangyang's anger. Xiangyang laughed so hard he trembled. Lu Xiao didn't quite understand and lowered his eyes, lost in thought. Lei Xiangyu looked as if he had just realized something, thinking, no wonder Xiaobai was standing in the kitchen like a fool. Suzubai's face turned red with frustration, but he couldn't argue back. He could only bite into a chicken leg in silence. After dinner, they drew lots to decide who would wash the dishes. Lei Xiangyu was chosen and started cleaning up the kitchen on his own. The others sat in the living room to rest. Ever since Suzubai had figured out what was going on between the leader and Xiangyang, he couldn't stop glancing at Xiaomei. He pretended to watch the base news, but he wasn't paying attention at all. Xiangyang couldn't stand it anymore and coughed deliberately. This fool, can't he be a little more subtle? It's so obvious. Reminded by Xiangyang, Suzubai awkwardly looked away and glanced at Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao's dark eyes seemed to see right through him. Feeling uneasy, Suzubai rubbed his nose and quickly changed the subject. "By the way, boss, you mentioned before that you needed to feed blood to Xiangyang." That reminded everyone of the unresolved issue. At the center of the conversation, Xiangyang's face immediately scrunched up. Feed blood. Oh dear, he made it sound as easy as feeding a pet. Just one taste already made her dizzy. How could she handle more? Seeing Xiaomei's body almost twisted into a knot on the sofa, Lu Xiao finally spoke. "Yang, you need to get used to the smell of blood." His voice was low and rough, like gravel rubbing, but not harsh, with a hint of gentleness. Xiaomei looked like a wilted eggplant, drooping and sad. At that moment, a loud crash came from the kitchen as a bowl was broken. Then Lei Xiangyu walked out with his hands in his pockets. Xiangyang noticed that the wound on his hand was still bleeding. Not only he noticed, but Suzubai also saw it, and even Lu Xiao looked over. Lei Xiangyu paused, feeling puzzled. Why is everyone acting so strange today? Xiangyang adjusted his glasses. "Lei, come here." Lei Xiangyu sat down heavily on the sofa. "What's going on?" Are you guys discussing something? Xiangyang said. Brother Xiao said we need to feed Xiaomei blood. Lei Xiangyu was surprised. And then he suddenly saw his own bleeding wound. Could they be planning to let Xiaomei drink his blood? No, that blood isn't enough. She'd just lick it. Lei Xiangyu instinctively looked at Xiaomei's body. Their eyes met perfectly. Both of them shivered at the same time. Lei Xiangyu quickly waved his hands. No, no, no. Xiaoyang shook his head wildly. No, 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 neither side agreed.
Since that's not possible, then
they could only draw blood to feed her. Next, Xiangyang took an empty syringe from the room and placed it on the table. The syringe held 10 milliliters, not a lot. But now, a new problem arose.
Whose blood should they draw?
Everyone looked at each other, unsure what to do. Xiangyang broke the silence first. I'm not involved. I have anemia. Lei Xiangyu replied expressionlessly. My family has a hereditary form of diabetes, and I'm afraid of pain. Through their clothes, you could see Lei Xiangyu's smooth and impressive muscle lines. Such a tough man is actually afraid of pain? Since that's the case, only Su Zibai and Lu Xiao are left. Su Zibai looked at Lu Xiao, then bravely stretched out his arm and rolled up his sleeve. Boss, I faint at needles. Just draw my blood. Fainting at needles? Xiangyang couldn't help but look at Lu Xiao, but unfortunately, he was hanging his head, so his expression wasn't visible. Xiangyang pursed his lips.
All right then.
She could barely accept Xiao Bai's blood. Did you agree? Lu Xiao suddenly spoke.
Xiangyang was stunned.
Could she really refuse? Didn't she say she needed to get used to the taste of blood? Can you accept Xiao Bai's blood? That was the real question. Xiangyang still looked confused. Sure, she replied. Really? This time, Lu Xiao deliberately emphasized his words, his voice deeper and huskier. Su Zibai thought Lu Xiao was worried about something and quickly spoke up. Don't worry, boss. I'm not anemic, my family doesn't have diabetes, and I don't faint at needles.
No, Jufant, onse Xiangyang interrupted Su Zibai.
This time, it was Su Zibai's turn to be confused. He widened his eyes, looking very clear. What did you say? Xiangyang looked serious. I said you faint at blood. Su Zibai's face was full of question marks. Does he faint at blood? When did he faint at blood? He didn't know. He had been injured a few days ago and was fine. A bunch of questions swirled in Su Zibai's mind. He looked up and saw Rei Zi sitting across from him. Lei Xiangyu supported his chin with one hand, his handsome face showing clear disdain. His eyes looked almost ready to roll out, very similar to the expression he had in the kitchen with Xiangyang. If Su Zibai still didn't understand now, he would really be stupid. He closed his eyes, used all his acting skills, and looked at the beautiful corpse with utmost sincerity, regretfully saying, Looks like I can't draw blood. I forgot I faint at blood. Xiaomei. How can she forget? Since Xiao Bai can't draw blood, and there are no other options. Su Zibai finally understood his task and said, Although the boss is afraid of needles, he just doesn't look at the needle, so we still have to draw his blood. Xiangyang nodded happily, adjusting his glasses, which reflected a wise light. The helpless Ado finally managed to stand up a little. Xiangyang tentatively looked at Lu Xiao and clicked his tongue. Click. Is that okay? Lu Xiao lifted his eyelids, his eyes cold like ice, but with a fleeting spark of fire. He calmly said, It's fine. Xiangyang smiled slightly, put on gloves, and spoke. Shall I start? Lu Xiao remembered his fear of needles, so he didn't look at the syringe, but at somewhere else, at Xiangyang. He even looked at Xiaomei's corpse with a somewhat embarrassed expression. In less than a minute, the blood was drawn. Then came a more serious problem. How should Xiangyang drink? Just looking at Xiaomei's delicate face scrunched up, everyone knew this was not an easy problem. After all, who would easily accept drinking their own blood? Su Zibai suggested simply and straightforwardly. Why don't we hold Xiaoyang down and you, boss, just pour it into her mouth? The last time they heard such words was when they were slaughtering pigs in the village. Xiangyang proposed. How about Xiaomei closes her eyes and then drinks it unconsciously? Xiangyang shot him a sidelong glance. Drinking blood unconsciously? Look at that. Such a novel phrase. Lei Xiangyu also tentatively suggested, "Don't you like drinking water? Why not put it in water and drink it together?" Xiangyang Xin's eyes lit up. That could work. Lei Xiangyu's idea was the most practical. Mixing blood with water would dilute the taste and make it less disgusting and frightening. But Xiangyang shook her head to reject this idea. The water in the cup was not ordinary water. It was a mix of blood and well water, as if filtered. Perhaps the well water purified the blood, making her drinking it pointless. 10 milliliters of blood was not much, yet she hadn't taken a single sip. Xiangyang watched everyone try their best to persuade her to drink the blood. So she lowered her head, squeezed the blood from the syringe into a bowl, then tilted her head back and poured the blood into her mouth. Oh no, happy sheep. In her mouth, Xiangyang couldn't really taste anything. The blood felt completely tasteless. Su Zaibai quickly took her water cup to let her rinse her mouth. Politely, Xiangyang took the cup and took a sip. As she drank, a strange sensation spread through her body, and she couldn't help but cough. Blood water started to flow from the corner of her mouth. At this moment, Xiangyang's eyes began to blur and lose color. She blinked hard, feeling like she couldn't see clearly anymore. She couldn't see the things in front of her or the people around her. It was as if the whole world had become foggy, and everything was unclear. Not only that, her body started to sway as if she couldn't stand steadily. Happy sheep. You. Su Zaibai stared at her in shock, eyes wide. Xiangyang tilted her head in confusion, blood dripping from her lips onto her dress. Her delicate appearance, like a porcelain doll, now looked even more fragile. Her white princess dress was stained with blood, forming small red flowers. Her long, slightly curly hair was decorated with a bow, and her pale skin was flawless. Her mismatched eyes looked hazy yet cold. The blood at the corner of her mouth added a sinister, bloody touch, but it didn't diminish her beauty. At this moment, Xiangyang looked stunningly beautiful, mesmerizing, making it hard for anyone to look away, as if the world had stopped. "Boss, what's going on?"
Xiaomei shouted in surprise.
His voice attracted a small zombie, which tilted its head and then straightened it. Suddenly, it sniffed the air and caught a strange scent. This scent made the small zombie seem to come alive again. She was very hungry, extremely hungry. She wanted to eat meat. To eat meat. Little May's corpse swallowed hard, a greedy look flashing in her eyes as she lunged at Su Zaibai. Crack, crack, crack. "Boss, Happy Sheep has gone crazy," Su Zaibai shouted hoarsely. Xiangyang and Lei Xiangyu quickly grabbed Little May's corpse to stop her. Xiangyang hurriedly called out, "Little May, wake up." Little May's corpse ignored him. She only smelled a stronger, more enticing scent, with different aromas that all seemed very tempting. Her stomach growled even louder. "Yen," a voice came from behind Little May's corpse. She stopped moving. It seemed she had detected an even more delicious smell. After briefly describing the condition of the little girl's corpse, Moe said, "She has never touched blood before. Now it seems she's lost control in her mind. First, check if her nails have changed color. Changing targets? It looks like your blood is very attractive to her." Moe spoke for a while, and rather than helping Lu Xiao find a solution, it seemed more like he was observing the process of Xiangyang's transformation into a zombie through Lu Xiao's eyes, as if analyzing a normal experiment sample. Lu Xiao even heard the sound of him taking notes. So, he pressed his thin lips tightly and hung up the phone. Is his blood very attractive to Xiangyang? Thinking of this, Lu Xiao picked up a small knife on the table and decisively cut his arm. Blood immediately flowed out from the wound, dripping onto the ground. Seeing this, the little girl's corpse visibly became more excited. Su Zaibai and Xiangyang struggled to hold her back. "Boss, what are you doing?" The little girl's corpse struggled for a long time but couldn't break free, making unhappy sounds. The sweet smell kept lingering near her nose. She couldn't help but bend down, her eyes blurry with longing as she looked at the ground.
Xiaomei was shocked.
Could it be that the little girl is going to lie on the ground and lick the blood? Xiangyang and Lei Xiangyu also saw her intentions and desperately pulled her up. Xiangyang said, "Little girl, don't lie on the ground and lick the blood. I'm afraid you won't be able to become a person when you wake up." "No, you won't be able to become a zombie," Lei Xiangyu quickly agreed. Lu Xiao looked up at the stairs and spoke. "Let go of her. Don't follow her." Xiangyang hesitated. Seeing Lu Xiao's calm face, he clenched his teeth and looked at Lei Xiangyu. Then, as if they reached some silent agreement, they both released their hold. Click, click, click. Without restraint, the little girl's corpse ran toward the enticing smell. At this moment, Lu Xiao quickly ran a few steps toward the stairs, and the little girl's corpse hurriedly followed. She stumbled while going upstairs and fell, rolling down the stairs right in front of Su Zaibai. When she looked up, their eyes met, and Su Zaibai, who had just relaxed, was startled again. Fortunately, the little zombie girl was no longer interested in Su Zaibai's scent and turned around to run upstairs quickly. Only then did Su Zaibai relax and lie back on the ground. Upstairs, Lu Xiao used blood to attract the little zombie girl. When she lunged at him, he quickly pushed her into a room and closed the door. The little zombie girl fell flat on her back. She blinked blankly, sniffed the scent, and crawled to the door. Then she started banging loudly on the door. Outside, Lu Xiao called out, "Yang Yang." The little zombie girl paused, then banged even louder. Below, Xiangyang's voice came from downstairs. "Brother Xiao, should we go up?" "No need," Lu Xiao replied simply. After saying that, he looked at the door, sighed silently, then turned and slowly went downstairs. Hearing movement in the staircase, everyone looked up at the same time. Seeing the familiar figure, Xiangyang seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and slumped onto the sofa, saying with lingering fear, "The way the little zombie girl lost control was really scary." Su Zaibai agreed deeply. Lu Xiao sat on the sofa, skillfully taking out alcohol from the medical box to disinfect and stop the bleeding. The noise upstairs continued non-stop. Lei Xiangyu shook his head and sighed. "It's harder to control than pigs during the New Year." Xiangyang opened his mouth but couldn't compare the little zombie girl to a pig. Such disrespect to the zombie. "Brother Xiao, what should we do next?" Lu Xiao thought for a moment, then picked up the keys to go out. "I'm going out for a while. You all watch her and don't let her come out." Su Zaibai nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, we won't let her out." After Lu Xiao left, his scent faded quite a bit, and the banging on the door upstairs gradually stopped. But faintly, they could still hear the little zombie girl making chattering noises, sounding a bit sad. Thinking about what just happened, Su Zaibai looked lost in thought. Little Mei drank blood and forgot about us. We still have to help her get used to blood. What if she has a big outburst someday? Then we might all be in trouble. Trouble is minor. If Little Mei runs out, it could be serious. At that point, we might end up like those survivors said, caging zombies in the base, Xiangyang said with a bitter smile. Either way, they couldn't afford the consequences. "Should we send Happy Sheep out?" Su Zaibai whispered. Xiangyang didn't reply, but Lei Xiangyu spoke up. His voice was deep and strong, giving a feeling of reassurance. "Don't be so pessimistic. I think she's very different from the zombies outside. She has her own judgment. This was her first time drinking blood, and she couldn't control herself. I believe next time, she won't be like that." This was the first time Lei Xiangyu spoke up for Xiangyang. Besides, old Croc wouldn't just kick her out because she lost control once. That was a reasonable point. Lei Xiangyu's words made Su Zaibai and Xiangyang think more calmly. It was true, like Lazy said. Little Mei's corpse hadn't fully turned into a zombie yet. Her first time drinking blood was like the first time eating meat. She couldn't control herself. But if she kept drinking, she might learn to control it. Upstairs, Little Mei was locked in a room. The knocking sounds had quieted down quite a bit. Her tasty meal was gone. She felt sad and very hungry. So she stood up, sniffed around, and felt that the room still smelled good, even if a little weaker than before. It could help ease her hunger for now. She looked for the strongest smell and quickly went inside. Lu Zhao's steps paused slightly, and he instinctively looked toward the stairs. He was explaining as he looked. Xiangyang just got up from the boss's bed, holding the boss's clothes and smelling them. After smelling the clothes, she moved on to the pillow. The pillow probably has a stronger scent. She held onto it and didn't let go. She sat on the bed and started to take off her clothes. Suzubai changed his tone. Why is she taking off her clothes? He asked himself. Could it be she's planning to wear the boss's clothes? I always thought she was interested in the boss. Maybe she sneaked in and tried to wear his clothes while he was away. Suzubai chuckled twice, but his laughter sounded strangely eerie. Suddenly, he felt a strange chill, as if a cold wind ran down his spine, like someone was watching him from behind. Yangzi, he called out. No answer. Suzubai closed his eyes briefly and slowly got up from the ground. Sure enough, Lu Xiao was standing quietly behind him. Xiangyang and Lei Xiangyu were beside him, one looking at the sky, the other at the ground, both ignoring him. Two unkind guys. They didn't even warn him when the boss arrived. It was so awkward. Suzubai gave Lu Xiao a sheepish smile and scratched his head. Boss, when did you come back? A tired look appeared in Lu Xiao's eyes as he asked, How's she been these past 2 days? Suzubai was still thinking about how to answer when Xiangyang spoke first. Not long after you left, Xiaomei calmed down. We were worried she might jump out the window, so we took turns guarding outside all night. The next morning, she broke the door down, but after half an hour, she quieted down again. She hasn't caused any trouble today. We plan to check on her now, and we called you but you didn't answer. Lu Xiao nodded. All right, I understand. You guys go rest first. We have a mission tonight. Yang and the others didn't ask about any tasks, they just nodded and said okay. Suzubai originally planned to stay and watch the fun, but Yang pulled him away. The group each turned and went back to their rooms. Standing at the door, Lu Xiao took out a vial of medicine from his pocket. After receiving the call, Maui stayed up all night making a potion for Xiaomei's corpse, but during the process, they found something missing. The flower's nectar. The nectar has a strange scent that can confuse people and reduce the attraction of Xiaomei's corpse to Lu Xiao's scent. However, nectar is rare and doesn't last long, so Lu Xiao went to the underground market outside the base. This trip took quite some time. At this moment, Xiaomei's corpse, lying on the bed, was weak from hunger. Suddenly, she smelled that familiar fragrance again. Her confused mind immediately became clearer. Following the scent, she reached the door. Why is this thing blocking her way again? Displeased, Xiaomei's corpse made clicking sounds. Just as she was about to break down the door, suddenly, the door opened. Xiaomei's dull eyes lit up. Click, click, the smell of fresh blood and meat. Xiaomei's mouth opened wide, almost drooling. Lu Xiao chuckled. Pathetic thing, he calmly watched Xiaomei's corpse rush toward him. He reached out and grabbed her chin. If the scene wasn't so strange, it almost looked like a romantic scene of a powerful boss falling in love. Xiaomei's corpse struggled and flailed her arms, trying to break free. But she couldn't touch Lu Xiao at all. Click, click, click. Xiaomei's corpse grew angrier, increasing her strength. Lu Xiao narrowed his eyes. One hand held her chin, while his other thumb quickly opened the bottle of medicine. Then he tightened his grip and squeezed. With a cracking sound, Xiaomei's jaw dislocated. Then, he quickly poured the medicine into Xiaomei's mouth. The medicine definitely can't make her fully awake, just weaken her. When she wakes up depends on her, and it should be in a few days. 1 week after she wakes, she will have a strong craving for your blood. At that time, don't be foolish and feed her blood, then wait another week until her condition is completely stable, and only then can you feed her blood, still just 10 milliliters. So, her entire cycle should be about 3 weeks. Remember that. The medicine had a very strong smell. When it was extremely fragrant, it stopped smelling nice and became a kind of dreamy feeling, making people feel dizzy. Lu Xiao was also not used to this smell and frowned. After forcing the medicine into Xiaomei's mouth, at first, there was no change in the first 1 or 2 minutes. But after a while, Lu Xiao clearly felt her struggling strength weaken a bit. 10 minutes later, Xiaomei stood there blankly, her dull eyes staring at Lu Xiao without blinking. Lu Xiao hesitated, waved his hand in front of her face, but Xiaomei suddenly grabbed his hand. Susie Bai, who was across the door, couldn't help but be curious. When he opened the door, he saw this scene and was so scared he rushed over immediately. "Boss." Lu Xiao looked calm and signaled with his eyes that everything was fine. The two quietly watched Xiaomei. She grabbed Lu Xiao's hand, looked confused, and brought it to her mouth, licking it. Susie Bai was so frightened he froze and held his breath. Lu Xiao's eyes widened suddenly, and his breathing paused. How to describe this scene? It was strange and made people feel awkward. Susie Bai couldn't help but swallow nervously, his voice trembling. "Boss, you'd better pull your hand back. I'm worried that Happy Sheep might bite you." Lu Xiao's dark eyes narrowed slightly, his voice a little hoarse. "It's okay, Xiao Bai. Go back to your room first." Susie Bai wanted to say more, but when he looked into Lu Xiao's eyes, he swallowed his words. That pair of eyes showed no trace of panic, even full of interest. Recalling the close relationship between the two, he said nothing more and turned back to his room. The worst outcome would be the older one being bitten by the cheerful sheep, turning them into a reckless pair of lovers. But it's not too bad. Little Beauty Corpse was licking Lu Xiao's hand, the cold, moist touch extending all the way to his palm. Her sharp teeth gently grazed his palm, as if she was about to bite down at any moment. Lu Xiao led her into the room and immediately saw a messy scene. The wardrobe was wide open, with almost all the clothes pulled out. The bed, floor, and chairs were covered with clothes everywhere. Moreover, the bedding on the bed looked like Little Beauty Corpse had built her own nest, with a clear space in the middle and clothes piled around it. Lu Xiao's lips curled into a low smile. Little Beauty Corpse heard his laugh and looked up blankly at him. At this moment, Wei called to ask about Little Beauty Corpse. Did the medicine take effect in just a few minutes? Wei noted on his observation log. It seems she absorbed it quite well. What is she doing now? Lu Xiao's gaze fell on her confused face, and he replied calmly, licking my hand. Wei's hand paused as he held his pen. Licking your hand? Did she bite you?
No.
There was a few seconds of silence on the line. Then Wei spoke again, his voice steady, like a summary. This is probably withdrawal reaction. Once it passes, she'll be awake. Given her condition, it should be fine in 2 or 3 days. Lu Xiao listened and nodded softly. But you need to watch her closely during these days. Take her everywhere with you. The medicine blocks her attraction to people, but you can't be sure she won't meet someone more attractive to her. That could be a problem. Wei also gave some other instructions and explained roughly what stage Little Beauty Corpse was in now. Just a confused, empty-hearted little zombie. Feeling curious about the smell on the person's body and wanting to get closer, she currently does not bite people. She has little intelligence but can sometimes understand simple human words. Lu Xiao raised his black eyes and looked at Xiangyang, who was pressed close to him. It's rare to see a zombie so clingy and not biting. At noon, Xiang prepared food and called everyone to eat. Just as he was placing the steaming dishes on the table, he looked up and saw Xiangyang closely pressed against Lu Xiao from behind. He thought the little zombie had regained her senses and greeted her with a smile. "Little Mei, are you awake?" Little Mei stared blankly at Xiangyang, her eyes empty, with no response. Xiangyang realized something was wrong with Little Mei and looked at Lu Xiao with suspicion. "Brother Xiao." At this moment, Susie Bai and Lei Xiangyu also came out of the room. Seeing Little Mei, they almost jumped in surprise and asked the same question as Xiangyang. "Is she okay now?" Lu Xiao shook his head and briefly explained his conversation with Wei. "So, Little Mei is still a zombie, but she's not aggressive and is very
Clingy, susebay samerayos.
Lu Xiao nodded. Hearing this, everyone immediately relaxed. It's only been a few days since Little Mei woke up. As long as she doesn't lose control and start biting people, it's manageable. Do we still need to take her on tonight's mission? Xiang picked up a piece of food and asked while eating. Yes, Lu Xiao answered straightforwardly. If she's this clingy now, it's unlikely she can be left behind. Although they knew Little Mei was very clingy, they still underestimated how much she would cling. Lu Xiao took off his coat and little Mei openly hugged and sniffed him in front of everyone. She bit into the apple Lu Xiao was eating. She also mimicked drinking from his cup, imitating his way of drinking. Even when Lu Xiao was sitting on the sofa, she was hugging his waist and burying her head in his chest, happily smelling his scent. These actions were so obvious and straightforward that they were hard to watch. Su Zibai's ears turned red and stayed that way. He wanted to speak several times but finally held back. Xiangyang and Lei Xiangyu weren't much better. When they saw the two of them, they would go around, and if they couldn't avoid it, they would quickly walk past with their heads down. Su Zibai ran into Xiangyang's room to complain. Is this something a person can do? Why are they so clingy? If he didn't know Xiaomei's personality, he would think she was doing it on purpose. Yangzi, do you think Happy Sheep will remember what happened today after she wakes up? How will she face the boss then? She even said she's not interested in him. I feel embarrassed for her. Xiangyang shook his head with a smile. Xiaomei has no real awareness, so her actions are normal. The boss's scent is very attractive to her, and she probably wants to smell it all the time. Su Zibai muttered, is the boss's scent really that good? Xiangyang gave a teasing smile. Why don't you go smell it? Su Zibai shivered and got goosebumps. I'm not as obsessed as Happy Sheep. Then he showed a mischievous smile. I really look forward to the day Happy Sheep wakes up. She'll probably be so embarrassed she'll hide underground. I might even break the tiles to give her some space. Huh. Hearing this, Xiangyang also looked forward to it. The scene then would definitely be very funny. At 6 p.m, a few people left the room with their bags. This mission wasn't too difficult. Outside the base, near the mountains, there was a farmland with wheat and potatoes, left unmanaged. When drones patrolled the forest, they noticed signs of growth in that farmland, so they sent someone to check. If crops had really grown, they would need to bring back some soil and seeds for the base's research lab to analyze. The reason for going at night is because there is a mutated giant crocodile infected in the pond near the farmland. Drones observed it for several days. The mutated giant crocodile sleeps at night and only comes out during the day. Big crocodile? Yang, what do you think of this knife? Su Zibai took out a curved knife, excited. Xiangyang packed some things into his bag and took a quick look. Looks good, quite sharp. Su Zibai puffed up proudly. Of course, I won this knife in a fighting arena. All right, put away your knife and let's go. The group got into the car. Xiaomei's corpse sat quietly inside, just like when they first saw her, wearing a seatbelt, eyes wide and calm. Seeing this, Su Zibai felt a bit emotional. It's been a few days since I heard Xiaomei's clicking sounds. It seems a little off, Lei Xiangyu chuckled. Didn't you hear her when she was locked in the old owl's room? Su Zibai was momentarily stunned and shook his head. That's different. Lei Xiangyu didn't understand. How is it different? Su Zibai didn't say more. Usually, Xiaomei's clicking sounds show her emotions: anger, dissatisfaction, happiness. You can tell how she feels. But when she's locked in a room, all I hear is the cruelty and desire typical of zombies, like an untamed beast. Lu Xiao was driving and glanced at the passenger seat. In that moment, he saw Xiaomei staring at him without blinking. Her eyes were still dull gray, but he could sense a flicker of emotion. Unhidden longing. Longing to get close. Longing for a scent. Lu Xiao suddenly felt a warm, full sensation in his chest. It made his breathing a little quicker. It was like someone drowning in the ocean finally grabbing a piece of driftwood, feeling relaxed and comfortable from the inside out. But Lu Xiao didn't understand why he felt this way. The farmland was about an hour's drive from the base. Nighttime is a dangerous time for humans, as it is a paradise for zombies. Just as the car was entering the farmland area, something suddenly flew past at high speed and hit the car, forcing it to stop. The sudden brake made a sharp, unpleasant sound in the quiet night, like sharp claws scratching glass. Lu Xiao hadn't spoken yet, and the people inside the car silently held their breath, listening carefully for any changes around them. After about 30 seconds of tense silence, Lu Xiao finally spoke. I'll go check outside. Lei Xiangyu frowned. When Lu Xiao left Xiaomei's side, her reaction would become very strong, which might attract zombies. So he quickly said, I'll go. Without hesitation, he opened the car door. This area was full of farmland, close to a farm with several small, neat houses lined up along the road, about 5 or 6 in total. The darkness here was thicker than on the street. Only one of the farmhouses faintly emitted a weak light. Could someone still be living here? But Xiangyang didn't have time to think much. After getting out of the car, he immediately checked what was in front of him. However, there was nothing in front of the car. He took out his flashlight, shone around suspiciously, but saw nothing. No signs of anything or blood. Then he waved to the people inside the car. Lu Xiao nodded in response. Just as Lei Xiangyu was about to turn around, Lu Xiao's pupils suddenly shrank. Old Lei. Suddenly, a flock of crows, dark and dense, swooped down from the sky without warning, like a cloud of black, surrounding Lei Xiangyu instantly. Su Zibai also shouted anxiously. Lazy. He was so worried he wanted to rush out of the car to help, but Xiangyang quickly grabbed him. No, Xiaobai. You can't go out now, Xiangyang said urgently but firmly. The crows had surrounded Lei Xiangyu and the car. If Su Zibai went out, he might end up like Lei Xiangyu. After calming down, Su Zibai looked at Lu Xiao anxiously. Boss, what should we do? He asked. Lu Xiao squinted his eyes. Before Yang could say anything, he decisively unfastened his seatbelt and opened the car door. Suddenly, flashes of lightning shot out, like lightning suddenly bursting in the night sky. Several crows fell onto the car, making loud banging sounds. But there were too many crows. Soon, Lu Xiao was surrounded by layers of crows and disappeared from sight, with only his clothes' edges faintly visible. Inside the car, Yang saw the situation was getting worse. The worst part was that Xiaomei's corpse was sitting in the passenger seat. Xiaomei's body had poor eyesight, and once Lu Xiao left, she couldn't see him or smell his scent anymore. Immediately, she started to fidget anxiously in her seat. Click, 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 click. She kept making noise, pulling at her safety belt, looking very agitated. Yang had an idea. He signaled to Su Zibai to watch Xiaomei's corpse. Su Zibai understood and said, I'll unlock her safety belt and let her out. He carefully unfastened Xiaomei's safety belt, cautious not to anger her and get bitten. Surprisingly, Xiaomei's corpse showed no interest in him. This made Su Zibai feel a bit frustrated. Was his scent not appealing enough? He opened the car door, and Xiaomei's corpse rushed out with a series of clicking sounds. The scent was right in front of her, but she couldn't see anyone. She grew impatient, pushing away the crows that flew at her. The more she pushed, the less patient she became. Her clicking sounds gradually changed from hurried and anxious to cold and calm, like the quiet before a storm. How could they get rid of these things? Suddenly, a question appeared in Xiaomei's mind. Then she stood still, her dull eyes beginning to glow with a strange light. A flow of air appeared, and gradually, a unique transparent barrier formed around her. The crows that touched it immediately fell to the ground, dead. Little Mei's corpse no longer resisted. Inside the car, Su Zibai and Xiangyang saw this scene and couldn't help but murmur in amazement. What kind of zombie poison king is this? Without resistance, Little Mei's corpse quickly moved in front of Lu Xiao. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao was surrounded by lightning, killing crows one after another. But it seemed like there were endless crows, constantly coming from all directions. Just as he was trying to find a way to deal with them, Little Mei's corpse suddenly appeared in front of him. She was wearing her loose trench coat. Then she reached out and threw herself into his arms. Her body in his arms was icy cold, without a hint of warmth, but Lu Xiao surprisingly felt a fresh, lively energy. Crack. Little Mei's corpse let out a satisfied cry. It smelled so good. This was the scent. Boss, Su Zibai called out from inside the car. Only then did Lu Xiao realize that not a single crow dared to come near him. He quickly realized it might be related to Little Mei's corpse in his arms. Not hesitating further, he hurriedly pulled the flaming ball of fire, Lei Xiangyu, into the car. Back in his seat, Lei Xiangyu took a deep breath. Xiangyang leaned over to check if he was hurt. Those crows had bright red eyes, clearly not ordinary crows. They were probably infected too. A bite from them could be deadly. Lei Xiangyu suddenly drank some water and waved his hand. I'm fine. Fortunately, Lu Xiao arrived just in time to help block some of the danger.
But
Lu Xiao, what kind of ability does Little Mei have? It's so amazing. He clearly remembered that when Lu Xiao met him, all the crows had avoided him. Lu Xiao fastened his seatbelt. When Little Mei's corpse got into the car, the crows surrounding the vehicle seemed frightened and flew away, circling above, but not daring to come closer. Lu Xiao looked at Little Mei's corpse beside him and shook his head, indicating he didn't know. He only warned, "Don't tell anyone about this, including Ma Wei." The others quickly nodded in agreement. The events happening to Xiaomei's body are always so strange. What if one day Morvei becomes interested in Xiaomei's corpse? The car slowly moved again, leaving the farmland behind, and the crows disappeared from sight. At this moment, they were only a few kilometers from their target. Thinking about Xiaomei's reaction earlier, Su Zaibai spoke. Later, boss, you and Xiaomei stay in the car. We will go down to complete the task. Lu Xiao turned to look at the seatbelt almost torn by Xiaomei's corpse, then nodded and said okay. The car stopped about 500 meters from the river. Su Zaibai, carrying his shiny curved knife, along with Lei Xiangyu and Xiangyang, got out of the car. Lei Xiangyu walked in front, Xiangyang in the middle, and Su Zaibai at the back. The farmland was marked with fluorescent tape by a drone, so after a short walk, they saw the land where samples needed to be collected. Xiangyang took out a shovel, a sealed bag, and a flower pot, then carefully squatted down to dig the sprouted potatoes and the soil around them. Su Zaibai and Lei Xiangyu stood guard on either side, watching the surroundings carefully. Suddenly, zombies came sniffing the smell. But before they could get close, Su Zaibai cut off their heads with a knife, and the heads fell right in front of Xiangyang. Xiangyang's hand trembled involuntarily. He wasn't afraid, just worried about crushing the seeds. Xiaobai, be careful, Su Zaibai chuckled shyly. Got it. The field was quiet, with only a few zombies appearing now and then, all of which were easily dealt with by the two. Finally, after half an hour, Xiangyang had filled a backpack with seeds and soil. Just as they turned to head back to the car, a faint movement came from the pond nearby. The three people walking immediately stopped. Su Zaibai instinctively prepared to walk toward the pond. Lei Xiangyu gently reached out to stop him. Stay in the car first. I'll go see what's happening. Just now, Lei Xiangyu got out of the car first and had an accident. This time, Su Zaibai definitely wouldn't let Lei Xiangyu act alone. He turned to Xiangyang. Yangzi, you get in the car first. Xiangyu, and I will go see what's happening. Xiangyang was carrying seeds and soil. The environment here was dangerous and not suitable to stay long. Since the task was done, he sighed helplessly. What does it matter if there's movement? Isn't it better to get in the car and leave quickly? Hearing this, Su Zaibai and Lei Xiangyu exchanged glances and both touched their noses. Xiangyang was the most rational. The group turned back toward the car, and this time, everyone's steps were much faster. The noise from the pond grew louder, and the splashing water sounded more intense, as if something huge was stirring in the water. They almost ran all the way to the off-road vehicle, and with a loud bang, they forcefully opened the door. Brother Xiao, drive quickly. Something is coming, Xiangyang shouted, and was the first to jump into the car. Su Zaibai followed closely, and Lei Xiangyu was the last to get in. The car had already started moving. Most of Lei Xiangyu's body was inside when he let out a sigh of relief, and was about to pull his last foot into the car when suddenly, a tail shot out from the farmland and dragged him out forcefully. Wow, Lei Xiangyu couldn't help but curse. Why was everyone targeting him today? Then he disappeared from Xiangyang and the others' view. Lazy, Xiangyu. The moving car suddenly made a sharp turn in the farmland. Lu Xiao stopped the car, signaling Su Zaibai not to open the door yet. Then he and Xiaomei first got out of the vehicle. It was very dark, with faint moonlight revealing a huge tail swimming rapidly in the farmland. Lu Xiao called out into the darkness, Xiangyu? Soon, Lei Xiangyu's weak reply came from near the pond. I'm here. So Lu Xiao immediately stepped forward, but when he looked down, He saw that Xiaomei's arms were tightly wrapped around his waist, as if glued there, making it hard for him to move. Lu Xiao frowned slightly and pushed away Xiaomei's arms. However, after taking a few steps, he was stopped again. A sense of helplessness appeared in Lu Xiao's eyes. Xiangyang, I have something to do now. You can follow me, but don't hold on to me. Xiaomei, looking confused and innocent, stubbornly clung to him as if she didn't understand human words. Seeing her pretend to be naive, Lu Xiao's dark eyes narrowed slightly. Stop pretending. I know you understand. Xiaomei's expression stiffened, and she reluctantly let go of him. All she knew was that this fragrant smell was leaving her, and she was unhappy. After warning Xiaomei, Lu Xiao quickly ran to the pond. Unfortunately, by the time he arrived, he couldn't see Lei Xiangyu's figure anymore. Instead, he saw a huge mutated crocodile lying in the middle of the pond. The pond was quite large, and the mutated crocodile almost occupied half of it. Under the moonlight, it was clear to see that the crocodile's back was rotting and turning white, with exposed wounds deep enough to see the bones. It looked severely infected with a virus. Boss, whereas Lazy, Suze Bai, and Xiangyang had somehow gotten off the car and come over to him. Lu Xiao instinctively looked back at Xiaomei, who was standing quietly in place, then turned to answer Suze Bai. I just heard Xiangyu's voice here, but I didn't see him. As he finished speaking, the crocodile suddenly swung its tail and fiercely whipped it toward the group. Their pupils shrank, and they rolled to the ground to dodge. With a loud bang, the crocodile's tail hit the ground heavily, making a dull, loud noise. Xiangyang struggled to get up from the ground, pointing fearfully at the crocodile beneath him. I saw Xiangyu. He's over there. The group hurriedly looked toward the pond. They saw that Lei Xiangyu's arm had been bitten off, and his shoulder was pierced by the sharp teeth of the crocodile. Blood nearly soaked through his upper body, and the terrible wounds looked shocking. His lower body was submerged in water, his face pale, with blood flowing from his chest into the pool. Lazy, Suze Bai looked at his empty right arm, his throat feeling tight, as if something was gripping it very hard. He never expected that such a simple task would turn Lei Xiangyu into such a terrible state. Moreover, the mutated giant crocodile was already infected. Even if they saved Lei Zi. Xiaobai, step back first. Lu Xiao, with a serious face, held a faint blue lightning ball. The ball crackled with electric sounds, making it very bright in the quiet, dark night. The giant crocodile was hiding in the water. Using electricity now was not a good idea. If Lu Xiao threw the electric ball recklessly, it might kill the crocodile, but Xiangyu would likely get electrocuted to death. But at this moment, they had to take a chance. Yangzi. Lu Xiao threw his Tang sword to Xiangyang. Xiangyang, who was skilled with swords, quickly understood what was needed. He quickly tore a piece of cloth from his clothes and wrapped the sword and his hand tightly to prevent the sword from slipping out when he used force. Suze Bai also understood their plan. He was the first to jump into the pool, using his wind power to lift the curved sword into the air, then fiercely stabbed it into the crocodile's back. Xiangyang held the sword steadily in front of the crocodile's mouth. The pain from the back made the crocodile lift its head in pain. Seeing this, Xiangyang leapt up and sharply cut off the crocodile's mouth. With a splash, the front part of the crocodile's mouth and Lei Xiangyu fell into the pool together. The intense pain made the mutated crocodile become furious and aggressive. Lu Xiao seized the moment and shot the lightning ball directly into the crocodile's heart. Unexpectedly, there was swamp gas inside the crocodile. The energy from the lightning ball caused its body to heat up rapidly, turning red all over. Oh, it's going to explode, Suze Bai shouted loudly. But there was still some distance from the shore, and it was too late to run. So they all hugged their heads and turned their backs to the giant crocodile, preparing for the explosion's impact. With a loud bang, the giant crocodile exploded from inside. Countless pieces of flesh and debris flew in all directions. But Suze Bai closed his eyes tightly, unexpectedly noticing that there was no movement behind him. He opened his eyes in surprise and saw Xiaomei's corpse standing quietly by the pond, her eyes once again showing that familiar strange color. Without a doubt, Xiaomei's corpse once again helped block the impact for the group. Actually, it only protected Lu Xiao. Since Yang and Lei Xiangyu were a bit farther from Lu Xiao, they were still affected. Soon, the water surface of the pond was covered with dense, rotten crocodile skins, and the smell was very foul. After Lu Xiao reached the shore, Xiaomei's corpse eagerly ran toward the strange scent that attracted her. But when she got close, she hesitated and stopped, showing a lively yet disgusted expression on her face. At that moment, it was as if Xiangyang had returned. Lu Xiao didn't pay attention to her, but went over to Lei Xiangyu to check his injuries. Lei Xiangyu's condition was not good. The wound on his right arm, bitten off, was bleeding heavily, and a faint purple color was spreading around, showing signs of infection. Everyone looked serious, but Lei Xiangyu's face was calm. Go back to the base. Just leave me here. You don't need to worry about me. Su Zeibai's eyes turned red as he growled. What are you talking about? Lei Xiangyu looked very calm. I'm not talking nonsense. As a supernatural, every mission carried the risk of infection and death. Today, he was just unlucky and careless. Since that was the case, he could only accept his fate. Xiaoyang comforted him. You're a level 2 supernatural. You have a strong resistance to the virus. Maybe you won't get infected so easily. Go back and have Mawei help you treat it. Lei Xiangyu smiled faintly, but there was no joy in his eyes. If I am like this now, I probably can't even get back to the base. Even if I recover, I only have one arm. For me, that makes me useless. The group fell into silence. Indeed, Lei Xiangyu has always been a proud and confident person. How could he easily accept becoming disabled? This was as bad for him as falling from heaven into hell. Xiangyang and Su Zebai instinctively looked at Lu Xiao, as if as long as Lu Xiao was there was no problem they couldn't solve. Lu Xiao lowered his head and thought quietly. Then he said, "Get in the car first." Lei Xiangyu didn't even want to get in the car, worried that if he turned into a zombie on the way, he might hurt them. But Lu Xiao's serious expression left no room for refusal. Even if it meant tying him up, Su Zebai would make sure Lei Xiangyu got into the car. As they walked toward the car, Su Zebai's foot kicked something. It was too dark to see clearly, so he shined his flashlight and froze. "Boss, come take a look." Lu Xiao came over, and Su Zebai had already picked up the object. It was a badge of a mutant with a special ability. The name and number on it were familiar. It belonged to another second-level mutant in the base. They had heard that he had taken on a difficult mission and had died during it. Although he didn't often interact with Lu Xiao and the others, they had no conflicts, so everyone felt sad about his death. If the badge was here, then this person also died here? Lu Xiao suddenly looked at the dead mutant crocodile in the pond. Old Lei lost his right arm because he was careless, and that was because the higher-ups said the mission was easy. If the mission that the base claimed was difficult, and he died here, then... Darn, someone was messing with us. Su Zebai's eyes turned red with anger as he figured it out. Boss, they lied to us. The mission was supposed to be easy, but it was actually very hard. That's why Lazy ended up like this. Who could it be? Halfway through speaking, he suddenly looked up, eyes full of determination, gritting his teeth as he spat out 2 words. Qiyang. Xiangyang also said this name at the same time. Su Zeibai's teeth clenched with a clicking sound. Only Qiyang dares to fool us so openly. He probably counted on us losing someone here. Even if no one gets hurt, he gains nothing. Su Zeibai looked at Lei Xiangyu's empty arm with dissatisfaction. Boss, I can't swallow this anger. Xiangyang also said gloomily. Does he really want us dead? Lu Zhao's face was as cold as frost. Compared to anger and revenge, the most important thing now was Lei Xiangyu's injury. Let's get in the car and leave first. Just a few dozen meters from the car, Xiaomei suddenly stopped, showing a look of disgust on her face. It was just like when she approached him earlier. Lu Xiao immediately sensed something was wrong and shrank his pupils. Everyone, scatter. As he spoke, the off-road vehicle was suddenly whipped by a tail and slammed fiercely toward them. Fortunately, Lu Xiao reacted quickly, and everyone dodged in time, so no one was hit. Sadly, the soil and seeds on the car were flung out and crushed. It turned out there was not just one mutated giant crocodile, but two. Probably, the previous psychic didn't expect this, which is why he was defeated here. The base definitely knows about this, but no one told them. Luckily, this time the giant crocodiles weren't in the pond, so Lu Xiao's movements weren't restricted. He quickly formed a long electric sword, leapt onto the crocodile's back, and used all his strength to stab the electric sword into its head. The electric sword crackled with electricity, and the crocodile's skin smoked from the burns, filling the air with a sharp, unpleasant smell. Lu Xiao took advantage of the moment to attack again, forming another electric sword and stabbing it fiercely into the crocodile's head. Because of Lei Xiangyu's injury, he was a bit more aggressive, faster, and more ruthless with each strike. The giant crocodile didn't even have time to react before it was electrocuted into two parts. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. Su Zaibai used his wind powers to put the overturned off-road vehicle back in place. At this moment, Lei Xiangyu looked exhausted, with his eyelids drooping as if he was about to fall asleep. This scared Su Zaibai very much. He quickly slapped Lei Xiangyu's face. "Lei Zi, you can't sleep. If you do, it might be forever. Please don't. Don't worry about being disabled. As long as you're alive, there's hope. When we get back to the base, I'll get you a mechanical arm." "Super cool." Lei Xiangyu opened his eyes impatiently. "You're so noisy." Even as he said that, Su Zaibai thought, looks like it's not hopeless yet. They all got into the car and slowly left the farmland. Because Lu Xiao had a smell on him, Xiaomei's corpse wanted to get close but also disliked it, constantly making noise. The car was noisy with their chatter. Lu Xiao frowned and grabbed Xiaomei's chin. "Stop making noise or you'll never get close to me again." His words sounded like they were acting in a romantic drama. Lei Xiangyu couldn't enter the base, so Lu Xiao drove to his own villa from before the apocalypse. Lu Xiao's villa was in the city. When the disaster happened, his parents disappeared, and he locked the villa up. It was already late at night. Zombies were wandering around the streets, making cracking sounds. They didn't bother to be careful. Su Zaibai and Lu Xiao used their powers to cut through the zombies and make a path. Xiangyang helped Lei Xiangyu walk quickly. From getting out of the car to reaching the villa, it took less than 10 minutes. But just as Lu Xiao opened the door, they faced a line of people holding knives, guns, and baseball bats. The flashlight shined so brightly that it blinded them. Su Zaibai didn't expect anyone to be in the villa.
"Who are you?"
"Boss, are your parents back?" If that were true, it would be good news. "No," Lu Xiao spoke calmly, his sharp gaze sweeping over the group of strangers, actually survivors. The flashlight's light also attracted zombies, so the people inside turned off their flashlights. "Survivors?" the group asked. Xiangyang nodded and said, "Yes." The group didn't say much more. "All right, but you can only stay until dawn, then leave." Su Zaibai was amused by these intruders who had taken over their place. "How did you get in?" The group didn't understand. "We climbed in through the window." Su Zaibai asked again. "Guess how we got in?" Before they could answer, he continued, "We entered using our fingerprints. This is our place." But the others didn't react and sneered. "Since it's the end of the world, no one cares about these things. Whoever arrives first can stay here." He raised his gun again. "I've decided not to let you stay until dawn. Now leave immediately." Facing the dark hole, Su Zaibai felt extremely annoyed. Qiyang was secretly watching them from behind. Lazy had lost his right arm. The boss's house was taken over by others, and now he was threatened again. He really overestimated himself. Su Zaibai slowly raised his hand, and a strong wind started to swirl around him. An invisible gust swept toward the group. The wind was like a giant hand, precisely grabbing the arm holding the gun, making it feel as if it was clamped tightly and couldn't move. The man stared in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. He began to struggle desperately and shouted in panic. "What's going on? What did you do?" The others nearby saw this sudden scene and stepped back in fear. "Superpower. They are superpower users," someone shouted. Faced with superpower users, ordinary people like them were both scared and curious. They never thought they would have to fight against superpower users one day. Seeing this, the man immediately begged for mercy. I was wrong.
Sorry.
There are no bullets in this gun. I was just trying to scare you. We're just very scared and wanted to find a safe place. We'll leave right away. In the end-of-the-world scenario, everyone fears danger. When they saw the others about to leave, Bai's anger slightly eased, and he withdrew his special powers. Just as he was about to stop, the man suddenly fired his gun.
Bang!
The bullet was fired from the chamber. The man showed a strange smile, even though the gun was empty. What was the point of having a gun then? But his smile only lasted a few seconds before freezing on his face. The bullet in midair was struck by a bright flash of lightning, hitting the ground and sparking. The empty shell of the bullet splashed onto Bai's face, burning him and making him cry out in pain. They actually had another person with special abilities. The man's eyes widened as he trembled and looked at the man hiding in the darkness across from him. Lu Xiao's face slowly appeared. His whole face was covered in shadows, only some blurry outlines visible, making his features look even more fierce. He calmly reached out his hand, releasing crackling electricity. The currents moved like living things, quickly gathering together, then striking straight at the man's heart like a branch. Before the man could even beg for mercy, his heart was jolted by the powerful electric current and stopped beating. He collapsed to the ground with a loud crash. From then on, no one dared to make a sound. Lu Xiao withdrew his hand and went upstairs. He carefully helped Yang Xiaoying follow behind, then Xiaomei's body, and finally Bai. After they reached the top of the stairs, the group finally dared to speak again, still trembling. Yangjun is dead. What do we do now? One person asked in a trembling voice. Should we leave now? Another worriedly looked out the window, where they could see zombies wandering on the street. There were about a dozen people here, men and women. Some had formed bonds while fleeing. Some had gone to the base but were turned away because they didn't pass the gene test. Some were searching for their loved ones, and others simply chose to wander instead of living in the base. A woman stepped away from the crowd, pulling her child close as they huddled in a corner. She muttered, "I'll stay here, I won't go anywhere." Someone looked at the mother and daughter and asked her, "Aren't you afraid of them?" The woman glanced toward the stairs. She was quite smart. "As long as I don't go up, I should be safe. Anyway, I know that if I go out now, I will die." Someone remembered the uniforms on Lu Xiao and the others. "They are special ability users from the base. They should help us." Before he finished, someone interrupted. "Help? But look at Yangjun. They killed Yangjun. That's because Yangjun shot first." The group argued endlessly. They were afraid of zombies if they left, but if they stayed, they worried Lu Xiao might harm them. In the end, they couldn't agree on anything. Suddenly, Bai's cold voice echoed from the staircase. "Still arguing? Are you afraid the zombies won't come in?" His voice was like a bucket of cold water, instantly quieting everyone downstairs. The woman crouching in the corner looked at her daughter, who was pale and thin from hunger, but very obedient. Tears welled up in her eyes. Her daughter failed the gene test, but she passed. If they stayed in the base, they would be separated, so she could only survive outside the cruel base with her daughter. Thinking of the heavy backpacks carried by those people earlier, she couldn't help but walk toward the stairs. In the frightened eyes of everyone, she stood on the steps, looked up, and spoke tremblingly and fearfully. My daughter is a bit hungry. We haven't eaten in a long time. Can we? A mother, for her child, can give up her dignity and find endless courage." After a minute, there was no movement upstairs. Just as the woman was about to turn away in disappointment, something suddenly rolled down the stairs. The woman was stunned. Her breathing quickened. She hurriedly picked up what was in front of her. Opening the bag, she saw several packs of cookies, instant noodles, a few boiled eggs, some bottles of water, and a few lollipops. The woman's eyes were blurry with tears as she stumbled and ran toward the corner, clutching something. Someone looked at the food she was holding and thought about stealing it. But the woman was smart. She quickly placed the food in her daughter's arms, shielding her with her body, and glared fiercely at them. "If you come closer, I'll shout. I'll call for help, and then none of you will get away with this." Hearing this, the group hesitated and decided not to try stealing anymore. "Can you also give my daughter an egg? She hasn't eaten in a long time and she's still young." A man cautiously pushed his own daughter forward. The woman's daughter was about 7 years old, but the girl in front was only 3 or 4, small and thin, looking even more pitiful. The woman hesitated for a few seconds, then took out an egg and a pack of instant noodles, handing them over. The man gratefully thanked her and quickly peeled the egg, feeding it to his daughter. He also broke the noodles into small pieces and fed them to her. Before the apocalypse, these foods were considered junk and not nutritious, but now they were very precious. However, the food was dry, and the little girl started coughing from choking. The woman felt sad and threw a bottle of water to her. After drinking, the girl gradually calmed down. "Say thank you," the man instructed his daughter. The little girl opened her big, slightly scary eyes and softly said, "Thank you." Above, a few people quickly laid Xiangyang on the ground, lying flat. They tore open his clothes and applied virus blockers and hemostatic agents to his wound. Fortunately, he had received an injection earlier. Now he was on his second dose. The wound still looked dark purple, but there was no sign of it spreading. As long as they found a solution quickly, he could still be saved. The problem was, if Xiangyang couldn't get into the base, only Lu Xiao could bring Maowei out. So, Xiangyang needed to hold on for a few more hours until dawn, waiting for Lu Xiao to go out. Lu Xiao's room was very messy, clearly disturbed by someone. Dust had settled thickly on the photos of his parents on the desk. He couldn't help but wipe away the dust, take the photo, and put it in his pocket. Su Zaibai kept talking to Xiangyang, trying to keep him awake, chattering like a little bird. It was so noisy that Xiangyang found it unbearable. He turned his face away in annoyance and disdain. "Don't spray saliva on my face. You haven't drunk water, so how come your mouth isn't dry at all?"
Su Zaibai was surprised.
"It seems so. The water I drank a few days ago still keeps my mouth from feeling dry. That bottle of water was given to me by happy sheep from the space." Hearing this, Lu Xiao paused slightly and turned around. "She gave it to you?" Su Zaibai nodded. "Yes, she said it should be good for health." "Didn't she give you any?" At this moment, Lu Xiao remembered something else. "Do you still remember the mission at Huayong 3 warehouses?" Xiangyang also seemed to recall something, narrowing his eyes. "That mission was to find the mutated regrowth bacteria," Lu Xiao added. Later, the supplies in the warehouse disappeared. Xiangyang continued, and Xiaomei also came out of the warehouse. After speaking, everyone looked at Xiaomei's corpse standing nearby. Since they fell into the pond, a terrible fishy smell surrounded them, making everyone frown. Xiaomei's corpse kept far away, as if avoiding a plague. Now, they were in a room, and the smell couldn't be dispersed. It was so strong and disgusting that it made people gag. Xiangyang said, "From her appearance, she probably doesn't even know what we're talking about." Su Zaibai also looked defeated. He turned and threw his stinky coat out the window, muttering, "If only Happy Sheep were here. Not only could she bring out the mutated bacteria, but maybe she could also get some water to take a bath." Xiangyang didn't expect much. He just lay on the bed, turned his face away, and held his breath. It was just too foul. Lu Xiao thought for 2 seconds. If the little beauty corpse could understand his meaning, then Xiangyang's arm might be saved. He cautiously approached the little beauty corpse. However, it immediately backed away in disgust, without hesitation, showing a complete contrast to how clingy it was during the day in the small building. Lu Xiao was almost amused. The one holding onto him tightly was the little beauty corpse, but now it seemed to be avoiding trouble like a plague. He raised an eyebrow and deliberately pushed the little beauty corpse into the corner. The little beauty corpse made disgusted noises, looked around left and right, and when it saw no way out, it viciously bared its teeth at Lu Xiao. "Snap, you're so ugly," Lu Xiao said calmly, then added, "Yang, bring some water." The little beauty corpse continued to grimace and seemed to completely ignore his words. Lu Xiao frowned slightly and tentatively asked, "Brother Xiao, Is it possible that she still doesn't know what water is? Moe said that the little beauty corpse now seemed like an empty shell, so it naturally had no understanding. Su Zaibai thought for a moment, took several bottles of mineral water from his bag, and handed one to Xiangyang and another to the little beauty corpse. Here, little beauty, this is water. The little beauty corpse suspiciously took the bottle, shook it, and then sniffed it at the tip of its nose. Lu Xiao took the bottle, unscrewed the cap, and held the cold hand of the little beauty corpse, pouring the water directly onto her hand, so she could feel the flow of water. After pouring nearly half a bottle, Lu Xiao stopped. The little beauty corpse still looked confused. Everyone turned their heads in frustration. Su Zaibai said, "It seems this method doesn't work." Xiangyang said, "This is really difficult." Lei Xiangyu said, "You don't need to bother anymore. I have no regrets about living until today. Except for not finding a partner. This is your problem." Xiangyang and Su Zaibai immediately turned their heads. "Shut up." Su Zaibai sat by the bed, watching the couple in front of him, and remembered how the little beauty corpse was obsessed with the smell on the boss. He thought of a plan. He stood up and approached the one body, one dead scene. Then, he took the remaining half bottle of water and, right in front of Xiaomei's corpse, carefully rinsed Lu Xiao's half-arm. With puzzled looks from both the one body and the corpse, he boldly lifted Lu Xiao's arm and placed it under Xiaomei's nose. Xiaomei's corpse instinctively retreated, but soon she smelled the familiar sweet scent. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately moved closer. Su Zaibai saw that the method was working, so he poured out the last bit of water from the bottle and then waved the empty bottle in front of Xiaomei's corpse. "Xiaomei, look, there's no more water." Xiaomei's eyes moved back and forth between the bottle and Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao didn't hold much hope. In the end of the world, even zombies could be bullied by humans, and their intelligence couldn't be very high. But in the next second, Xiaomei's small hand waved, and suddenly, a large jar of water appeared out of nowhere. It was a real jar, copper-colored, about half a person tall, filled with crystal-clear water. Xiaomei looked at Lu Xiao expectantly, hoping that the foul-smelling thing in front of her would soon be clean and fragrant. Faced with Xiaomei's obsessed expression, Lu Xiao let out a few low chuckles. Seeing this, Su Zaibai quickly took out his laptop from his bag and typed rapidly on the keyboard. Soon, he tilted the screen to the side. The screen displayed a photo of a mutated regenerative bacteria strain. It was a purple mushroom-shaped mutant bacteria. Su Zaibai hurriedly brought the computer closer to Xiaomei's corpse. "Xiaomei, look at this. Take a good look and see if you have this thing in your space. It's up to you to help Zai's arm." Xiaomei's corpse remained unmoved, staring intently at Lu Xiao. If it had been an ordinary person, Su Zaibai would have scolded them for being useless long ago, but standing in front of him was like a living ancestor. He didn't dare to raise his voice. To get Xiaomei's corpse to produce something, he had to coax her. "Boss, why don't you go take a bath in the jar?" Su Zaibai hesitated. If the boss cleaned up and made Xiaomei happy, maybe she would take out the thing. Having lived for many years, Lu Xiao had never been asked for something like this before. His face turned pale. But he understood Xiaobai's intention, so he reluctantly moved the basin to the bathroom and closed the door to take a shower. The bathroom door was already broken and didn't close tightly. Lu Xiao was undressing. Just as he reached for his waistband, he felt a hot gaze staring at him from behind. Turning his head, he saw Xiaomei's corpse drooling through the door crack. Lu Xiao, outside the door, Su Zai was struggling to pull Xiaomei's corpse away. "Xiaomei, the boss is taking a shower. Don't peek, okay? Be patient. I know you can't help it, but your peeking looks really bad. Can you be a little brave? When the boss finishes, I'll ask him to give you a little something." Lu Xiao. It's rare to see a zombie peeking at someone taking a shower. Who would be more embarrassed if this got out? Half an hour later, Lu Xiao, with his upper body still wet, came out of the bathroom. Water droplets on his hair dripped down his chin, then onto his chest, and rolled into his hidden waist area. Suddenly, Xiaomei's corpse rushed in front of Lu Xiao and took a deep, fascinated breath. Everyone inside the house. Lei Xiangyu lay on the bed, turning his face away, speechless. Xiangyang covered his face, unable to look directly. Suze was used to it and made an "eh" sound. Lu Xiao never thought that one day he would be teased by a zombie. After washing, Lu Xiao felt an uncontrollable attraction to Xiaomei's corpse. Even before he could speak, Xiaomei's corpse hugged him openly and started to touch him. Click, click, click. So fragrant. Click, 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 click. The room was filled with clicking sounds. Lu Xiao held Xiaomei's chin and pointed at the picture on the computer. Is it there? Lu Xiao's finger was firm and strong, and his voice carried a faint sense of detachment. Xiaomei was a bit scared. She looked at the screen and waved her small hand again. Suddenly, a mutated bacteria appeared on the table without warning. Suze Bai and Xiangyang quickly stood up. There really is one. A hint of excitement flashed in their eyes. Suze Bai looked happily at the bed. Lazy, you're saved. Lei Xiangyu also looked surprised. He had truly given up hope. Since the end of the world began, he had never heard of anyone surviving after being bitten by an infected creature and losing an arm. He looked at the bacteria with a bitter smile. Even if the arm can grow back, I would still be infected. Xiangyang shook his head. His fingers flew across the keyboard, and the glasses reflected lines of code. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. After the bacteria merge with the body, the cells will stop growing and reorganizing. We can remove the infected area early, then have the purification-type psychic treat your wound. Xiangyang's finger paused, and his voice stopped. Purification-type psychic. Both purification-type psychics and space-type psychics are rare and valuable in the base. If he remembered correctly, several purification psychics in East China belong to the Qi family. Suze Bai clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot. Again the Qi family. Xiangyang hesitated and adjusted his glasses. Lei Tingjun also has a few purification psychics under him. Last time they were tricked by Qiyang and Lei Tingjun handled it. Now, with Lei Xiangyu in trouble, Lei Tingjun would definitely not stand by if he knew. Hearing Lei Tingjun's name, Lei Xiangyu's face instantly turned cold. I'd rather die than go to him. He looked at everyone with a grim expression, giving a warning that left no room for doubt. Don't go looking for him either. If I have to, living will be worse than dying. The others knew Lazy's temper, so they gave up on that idea. Just then, someone knocked on the door suddenly. They looked alertly toward the door. Suze Bai slowly walks toward the door. As expected, it is probably the group downstairs, maybe asking for something to eat. He opens the door and sees a girl with a delicate face. The girl looks about the same age as Xiaomei, with moist eyes like a young deer, making people feel soft-hearted just by looking at her. It's surprising to see such a stunning girl outside the wall. Is there something you need? Suze Bai raises his eyebrows, with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. The girl is quite brave, coming alone. He admires her courage. If she just wanted some food, that would be fine. But if she asked for something else? The girl nervously clutches her clothes, as if trying to boost her confidence. I saw a lot of blood on the stairs. It seems someone is hurt. Suze Bai leans on the doorframe and smiles. And then, the girl glances back, biting her lip as she speaks. I can help treat the injuries. Suze Bai's playful expression fades, becoming more distant and cautious. Are you a psychic? The girl looks confused. Maybe. Suze Bai stares at her for a few seconds, making her feel tense under his gaze. Yangzi, come here. Suze Bai calls inside. The boy Yang walks over with a puzzled look. When he sees the girl, he also pauses slightly. What's wrong? Suze Bai doesn't reply. Instead, he rolls up Yang's sleeve, revealing scratches and bruises. His expression clearly says, look at this. The girl shyly glances at Yang, then places her hand on his arm. In an instant, an invisible airflow surrounds Yang's arm, like Suze Bai using wind powers. The difference is, Yang feels a warm sensation on his arm. When the girl removes her hand, his arm is smooth and free of any injuries. Surprised, Yang adjusts his glasses and says happily, a healing-type psychic. Then he politely asks the girl for her name. Ran. It was very easy to get what they needed. the purification ability users came right to their door. Ayn Rand entered and saw Lei Xiangyu lying on the bed with only one arm. She looked calm and unbothered, without any surprise or fear, which made Xiangyi feel good about her. Suzubai quickly asked, "We have the bacteria and the ability users. Can we move to the next step?" Xiangyi shook his head. "It's not that simple." Suzubai jumped in. "Then what are we still missing?" Half an hour later, Lu Xiao came downstairs with Xiaomei's body. Everyone on the first floor was startled to see Lu Xiao and quickly moved to the corners, afraid he might get angry and hurt them. Luckily, Lu Xiao was just passing by. When they heard the car start, the people upstairs also started to get busy. Suzubai was cleaning the room, and Xiangyi was wiping Lei Xiangyu's arm with water, especially around the arm, making sure it was very clean and free of bacteria. Then everyone went to take a shower, waiting for Lu Xiao to bring back supplies from the base. Later, Xiangyi was going to perform surgery on Lei Xiangyu, so the environment had to be very clean. During the shower, Lei Xiangyu went in alone, and Suzubai was very worried. He kept standing by the door, calling out, "Lazy, do you want me to help wash you? Is one hand enough? Be careful not to get the wound wet, or it could cause more problems. Lazy, are you shy? Come on, we're all men. There's nothing to be shy about." Lei Xiangyu's temples twitched with veins. "Xiangyi, take him away." Xiangyi chuckled and tugged Suzubai's collar. "All right, Lazy is going to be annoyed with you." Suzubai grinned mischievously. "Is Lazy feeling insecure?" He, cough cough. Xiangyi cleared his throat softly, reminding him there were others in the room. "Xiaobai, do you still have anything to eat in your bag?" Suzubai finally noticed Ayn Rand's presence. He took out some bread, chocolate, and chips from his bag and handed them to Xiangyang. "That's all I have. The rest are with Xiaomei." Xiangyang nodded, took the items, and casually handed them to Ayn Rand, his voice clear and cool.
Eat something.
The treatment might take a while. Ayn Rand's eyes stayed on the bread, unable to look away. She took the items and said thank you. Xiangyang then handed her a bottle of water, adjusted his glasses, and casually asked, "Since you have special abilities, why don't you go to the base?" Suzubai looked at Xiangyang, who was acting sly like a clever fox, and shook his head with a sigh. As dawn approached, Lu Xiao made a call on the car to Moe, asking him to prepare some supplies. He then recited the names of several medicines. Moe's voice was a little hoarse and sleepy. "What do you need these for? Are someone hurt?" "Yes." "Okay. When will you return to the base?" "Immediately. Come straight to the lab later. I'll give you the supplies." Actually, it would be safest to bring Moe out of the base to operate on Lazy himself, but since the mutated bacteria and the abilities of the purification-type mutants are now available, Lu Xiao didn't want Moe to know too much. The more Moe knew, the worse it was for each of them. After passing security and entering the base, then leaving with the supplies, the whole process took only about 20 minutes, which was quite fast. Just as Lu Xiao was about to get into the car, a loud roar suddenly came from a nearby open space. A helicopter was slowly landing and stopped steadily there. Qiyang appeared in front of Lu Xiao with a playful smile. "Hey, Captain Lu, where are you headed? Have you finished your mission?" Lu Xiao ignored him and opened the car door to get in. But, unexpectedly, Qiyang stopped him with a hand. "What's wrong, Captain Lu? Why so cold?" Qiyang tilted his head, eyes fixed on Lu Xiao, with a teasing smile on his face. Lu Xiao's black eyes remained calm and steady. "Don't worry, our account will be settled sooner or later." Qiyang sneered. "Captain Lu, you're wrong." "What account do we need to settle?" He paused. "Could it be that your good teammates are in trouble?" Surprisingly, he brought it up himself. Lu Xiao's dark eyes were cold and fierce. He smirked. "With me here, nothing will happen." After saying that, he directly activated his special power. Qiyang was caught off guard, electrocuted, and pushed back with a sharp cry, glaring viciously at Lu Xiao's profile. Then his gaze involuntarily fell on the small, lifeless body in the passenger seat. He sneered maliciously. "Lu Xiao, why do you still have a woman with you? Qin Shi is about to arrive at our base, and her boyfriend is coming too. Will you guys?" Before he finished, Lu Xiao stepped on the accelerator and disappeared instantly. Qiyang was furious, but he quickly recovered, showing a wild, confident smile. Lu Xiao, how long do you think you can keep showing off? When Qin Shi and her boyfriend arrive at the base, you'll just be a joke. Hearing Qin Shi's name again, Lu Xiao's heart was as calm as still water, unable to ripple. His mind echoed with Mawei's words. The drug to advance a level 2 ability user to level 3 has been developed. Theoretically, there's no problem with the medicine, but no one has tried it yet, so the results are uncertain. Lu Xiao underwent the ability upgrade injection 3 months after the apocalypse. After his successful upgrade, many other ability users followed suit, but almost all of them failed. This time, the upgrade from level 2 to level 3 involved only a few people. Mawei suggested that Lu Xiao try it. But Lu Xiao hadn't responded yet. The lifeless body in the passenger seat was quiet and obedient. Based on Lu Xiao's report, Mawei made a basic judgment. The body was already waking up. If all went well, it would be conscious by tomorrow. This was the best news Lu Xiao had heard so far. This little zombie is really annoying. At first, he even disliked Xiangyang, thinking she was more obedient and cute back then.
Cute?
Lu Xiao couldn't understand why those 2 words came to mind. Is the little zombie cute? Lu Xiao glanced sideways. Noticing his gaze, the little zombie immediately showed a fan-like, infatuated expression. Click, 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 such a lovely thing. Lu Xiao. When Lu Xiao entered, everyone in the hall was too scared to look at him. It was already 6 in the morning, and they hadn't left yet. Lu Xiao took the little zombie upstairs. The people downstairs were whispering among themselves. Did you see that? Is that a zombie? It was too dark last night, so they couldn't see clearly. Now they realized. It probably isn't a zombie. Zombies wouldn't just stand there without biting people, right? They thought about it and agreed. If it were a zombie, everything would be chaos here. At that moment, the little zombie took a step back and looked at everyone. It opened its mouth. Click, click, click. Ah, someone screamed. A zombie. Suddenly, the first floor was in chaos. The little zombie chuckled and turned around. When it looked up, it saw Lu Xiao half-closed eyes, smiling as he looked at her. You're recovering much faster than Moe expected. Suze, Bai, and the others were almost falling asleep when the noise downstairs woke them up. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Lu Xiao standing at the entrance. Boss, you're back. The people inside immediately looked up. Lu Xiao looked around the room and then at Xiangyang. Are everything ready? Xiangyang nodded and put on gloves. Let's get started. Everyone hurriedly prepared. Finally, as sunlight streamed into the room, Xiangyang took a scalpel and began. First, Xiangyang carefully applied virus blockers and coagulants to the wound, then used scissors to cut away the infected skin and flesh around the injury, bit by bit. At this point, the infection in the wound had spread to the collarbone, so the cutting area was very large. During this process, anesthesia could not be used, and Inran's abilities could not treat the wound either. Lei Xiangyu had to endure this pain bravely. Just holding on through this difficult stage was enough. Lei Xiangyu clenched his teeth tightly, enduring the intense pain, with beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. Suzubai couldn't bear to watch and turned to look out the window. Okay, let's begin, Xiangyang said calmly, signaling Inran to start. At this moment, Xiangyang was sweating just as much as Lei Xiangyu. In just over 10 minutes, his clothes were soaked with sweat, sticking tightly to his body. Next, Xiangyang placed the bacterial culture in a clean container and carefully poured out the solution taken from the base by Lu Xiao. The previous person treated with the bacteria had the bacteria crushed and dissolved into the solution, then drawn into a syringe, and finally injected into the damaged area. To avoid rejection by the body, multiple injections at once were not allowed. In total, he injected the solution 17 times until all the bacteria solution was inside the body. Xiangyang's interest in medicine was only casual. Before the apocalypse, he was still inexperienced but highly skilled. Later, he planned to work in a lab to help his brothers, but the complex medical environment in the base kept him from entering. Staying close to his brothers was more practical. He studied the molecular structure of the bacteria and had a bold hypothesis. Today, this hypothesis was tested on Lei Xiangyu. During Enron's control of the virus spread, the bacteria solution was pressed onto the wound. His abilities caused the bacteria and fresh flesh to grow together. With intense treatment, the bacteria dissolved and fully fused with the body. However, this dissolving process took some time, about 1 or 2 hours. Time passed second by second. Everyone waited anxiously. After 2 hours, the bacteria had completely dissolved. The wound on Lei Xiangyu was now bright red, which looked a bit frightening. But the surrounding purple and blue discoloration had disappeared, so the experiment was considered successful. Suzubai finally couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Enran also fainted from the intense treatment. Luo Xiao was closest and quickly helped the person up. When he looked up, he saw the little zombie girl's resentful face. Crack, crack, what? Someone is trying to steal her fragrant thing? When Suzubai saw the little zombie girl glaring fiercely, he kept shaking his head. Still a hollow person who would be jealous. He hurriedly took Enran from Luo Xiao's hands and placed her on the bed. Only then did the little zombie girl slowly approach Luo Xiao, reach out, and hug him tightly, then happily took a deep breath. Crack, this fragrant thing is mine. No one can take it away. Enran was sleeping on the bed. It wasn't appropriate for the few grown men to stay there any longer. So they moved to the next room, which was also messy, turned upside down. Luckily, the bed was still clean, so Lei Xiangyu lay down to rest. Under these circumstances, they definitely couldn't go back to the base. They couldn't let the higher-ups at the base know about Enran's situation. Otherwise, when they saw Enran's empty right arm today, and in a while, when his arm grew back, the leaders might think differently. But leaving Enran outside and returning to the base to report was also impossible. Enran was still recovering, and his senses were weaker than before. He might be attacked by zombies, or if Qiyang found out Enran was missing, he would send people to look for him. Out of respect for Lei Tingzhen's reputation, he might not harm Enran, but Luo Xiao still remembered there was a mysterious level 3 psychic nearby. If that person wanted to harm Enran, they could do it without leaving any trace. Qiyang was so ruthless to them now that Luo Xiao became more interested in what was inside the hard drive. He wondered when he could find time to see what was really inside. Luo Xiao was lost in thought, then suddenly craved a cigarette. He reached into his pocket, took out a pack, and lazily lit one, smoking casually. His waist was tightly strapped with 2 metal arms, so when he flicked the cigarette ash, he had to be careful. Still, some ash accidentally fell onto the little zombie girl's head and dress. As time went on, the little beauty corpse gradually started to develop a little heart, showing some human-like movements and expressions that reflected Xiangyang's influence. For example, now. She looked at the ash falling on her body, and she angrily tilted her head, barking at Lu Xiao, but her arm didn't loosen at all. Lu Xiao lazily suggested, "Maybe you should let go." The little beauty corpse slowly shook her head. "Clack, I won't." Lu Xiao snorted softly, wrapping his arm around her and taking another puff. A faint white smoke drifted from his mouth, with a few messy strands of hair falling across his forehead, covering his fierce eyes. The little beauty corpse was originally buried in his arms, but suddenly she lifted her head. When she bumped into the cigarette in Lu Xiao's hand, the red tip accidentally fell onto her fluffy skirt. The cigarette immediately caught fire. Suzubai, who was nearby eating, quickly poured water over it. With a sizzle, the cigarette was extinguished. However, her skirt was burned with a big hole. Lu Xiao's 2 iron arms finally lowered from his waist. The little beauty corpse stared blankly at her destroyed skirt.
Suzubai stopped eating.
Xiangyang also sat up from the bed, nervously adjusting his glasses. Is little beauty about to cry? Lei Xiangyu gently rolled over and pressed his pillow over his head. In the next second, a loud, earth-shaking cry came from the villa. Crack, crack, crack. Crack, crack, crack. Everyone immediately covered their ears. Lu Xiao used to think that little beauty's crying was unpleasant, but this time, her wailing was even more terrible, like a terrible sound. Suzubai covered his ears and moved closer to Lu Xiao. He nodded towards Lu Xiao. "Boss, it's your fault." Hurry up and comfort her. Lu Xiao, holding a box of cigarettes, paused as he took one out, then put it back. With the terrible sound ringing in his ears, he spoke calmly. I'm sorry. Small Beauty's body suddenly went still. Su Bai and Xiangyang thought she had been calmed down, so they instinctively let go of her. Only Lei Xiangyu curled his lips without moving the pillow away. In the next second, a loud, terrifying scream seemed to shake the roof. Crack! The zombies outside looked up at the villa in unison. The survivors on the first floor were so frightened that they pushed tables and chairs against the door. Su Bai, still shaken, took out his phone and tapped quickly on the screen. Boss, can you sincerely apologize? The two exclamation marks showed how upset Su Bai was. Lu Xiao let out a low, happy laugh, then squatted down and tore the burnt part of the dress. Small Beauty's mouth opened in shock, about to scream again, but Lu Xiao quickly covered her mouth. Finally, the world was quiet. Su Bai and Xiangyang lowered their hands, both looking at each other with lingering fear. Just as Su Bai was about to speak, he heard Lu Xiao say to Small Beauty, "You still have dresses in your space. Take one out, I'll give you a new one." Since Xiangyang drank blood and lost her mind, she hadn't changed her clothes for days. She wore a light blue princess dress that had been through a lot with them, and it was very dirty. If it weren't for the matching blue bow on her head, Su Bai would have thought she was wearing a gray dress.
But,
Boss, are you going to change Small Beauty's clothes? Wouldn't that mean she would have to be completely undressed? Lu Xiao paused, looked up at Su Bai, and then made a zipper gesture with his hand. Just take it off. After all, love and affection are mutual. It seems this couple, who are different kinds of beings, are finally heading down an irreversible path. Small Beauty's mouth was covered, and it was just thunder without rain. After Lu Xiao repeated himself, she finally understood what he meant. Then she waved her small hand, and the bed was filled with many princess dresses. She still liked to keep clean, so she knew to place them on the bed, not on the floor. The dress instantly covered Lei Xiu. He found a gap and took a deep breath, but was soon overwhelmed by the strong scent of perfume, making him cough. He couldn't help but sneeze, shivering and pulling at his shoulder, almost losing his balance. Xiaomei looked happily at the dress on the bed, making clicking sounds with her mouth. She kept glancing back at Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao, with his hands in his pockets, tilted his chin. Choose one. Which one do you want to wear? Anyone unfamiliar might think a wealthy sponsor was buying clothes for his little sweetheart. Su Bai looked at the scene, observing the person and the dress.
it did seem that way.
Xiaomei was overwhelmed by a pile of pretty little dresses, unsure which one to pick. Lu Xiao pointed to a princess dress that looked like a floral goddess. Just wear this one. The hem resembled bridal lace, and the fitted waist with sparkling stones suited Xiaomei's appearance. Su Bai nodded, saying, "This one is really nice." Hearing everyone approve of her dress, Xiaomei suddenly started changing clothes right there. Su Bai and Xiangyang quickly turned away. "Brother Xiao, boss." Lu Xiao didn't expect Xiaomei to act like that. He was surprised for a moment, then pulled her into the bathroom. Su Bai sighed in relief and called out to Lu Xiao. "Boss, teach her properly. She should learn some shame. No decent person would start undressing in front of someone of the opposite love." It's unclear how Lu Xiao managed to change Xiaomei's clothes, but when she came out, she looked stunning. Her pale but nearly perfect skin, delicate features, big blinking eyes. She looked more like a piece of art displayed in a showcase than a doll. Li Xiao was smoking, with a slight lift of his eyelids and a faint, mysterious smile on his face. "How about you? Do you want to see too?" Su Bai quickly waved his hands and took a step back. No, I don't want to see." Near noon, Li Xiao received news about the information he had asked for. He bent down to tie his bootlaces and spoke to a few people. "I'm going to the trading city now. The matter with my arm has been settled." A hint of joy flickered in their eyes as they asked eagerly, "What material is it made of?" Li Xiao paused for a moment, then said, "Meat bugs." As soon as he finished, the others looked disgusted and shivered. After some thought in the morning, Li Xiao sent a message to the trading city to order a mechanical right arm. The mechanical arm could connect to the new arm that Lei Xiangyu would grow, and it wouldn't be noticed by the higher-ups in the base. He needed it urgently, so it was expensive. The reason the mechanical arm looked so real was because inside it was mechanical, but the outer skin was made from meat bug skin. Meat bugs are mutated caterpillars, growing from the size of a finger to the length of an arm. They can be peeled completely, and their outer skin can be attached to the mechanical parts. After processing, it feels just like a real arm. "Boss, what are you going to trade for it?" Suzubai asked. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Xiaomei, under Li Zhao's signal, wave her small hand and take out many things from her space. In the post-apocalyptic world, food and medicine are always the most important. Xiangyang and Suzubai nodded in understanding and relaxed. Li Xiao packed his backpack with supplies, carried it with one hand, and slung it over his right shoulder. "I'm leaving now. You guys stay here." Xiangyang looked at Suzubai, thinking of saying he would go too. He was worried Li Xiao might get tricked. But when he saw Suzubai's silly face, he became even more worried about Lei Xiangyu. While he was thinking, Li Xiao had already pushed open the door. Xiaomei happily followed, holding up her skirt, but Li Xiao paused. Xiaomei was not allowed to go to the trading city. Seeing Li Xiao's intention, Suzubai quickly stepped forward. "Boss, you must come with us. We won't feel safe if you're not there." Lu Xiao nodded and kept walking. The sound of his high boots hitting the stairs drew everyone's attention in the lobby below. They watched nervously, as if he were a strange creature. Lu Xiao was playing with a military knife in his hand, but didn't look at anyone. His eyes landed on two thin little girls in the corner of the living room. He turned and slowly walked over. Their mother and father quickly shielded their daughters. They stammered, We. Before they could finish, Lu Xiao placed a plastic bag in front of them and then left. After he left, the woman opened the bag. It was some food. Tears filled her eyes as she whispered thank you to his back. Little Mei couldn't understand Lu Xiao's actions for now. She looked at him with confusion, but he didn't explain. Instead, he started the car and drove away. The underground city is over 100 kilometers south of the East China base. At first, the underground city was just a large underground shopping mall. After the apocalypse, the first few who awakened took over it. After nearly a year of development, it became a trading city. This underground shopping mall is quite large, able to hold over 10,000 people. In just a year, it grew into its own territory. The people behind it are more than just those with special powers. The trading city is both a place for trading and a shelter. But entering is like selling yourself, and leaving is not easy. So, most survivors won't go down unless they have no choice. And they don't accept everyone. Elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people are not allowed in. Once inside, they won't last long in the eyes of others. It took Lu Xiao nearly 2 hours to reach the entrance of the underground city. The entrance looks like an underground parking lot, with some zombies wandering around. Lu Xiao found a place to park, then opened the door with his bag on his back. Xiaomei changed into a beautiful dress and paid close attention to her appearance at all times. She kept admiring the diamonds on her dress while walking, so she didn't have time to pay attention to Lu Xiao. After getting out of the car, she continued to look down at her dress hem. Lu Xiao calmly dealt with a few zombies that lunged at him, then took Xiaomei toward the entrance. Suddenly, he remembered something. He stopped and gently pushed down the hat on Xiaomei's head, then pulled up the gauze mask on her face, leaving only her big, bright eyes visible. Remember, once inside, don't speak and don't take off your hat. Xiaomei's big eyes blinked silently under the hat. Lu Xiao smiled slightly, satisfied, and also pulled up his own face mask. At the entrance of the trading city, Lu Xiao sent a message. A few armed men approached him. After checking the message on Lu Xiao's phone, they nodded. Then, their eyes shifted to Xiaomei's body. Lu Xiao put his phone in his pocket, then hugged Xiaomei, acting like a wealthy person holding a loved one. Clearly, they had seen this kind of thing many times in the end times, so they didn't say anything and nodded to let him pass. Lu Xiao used the guest passage, So the underground city layout remained unchanged, and there were fewer people on the street. The real underground city was said to be decayed and ruined, truly terrifying. The person Lu Xiao contacted was a doctor who specialized in machinery.
They knew each other by chance.
Lu Xiao was assigned to rescue the doctor. After completing the task, they didn't have much contact. However, the doctor was unhappy with the exploitation and suppression by the high-ups of the base, so he left the base and entered the underground city. With the doctor's skills, he could live well even in the end times. After entering the underground city, he was quickly put to good use, responsible for all mechanical matters, including vehicle modifications. Some things the doctor couldn't get, so he later reached out to Lu Xiao. After completing his task, Lu Xiao only earned points. Although he could exchange points for food at the base, he had nothing else when he left. To ensure he could get what he needed after leaving, Lu Xiao made an agreement with the doctor. The doctor was not very old, about in his 40s. He reportedly had a daughter who was around 20, but they had lost contact and hadn't found each other yet. The doctor also asked Lu Xiao to keep an eye out for his daughter outside, but Lu Xiao hadn't found her either. "Long time no see," the doctor said with a smile. "The last time we met was about half a year ago, right?" Lu Xiao nodded. After a few simple words of greeting, the doctor took out the mechanical arm he had made. "This is the urgent one you wanted. It's the best I can do for now. Take a look and see if it's okay." Lu Xiao examined the arm. It looked very realistic, but it was noticeably thinner than Lei Xiangyu's original arm. It seemed Lei needed to lose some weight so that both arms would match in size. After inspecting the item, Lu Xiao was satisfied and placed his backpack on the table. "This is the medicine you asked for, along with some food." The doctor looked at the table full of supplies and was very pleased. He knew how hard it was to get these items in the apocalypse. He nodded and said, "Thanks." Then, Lu Xiao carefully packed the arm into his bag. The doctor watched him and suddenly remembered something, patting his head. "Oh, I have something to give you." Lu Xiao's eyes stayed on the arm as he casually asked, "What is it?" The doctor replied, "I saw a photo of your parents on your phone. Is your mother wearing a blue gemstone necklace?" Lu Xiao froze, his throat tightening involuntarily. He took off his mask and looked steadily at the doctor. "Yes." Lu Xiao wore a mask to protect himself from the people in the underground city at the entrance, not because of the doctor. They both knew almost everything about each other. Lu Xiao's search for his missing parents was no secret. So the doctor also knew. He thought for a moment and said, "The necklace appeared at the auction in Area A. I looked at it and felt it was very familiar, so I bought it back. I want to show it to you. Maybe it's the one your mother wore. In the post-apocalyptic world, people like the doctor are rare." Is he really a good person? Not entirely. He's doing this partly for himself, hoping Lu Xiao will pay more attention to his daughter. Besides, in the apocalypse, the necklace has little value. Buying it was just a casual act. Lu Xiao nodded, his voice a little hoarse. "Is the item here?" The doctor shook his head. "At my place. If you had called earlier, I would have brought it. I'll go back now to get it. Do you want to wait?" Lu Xiao's parents had disappeared, which had become a shadow over him. He didn't want to wait any longer. "I'll go with you." The doctor hesitated for a moment. "All right, but we'll pass through Area C on the way. It's a bit chaotic there. Be careful with your backpack." The underground city is divided into 3 zones. Area A is where the wealthy and powerful live, clean and tidy. Area B is the trading zone and also where the doctor works. Area C is the real underground city, chaotic, complicated, and decayed, like a huge shelter. The doctor's residence is not far from Area C, but separated from it. Other medical staff, engineers, and mechanics also live there. Besides passing through Area C after work, the doctor rarely goes there, mainly because Area C is famous for its red light district. The doctor went inside to change into a reflective work suit. When he came out, he was wearing a reflective vest. This suit is his protection in the underground city. With it, security guards are less aggressive, and it's easier to move around. The doctor led the way out. Lu Xiao followed behind, with Xiaomei corpse bouncing along, seeming very curious about everything here. The doctor didn't ask much about Xiaomei corpse's identity. He just told Lu Xiao to watch her carefully. Lu Xiao nodded absent-mindedly, not sure if he really listened. Seeing this, the doctor looked at the small, girl-like figure of little Mei's corpse and spoke softly. Later, don't respond when someone talks to you, and don't go with anyone else. Little Mei's corpse blinked, but it wasn't clear if she understood. The doctor looked at both of them with blank expressions and sighed. He moved around a lot, sometimes called to the monitoring room for repairs, sometimes to the vehicle modification area, and occasionally to the gun area. Today, he was free and had just received a message from Lu Xiao, so he came to the mechanical room. The mechanical room was a bit far from his home, winding around, crossing a district, and going down several floors, taking about half an hour. So, the doctor led a few people out of the mechanical room. After opening several doors, it felt like entering another world. There were connected workshops, some making food, some improving guns and weapons, and others researching mutated creatures. People in uniforms moved busily back and forth. Apart from being a bit cramped and smaller in size, everything here looked no different from the research institute in the base. People passing by saw the doctor and nodded in greeting. If the doctor didn't have a relatively high status here, he wouldn't have been able to walk in so openly with Lu Xiao and the others. They crossed the work area and reached a long corridor that looked like a laboratory. It was very clean, and there weren't many people there. On both sides of the corridor were elevators that went down to the third underground level. However, there were guards on both sides of the elevators, and even the doctor didn't have the right to use them. After winding around for about 10 minutes, the doctor stopped in front of a large door. He opened the door, and a deafening music burst into their ears. Along with the lights and music, a smell of perfume mixed with cigarette and alcohol fumes filled the air. This was Zone C, a place where people could escape from reality. The doctor calmly walked inside. Some people were selling drinks. Others were setting up stalls with cheap jewelry and clothes. Some dressed revealingly and waved their hands, while others danced to the music with a trance-like expression. Some people are quickly walking away, clutching their hard-earned food, while others, like mantises, are waiting in ambush. The doctor couldn't help but speed up his steps. After wandering around inside for about 10 minutes, the doctor finally reached his rest area. The guards checked his information and let him in, but Lu Xiao and Xiaomei's bodies had to stay outside. The doctor went inside to get something. Lu Xiao quietly waited against the wall. Soon the doctor came out holding a box. "This is the necklace," the doctor said, handing it over. Lu Xiao slowly opened the box, and his pupils shrank in shock. "This is the necklace." The necklace his mother wore around her neck. He suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot. "Can we find the person in charge of the auction?" The doctor didn't answer. Instead, he looked around nervously. "What about the girl you were with?" His voice paused briefly, then continued. "Could it be that the boss thinks Xiaomei is a burden, so he abandoned her halfway?" Xiangyang teased with a playful tone. "Xiaomei is more useful than you. The boss wouldn't dislike her. He wouldn't dislike you either." Actually, Xiangyang also found it strange. As Xiaomei said, every move Xiaomei made was basically under Xiongji's watch. If she ran away, it would be easy to find her, so she wouldn't just disappear. Moreover, Xionggo was so obsessed with Xiaomei that it was like a wolf seeing meat. He wanted to stay close all the time. So, where could she possibly run off to? But neither he nor Xiaomei had been to the underground city, so they didn't really know what it was like inside. Xiangyang took out his lollipop and slowly spoke. "Things are not as simple as you think. The underground city is very complicated. 6 months ago, he and Lao Xiao had been there once. Once inside, it was like walking through a maze. If Lao Xiao hadn't had a good memory, they might have gotten lost." But Xiangyang said this, though he was also confused. Lao Xiao and Xiaomei were so close, like conjoined twins. For Xiaomei to get lost under Lao Xiao's watch was not easy. Unless Lao Xiao deliberately let her go or was tripped up by someone. Right now, Lao Xiao wasn't answering his phone, and they didn't know exactly what was happening. Suddenly, from downstairs, there was the sound of a child's crying and shouting, mixed with some noisy footsteps. Suzubai and Xiangyang looked at each other, their faces turning serious. Suzubai carefully moved to the window and looked down. Could it be that Qiyang is here? Xiangyang calmly adjusted his glasses and analyzed. Probably not. If Qiyang wanted to attack us, he wouldn't make such a big scene. Seeing nothing unusual from the window, Suzubai stepped back and turned toward the door. I'm going to check downstairs. Xiangyang adjusted his glasses and stood up. I'll go with you. Suzubai shook his head. No need. You just stay here and watch Lazy. What if they come in through the window with a distraction and hurt Lazy? Hey. Lei Xiangyu took out the lollipop from his mouth and muttered, Can you speak normally? If not, you can just shout like Xiaomei. Talking about hurting someone, it sounds so harsh. I only lost one arm, not my whole body. I'm still a second-level psychic. Even without an arm, you two rookies combined can't beat me. Yeah, you're right, Suzubai replied perfunctorily. Lei Xiangyu kept the candy in his mouth. You two rookies go downstairs and check. Look out for each other.
Don't worry about me.
I don't have wings to fly, but I have legs. But the other two ignored him completely. In the end, only Suzubai went out alone. Xiaobai's wind-type psychic ability isn't very outstanding among many powers, but he's quick-witted. Plus, having traveled with Lu Xiao for a long time, his overall strength among psychics isn't to be underestimated. He just stepped down the stairs, turned a corner, and bumped into a group of people going upstairs. There were about 6 of them, all around 20 years old, looking like reckless young men. But their eyes showed a strong sense of danger. Suzubai had his hands in his pockets, striking a cool, confident pose. He slightly raised his eyelids and looked down at them from above. He asked coldly, What are you doing? After speaking, his gaze swept over everyone and landed on the last young man's hand. The young man was holding a little girl, about 6 or 7 years old. Suzubai remembered her mother. She was the woman standing on the stairs asking for food. The little girl's eyes changed from fear to despair. Her large, bulging eyes looked at the young man with hatred. Suzubai's heart skipped a beat. It seemed he thought of something. He glanced toward the living room downstairs. Sure enough, a woman lay on the ground with a knife in her chest, blood pooling around her. Her eyes were wide open, and she looked as if she still couldn't accept her death. Even though I am used to such scenes and have adapted to the harshness of the end times, a sudden surge of anger rose in Suzubai's heart. The group sensed the strong aura coming from Suzubai and couldn't gauge his strength. They exchanged glances, and one of them calmly said, We are looking for someone. Looking for someone? Then why are you killing people? Did that woman offend you? Suzubai's eyes shone with cold light and fierce anger. Surviving in the end times is not easy. Without a mother, the young girl's life is even harder. If she were bitten by a zombie, it would be quick and simple. But the real danger is being mistaken for food by starving, crazy people. Such cases are not rare nowadays. He hates innocent people being killed. The group fell silent. In the end times, who cares about that? Anyone who survives has probably taken a few lives. Especially them. The young man leading the group sneered and asked, Have you never killed anyone? Suzubai parted his lips slightly and said confidently, I have never killed innocent people. The group didn't want to waste time arguing with Suzubai. They asked directly, Is there a girl around 20 years old upstairs? Suzubai instinctively shook his head, then remembered that someone was still sleeping in Lu Zhao's room. Ain Ran. Are they looking for Ain Ran? Suzubai's reaction was noticed by the group. Please move aside. We are looking for her and don't want to cause trouble with you. The young man's tone was still polite. Unsure of what these people wanted, Suzubai stood still. No. The young man leading the group looked at him quietly, a mocking smile on his face. He tilted his chin, signaling Suzubai to look behind him. Suzubai turned his head and saw Ain Ran's pale face. Ain Ran didn't expect to be found so quickly. Fear flickered in her eyes. After the panic, she remembered Lu Xiao and the others, so she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth as she spoke. Do you know Lu Xiao? I am her girlfriend now. If you take me away, she will definitely get back at you. When Lu Xiao's name was mentioned, Suzubai's gaze toward Ain Ran immediately turned cold. Adding her words afterward, a feeling of dislike grew in his heart. Using the boss's name to scare people, This girl doesn't seem as simple as she looks. Xiangyang appeared beside Ayn Rand without warning. He secretly shook his head at Suzubai, who then suppressed his dissatisfaction. That group was not unfamiliar with Lu Xiao. They had encountered her outside the wall a few times. Although they hadn't fought, they knew about Lu Xiao's strength. After hearing Ayn Rand's words, they hesitated. If what she said was true, defeating Lu Xiao would be very easy for her. The young man leading the group looked deeply at Ayn Rand, who was pale, then finally turned away. "Let's go." Suzubai turned around, giving Ayn Rand a cold look as he brushed past her. Xiangyang softly told Ayn Rand, "Let's go inside." The group returned to the room.
Suzubai is needed.
"Tell me, what's going on? Who are those people?" Ayn Rand's eyes reddened, and she slowly spoke. "I escaped from an underground auction." After the group left the villa and got into the car, the young man in charge immediately made a call. His tone was cold as he said, "She says she's Lu Xiao's girlfriend now, so..." The man on the other end of the line sounded calm, with no clear emotion, and replied simply, "All right, if they run, they run. This time, you got lucky. A shipment just arrived, and it should fetch a good price at auction." The man hung up, satisfied, and kicked the cage nearby. Inside the cage, Xiaomei, the small dog, was awakened by the noise. She sat on the ground, confused, looking at the unfamiliar surroundings. "There's no need to worry too much. I'll have someone check the nearby surveillance cameras." After discovering that Xiaomei's body was missing, Lu Xiao was momentarily stunned. The doctor had never seen Lu Xiao look like this before. His eyes were filled with anger and regret. These two complex feelings mixed together, making Lu Xiao look as if he were mentally unwell. The doctor continued to comfort him, saying, "Maybe she just went to the bathroom." Lu Xiao's face was cold as he clenched the box tightly. "To the bathroom? Xiaomei's body only drinks water every day. Has she ever gone to the bathroom? What would she do there? Just look around." "Where is the surveillance room?" he asked directly. The doctor hesitated. Area C is the hardest part of the underground city to manage. He wasn't very sure about the exact location of the surveillance room. He walked to the end of the corridor to look at the armed guards near the elevator. When they saw the doctor's uniform with the badge indicating his rank, they told him roughly where the surveillance room was. It wasn't close to their current position. They headed toward the surveillance room, unaware that every move they made was being watched from inside. "Did that girl come in with him?" A man lying in a chair watched the surveillance footage of Lu Xiao. He stroked his chin and picked up a glass of red wine to take a sip. Next to him, a middle-aged man, tense, responded, "Yes." The man smiled, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. "This is interesting. First, a cargo runs away, then claims to be Lu Xiao's girlfriend when found. Now, they catch another beautiful girl, and she came in with Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao really has good luck with women." The middle-aged man wasn't sure what he meant and asked cautiously, "So, when they come looking for him later, what should I say?" The man shot him a sharp look, with a mocking smile on his face. "What do you think?" The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly, indicating he understood what to do. After standing up, the man couldn't help but feel a rush of heat at the thought of the stunning woman in the room. A few days ago, someone lost a pretty good item that was meant for tomorrow night's auction. The item was supposed to be light and simple, so he even sent people out to look for it. But he thought there was little hope of finding it, so he went to Area C to look for new items. Unfortunately, the goods there were of poor quality, and he was very dissatisfied. He decided to leave by elevator. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a stunningly beautiful woman suddenly caught his eye. She was dressed in a fancy, detailed dress, with a flawless face that had no blemishes. More importantly, she was naturally beautiful without makeup, looking pure and charming, like a doll in a display case. The man was so amazed that he couldn't look away. Area C was full of flashy, cheap women who sold their bodies for a quick profit. Even when he felt desire, he refused to go to that area. Seeing such a fresh and elegant woman for the first time, he was very excited and thought she could fetch a good price at auction. He even imagined how he would showcase her, placing her in a cage, putting a black collar around her neck. Just thinking about it made his breathing quicken. He signaled to the armed guards at the elevator, and in the next moment, the girl was taken into the elevator. In the blink of an eye, the beautiful girl was kidnapped. As for Lu Xiao, the man didn't care at all. He was just the leader of a small special abilities team in East China. Coming to the underground city, he didn't think he could be overpowered. The doctor found the surveillance room. However, as soon as they entered, they saw several engineers busy repairing computers and cameras. The doctor explained their purpose, but coincidentally, the staff in the surveillance room said that the cameras in that area were broken and were being repaired to reconnect. Then, they showed the doctor a screen full of snow, with no images at all. It is quite funny that such a large corpse just disappeared so openly, and coincidentally, the camera was broken. Lu Xiao's cold and sharp eyes swept over everything inside the house until he suddenly noticed a red wine glass on the table. Without saying a word, he left the house, spoke briefly with the doctor, and then vanished without a trace. The doctor watched him leave, likely heading toward Area C. After learning the full story, Suzubai and his team quickly got into the car and sped toward the underground city. Before leaving, Suzubai remembered a little girl on the first floor of the villa whose mother had just died. Feeling sorry for her, he took the girl to the second floor, left enough food and water, and told her to wait a few days until he could bring her back to the base. Although the girl's genetic test didn't pass, her mother was already dead, and she had nowhere else to go. Moving to the base's living area was the best option for now. On the way to the underground city, Suzubai's gaze casually fell on Ayn Rand sitting in the back seat. Ayn Rand kept her head down and stayed silent. Ayn Rand was sold to the underground city by her father for just 10 pounds of rice. The people there thought she was pretty and found out she was a girl, so they decided to treat her as an item for the auction. During her days in the underground city, she unexpectedly awakened a special power. This gave her new hope. She wanted to live. She longed to survive. So she kept exploring the underground city's layout. Maybe because of her innate talent, she could see the weak spots in the buildings, just like she could see the wounds on a hurt person clearly. One night, when the guards were tired and dozing off, she sneaked out through the sewer and crawled all the way to the surface. At that moment, she felt like a rat in the gutter. Along the way, she met some kind survivors and followed them all the way to Lu Xiao's villa. Unexpectedly, the next night, Lu Xiao and his team returned. Ayn Rand immediately recognized Lu Xiao, not from after the apocalypse, but from before. However, Lu Xiao probably doesn't remember her. At the same time, she saw the injured Lei Xiangyu and suddenly had a bold idea. She guessed that those people might come up from the underground city to find her, but she didn't expect them to be so fast. Ayn Rand had to say the words, "I am Lu Xiao's girlfriend." She knew that using Lu Xiao's name was not very good, so no matter how much Suzubai looked at her with disdain, it didn't matter. She just wanted to stay alive. When she said this, her expression was calm, and she also promised Xiangyang that she wouldn't tell anyone what happened here. At this moment, she was very sincere and honest, so much so that Suzubai had nothing to say and felt helpless. People just borrowed the boss's name to stay alive. It wasn't a big mistake. Moreover, she used her special abilities to help old Lei, and in the following days, Lazy still needed her help. After understanding this, Suzubai no longer rejected Ayn Rand. But an auction, Suzubai suddenly spoke without warning. His fingers rubbed the steering wheel, and a very bold guess suddenly appeared in his mind. Yangzi, Laolei, do you think Xiaomei might have been targeted because she's too beautiful? Maybe she even ended up at an auction. Those people are definitely not normal. As soon as he said this, the car became very quiet. Xiangyang slowly took off his glasses, carefully wiped them, and then looked down and thought for a few seconds. I don't rule out that possibility. Lei Xiangyu, chewing on a lollipop, nodded. Xiangyang is right. We can't rule out that possibility. They all remembered how shocked they were when they first saw Xiaomei's beautiful face. Ayn Rand didn't quite understand what they meant, so she stayed silent. Only those who are clever enough to survive have a better chance. Xiaobai, call brother Xiao Xiao. Suzubai nodded and put on his headphones to call Lu Xiao. The phone rang for about 10 seconds before it was answered. As soon as the call connected, Su Bai was overwhelmed by the loud music coming from Lu Zhao's side. Boss, wasn't Xiaomei lost? Why are you still in the mood to go clubbing? He knew Xiaomei had been quite upset after going missing, so he was surprised that the boss was still having fun. He wasn't sure what Lu Xiao said on the other end, but Su Bai responded with a few ahas and understood. Then he changed the subject. Boss, I have something to tell you. Ran escaped from the underground city auction. I think Xiaomei might have been targeted because she's so pretty. Su Bai shared his guess.
Suddenly, he was surprised. What?
You already know? How do you know? Thinking about Lu Zhao's location, Su Bai hesitated. Boss, how do you plan to get Xiaomei out? Lazy said it's easy to enter the underground city, but hard to leave. Us? Su Bai glanced in the rearview mirror. We're on our way to the underground city now. All right, I'll call you when we arrive. After hanging up, Su Bai shook his head and looked at Xiangyang and Lei Xiangyu in the rearview mirror. Boss said he probably knows where Xiaomei is. Once we get there, he'll have the doctor let us in. We might need to discuss Xiaomei's situation further. Lu Xiao on the phone also mentioned that the underground city's layout was very complicated. Xiangyang nodded and relaxed slightly. It's good to know where she is. Lei Xiangyu snorted and mumbled with a lollipop in his mouth. What's the use of knowing where she is? You don't know what Xiaomei is going through. If she accidentally exposes herself, who knows what she's experiencing right now? The people in the underground city were quite twisted. They used all kinds of cruel methods. Last time, he accidentally entered the wrong room, and inside, there were more weapons than he had ever seen. Su Bai scoffed and refused to argue. Wee little Mei is really impressive. Lazy, don't underestimate her. When Xiaomei shows her abilities, those guys will be crying and begging for their moms. Su Bai gave full praise to Xiaomei. Xiangyang put his clean glasses back on and agreed with Su Bai. Xiaomei is right. We've seen Xiaomei's incredible power before. If Xiangyang were involved, things would be even worse. Xiangyang is smart, gentle, and easy to bully. If she saw such scenes, who knows what she would do? Seeing those useless props, she might even be scared to death. As for Xiaomei, her strength is off the charts. Just a glare, and she gets things done. Su Bai continued, I just don't know when the auction will start. Moa said that Happy Sheep would be back in a few days. If it happens to coincide, that would be interesting. Thinking of Happy Sheep being bullied by humans before, Su Bai immediately imagined her tearful, helpless look, trapped in a cage, reaching out to Lu Xiao for help. By then, Happy Sheep will be so upset that the boss will be heartbroken, Su Bai joked. Who would have thought his words would come true? When Xiangyang woke up, her eyes felt painfully bright, like a spotlight shining directly overhead. She instinctively raised her hand to block her view. Before she could see clearly, the sound of chains rattling reached her ears as she moved her hand. As Xiangyang adjusted to the light, she looked around in shock at the unfamiliar scene. What's going on? Where is she? Gradually, her mind cleared. She realized she was not only in a strange room, but also confined in a cage. Xiangyang didn't move, but tried to remember what had happened before. She remembered that she and Lu Xiao had gone on a mission, met a girl named Zhaodi, and brought her back to the base. Then they ate together, and afterward, they discussed feeding her blood.
Blood.
My thoughts began to slow down. Xiangyang remembered that Lei Xiangyu was afraid of pain, Xiaomei fainted at the sight of blood, Lu Xiao fainted at the needle, and after some discussion, they decided to draw Lu Xiao's blood. Then she drank the blood in one gulp. Drank it all at once? Xiangyang remembered swallowing the blood, feeling a wave of heat in her body, and then she slightly frowned, but she couldn't remember what happened afterward. From this point on, her memory was blank. She couldn't help but shake her head, trying to wake herself up a little more. With her movement, the iron chain around her neck also started to clatter loudly. The noise was startling. Xiangyang paused, lowered her head, and looked at it. Her long, pale hand slowly lifted the chain. One end was tightly hanging around her neck, and the other end was locked to the cage. She instinctively reached out and touched her neck again. A black leather collar with metal studs. Ugh, who is treating me like a dog? Xiangyang immediately blushed with anger, and her neck grew thick. She suddenly stood up, and the chain clattered loudly again. Where are Lu Xiao? Where is Suzubai? Where did they all go? Why is she locked in this cage? Could it be, as others say, that they take advantage of your weakness to harm you? Finally, her true nature couldn't be hidden anymore. Are they going to keep her locked up for experiments? Xiangyang was so angry that she almost shouted out loud. At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and an unfamiliar man entered. He had a sly smile on his face and slowly approached the cage. You're awake? Xiangyang squinted her eyes, alert, and looked at the stranger silently. The man saw she didn't speak and didn't care. He sat down nearby, picked up a glass of red wine from the table, and took a leisurely sip. Then, silently, he admired this new item. Xiangyang watched his actions quietly, then her mind drifted, and she took a step back to look around, observing the room's furnishings. The room was filled with various props, hanging on the walls, placed on tables, and stored in glass cabinets. Everything in the room was full of suggestive hints, and even though Xiangyang had never experienced such things, she could tell what was going on. She quickly realized what kind of room this was. It didn't look like a place for dissection experiments, nor did it resemble the small two-story building at the base. So why was she here? A faint doubt appeared in her eyes. Finally, she focused her gaze on the man in front of her. Xiangyang slowly moved closer to the cage's edge. As she moved, the chains clinked loudly, and they felt quite heavy. She looked down at her dress. It wasn't the one she had worn before. Could someone have changed her clothes? Xiangyang never imagined that, as a creature like Sang, she would worry about her innocence. But more than that, she was confused about why she was here, who this man was, and where Lu Xiao and the others had gone. All her doubts seemed to only be answerable by the man in front of her. She quietly watched the man, holding a wine glass. Seeing this, the man raised his glass and waved it in front of her. Xiangyang looked like a fool, her eyes following the glass as it moved. In fact, she was doing it on purpose. A flicker of interest appeared in the man's eyes. As Xiangyang guessed, he stood up and moved closer. When they were only about 10 centimeters apart, just as Xiangyang was about to reach out and grab his neck, suddenly, the door was pushed open again, and a few unfamiliar men hurried inside. Her hand was halfway to reaching him, so she quickly changed her target, grabbing the wine glass from his hand. The wine spilled all over him. Then she grinned widely, clutching the glass as if she couldn't part with it. She looked like a big fool. The man was startled by Xiangyang's sudden movements. Seeing her look so silly again, he felt suspicious and kicked the cage gently. Inside the cage, Xiangyang, as he expected, was so frightened she curled up tightly in the corner. He sighed regretfully. She's just a fool. No wonder she was easily kidnapped. Xiangyang listened carefully to the man's words while holding her wine glass. Kidnapped? Was she brought here against her will? The man sighed, and the two people who came in quickly spoke up. They had wanted to whisper to the man, but he waved them off dismissively. Just say it like that. There was no need to hide anything in front of a fool. The two immediately straightened up. Lu Xiao is now in Area C. It seems he already knows her location and is trying to find her. The man looked at Xiangyang, who appeared innocent, with his hands behind his back, and said indifferently, he can't find her, but Mr. Song, Lu Xiao is a level 2 psychic. If he forces his way in, the man looked annoyed and impatient. Level 2 psychic or not, with so many of you, can't you handle just one of him? The two exchanged glances, looking helpless, and finally responded with a simple, got it. Just as they were about to leave, the man called them back. Tell old Yang that I will watch over the person. The auction must go smoothly, and the guards need to be doubled. If Lu Xiao really breaks in, it will be a big problem. Understood. After they left, the man looked at Xiangyang and seemed to talk to himself. Lu Xiao actually knows where you are? Didn't he say Lu Xiao already has a girlfriend? Why is he still so interested in you? Is it because you're too beautiful? Or, because of his skills in bed, the man chuckled and took out a small bottle, playing with it. The last item was quite nice, but I never expected her to escape from such a place.
Sorry to trouble you.
Sleep a little longer. Earlier, in just a few minutes, Xiangyang understood a lot from the conversation and the man's muttering. But before she could figure it out, she saw the man walk over with a small bottle. She clenched her fists, determined that when he got close, she would bite him. However, the man only opened the bottle, and a strange, pleasant smell filled Xiangyang's nose. The next moment, she saw the scene in front of her spin, and she suddenly fell to the ground. As she lost consciousness, Xiangyang was full of questions. If she wasn't a zombie, how could there be something that could make zombies faint? If such a thing existed, why not use it to deal with the zombies outside? Suzubai and the others parked the car steadily not far from the underground city. At this moment, Lu Zhao's call came through. Yangzi and Xiangyu stay upstairs. Xiaobai, come down. Lai Xiangyu frowned when he heard this. Is it okay for Xiaobai to go alone? Suzubai, happily loading guns and knives onto himself, immediately raised his chin and argued when he heard Lai Xiangyu. Why can't I go? You can't. Men shouldn't say they can't. Lu Zhao's voice on the phone sounded a bit tired but also reassuring and steady. Yangzi is staying upstairs to hack the surveillance network below. Xiangyu, your hand isn't fully healed, so Xiaobai is coming down. He can do it. Lu Zhao's words seemed to give Suzubai a boost of confidence, making him more sure of himself. Lai Xiangyu still disagreed. My hand is already recovering. The left hand is enough. Lu Xiao hummed and asked again, are you sure Yangzi is alone upstairs? Lai Xiangyu paused, looked at Yang, then at Xiaobai, acting like a worried mother. Here we go again. Yang, helplessly pushing up his glasses, was concerned about his own safety. This was the consequence of not having special abilities, always making his teammates worry. He spoke gently inside the car. Ain Ran is also in the car, so don't worry about me. When he said this, Lai Xiangyu felt more at ease. When a person with special abilities gets injured, they can often be stitched up and saved, just like him. Their infection rate slows down quite a bit. If it were an ordinary person, a simple injury could be deadly. So compared to the tough but fragile Xiaobai, Yangzi is actually more vulnerable. In the end, the three watched happily as Xiaobai entered the underground city. Before leaving, Lu Xiao reminded him on the phone. Xiaobai, stay close to the doctor. Don't run around. Suzubai cheerfully replied, okay. However, half an hour after Suzubai left, Lu Xiao called Xiangyang again. Xiangyang answered with some confusion. Could something have gone wrong? Yangzi, did Xiaobai go in? I called him but he didn't answer and the doctor didn't answer either. Xiangyang was surprised. He went in, right? You didn't hang up, so he got out of the car. There was silence on the other end of the line. Great. Another one lost. Lai Xiangyu sighed helplessly, took a deep breath, and carried a backpack with one hand. Looks like I have to go in myself. He got out of the car, looked around at the scene, then knocked on the window. Yangzi, there's a mall over there. Park the car there. Xiangyang reluctantly ended the call with Lu Xiao. Okay. Lai Xiangyu, be careful. Call me if anything happens. Okay. After Lu Xiao and the doctor finished their greetings, the doctor was already waiting at the entrance. Suzubai also smoothly met with the doctor, and everything went well. When they entered Area C, the doctor explained and gave instructions. Suzubai nodded, but his eyes kept wandering curiously. The doctor hesitated to speak, but since Suzubai was a grown man and a friend of Lu Xiao, he thought there wouldn't be any problem. However, just after they entered Area C, a glass of water suddenly and unexpectedly splashed toward the doctor. The doctor was suddenly blinded by a splash of water, but just as he wiped his face, Suzubai disappeared. Seeing the empty space beside him, the doctor felt overwhelmed. Could Lu Xiao think he was working with the people from Zone C? That was when he remembered he needed to call Lu Xiao, so he reached into his pocket. His phone was gone. In a hurry, the doctor rushed back to the work area to call Lu Xiao. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao had already guessed that Xiaobai might have gotten lost in the underground city, so he asked the doctor to go out and pick up someone else. It was another process of picking up a person. The armed guards looked at Lei Xiangyu's right arm with suspicion. Was it bitten by a zombie? Lei Xiangyu was smoking, with a handsome, rebellious face, and he scoffed disdainfully. Can someone bitten by a zombie really survive this long? The guards thought about it, and then let him pass. The doctor, with a pale face, stood in front of Lei Xiangyu. In Lei Xiangyu's confused gaze, the doctor took out a pink ribbon from his pocket. It was clearly a personal item. Then, with Lei Xiangyu's increasingly puzzled and shocked eyes, the doctor tied the ribbon around their wrists. Their hands were tightly linked.
Lei Xiangyu.
He stared wide-eyed at the doctor. What are you doing? The doctor, hoarse, spoke with a hint of apology and determination. I'm sorry for what I did to you and Team Lu, so I can't embarrass myself anymore. Lei Xiangyu was speechless and found it funny. Seeing how guilty the doctor looked, he slowly spoke. We're not mad at you. The doctor said nothing, just silently tied the ribbon into a tight knot. Lei Xiangyu even wanted to roll his eyes. He only had one arm, and now it was tied with a pink ribbon, tightly bound to the doctor's. What if something happened halfway? He wouldn't even be able to use his hand. But no matter how Lei Xiangyu tried to persuade him, the doctor was unmoved. He was alive, so he would die with the others. This time, the doctor was very determined. He was determined to bring the person back intact to Lu Xiao. Finally, he shook his hand and nodded with satisfaction. Let's go. Lei Xiangyu rolled his eyes at the pink ribbon finally appearing. After walking a few steps, Lu Xiao called Lei Xiangyu. Lei Xiangyu awkwardly took out his phone, and the doctor's hand moved along with him. He held the phone to his ear and looked up to see the doctor's hand, with a pink ribbon in the middle looking very annoying. Lei Xiangyu couldn't help but turn his face away. It was really hard to look at. Hello, Lao Xiao. Did you come in? Yes, I'm at Area C in the shop with a pink ribbon at the door. I'm inside a private room. Come find me. Pink ribbon. Again, with the pink ribbon. Lei Xiangyu said okay, and then hung up. Go to Area C. The doctor led Lei Xiangyu toward Area C again, this time without any obstacles. When they reached Area C, Lei Xiangyu immediately saw a shop in a dark corner nearby. The inside of the shop was lit with purple-red lights. Pink ribbons floated at the door, and a few lovely women kept greeting people as they entered. Without hesitation, Lei Xiangyu walked toward the shop. The doctor was pulled along, stumbling behind him. When they reached the door, several women rushed over. Then they saw the pink ribbons in their hands and stopped, sharing a flirtatious smile. The doctor looked confused, and Lei Xiangyu didn't bother to respond. Just as Lei Xiangyu was about to tear the ribbon and go inside alone, the doctor stopped him with a firm hand. The doctor signaled Lei Xiangyu to call Lu Xiao to come out. He didn't feel comfortable not seeing Lu Xiao like a worried parent. Lei Xiangyu helplessly did as told. Lu Xiao came out from inside, looking puzzled. He didn't understand why Lei Xiangyu was calling when he was already at the door. Lei Xiangyu raised his hand helplessly to signal. The doctor quickly explained. I was worried someone might get lost again. Looking at the pink ribbon, a faint smile appeared in Lu Xiao's eyes. After separating from the doctor, Lu Xiao took his people into the shop. Turning a corner, they found a long corridor in front of them. The corridor was filled with men and women indulging freely, hugging, kissing. Loud music blared, and the air was thick with the smell of smoke, alcohol, and perfume, creating a decadent and numbing atmosphere. They walked through the corridor. Lei Xiangyu's bulging backpack caught the attention of passers-by. What's inside?
Food or weapons?
Either way, both made their eyes gleam with greed. But unfortunately, their own aura and faces were full of hostility and danger. After a quick glance, the passers-by hurriedly looked away. They knew these two were not people to mess with. After crossing the corridor, Lu Xiao opened a private room at the very end of the hall. Inside, the noise and music from outside were cut off. The room was dark. Lei Xiangyu, with one hand in his pocket, looked down at the several people lying in a pool of blood on the floor. He kicked the person nearby whose life was still uncertain. What's going on with these people? Lu Xiao sat on the sofa in the room, lit a cigarette, and held it between his lips. The faint sound of sensual voices from outside the room reached his ears. A thin cloud of smoke rose, covering Lu Xiao's dark eyes. Under the light, half of his face was visible, half hidden in shadow, as if it had been forcibly split into two. Seeing that Lu Xiao didn't answer, Lei Xiangyu guessed again. Is it related to Xiaomei? Lu Xiao responded with a faint hmm. He hadn't expected that Xiaomei had been targeted since she entered the underground city. These people reported the news, uploaded photos, someone had taken an interest, and then others started to act. One link after another. And these people on the ground were the ones who took the photos of Xiaomei and uploaded them. Lu Xiao couldn't understand why, in such a brutal and cold apocalyptic world, some people still put their desires first. Later, he understood that the end of the world was a hell where human nature was unleashed. Nothing was surprising anymore. So, what's the situation now? Lei Xiangyu sat down heavily next to Lu Xiao, stretched out his long legs, took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, opened it, and lit one, placing it in his mouth. He fumbled with a lighter, and smoke slowly billowed from his mouth as he spoke vaguely. Xiaomei is now with them in Area A, right? She should be at the auction tomorrow night. Lu Xiao nodded, tapped off some ash from a cigarette, then unfolded some papers on the table. We are here. His slender finger pointed to a circled area. Area A is here, and Xiangyang might be here. After saying that, he leaned back on the sofa, looking tired and a little lazy. Area A has many psychic guards. It's impossible to bring her out without alerting them. If we try to break in directly, we might succeed, but I'm worried it will alert them and they'll use Xiangyang to threaten us. No one will benefit from that. Lei Xiangyu exhaled a smoke ring and fell into thought. Then he asked, Xiaomei's abilities are incredible. What if she breaks out from inside herself? Lu Xiao rubbed his forehead. That would be even worse. That's what I'm most worried about. If she loses control and releases her powers, she'll be fully exposed to everyone. The base might not be able to escape, and they could even come after her.
Lei Xiangyu nodded.
Yes, the people at the base had become almost crazy trying to fight the zombie virus, as Jang Shangshan's human experiment showed. If they found something unusual about Xiaomei, they would do anything to capture her for experiments. Even Morvei, who was on their side, had initially thought the same. But if it weren't for Lu Xiao's secret warning, he might have acted on that thought. So later, Lu Xiao gradually distanced himself from Morvei. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't call him. But since this problem couldn't be solved right now, they had to deal with something else first. What about Xiaobai? After meeting, the two didn't talk much about Xiaobai. Basically, they weren't worried that Su Zaibai would get into trouble, which showed their trust. Lu Xiao stood up, stomped out his cigarette, then casually picked up his mask and handed another one to Lei Xiangyu. He sighed. Let's go. Now, let's go find him. Lei Xiangyu took the mask, which was a playful pink panther design. He frowned, still pink, wondering why today he couldn't stand pink. Just as they were about to leave, a person's phone suddenly rang loudly on the floor. The sound was clear in the quiet room. Both paused and looked at each other. Lei Xiangyu quietly walked over, bent down, and took the phone out of the person's pocket. He pressed the button and answered. A voice came from the other end. Hey, where are you? I found another guy, a man soft and tender. I remember someone named Mr. Song likes this type, right? Send him up later. Not sure what's so interesting about this guy. He feels nothing like a woman. Those people's hobbies are really strange. Hey, why aren't you talking? Are you mute? Never mind, I'll send you a photo. You go to the usual spot to pick him up. Lei Xiangyu cleared his throat and nodded. Then the call was disconnected. Soon after, a photo was sent over. Seeing the person in the photo, Lei Xiangyu was unusually silent. He tilted the phone to the side and showed Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao also fell silent. Wasn't the delicate, tender man in the photo their good teammate Xiaobai? In the photo, Su Zaibai looked terrified, staring at the screen, fists clenched, eyes red, looking like an innocent young boy unaware of the world. He looked just like a pure, innocent flower. If they didn't know Su Zaibai well, they might have been fooled by this photo. After a moment, Lei Xiangyu snorted softly. Only Xiaobai, that dog, has a way. A moment later, Lu Xiao also let out a light laugh. Su Zaibai thinks of himself as a genius, a very clever person. Even the boss and Yang Zi probably haven't thought of his good idea. Since entering Area C, he has noticed someone watching him. The gaze is so obvious, as if they are afraid he won't notice. He instinctively looked back, but suddenly heard the doctor earnestly advising him. Area C is chaotic. Whether it's men or women, you need to be careful. He asked, why do men need to be careful too? The doctor was confused. He wasn't sure himself. His staff had told him this, but he didn't understand why. He hesitated and said, maybe because men are the workers. The doctor thought more and more that this might be true. In the apocalypse, men are the main labor force doing the hard work. He looked wise and said confidently, so you need to be careful. If you're kidnapped, they might make you work all day without giving you food. Su Zaibai almost burst out laughing. This doctor is not young anymore but still so innocent. Su Zaibai quickly realized what those people might be watching him for. Are they targeting him? A playful smile appeared on Su Zaibai's face. Suddenly, he remembered the auction. Since Xiaomei is pretty, she was targeted and sent to the auction. Could the man also be sent there? His idea was bold. He squinted and looked at the groups of men in Area C. Most of them are the type of unattractive men paired with handsome guys. Even the men entering the elevator are often accompanied by a handsome man. He stroked his chin and started to think. It's not bragging. Based on his looks, even if he serves someone, it should be someone important, right? All these rough-looking guys would lower his status just by looking at them. As he watched, they were almost at the position where old Mei was supposed to be, but no one had made a move yet. Su Zaibai was almost impatient. Maybe I should go to the bathroom myself to create some opportunity for them? As he was thinking this, not far away, a tall person raised a wine glass and pushed through the crowd toward them. Su Zaibai instinctively raised his hand to his forehead, pretending not to see the person and forcing himself not to look at the glass. Using such clumsy tricks to lure someone?
He was really impressed.
As he expected, the wine was not spilled on him, but on the doctor. While the doctor was confused by the spill, someone used a handkerchief with a sleeping drug to cover his mouth and nose. He then fainted naturally. The person holding his mouth and nose was only about 1.75 meters tall, not even taller than him, and was struggling to support him, limping and unsteady. Worried that the doctor might realize what was happening, Su Zaibai slightly increased his strength and hurried to follow him into the crowd. He was walking while cursing inwardly. Are the people in the underground city all fools? They should find someone stronger to kidnap, not someone who can't even reach his chin. He was afraid the act might fail. But after entering the elevator, he finally relaxed, and the person who kidnapped him also let out a breath. That person patted Su Zaibai's smooth face and muttered, "Not bad looking, but he looks too annoying. Just looking at him makes me want to punch him."
Su Zaibai.
I heard Mr. Song prefers delicate guys. I wonder how this one is. After saying that, Su Zaibai tilted his head and accidentally pinched his thigh hard. Tears suddenly streamed down his face. Once the tears started, the corners of his eyes turned red.
Got it.
The person immediately said, "Mr. Song will definitely be happy. He likes to see guys cry. What a pervert."
Su Zaibai.
And so, Su Zaibai successfully infiltrated the enemy. When the elevator doors opened, he smelled a fresh floral scent and heard soft piano music. It was a stark contrast to the alcohol, smoke, and loud noise from Area C earlier. It seems this is the place they were looking for. Su Zaibai couldn't help feeling proud of his cleverness. He squinted his eyes and carefully looked at Area A. It looked like a 5-star hotel, with a red carpet on the floor, security guards every 10 meters, and pretty waitresses pushing carts asking passers-by if they wanted food. If Su Zaibai's mind hadn't been clear, he might have thought he was dreaming. This place didn't look like a hideout after the end of the world. It looked exactly like before. The person supporting him twisted and turned, finally reaching a room. They seemed to unload a burden and put him down, then took a deep breath of relief. Finally got it in. Darn, it's heavy. This almost made Su Zaibai lose his temper. Heavy? He was a standard model man, 1.8 meters tall, and weighing 136 pounds. How could he be heavy? He thought people who grew up eating dirt were really rude, speaking so harshly. Luckily, Su Bai didn't get angry for long. The person left and came back with a meal to eat. The person ate quickly and looked at Su Bai while eating. I really have to thank you. If I hadn't found someone like you, I probably wouldn't have eaten for 10 or 15 days. Su Bai chuckled inwardly and didn't scold him. These days, even animals have a hard time. Not long after the person finished eating, there was a knock on the door. Su Bai thought the key person had arrived and tensed up. But when he opened the door, it was another ordinary person. Is there something? What's the matter? About the auction? Okay, I'll go right now. I'll leave once my brother arrives. You're in such a hurry? All right, I'll give him a call. After saying that, the person dialed his brother's phone. Hey, where are you? I found another item. I'll send you the photo. You go to the usual spot to pick them up. The person hung up and looked back at Su Bai in the room. My brother will be here soon. Let's go. After that person left, Su Bai immediately tried to open his eyes, but then remembered he was in Area A. He needed to be careful, so he squinted and started to observe the room. Sure enough, he saw a camera hidden in a corner of the room. Su Bai sighed impatiently and had to lie still. About 10 minutes later, the door was pushed open again. Two people entered, both dressed very carefully and looking mysterious. The security guard handed them a key card. Same as usual, you can take the person over. Okay, but why are there two of you today? Also, what happened to your face? The person at the door spoke in a deep voice. I'm not feeling well. I might not come back here in the future. I'm just showing him around. The security guard nodded, looking impatient. Hurry up, don't delay important matters. After the security guard left, Su Bai felt those two people were lifting him up. Just as he was about to squint and look around, a familiar voice came from beside him.
Xiaomei, Su Bai.
He was about to speak, but was suddenly covered by a hand over his mouth.
Don't talk.
There are cameras everywhere. His excited heart and trembling hands made him never expect that the boss and Lazy had also come. Could they be here to find him? Thinking they were worried because he got lost, Su Bai felt overwhelmed with emotion. He couldn't wait to tell them his plan, to reassure them he was fine. But in the next second, he was carried towards Mr. Song's room. Is this the place? Lu Xiao asked. Xiangyang looked at the door car number. Yes. Su Bai was confused when he saw Lu Xiao press the doorbell. Then Lu Xiao spoke to Su Bai in a very quiet voice only two people could hear. The person inside knows where Xiangyang is. The rest is up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened, and Mr. Song's lazy voice came from inside. Bring him in. With that, Su Bai was carried into the room by two people. Seeing all kinds of tools in the room, Su Bai couldn't help but shiver. Lu Xiao and Xiangyang seemed to ignore him, tossing him onto the bed and then leaving quickly. The door slammed shut. Lu Xiao and Xiangyang signaled the security guards nearby to leave, and they stayed at the door. Su Bai was furious and cursed them for being heartless. 10 minutes later, the door opened again. Su Bai was fixing his clothes and muttered angrily. Boss, you're too harsh. You left me alone in the room with an old man. Xiangyang looked at the room, his eyes dark and intense. He squinted. Where is Xiaomei? Su Bai rolled his eyes. Why, are you more anxious than the boss? He hasn't even asked yet. As he spoke, Lu Xiao looked straight at him. Su Bai quickly raised his hand. I said, Xiaomei is over there. Has Mr. Song come out yet? A security guard suddenly appeared from the corner. He looked at the lively Su Bai with a hint of doubt in his eyes. It's said that no one has ever come out of Mr. Song's room alive. Lu Xiao asked calmly. What do you want to do with Mr. Song? The guard looked at him strangely. The auction is about to start. He asked me to remind him in 20 minutes. Realizing something was wrong, he immediately took a step back, placing his hand on his waist, alert. Are you? Before he finished, Su Bai elbowed the guard, knocking him out and throwing him into the room. Why is the auction starting now? Xiangyang asked in confusion. They quickly headed in the direction Su Bai mentioned.
Su Bai looked uncomfortable.
No wonder he said there wasn't enough time. Turns out the auction isn't tomorrow night. It's today. On the way, Lu Xiao called Xiangyang to ask about the hacking progress. Xiangyang quickly tapped on the computer, and soon a screen appeared. Inside a black cage, the sleeping Xiaomei was confined. Xiangyang looked surprised, took a deep breath, and said to Lu Xiao, "The auction has already started. I will send you the map now." Xiangyang woke up again from the cage, feeling the bright lights overhead that made her unable to open her eyes. This time, she felt even more hot and uncomfortable. She rubbed her eyes and opened them, seeing a crowd of dark heads in front of her. "This batch of goods looks good, and the style is quite unique." A sweet voice came from beside Xiangyang. She turned her head and saw a woman standing nearby, beautiful and elegant, holding a microphone like a host. She couldn't help but stand up, and the chains on her body clanged loudly. This place looked like a hall, with a high platform, an audience, and a host. There were also girls like her, locked in cages around her. Some girls in the cages were sleeping, some crying, and others sitting blankly on the ground. When the host suddenly struck a hammer, the auction for the first item began. Xiangyang finally snapped out of her daze and looked coldly at the people below. The man she saw earlier in the room was not in the crowd. Although she didn't fully understand what was happening, she roughly understood her situation. Could it be that a beautiful, clever, and stunning girl like her was kidnapped and brought to an auction? What could they do with her if they bought her? Perform a scene where she bites someone and instantly turns into a zombie? Or keep her at home as a mysterious vase she dare not touch? Xiangyang almost laughed at her own wild thoughts. But no matter what, she couldn't stay here. She remembered the big saw in her space. Cutting through the cage with it should be easy. The real challenge was how to escape from these people without them noticing. What if they suddenly start shooting? Would shouting loudly help? Xiangyang lowered her head and thought, then looked at her hands. She faintly sensed that something must have happened during the time she couldn't remember. Meanwhile, the auction results for the first batch of goods had already come out. 100 pounds of rice, 20 boxes of canned chicken, and 10 guns. Could such things really be enough to exchange for a life? Xiangyang was stunned. With so many things in her space, she could buy all these girls. No, she shouldn't say buy. Human trafficking is illegal. As a good citizen, Xiangyang immediately shook her head. So, how much is she worth then? She started to count, and when she reached the fourth item, it was her turn. Soon, the results for the previous bidders came out, and they weren't much different from the first. Now it was her turn. She couldn't help but swallow nervously. Actually, she was observing. She noticed that after the girls were bought, the buyers would immediately release them from the cages and take them away. She decided that as long as someone bought her, opened her cage, or untied the collar around her neck, she would immediately draw her knife and run away. If she untied the collar herself, they might become suspicious. There are no windows here, and she doesn't know which floor they're on. If she jumps out the window, would she break into pieces? And she's a zombie, even more fragile. If she falls and shatters, can she still be put back together? While her thoughts drifted, the host suddenly slammed the small hammer. The final bid for item number 4 is. Xiangyang focused intently. She wanted to see how many pounds of rice she was worth. But just then, the door burst open with a loud bang, and a huge fireball shot inside. Lei Xiangyu's appearance shocked everyone inside. Who is he? How did he get here? Security. Kill him. The person in charge of area hurriedly rushed over. Before he finished speaking, he twitched violently, his eyes widened, and he suddenly collapsed to the ground. Behind him stood Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao's earpiece crackled with the voice of Xiangyang. I've already checked the identities of these people. His gentle voice paused, that they're not worth saving, so Brother Xiao, just let them go. At the same time, Lei Xiangyu and Suzubai also heard this. Suzubai smiled broadly, twisting his wrists. A whirlwind around him swept everything into chaos, flying wildly. Only he remained steady in the storm, his hair perfectly still. Blue lights flickered around Lu Xiao, like dense spider webs crackling with electricity. Lei Xiangyu's mechanical arm held a heavy machine gun, while his other hand formed a large, bright, dazzling fireball. The fireball reflected in everyone's eyes, showing their fear. Suzubai couldn't help but touch his earpiece. Yangzi, are we looking cool now? Quickly record this scene. I want to watch it over and over. A faint, teasing laugh came from Xiangyang. Okay, with the first gunshot from the crowd, the chaos began. The security guards in Area A were not ordinary guards. Most of them had special abilities. But the situation changed suddenly. They didn't have time to react. Either they were electrocuted by Lu Xiao or swallowed in Lei Xiangyu's fireball. Suzubai's whirlwind swept away all the weapons, leaving these people with no means to fight back. Soon, very few of them were still alive. While they acted, Xiangyang naturally wouldn't stay idle. She reached out, tore off her collar, and then took a large saw from her space, sawing at the lock on the cage with a screech. She finished sawing the cage and was about to run toward the others, her gaze falling again on the girls in the nearby cages. Most of these girls looked underage. She didn't know who cruelly kidnapped them. Since sawing the lock only took a few minutes, she grunted and used the saw to open their cages. The girls looked around helplessly, then clenched their teeth and tried to escape. Suddenly, Xiangyang spoke. There's a vent at the end of the second corridor. You can escape through it. Suzubai quickly shouted to the girls at the end of the second corridor. Seeing this, the girls all ran toward the vent. They crawled inside and climbed outward along the vent until they finally pushed open the cover on the roof. Next to the cover was Xiangyang's car. Xiangyang watched quietly as the girls emerged. Some thought they had escaped and started crying happily. Their cries attracted the nearby zombies, which roared and rushed toward them. The crying stopped abruptly. Soon, the zombies bit and killed 2 girls. There were only 7 girls in total. 2 had died, leaving 5. They screamed in fear and panic, and 2 more were killed. The remaining 3 girls, one very clever, had a knife in her hand when she came out. She was wearing a tight qipao dress, her eyes full of determination. She clenched the knife tightly, ready to kill a zombie with each strike. The qipao limited her movement, so she tore her dress into pieces without hesitation. The other 2 were twin sisters. Calmly, they backed against each other and attacked a zombie together, punching its head repeatedly. Seeing this, Xiangyang rolled down the window and threw 2 knives to them. They looked at him, then quickly picked up the knives. With knives, their efficiency improved greatly. After about 10 minutes, Lu Xiao and the others also came out of the exit. Xiangyang started the car, parked it to the side, and everyone was quickly pulled into the vehicle. Once everyone was inside, Xiangyang started the car. He looked in the rearview mirror. Are you all okay? No one's hurt, right? Lu Xiao shook his head and said, No. Then Xiangyang looked at the little girl's body. With just one glance, he smiled. Happy sheep, Xiangyang responded with a click. Seeing her look a bit gloomy, Xiangyang asked again, What's wrong? As soon as he mentioned this, Suzubai couldn't help but laugh loudly. Yangzi, you don't know. When Happy Sheep was leaving, she actually asked how many pounds of rice she was worth. Xiangyang's eyes showed a hint of interest. And then, how much was she worth? Xiangyang's face twisted. That female host wasn't a good person either. A girl in a cage was about to run out, but the host grabbed her tightly. In the end, she was hit and killed by a missile. Later, she grabbed Xiangyang to block her in front. Xiangyang didn't want to run anymore, so the host was also hit by a missile. Just as the host was about to die, Xiangyang ran over to her. The host thought she was there to save her, full of hope. But Xiangyang picked up a phone from the ground and quickly typed a line. How many pounds of rice am I worth? 500 pounds? Or more. The host was full of resentment, glaring at Xiangyang. In her hopeful eyes, she said 4 words. Worth nothing. Ha ha, she said Happy Sheep is worth nothing. That cracked me up. Suzubai laughed uncontrollably. Lei Xiangyu also tilted his head and chuckled softly. Everyone in the car was looking at her, except Lu Xiao, who kept a calm face. His expression was so calm it was a little strange. Xiangyang felt that the atmosphere around her was a bit off, so she shrank closer to Suzubai. But this move made the temperature in the car drop a few more degrees. Suzubai couldn't laugh anymore, but Little Beauty's corpse kept leaning toward him, making clicking sounds. Click. What's wrong? Why does he look so sour? Although Ayn Rand was still in the car, she was almost invisible now. She already knew quite a lot, and even knowing that Xiangyang was a zombie didn't matter anymore. Sure enough, when she heard the clicking sounds of the Little Beauty's corpse, she paused briefly, then pretended not to hear, acting very tactfully. Suzubai felt the cold gaze of the boss, and he almost shrank into a quail. Xiangyang, do you remember what happened before? Click. Which time? Xiangyang mimed drinking blood, then waved her hand to show she didn't remember anything. Suzubai's body stiffened. So, you don't remember the things in between, like, how close you were with someone? Close. With whom? Xiangyang shook her head.
Click.
I don't remember. At this moment, Suzubai suddenly understood what the saying, March weather and June rain meant. He carefully looked at Lu Zhao's expression, but found that his gaze was deeply fixed on the clueless Xiangyang. Suddenly, he remembered a line from a book. When a beast is about to swallow its prey, it is always patient, even filled with love. On the way back, Xiangyang noticed Lei Xiangyu's mechanical arm. His arm looked normal at first glance, but a closer touch revealed it was a bit stiff. If Xiaomei hadn't seen the impressive scene when Lei Xiangyu's right arm fired, she might not have noticed. Click. What's wrong with your arm? Lei Xiangyu raised an eyebrow. Got bitten off while doing a task by a crocodile. Xiangyang was shocked.
Click.
That's so scary. Click. Does that mean it's infected?
Lei Xianju nodded.
Yes, and then you took out the bacteria from your space. Xiangyang's face froze. Yes, she still had a mutated regenerative bacteria in her space. She didn't expect it to have such a remarkable effect. Then, Xiangyang chatted briefly with Xiangyang. Then, Xiangyang honestly sat back in his seat. This means that throughout the entire train carriage, Xiangyang was the only one who didn't shout or call out to Lu Xiao, as if he was avoiding him. The strange atmosphere became even more strange. Suzubai felt uneasy and tried hard to steer the conversation toward the boss. So, he brought up the topic they hadn't discussed earlier. Xiangyang, you really don't remember at all? You and… Suzubai hesitated, unsure if he should mention the boss's name. Seeing him in this awkward state, Xiangyang clicked his tongue irritably and quickly typed a line on his phone. Can talk. Can't talk, shut up. If you open your mouth, you might as well shout like me. Suzubai's face turned pale. Then he looked at Lu Xiao, who met his gaze with calm eyes. Lu Xiao looked fearless, closed his eyes briefly, and asked, Do you not remember the days you shared a bed with the boss? As soon as he said this, a faint smile appeared in Xiangyang's eyes. Lei Xiangyu also crossed his arms and watched the scene with interest. Lu Xiao slightly lifted his eyelids, casually observing Xiangyang's reaction. Xiangyang was stunned for a few seconds, then turned to look at Lu Xiao. He then waved dismissively at Suzubai. Ridiculous. How could that be? Lei Xiangyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiangyang also smiled, with wrinkles forming at the corners of his eyes. Suzubai didn't expect Xiangyang to react like this. He thought he would ask a few more times, and Xiangyang would definitely admit it. Then he would bring up Yangzi and Lei Zi as witnesses, and Xiangyang would shyly look at the boss. When their eyes met, they would understand each other's feelings. But now, Xiangyang's dismissive attitude. What's going on? Is he trying to be more obvious? This made it hard for him to continue the conversation. Suzubai clenched his teeth, unwilling to believe that Xiangyang's mouth could be so stubborn. Do you think I would lie to you? After drinking blood, you lose consciousness and then cling to the boss every day, unable to let go. You always smell his scent. Suzubai spoke more and more excitedly, spitting everywhere. You didn't even realize at the time that you acted like a stalker, holding onto the boss's waist and refusing to let go. You even locked yourself in a room just to sniff his clothes. You wanted a sip from the water cup he drank from. We couldn't bear to watch. I thought that after saying this, Xiaomei would feel embarrassed and shy. Blushing perhaps? But when I looked back, Xiangyang's disgust was overwhelming. She clicked her tongue and started hitting the keyboard with a series of loud clicks. This time, she seemed a bit emotional, her lips pressed tightly, and after finishing, she handed the phone to Suzubai. Suzubai didn't even dare to look at the words on the screen. He was trying to smooth things over. Xiaomei, read it out loud so I can hear. Suzubai's head was about to explode. Did he really have to read it aloud? Lei Xiangyu closed his eyes. Go ahead. I'm tired of my eyes. I want to listen. Suzubai cursed both of them silently in his mind, then looked at the screen. But when he looked, his vision went black again. Xiaomei, even if you make it up, you should change the story. With Lu Zhao's cold and distant look, how could I possibly treat him like that? Plus, hugging, kissing, and holding him, do I want to die? If I didn't want to live, could he have caught me back? Besides, he's not even my type. After finishing that last sentence, Suzubai shivered all over and trembled. Xiaomei raised an eyebrow in the front row, surprised that Xiaomei disliked the boss so much. Suzubai quietly closed his phone, deciding not to speak anymore before going back, as if saying one more word would bring him closer to his doom. He didn't speak, but Xiaomei had no intention of letting him off. She pointed at her dress. Click. Who changed this for me? Suzubai got excited. The boss did. So, quickly, let the boss take responsibility for you. Xiaomei looked very serious, then typed a line on her phone and handed it to Suzubai. Suzubai saw the message, widened his eyes, and quickly turned the phone over. There was no way the boss could see this message. His attempt to hide it only made Xiangyang and Lei Xiangyu more curious. What did Xiaomei say? Suzubai chuckled, nothing much. Lei Xiangyu snorted and reached for the phone. Suzubai reacted quickly, flipping the phone and accidentally dropping it on Lu Zhao's lap. Lu Zhao's long fingers slowly pressed the screen, and a line of words appeared quietly on the notes. I knew he was the one who changed my dress. Never mind, just like being bitten by a dog. The soil collection task was overdue, and the task center called to ask what was happening. Xiangyang said a teammate was injured, and they needed to delay returning. The other side replied, got it, and hung up. At the same time, Lu Xiao also called the doctor to check on his condition. The area has serious casualties, which alarmed bigger people behind the underground city. After you left, they quickly took control of me. I honestly told them about our deal, and I don't know what happened after that. Then they let me go. The doctor's actions were wise. Lu Zhao's identity would be exposed sooner or later, so it was better for the doctor to be honest. Moreover, the doctor didn't really know anything. Lei Xiangyu's arm needed time to recover, so they wouldn't return to the base soon. The group discussed finding a place to stay. Xiangyang remembered the little girl in the villa and hesitated. I should go back to the base. I'll send the girl back and bring some things with me. Lu Xiao nodded in agreement. Go to my previous location, Suzubai said. Suzubai's parents run a company abroad. After the virus outbreak, they were trapped overseas. Although Suzubai didn't see his parents being infected with his own eyes, he heard the screams of zombies and his parents' despair during their last phone call. So, it's likely that his parents were infected. Suzubai lives not far from Lu Xiao on the same street. Yang first went to pick up the little girl and bring her to the car, then headed to Suzubai's house. After everyone got out of the car, he returned to the base. They parked the car downstairs at Lu Zhao's building. The door was wide open, and there was blood all along the corridor. They carefully entered the living room, where bodies were scattered on the floor. They heard rustling sounds coming from a corner, so they slowly moved closer. Someone was crouched on the ground, with their back to them, seemingly eating something. Xiangyang's eyes widened as he wanted to get a closer look. Suzubai quickly stopped him. Just then, the zombie was startled and suddenly turned around. Its eye sockets were sunken, with pale blue eyeballs bulging out. Half of its face was destroyed, but its mouth still dangled a piece of intestine. Xiangyang. Wow. Seeing her reaction, Suzubai approached her quietly and said, when you and the boss are being affectionate, I react just like that. Xiangyang shook her head vigorously, indicating she didn't believe it at all. It was no big deal at first, but when the zombie lunged at them, Su Zaibai drew his knife and cut off the zombie's head in one strike. The zombie fell to the ground, revealing the corpse it was biting. Xiangyang and Su Zaibai both shuddered. It was a little girl's body.
So, this zombie
Bit his own daughter? If he knew in life that he treated his daughter like this, would he be very sad? Su Zaibai sighed, took out a t-shirt from his bag and covered both of them with it. The situation downstairs was so terrible, and the situation upstairs was unknown. Xiangyang headed toward the stairs. When I left, I told her not to open the door. After going upstairs, I saw that several room doors were wide open. I felt something was wrong, and quickly moved forward. The girl was dead on the bed, with a knife stuck in her body. It didn't look like she was killed by a zombie, but rather by someone of her own kind. There were some snack wrappers scattered on the ground, which were still from the ones Xiangyang had given. Xiangyang stared at the girl in shock and clenched his fists tightly. Su Zaibai and the others were used to seeing such scenes. They patted Xiangyang on the shoulder to comfort him. "Let's go. If only I had locked the door at the time." "Yangzi," Su Zaibai called out. He quietly looked at the young girl and said calmly, "This isn't something we can control." Honestly, he had seen too many such scenes. The group got into the car and headed straight to Su Zaibai's place. His house was a mountain villa, a gift from his parents when he became an adult. He liked to enjoy life, and the villa was very comfortable. There were small bridges, flowing water, and fish ponds for viewing. After the virus outbreak, he returned to the villa. In theory, living there was more comfortable and free than at the base. But the villa had only a limited amount of food, which was soon finished. Plus, the leader and Lao Lei needed to rely on the base to find their families, so he didn't stay at the villa and went to the base instead. It was obvious that the villa had been looted completely. There were also quite a few zombies inside. After quickly dealing with them, they prepared to enter the house. As they passed by a pond, the fish in the water suddenly jumped out like they were fried in oil, with their many teeth bared, lunging at the group. They reacted quickly, slicing the fish into fillets with a few strikes. Xiangyang was a bit slower and was bitten by a goldfish. The goldfish's eyes glowed with a bluish-purple hue, looking mutated. Fortunately, Xiangyang was a zombie and not afraid of pain. She shook her hand to pull the goldfish away, and immediately 2 rows of small, neat holes appeared on her fair arm, like stitches from a sewing machine. Xiangyang pouted in frustration. Ran wanted to step forward to help her, but Xiangyang refused. Everyone said that she, a Sang, was afraid of nothing except ghosts. But she underestimated the teeth of a goldfish. As soon as they entered the house, Xiangyang's arm became swollen and distorted. The skin was purple and blue, slightly raised, as if something was inside. Xiangyang pulled out a military knife, clenched her teeth, and prepared to cut open the wound. Ran stopped her, saying, "It's probably a mutated parasite inside. If you use a knife, it might scare it, and it will crawl further inside." Ran felt relieved that Xiangyang had refused treatment earlier. If the wound healed and the parasite was still inside, it would be even more disgusting and uncomfortable. Xiangyang looked at her arm with disgust. What now? She wondered. When they entered the house, it was messy and filled with a foul smell. Xiangyang slightly covered his nose. "Cleaning this up will probably be a bit difficult," Su Zaibai chuckled. "There's no way I'd let you stay here." "Come on, follow me." They followed Su Zaibai upstairs. In a study on the 2nd floor, Su Zaibai moved a cabinet aside and reached for a hidden button. He pressed it, and the wall opened, revealing a secret room. Xiangyang looked around in surprise. "Bai, when did you set this up? How come we didn't know?" Su Zaibai proudly dusted off his hands and said, "My friend was feeling spontaneous and arranged for his team to do it." His smile faded slightly as he added, "But that friend got infected the day after the virus spread." After entering, everyone looked for tools to deal with Xiangyang's arm parasite. Xiangyang suggested, "Find a needle, cut open the skin, and pick out the parasite." The secret room had everything they needed. Su Zaibai quickly found a needle and thread in the toolbox. He instinctively grabbed Xiangyang's arm, ready to remove the parasite. Then he glanced at Lu Xiao standing nearby, and with a sudden start, He placed the needle on the table and stood up. I need to pee. You all choose. Xiangyang and Lei Xiangyu exchanged a quick look. Xiangyang took off his glasses and sighed. I won't choose. I can't see clearly. Lei Xiangyu stretched his mechanical right arm. I haven't gotten used to my new arm yet. I can't use my left hand to choose, right? The two of them looked at Lu Xiao at the same time, seemingly casually. Xiangyang frowned. No, she could choose herself. She didn't need help. At that moment, Suzubai suddenly rushed out of the bathroom and pulled Yin Ran away. Let's go to the bathroom together. Yin ran. Xiangyang. Lu Xiao calmly picked up the needle and sat down, then pulled Xianyang's arm. He gently lifted the arm of the little beauty corpse and carefully cut open the raised skin. Soon, blood started to flow down her arm. Xiangyang was touching his chin nearby. The color of this blood seemed lighter than before, gradually returning to the normal blood color. While Lu Xiao was carefully removing the parasites, Xianyang's gaze suddenly fixed on his face. Because he was lowering his head, his messy hair fell on both sides, almost covering his eyes, making his nose look especially high and straight. From the messy hair, she could faintly see his long, drooping eyelashes. When Lu Xiao was focused and serious, he looked less mischievous and cold than usual. His deep, artistic features made him look very attractive. Suddenly, Xiangyang felt something was wrong. She remembered. Wasn't Lu Xiao afraid of injections? Then, it was as if she had unlocked a new channel in her mind, and she started recalling what Suzubai had said. Could it be that Lu Xiao actually liked her? Lei Xiangyu casually formed a fireball and threw it. With a sizzling sound, the parasite was burned to ashes. Suzubai and Yin Ran awkwardly came out of the bathroom. Suzubai looked at Xiangyang, who seemed to have been burned, and shouted in surprise.
Is Xiaomei okay?
Did she get poisoned? Seeing everyone look over, Xiangyang quickly stood up. Clack? Who likes him? Fortunately, they didn't understand her words, or they might have noticed something. Her movements were sudden and intense. Lu Xiao accidentally scratched his arm with a needle. A blood bar appeared on his arm, and blood slowly seeped out. Xiangyang, worried that the needle might carry a parasite virus, quickly got up and reached into his backpack to take out an antiviral. Suzubai was also startled and waved his hand. Yin Ran, come quickly. Lei Xiangyu was not idle either, moving aside to make space for everyone. In the apocalypse, even those with special abilities had to be very careful. So, the end of the world was truly a huge human hell. Just then, everyone suddenly heard a gulping sound. They all paused and turned around. Xiaomei's corpse was staring directly at Lu Xiao, at the blood on his arm. Her eyes showed a clear craving. Lu Xiao. Everyone else. Xiangyang nodded thoughtfully. Mawei said that Xiaomei would crave your blood during the first week after waking up. Looks like he's right. Suzubai said, this isn't just a little craving, it's like a wolf or a tiger. She's eager to pounce right now, Lei Xiangyu said. Look at her. Maybe old Xiao should give her a lick. Lu Xiao. No, she can only touch blood after she stabilizes, Lu Xiao said hoarsely, his gaze deepening as he looked at Xiangyang. After Xiangyang took the antiviral, Lu Xiao went to stand in front of Xiangyang. He raised his arm and swung it back and forth. Xiangyang is not a fool and has not lost her mind. She angrily watches Lu Xiao tease her like a dog, but her eyes can't help but look at the blood on Lu Xiao's arm, her pupils darting back and forth. For some reason, she always feels that the smell of Lu Xiao's blood is very tempting and attractive, as if someone has stirred her craving deep inside her, making her extremely hungry. Gulp, another sound of swallowing. Lu Xiao. To prevent Xiaomei from attacking, Suzubai quickly pulls Lu Xiao into the room and closes the door. Although he knows Xiaomei won't bite the boss keeps provoking Xiaomei. If Xiaomei attacks and the boss doesn't resist, it would be a disaster. Suzubai is really worried about this one person and one corpse. The room is very quiet. After a while, Lu Xiao lets out a short, light laugh filled with dark humor and amusement. Xiangyang listens to the laugh inside and shakes his head. Brother Xiao might be a little mentally strange. Xiangyang sees that Lu Xiao, after being pulled into the room, breathes a small sigh of relief. Honestly, she feels like her body doesn't belong to her anymore. If Lu Xiao doesn't leave with his blood, she might really lose control and go over to lick it. Just thinking about that scene makes her shiver with disgust. Snap, how disgusting. Time quickly passes to the evening. Now everyone is fine, and they prepare dinner together. Xiangyang takes fresh vegetables and meat from her space. Suzubai washes them. Xiangyang handles the cleaning. Ran helps with seasoning, and Lei Xiangyu takes charge of cooking. This time, Lei Xiangyu is the chef, which surprises Xiangyang. She comes over to lean against the door and watch. After they finish preparing the dishes and seasonings, Lei Xiangyu picks up the pot handle with his mechanical arm. He taps his arm twice. Immediately, the mechanical arm starts moving quickly. The food in the pot is also stirring smoothly and steadily. Xiangyang, can a mechanical arm be used like this?
Lei Xiangyu set a timer.
When it went off, he turned off the stove, placed the food on a plate, and brought it to the table. The dishes were all evenly stir-fried. Suzubai looked at them with a bit of envy. I kind of want a mechanical arm like that too. Lei Xiangyu gave him a sideways glance. Just so you can flip a wok? Lu Xiao lifted his eyelids lazily. Then cut off your left hand.
Xiangyang chucked softly.
There were shredded potatoes and sour sauce, cucumber and vinegar, sweet and sour fish, sweet and sour pork, spicy fried cartilage, and winter melon soup with lean meat. Suzubai looked at the dishes with emotion. Before the apocalypse, these dishes were nothing special. But after it, being able to eat like this felt like both an honor and a blessing. Then he glanced at Lu Xiao and muttered, if we hadn't all decided on these dishes together, I'd think the boss ordered them himself. So many sour dishes. If you like sour food that much, you might as well drink vinegar. Lu Xiao paused mid-movement. Suzubai quickly stuffed a piece of pork into his mouth. The group ate quietly. Ran was like an invisible person, but everyone was quite satisfied with her presence. When she saw Suzubai bring out fresh vegetables and meat from the room, her eyes flickered, but she didn't ask anything.
Xiangyang apreciated herta.
However, as they ate, they kept hearing someone swallowing nearby. The sound surrounded them like a strange rhythm. Suzubai looked up at Xiangyang on the sofa. Ever since her appetite had been stirred, she couldn't help but swallow every time she saw Lu Xiao. Suzubai hesitated, unable to look directly at her. Xiaomei, maybe drink some water to calm down? If she kept staring at the boss like that, none of them could handle it. Xiangyang licked her lips. She was starving, really starving. She immediately took out her small water bottle and drank deeply, as if trying to fill her stomach with water. So, at the table, they crunched on crispy bones, while on the sofa, she gulped down water like a thirsty buffalo. Several people were eating and heard the sound, and they couldn't help feeling thirsty. After dinner, everyone was tired and ready to rest. Su Zibo stood in the living room with his hands on his hips. There are only 2 bedrooms. Ran has her own room, since she's the only girl. The rest of us will share one room. Before he finished, Xiangyang's resentful face appeared in front of Su Zibo. Su Zibo paused and awkwardly smiled.
Sorry, I forgot. Xiangyang.
In the end, Ran and Xiangyang shared one room. Su Zibo and Lei Xiangyu shared another. Xiang slept on the balcony, and Lu Xiao slept on the sofa, which was closest to the wall so he could react quickly to any noise. However, that night was destined to be anything but peaceful. At first, Su Zibo noticed because Lei Xiangyu's arm was hurting and making noise. Su Zibo was sleeping soundly when Lei Xiangyu kept tossing and turning beside him. Finally, Su Zibo couldn't take it anymore and sat up yawning. Lei Ziyu. Before he finished speaking, he saw Lei Xiangyu with a furrowed brow, curled up in pain at the edge of the bed. His clothes were soaked with sweat, and large drops of sweat were sliding down his face. Su Zibo was startled. Lazy, what's wrong? Lei Xiangyu, clutching his injured arm, opened his eyes drowsily and spoke hoarsely. I'm fine. Is that really fine? Su Zibo immediately got up, put on his shorts, and rushed out of the room. I'll find Yin ran to look at it. He hurriedly opened the door and Lu Xiao immediately opened his eyes alertly. What's wrong? He asked, his voice also hoarse and sleepy. Su Zibo quickly knocked on the door of the other bedroom and responded urgently to Lu Xiao. Lazy's arm hurts. Lazy had stayed in the tribe for so many years, and his endurance was not something ordinary people could compare to. He was in so much pain, it was hard to imagine how bad it was. He knocked loudly on the door, waking Yin Ran and Xiaomei from their sleep. Yin Ran looked at the door in fear, unable to react for a moment. Xiangyang yawned as she opened the door, and Su Zibai suddenly rushed in, grabbing Yin Ran from the bed and pulling her out. In the middle of the night, rushing into a girl's room without saying a word and pulling her out, who wouldn't be scared? Yin Ran shrank back in horror, hiding behind Xiangyang. Xiangyang stood in front of Yin Ran, chin raised, looking at Su Zibai. What's going on? Are you acting wild? She asked.
Su Zibai looked anxious.
No, I need to find her. Let's go to my room. Yin Ran's expression became even more frightened. Su Zibai quickly waved his hand and stammered, Lazy. Lazy's arm hurts. Xiangyang straightened her face, and Yin Ran immediately darted out from behind Xiangyang. I'll go check. Xiangyang was sleeping on the balcony and was awakened by the commotion. Then they all entered the room to check Lei Xiangyu. Lei Xiangyu saw the room full of people and said hoarsely, You all go rest.
Don't worry about me.
Yin Ran hurriedly helped him sit up. Lei Xiangyu obeyed, but looked helpless. My arm is probably still growing, so it hurts a lot. Do you have painkillers? Just give me some. Su Zibai rolled his eyes. What good would painkillers do? It must be more than just pain, right? Lei Xiangyu was silent for 2 seconds and then nodded, suddenly cursing loudly. It hurts so much. It's not just pain, it itches too. I want to scratch my skin off. It felt like countless tiny bugs were licking the wound, painful and itchy at the same time. Xiangyang stroked his chin and suddenly realized, no wonder Xiaoyu, who had her legs broken before, got poisoned overnight after injecting the bacteria solution. Lazy couldn't stand this kind of pain, let alone Xiaoyu, an ordinary person who could only numb her nerves with drugs, using poison to fight poison. It seems that even with the mutated regenerative bacteria, one must consider whether they can handle the pain of future skin and flesh growth. So, no matter what you do, there is always a cost. While speaking, Yin Ran's hands had already placed on Lei Xiangyu's shoulders. From her palms, a faint invisible airflow could be seen splitting into tiny floating threads, flowing toward Lei Xiangyu's wound. After a few seconds, Lei Xiangyu's eyebrows relaxed immediately. Gradually, the sweat on his forehead dried up. In contrast, Yin Ran's face was pale, and her forehead was slightly moist. About 5 minutes later, Yin Ran stopped her actions and took a breath. Cell growth at night is fast, so the pain will increase. I can only temporarily numb his nerves for about an hour. As long as I treat him every hour, he'll feel better by morning. Although Yin Ran was kept because she knew too much and because Lei Zai's arm still needed her, it wasn't fair to wake him every hour, and neither of them could rest. Lei Xiangyu thought, every 2 hours is better. The pain won't come back so quickly, and I can take some painkillers in advance. Everyone nodded. Your body is your own decision. Just as they were about to leave the room, Xiangyang suddenly stopped and casually grabbed Su Zibai. Clack clack? Did you hear any sound, Su Zibai? Huh? Xiaomei, what are you talking about? Xiangyang got anxious, put her hand to her ear and made a listening gesture. Lu Xiao raised his eyebrows and cautiously left the room. Did someone come? They quickly dressed and gathered their gear to go to the living room. Su Zibai went to the computer by the balcony. He turned on the computer, scrolled through the pages several times, muttering, I remember there was monitoring software here. Why can't I find anything? Xiangyang pushed him aside and sat down. In less than 2 minutes, the surveillance footage appeared. Over the past year, no one has taken care of or used the place. The camera is covered in thick dust, and since it's nighttime, the view isn't very clear. The screen shows several modified armored vehicles parked at the entrance of the manor. The people on the vehicles have already gone inside. The scene switches, and those people are now inside the estate. Look at their outfits. They're from the underground city, Xiangyang says, resting his chin on one hand. Since they found this place, they must be pretty strong. Su Zaibai, sitting on the sofa, yawns and stretches confidently. So what if they're strong? Do you think they can actually find this place? Suddenly, the group plans to pass by the fish pond. Su Zaibai's eyes light up. Sure enough, the people closest to the pond are attacked by jumping, biting goldfish. What is that? Someone exclaims in fear. Then a few gunshots ring out. If they shine their flashlights on the ground, they would see scattered pieces of goldfish before the group even passes by. The people bitten by the fish quickly swell up, just like Xiangyang. Through their thin skin, you can faintly see parasites wriggling inside. One person grits his teeth, pulls out a knife, and quickly cuts a line across his arm. The parasites are startled and burrow deeper inside. The person panics, throws away the knife, and presses it tightly into the wound. Within a minute, he twitches and falls to the ground, scratching his body desperately. Soon, the parasites seem to gnaw through his internal organs, growing larger and larger. Finally, his body inflates rapidly, like it's been filled with air, and explodes. Wow. Crack. Inside the house, everyone immediately makes disgusted sounds. Su Zaibai looks at Xiangyang, feeling like he's escaped danger, and his impression of Ayn Rand improves a bit. Fortunately, Ayn Rand warned us in time, or our little May would have blown up. Ayn Rand waves her hand, looking a little embarrassed. During this time, a group of people who hadn't been bitten by the fish quietly went upstairs. They heard hurried footsteps approaching the study. Lu Xiao calmly said, "Turn off the lights." All the lights inside the room suddenly went out, and even the computer was disconnected from power. Soon they heard someone stop at the door of the study. "Go check over there." "I'll go to the study." After speaking, the door to the study creaked open. The people inside the dark room held their breath and waited. The footsteps were soft, approaching the wall. Then, someone gently tapped on the wall. "Xiaomei?" Su Zaibai was leaning lazily against the doorframe. Hearing this, he shivered. That voice. Isn't it the friend who helped him with the virus spread at the renovation company and then died the next day? Su Zaibai immediately reached out his hand, but Yang grabbed it quickly. He didn't respond, and the person knocked again. "Xiaomei, are you inside?" "It's me, Li Chuancheng." Still no response. Li Chuancheng lowered his head, then turned and left the room. After a while, someone else entered the study loudly, probably giving up. They searched around, cursing under their breath. "Where the hell are they? We looked everywhere upstairs and downstairs, but didn't see anyone. Maybe they're not here." "No way, their car is parked outside. Did they hear our gunfire and jump over the wall to escape?" Outside, the noise grew louder, but the people inside the dark room remained calm. No one noticed Xiangyang's change. Although her eyes were covered by darkness, it didn't mean she couldn't see anything. In this quiet space, her sense of smell became even sharper. At some point, Lu Xiao appeared beside her. She sniffed the air, and the pleasant scent wafted out again. This strange fragrance was so refreshing, it felt like just one breath could lift you to the sky. Thinking back to when Xiaomei said she lost control and clung to Lu Xiao like a crazy fan, Xiangyang started to believe it a little. So she had to control herself. She couldn't afford to lose face again. Xiangyang looked at the others. Was there no scent on them? Why was it only Lu Xiao's fragrance that attracted her? She couldn't help but sniff and lean towards Su Zaibai, who was closest. Su Zaibai also had a scent, similar to Lu Xiao's. How to describe it? If Lu Xiao's scent was like a charming floral aroma, then Lu Xiao's was more like a meaty smell. It might sound strange, but it was true. This meaty smell was very tempting to the little zombie girl who had never tasted meat before. It made her stomach growl loudly. And the smell wasn't tiring. It even had a fresh note, making it very appetizing. It felt like she could eat endlessly without gaining weight. Lu Xiao's blood was especially appealing, opening her taste buds and making her very excited. While sniffing Su Zaibai, her mind was actually full of Lu Xiao. Whether it was Lu Xiao's body or his blood, she couldn't stop thinking about him. Remembering that Lu Xiao seemed to have some interest in her, Xiangyang felt both shy and angry, and a new thought sparked in her mind. Since Lu Xiao liked her, maybe asking him for some blood wouldn't be too much? He might even be willing to give her fresh blood happily. She imagined this, and a small smile appeared on her lips. Her light breath brushed against Suzabai's neck. He shivered, feeling as if there was a ghost nearby. Otherwise, why did he feel so strange? Xiangyang was closest to the wall. He hadn't heard any movement outside for a while. He said, "It's okay, they've all left." Then, he suddenly turned on the light.
Ah!
Suzabai turned his head and saw the zombie girl's pale, strangely smiling face. He was so startled, he fell to the ground. Seeing her face clearly, he sat on the floor, looking utterly devastated. "Happy Sheep, what are you doing? You almost scared me to death. You look like a ghost." A few people instinctively looked over. They then realized that Xiangyang and Suzabai were standing very close, while Lu Xiao stood nearby with a sour face. He looked at the distance between them silently, then went into the bedroom and shut the door with a bang. Xiangyang pouted and sat up straight. No more, the scent was gone again. She sat back on the sofa, and Suzabai also got up from the ground, a faint smile appearing in the eyes of Yang and Lei Yongyu. Suzabai sat on the sofa, glaring at the little beauty corpse across from him. "Why did you come so close to me just now?" Then he remembered what the little beauty had said in the car. "He's not my type, since the big brother wasn't her type, could it be?" Suzabai looked terrified, covering his chest, trembling as he spoke. "Little beauty, do you like me?" As he said the last few words, his voice almost changed tone. Then he got lost in his own fantasy and couldn't come out. The more he thought about it, the more he believed it might be true. If Yangzi hadn't turned on the light just now, maybe little beauty would have kissed him. She must secretly like him so much that she couldn't help herself, so she took action in the dark. Xiangyang saw her little wife suffering and felt very angry. So, what if little beauty liked Suzabai? That was Suzabai's honor. Why pretend to be a pure and noble man avoiding trouble? Xiangyang was so angry she grabbed a pillow from the sofa and swung it. "Crack, crack, you idiot!" Suzabai didn't understand her meaning and couldn't fight back, thinking she was just acting cute. "All right, I understand your feelings. But Happy Sheep, no, Xiangyang, we know." Before Suzabai finished speaking, Xiangyang threw another pillow. "Crack, crack, crack, know my feelings? You don't understand anything." Suddenly, Lu Xiao's door opened. He pursed his thin lips slightly, and his deep black eyes quietly watched the scene in the living room, where a playful argument was happening between a person and a corpse. Suzabai hadn't spoken yet when Lu Xiao found his phone on the sofa. Then he turned around and slammed the door to his room shut. This time, the sound of the door closing was much louder than before. Suzabai and Xiangyang seemed frozen in place. Xiangyang and Lei Xiangyu, however, looked like they were enjoying the show. Xiangyang tidied up his clothes, hummed, and turned back into his room. Suzabai swallowed hard and looked at Xiangyang, asking, "What does that mean?" Seeing Lei Xiangyu walk toward the balcony, Xiangyang lay down on the sofa, closing his eyes. "Xiaomei, do you think Xiaomei is interested in you?" Suzabai sneered and sat down on the other side of the sofa. "No way. I was just teasing her. But I am sure the boss definitely likes Xiaomei. I just don't know about Xiaomei." Xiangyang yawned and turned over. "Why do you care so much? With you two flirting like that today, not to mention brother Xiao must be jealous." Suzabai stiffened. It was almost 3 a.m. Suzabai sat on the sofa all night without sleeping. When Xiangyang woke up and saw the dark circles under Suzabai's eyes, he was shocked. He wiped his glasses, put them on, and teased. Did Xiao Xiao get so scared of brother Xiao that he didn't dare to go inside? Sat all night. Lei Xiangyu yawned, stretched lazily, and joked about him being useless. Then he casually threw a painkiller into his mouth and looked for some water to drink. Suzabai sat cross-legged on the sofa and hesitated before saying, "Not entirely." It was true he didn't dare go inside, but he wasn't really scared to sit all night. After all, the living room sofa was comfortable enough to sleep on. Mostly, it was because of Li Chuancheng. After the lights went out and everything was quiet in the middle of the night, he thought of Li Chuancheng. Before the end of the world, Li Chuancheng was also a rich kid from a family involved in real estate and renovation. He and Su Zaibai were classmates and childhood friends. When they were young, they often played together. As they grew older, he went abroad to study, while Li Chuancheng stayed in the country to help run the family business. Although they still kept in touch, their contact was less frequent. Later, when the zombie virus outbreak happened, Su Zaibai also called Li Chuancheng. However, the next day, Li Chuancheng painfully said he had been bitten. After that, Su Zaibai stayed close to Lu Xiao and never saw Li Chuancheng again. So, is the person behind that wall really Li Chuancheng? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? How could he become a person in the underground city? Su Zaibai and Xiangyang share their doubts. Xiangyang calmly asked, "If he is from the underground city and we face him, would you kill him?" Su Zaibai's face turned pale. That was why he couldn't sleep. As long as they didn't return to the base, those people would keep looking for them. One day they would meet. Su Zaibai's mind flashed back to childhood, when he and Li Chuancheng used to lean on each other's shoulders. They were like brothers. He couldn't bring himself to hurt him. Lei Xiangyu finished his medicine with a bitter taste in his mouth, then took a lollipop from his pocket and put it in his mouth. If you want to know if it's really him, just go see for yourself. Su Zaibai was stunned. How? Lei Xiangyu pointed at the computer. If it really is him, he will come back. At 9:10, everyone gradually got up. There were several plates of fried buns, dumplings, and steamed buns on the table. The buns and dumplings were fried golden on both sides, crispy and tasty. It was clear that Lei Xiangyu was in charge of cooking, with perfect timing. But Lei Xiangyu still seemed a bit dissatisfied. It should have been fried for another minute. If you leave it for a while, it will get soft. Xiangyang shook his head with a helpless smile. Having such good food was already good enough. Su Zaibai sat silently eating, feeling a bit guilty when Lu Xiao approached. But his guilt only lasted a few seconds. He justified himself, telling himself he and Xiaomei had nothing going on, so why did he look like he was caught cheating? Lu Xiao was simply eating quietly. Pack your things later and leave here to find a new place. The group nodded, understanding, and glanced at Su Zaibai. Lu Xiao probably also knew about Li Chuancheng's situation. Su Zaibai slowed his movements, a hint of struggle in his eyes. He had a deep bond with Li Chuancheng and was glad to know he was still alive. Boss, you guys go find a spot first. Send me a message when you do, then I'll leave. Xiangyang's eyes showed a hint of disapproval. If Xiaobai were to meet them alone, it could be a serious problem. Lu Xiao indeed simply said okay. Xiangyang hesitated. How could Brother Xiao agree? Could he still be jealous of Xiaobai? But Brother Xiao wasn't that kind of person. Xiangyang was confused when Lei Xiangyu suddenly patted his shoulder, telling him not to worry.
Xiangyang immediately relaxed.
When Su Zaibai heard Lu Xiao agree, he quickly stuffed a dumpling into his mouth, looking much happier. The group continued eating breakfast, while Xiangyang lay on the sofa, holding a water cup, staring intently at Lu Xiao. Her gaze was passionate but unthinking. But if you looked closely, her eyes lacked focus, clearly daydreaming. What could she be thinking? Maybe how to trick Lu Xiao into giving her some blood. If Lu Xiao asked what she wanted blood for, she'd say, to keep his perfume? Would that reason work to fool him? She thought it might. After all, stories often say that a man who truly loves you will go along with anything, even if you lie. Since Lu Xiao seemed interested in her, maybe this trick could work. Xiangyang, lost in such innocent fantasies, didn't notice when Lu Xiao stood in front of her. Lu Xiao, what are you thinking about? Snap, thinking of you. Xiangyang blurted out without thinking. Then she realized who was in front of her. She instinctively sat up, blushing slightly, but since she was speaking zombie language, she thought the big pig's hoof probably wouldn't understand. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiao's narrow black eyes carried a hint of knowing everything, and he spoke in a hoarse voice. Are you thinking of me? Xiangyang immediately flailed like a fish caught in hot oil. Clack, 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 of course I miss you. Clack, clack, clack. Don't be so narcissistic. Clack, clack, clack. I wouldn't miss anyone else but you. Xiangyang sat at the table, unable to hold back a smile, and shook his head helplessly. Lei Xianyu also shook his head with a sigh. A pretty girl and a naive one, both are really being played around by Brother Xiao. Seeing the little beauty in front of him excitedly gesturing and jumping, Lu Zhao's handsome face showed a playful interest. I wasn't sure before, but now I am sure. You really are thinking of me. Xiangyang hesitated and took a step back in disbelief. Clack, hey, are you trying to scare me? Are you pretending to be dead? Seeing her retreat, Lu Xiao moved forward instead. He stood firmly in front of her, looking relaxed, holding an unlit cigarette, with a faint, almost hidden smile in his eyes. His gaze shifted from the red-tipped ears of the little beauty to her angry face.
What are you thinking about me?
His deep, hoarse voice sounded like gravel grinding in his heart, deliberately emphasizing each word, thick and teasing, like a smile or a coaxing. The little beauty felt a sudden surge of heat rush to her head. This big guy is so tempting when he talks. He was just scowling earlier, now it's going on. She couldn't even make a sound anymore, her mind went blank, and she even forgot why she was staring at Lu Xiao. Seeing this, a bigger smile appeared in Lu Zhao's eyes.